You, a 98-year-old mortal old man, have a wife who is the most beautiful woman in the world. However, looking at the stunning figure in front of you, not only did you insist on breaking up, but you also asked her to compensate you with 30 million for the breakup fee. Just because you have no spiritual roots since childhood and cannot cultivate. 80 years ago, you became the husband of the Empress because of the marriage alliance. But in these 80 years, not only have you been regarded as a waste by the entire kingdom, but the Empress has also used all kinds of means to humiliate you. However, fortunately, you activated the counterattack system before you died, and the first task released by the system was actually to break up with the Empress. As soon as you opened your mouth, you were slapped twice. With you being such a waste, do you even deserve to break up with this emperor? Cold Frost's face was full of disdain. You grit your teeth in fear and lift your head up. It's been a whole 80 years. I've endured enough of your humiliation. Today, not only am I breaking up with you, but you also have to give me a breakup fee. With these words spoken, a hint of astonishment appeared on the cold and frosty face for the first time. Do you know how high the graves are for those who dare to speak to me like this? Ding! The target accumulates 20 anger points. The next moment, you see a row of prompts popping up above Lang Wushuang's head. System, what is this? Ding! The host counterattacks the target through verbal and physical means, causing the target to generate corresponding emotional values. When the emotional value reaches 100, special props or effects can be obtained. After receiving the reward, the target's emotional value will be reset to 0, and the host can continue to counterattack and accumulate. Upon hearing this, you became excited, slammed the table suddenly, and put on a defiant posture. If you have the ability, make me grow grass on my grave. Otherwise, we have to break up, and not a penny less for the breakup fee. This momentum really startled Lang Wushuang. She raised her eyebrows slightly, looking at you as if you were crazy. This emperor is interested to hear. How much breakup fee do you want? You gritted your teeth and said directly, 30 million spirit crystals. Seal my land again. And I want another title. Cold Frost's expression was colorful when she heard this. You are challenging my authority. Ding! Accumulated anger value 80. You stared at her and said firmly, no, I'm just seeking justice for myself. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Cold Frost's eyes, her momentum rising steadily, and the Empress's authority pressed down on you like a mountain and sea. Ding! Accumulated anger value 100. Upon seeing this, you felt a sense of joy in your heart and quickly said, System, quickly give me the item. Give me the item. Ding! The host, during the mission process, successfully counterattacked and obtained a random item, a Night of Drunkenness. The one who takes it will have floating steps, a dazed look in their eyes, a tongue tied in knots, and can be called a brother. Use it, use it, smash it hard on Cold Frost. As soon as you finished speaking, Cold Frost, who was originally as cold as an iceberg, suddenly felt weak in her legs, and her eyes gradually became unfocused. She tried hard to stand firm, but it was like stepping on cotton, swaying left and right. You on the side, after seeing this, laughed and said, Cold brother, are you okay? Cold Frost waved his hand, his cold tone becoming heroic. This emperor doesn't get drunk. Come, drink again. With that, she hugged you and patted the white hair on your head. Brother, your hair is not bad. Ha ha, is this still the always aloof Empress? If you weren't so drunk, I would have laughed long ago. Brother, shouldn't brothers share blessings together? Of course, feel free to ask for anything you need. Hearing this, you leaned closer to her and unconsciously looked down. Ding! Host, what are you doing? You only have 5 minutes left to live, and you still want to think about that stuff? If you don't let me play, don't even look at it. Go away. After saying that, you took out a slightly yellowed piece of paper from the arms of Cold Frost. This is a resignation letter you wrote long ago, meaning you resigned yourself. Brother Cold, how about putting a seal on this? Give me another 3 million spirit crystals and a piece of land, and then make me a lord or something. Okay, whatever you say, brother. Cold Frost responded magnanimously, then added a few lines to the book, grant a piece of pastoral land, a position, and 30 million spirit crystals for retirement. Immediately after, she lightly brushed with Phoenix sleeve, and an imperial seal appeared out of thin air, sealing it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the current task, gaining an additional 500 years of life, with the current remaining life being 500 years. Congratulations to the host for receiving a beginner's gift package. The system is quite generous, and the beginner's gift package is also given. But the next moment, you are confused again, facing yourself in the mirror. Does this look like someone who has gained 500 years of life? Clearly, it's more like a piece of dried pork that has been preserved for hundreds of years. Life is life. Appearance is appearance. The two cannot be confused. Remaining life only represents how long the host can live. not that your physical condition will improve. Hearing this, you helplessly shook your head, your gaze drifting towards the drunken cold frost beside you, an evil thought flashing through your mind, but the next moment you gave up. This old man is out of strength. Cold frost completely passed out. You carried her to the bed, then finally had time to check the newbie gift package. This is much more exciting than unpacking deliveries in the previous life. The first item is a divine grade storage ring, with infinite space inside. Whatever is put in will remain the same when taken out. For example, if a cup of hot water is put in, it will still be hot when taken out. Of course, living creatures cannot be stored. The second item is a rejuvenating gourd, which can be used to recharge remaining lifespan. The remaining lifespan will be stored in the gourd in the form of wine, with each year of remaining lifespan equivalent to 365 sips. By drinking 500 sips, you can reduce your age by 1 year. This means you need to recharge 8,000 years of remaining lifespan and drink 2,920,000 sips to return to the peak beauty of 18 years old. The third item is a wooden sword, which can be used to level up by cutting trees. Once fully leveled up, it can cut through anything. The last item is a paper-cut donkey. Ding! Host, the name of this donkey is running fast, and it can travel 10,000 miles a day. When you use it, just throw it out, and you can also put it in your pocket when you are done. Oh, Muyo understood. This was a running artifact. Early in the morning, there was a hustle and bustle outside the Tufu residence. Hundreds of retainers from the Internal Affairs Department were lining up in a long line to carry spirit crystals to the mansion. Be careful. This is 30 million spirit crystals. You can't even afford to pay for a broken piece, the leading chief housekeeper commanded while wiping beads of sweat from his forehead. As soon as the imperial seal was stamped last night, the House of the Interior, on duty, received the contents of the letter of repudiation. This is not artificial, but the seal of the emperor has the effect of conveying the will. According to the rules, the Internal Affairs Department must deliver the spirit crystals before dawn. Master Chief, this is too much, isn't it? An attendant held the box and asked, panting, 3,000 boxes of spirit crystals, 10,000 per box. That's a day's worth of tax revenue for the Lang Kingdom. The Chief of Internal Affairs sighed. It is not our turn to question His Majesty's will. The clamor woke up Lang Wushuang, who was still sleeping. She opened her eyes lazily, but suddenly realized that she was actually lying on a bed in the Difu's mansion. What shocked her even more was that there was actually Muyo lying beside her. Bang! Lang Wushuang smashed the jade case at the head of the bed with one palm, and a cold aura instantly enveloped the entire room. She's even sharing a bed with Muya? This was simply a strange shame. What shook her even more was that she was actually spending the night here. In 80 years, she had never once stayed over. It's all about showing contempt for this loser. When she recalled the events of last night, she couldn't even think of anything at all, and only felt a terrible headache. Not good. Lang Wushuang subconsciously lifted the quilt. It was a relief to see that none of his clothing had been removed. She coldly looked at Muyo, who was still huffing and puffing on the bed, and a cold aura flickered in her eyes. A 98-year-old man doesn't have the ability to do that anymore in quantity. Muyo woke up at the sound and opened her eyes in a daze. Good morning, Your Majesty, he greeted with a smile. Last night you drank too much and had to sleep here. Shut up. Lang Wushuang interrupted him, then heard the clamor outside and frowned as she walked to the window. When she saw in the courtyard the stacked boxes of spirit crystals, her face instantly turned ironic. What's this about? The Chief Internal Affairs Officer knelt down in a hurry. Back to Your Majesty. This is in accordance with last night's decree. For Difu. 30 million spirit crystals. What 30 million spirit crystals? Lang Wushuang had a confused look on his face. Then he saw the letter of repudiation held in Muya's hand and his pupils contracted violently. On it was clearly stamped with her imperial seal. She stared at the contents of the letter of repudiation dead on, her hands shaking slightly. Usually the alcohol consumption is not good. Could it be that last night's humiliation of this punk was on the spur of the moment and he drank too much? This she did not question. Whenever she mistreated Muoy to the point of arousal, she would always taste so many bites, but also never been so drunk. Your Majesty. Muyo hunched over. Can you do me a favor? Lang Wushuang looked at him coldly. So many spirit crystals. An old man like me can't move them. Muyi put on a pitiful face. Can I exchange it for a spirit ticket? You. Lang Wushuang was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently. Her jade hands clenched into fists. Get out. If you can move it, move it. If you can't, leave it. With a flutter of her sleeve, she directly left the Tufu mansion. Though he left with determination, his heart had long been swirling with waves that were difficult to calm. For 80 whole years, this letter of repudiation was not promised to her. In the future, in this deep palace, Less Moonite this plaything, but less interesting. The thought of it caused irritation to rise in her mind. That's right. The day she didn't abuse Muyao, she was irritable, as if she was an ant on a hot pan, lifting up the pain. Your Majesty. At that moment, the Chief of Internal Affairs caught up, and the matter of fiefdoms and positions. Lang Wushuang stopped and coldly said, give him that piece of wasteland on the Imperial Sect Mountain. But there. Let's call it Goji Peak. Lang Wushuang gritted his teeth. Make him the Peak Master. The Chief of Internal Affairs wiped his cold sweat. Yes, that fiefdom document. And the map. No need. Lang Wushuang directly interrupted him. Let him find it himself. If he can find it, it's his. If he can't, he deserves it. After that, she left straight away. Goju Peak? Muyi stroked his chin. That name. Kind of interesting. Hey. No point. The chief steward shook his head, then sighed and left. As he watched the chief steward shake his head and leave, Muyao's heart was vaguely uneasy. He began to organize the original owner's memories. And really, he recalled some clues. Then he let out a cry of my grass, and a light flashed in his eyes. It was said that within the imperial sect, there were countless mighty cultivators, and it was the hub of the Lang kingdom for cultivating talents. The patriarch, Lang Xian, is a powerful person with the strength of Peak of the Seven Realms. Lang Xian, most of all, despised those mortals without spirit roots. In his eyes, people without spiritual roots were no different from ants. The Goji Peak is a small peak within the imperial sect. This name, or Lang Wushuang just bestowed it. On weekdays, the place was known as the wasteland or the junkyard. That piece of land, planting what does not grow. Usually the soup and water within the clan are poured there. It belongs to the role of being a dumping ground. The memory of this was making Muyuki laugh like crazy. Wouldn't that be a paradise for the rest of your life? Once one is insulted, the system releases the mission. And once the mission is released, thinking about it that way, he still had a little something to look forward to. Chapter 4, Collecting Spirit Crystals. Riding a donkey and running away. After making sure no one was around, Muyao closed the gate. He rubbed his hands together and looked at the stacked boxes of spirit crystals, his eyes glowing. It should fit. Pulling out the divine grade storage ring, Muyi was a bit unsure. Ding. Don't worry, host. A divine grade storage ring with unlimited space. Muyao nodded and aimed the ring at the first pile of spirit crystals. Collect. Only a shimmering light flashed, and the entire 500 boxes of spirit crystals instantly disappeared. I'll go. This is too handsome. Host, your old man, take it easy. Don't flash your back. You're the one who's naughty. Muyi blankly glanced at the system and continued to collect spirit crystals. Pile after pile. 500 boxes. 1,000 boxes. 2,000 cases. In less than an incense stick of effort, all 3,000 boxes of spirit crystals were included in the storage ring. Perfect. But it doesn't seem perfect enough. Muyao revealed a lewd smile. In the Imperial Library, Lang Wushuang's fingers gently tapped on the dragon case. She couldn't get last night out of her head. I only remember going to trouble Mui night and then I don't remember anything. That loser should still be there, gawking at the box. A cold smile curled the corners of her mouth. Just then, the personal maid Wan Air ran in a panic. Your Majesty, it's not good. Wan Air's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Spirit, the spirit crystal is gone. What? Lang Wushuang stood up violently. What did you say? 3,000 boxes of spirit crystals. Not a single box left. Wan Air's voice was shaking. Even the 2 spirit crystal stone lions outside the gate of the Difu mansion have also disappeared. Unbridled, Lang Wushuang smashed the dragon case with a slap. Are you telling the truth? The slave girl does not dare to deceive your Majesty. Mu Knight. Lang Wushuang's red lips clenched. Then her figure vaporized. Next moment, she's in the Tafus house. The sight in front of her made her shudder. The spirit crystal boxes that were originally piled up like mountains were now gone. Inside the mansion, all the valuable paintings, calligraphy and jade are gone. Even outside the door, the 2 valuable spirit crystal stone lions had disappeared. It's... A cold aura flickered in Lang Wushuang's eyes. Someone, go check. Your Majesty, there's no need to check. I just left the palace and ran into Tafu. The Chief of Internal Affairs arrived quietly, with an expression of shock on his face that was no less than eating. He continued. He greeted the minister and complimented me on my efficiency, and said that he accepted those 3,000 boxes of spirit crystals. I didn't believe it, so I came here to see what it was, and now it seems that it was indeed taken by Tafu. What about the 2 stone lions? The chief steward wiped his cold sweat. I am not aware of it. The corner of Lang Wushuang's eyes twitched slightly. Where is he? It says it's going to rush to the Imperial Sect as soon as possible. To the Imperial Sect? Lang Wushuang laughed coldly. With those old bones of his, can he walk to the Imperial Sect? This, the chief steward stammered. He seems to be riding a small donkey. A burro? Lang Wushuang frowned. Not riding a horse. Riding a donkey? Even stranger. The chief steward continued. The burro ran extremely fast, and was gone in a few rises and falls. Lang Wushuang stood in place, his entire body in a bit of a trance. 80 years. A full 80 years. She had never seen any resistance from Muyuki. Every time he humiliated him, that old man either fell to his knees and begged for mercy or pretended to be deaf and dumb. But today, 3,000 boxes of spirit crystals. She muttered. How did he do that? A loser? A storage ring? Lang Wushuang subconsciously touched the spirit grade extreme storage ring that he was wearing in his hand. No way. Storage rings were extremely precious and rare. Even this emperor has only occasionally obtained one. It's supposed to be a storage bag. Yeah, it's definitely possible. Maybe his dead old man left it to him. As for riding a burro, with his old bones, he can't even ride a horse. So how can he ride a donkey? Could it be? A hint of coldness flashed through Lang Wushuang's eyes. He's been pretending to be a waste for the past 80 years? The thought was dismissed as soon as it popped into her head. In the past 80 years, she hadn't missed out on using her spiritual power to detect Muya. That old man is, indeed, a waste of space with no spiritual roots. So how did he do it? The more Lang Wushuang thought about it, the more angry she became. Her jade hands clenched into fists. For the first time in 80 years, someone had dared to tease her like that. What's even more annoying is that the other person is actually an old man who was on the verge of dying. Muoi. She gritted her teeth and pronounced the name. This emperor would like to see. A cold aura flickered in Lang Wushuang's eyes. What tricks can you pull off in that dump of the emperor sect? Early the next morning, Lang Wushuang transmitted his voice for 10,000 miles to notify the imperial sect. Inside the emperor's clan, the patriarch, Lang Xian, was preparing for the once-in-a-decade disciple acceptance ceremony. He suddenly felt a familiar aura. Your Majesty? What is the purpose of this transmission? Lang Wushuang transmitted his voice. This emperor has given Muyo permission to go to the emperor's sect, and bestowed upon him the piece of junkyard within the imperial clan. From now on, that place will be called Guji Peak, with Mu Yi as the peak master. That trash Mu Yi. How can he be the peak master of our imperial sect? Lang Xian was puzzled. His brows furrowed as if he was somewhat unhappy. What? You dare to question this emperor's decision? I don't dare. Lang Xian knelt down and held the ground with both hands. Remember, other than not letting him die, this emperor doesn't care about the rest. Lang Wushuang added. Honorable order. Lang Xian put away his transmission and immediately made arrangements. Come on man. Patriarch. A disciple answered. Go find out where Moyo is. Lang Xian added faintly. If he arrives at the foot of the imperial sect's mountain, notify me immediately. Yes. The disciple was just about to leave when Lang Xian added. By the way, have someone go to that dump, build a log cabin, and put up a sign with the words Gouger's Peak. Sovereign. There. The disciple wanted to say something. What? It's always been used by the clan disciples to dump wastewater and discard some waste pills and spirit weapons, even if a house is built. It's no harm done. Lang Xian laughed coldly. Build a room at random, as long as it looks like a house. Yes. After the disciple retired, Lang Xian stood in front of the window and looked at the distant dump. It was covered in black fog all year round and reeked of a foul odor. Sooner or later, this old punk can't stand to roll. Just then, a disciple came running in panic. Report. Patriarch. An old man was seen riding a donkey and is on his way to the imperial sect's mountain. He also asked passers-by how to get to Gouger's Peak. What? That fast? Lang Xian frowned. The imperial capital was a whole 10,000 miles or so away from the imperial sect. This punk, Nui Knight, can actually come so fast? How did he get here? Lang Xian asked. Riding a donkey. What? A donkey? Lang Xian's eyes flashed with brilliance. Just in time. Today is the sect's once-in-a-decade disciple acceptance assembly. Tell someone to go and support him and tell him to come and participate as well. Also, the house wouldn't have to be built. Just move a ready-made one and put it on that dump. Chapter 5, Gouger's Peak, Junkyard, Imperial Sect. In front of the mountain gate, a sea of people. Muyi looked at the pomp and circumstance in front of him, and his old face blossomed with joy. Not bad, not bad. It seems that all these people are here to greet this peak master. He rode his donkey and grinned as he made his way into the crowd. Make way, make way. This peak master is here. However, no one paid any attention to the stooped old man. The crowd's attention was focused on the notice on the Imperial Sect's mountain gate. The Imperial Sect's once-a-decade apprentice meeting opens today. Muya looked closer, and his old face collapsed. So it wasn't to greet me. He scratched his head in embarrassment and began to inquire about the location of Guji Peak. Guji Peak? Never heard of it. Does the Imperial Sect have this peak? Oh, you mean that dump. Along the way, Mu Yao heard these words the most. Finally, under the guidance of a sweeping boy, Mu Knight found the Goji Peak. Holy! Standing at the foot of the mountain, Mu Yi almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. What kind of peak is this? It's clearly a bumpkin. As far as the eye could see, there was trash everywhere. Broken Dan furnaces, mutilated magic weapons, and all sorts of miscellaneous items piled up. There was an unpleasant smell in the air, like rotten eggs. That smell. It couldn't be someone dumping toilet water here, could it? Mu Yao pinched his nose in disgust. At the top of the hill, there was another dilapidated wooden house that looked like it could collapse at any moment. There was also a stone tablet in front of the cabin with 3 words carved crookedly on it. Goji Fang, go to the peak. Mu Yao slapped the donkey's ass. Even with donkeys to make way, the going was extremely difficult. There's rubble and debris everywhere, and if you're not careful, you'll fall. What's worse is the stench. The higher you go, the stronger the flavor becomes. Ahem. Mu Yao coughed while secretly bellyaching. This Long Wuxuan, he's really good at fixing people. Given a plot of land, but it's a dump. But a glint flashed in Mu Yao's eyes. This place is run down, but it's better than clean. Nobody wants to come to a place like this. He stood on the dirt bag and looked around. As far as the eye could see, there were yellowed weeds everywhere. A few scattered trees, thin and bony, stood there. The trunk is dry and cracked. The bark is peeling off. The leaves are wilting and yellowing, and it could fall at any time. This is too miserable. Moyo sighed as the ground beneath her feet dried and cracked in a tortoise-like pattern. Occasionally, a few strands of black gas emerged from the cracks, emitting a foul odor. He walked over to a tree and reached out to touch the trunk. Click! A piece of bark fell right off. Even the bark is so brittle. Mu Yi shook his head and took out the wooden sword from his storage ring. Want to try? He swung his wooden sword at the nearest tree. Swish! The wooden sword cut through and the tree snapped in response. Ding! The host has recharged a tree for the 9 dragon sword. Current level, 0 rank. Current upgrade progress, 1/1000. What do you mean? Ding! The host needs to cut down 1,000 trees to upgrade the 9 dragon sword to the first level. Moyo was speechless. A wooden sword can be called 9 dragon sword, and you have to cut down 1,000 trees to get to the first rank? Mu Ya knew that all the items in this world had a grade. Levels are categorized in order from 1 to 9, and the grades would be categorized into Spirit Grade, Immortal Grade, and Divine Grade. Spirit Grade, an item that can be used by cultivators who have not yet ascended at the moment. Immortal Grade, available after ascending to immortality. Divine Grade, only those who have ascended from immortal to divine again can use it. And the qualities can all be categorized as lower, middle, upper, extreme, and supreme. System, what grade is this 9 dragon arcane sword of mine? Ding! In the spirit realm it is both spirit grade, in the immortal realm it is immortal grade, and in the divine realm it is divine grade, and of the highest quality. That's still pretty impressive. But you have to cut 1,000 trees to get to the first rank. And how many trees do you have to cut down to get to the 9th rank? As he looked around, the entire Goji Peak added up to just a dozen trees. Forget it. Muyo waved her hand. If all these trees were cut down, wouldn't this place be even more miserable? He found a reasonably clean spot and sat down on the ground. From the storage ring, he took out the reduced age gourd. Unico, recharge the 50 years of remaining life. Ding! Recharge successful. Current volume of alcohol in the gourd, 50 years. Host total recharge, 50 years. Host's current life expectancy, 450 years. The first approximation of Mui Night was that there were 250 mouths. How many times do you have to get drunk before you finish it? But it's a fight to get back to the peak of my face when I was 18. He uncorked the gourd and sniffed. A refreshing scent hits your nose. The flavor. Not bad. He took a sip and brightened up. This wine has a soft mouthfeel and a long aftertaste. It was more flavorful than the Mao Tai he had drunk in his previous life. TSK. This wine. Muya was about to take 2 more sips when he suddenly heard a cracking sound. Look up, only to see a figure fall from the sky and land in front of him. The visitor was dressed in white, with a dusty temperament. Looks like he's in his early 20s. You're Moyo? The young man looked Muyo up and down, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. The patriarch asked me to inform you that today is the apprentice acceptance meeting, and that you should attend as well. An apprenticeship meeting? Muyi blinked his cloudy old eyes. This peak master is at this age. Why would he accept a disciple? Humph. The young man snorted coldly. Do you think anyone would really want to worship you? The patriarch said that since you are the peak master, you have to follow the rules. All peak masters must attend the apprentice acceptance conference. Muyo stroked his chin in thought. This is Lang Xian deliberately embarrassing him. Wasn't the point of having someone without a spiritual root participate in the apprentice assembly to make a fool out of him? Ding! Lang Xin has been detected to be targeting the host. Issuing a counterattack mission, make at least one talented disciple take the initiative to worship the master at the disciple acceptance meeting. Target of counterattack, Lang Xian. Mission reward, 500 years of remaining life. Muyuki's eyes lit up, but then it dimmed again. Getting at least one talented disciple to initiate worship? Unico, are you giving me a hard time too? Host, this system is only issuing tasks according to the rules. Please don't make things difficult for the unicorn. Host, MU Knight. Alright, this peak master will go now. Muya could only stand up as well and was about to leave on his crutches. When the young man saw that Muya was leaving, he leapt and flew away. Muyuki froze, then shouted, "Hey, young man, tell me instead how to get to the main peak." No response. Chapter 6, Riding the Donkey. Can you give me a hand? The main peak of the Imperial Sect was magnificent. Between the clouds, a huge square was suspended in mid-air. Around the square, 18 huge stone pillars stuck straight up into the sky. On each stone pillar, the name of a peak is carved. Excalibur Peak, Acacia Peak, Shantian Peak. Only on the last stone pillar, the words Goji Peak were inscribed in a crooked manner. At this moment, the square was crowded. Tens of thousands of disciples who had come to pay their respects were neatly arranged in the center of the square, and on the high platforms surrounding the square, the peak masters of the peaks of the Emperor's sect were seated. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure fell from the sky. The crowd looked up. Only a figure was seen slowly descending from the sky. A long basalt-colored robe, silver hair and white beard, and a sense of majesty between his eyebrows. It's Lang Xian, the head of the Imperial Sect. The aura of the peak of the seventh realm's questioning. The crowd erupted in awe. Lang Xian's gaze was like electricity as he scanned the entire room. A slight frown creased his brow when he saw the empty raised platform in the far corner. I'm afraid the sun will go down by the time that old punk arrives. Just then, a sword light cut through the sky. Master, I'm late. One could only see a middle-aged man dressed in white, stepping on his sword. It's the master of the Excalibur Peak, Sikong Yun. He was Lang Xian's favorite disciple, and even more so, his personal disciple. Not too late, just in time. Lang Xian nodded slightly. The words just fell. A scented breeze hit the room. A silhouette floated down with the wind. The woman had a red dress and her appearance was stunning. Just standing there, you can't take your eyes off it. Senior sister Lu is also here. Sikong Yun laughed. Lu Mayer smiled gently, her vermilion lips slightly opening. We can't let senior brother Sikong specialize in beauty. She is the peak master of Acacia, Lu Mayer. Subsequently, the other peak masters also arrived one after another. Some of them fly with their imperial swords. Some stepped into the air. Some rode spirit animals. Each one of them shows their powers. Soon, all the raised platforms were already filled except for the one in the far corner. Gentlemen, Lang Xian stood at the top, his voice resounding throughout the room. Today is my Imperial Sect's once-in-a-decade disciple acceptance meeting. I'm sure you all know the rules. Whether or not you can worship under each peak depends on your ability. The words just fell. There was a sudden commotion. What's that? A donkey? Only in the distance. A stooped old man, riding a donkey, was coming at a rapid pace. The donkey gritted its teeth, flung its limbs wildly, and spat white spittle from its mouth. Ahem! Moyo held the cane in one hand and grabbed the donkey's saddle with the other. There was also a wooden sword on the right side of his waist, and on the other side, a gourd. Make way! This peak master is here. The whole place is dead silent. Everyone was dumbfounded at the scene. An old man who looks like he could break at any moment, riding a burro that looks like it could fall over at any moment. At the Imperial Sect's disciple acceptance meeting. The picture. It's just hot. That's him. It's that punk with no spirit root. I heard that he is the husband of the Empress of the Cold Kingdom. Now the ex-husband. It's still the peak master of Guji Peak. The murmurs were loud and clear. Muya turned a deaf ear and flung his donkey whip. Ding! The sun has traveled 10,000 miles today, so you can use it again tomorrow. An alert came from the system. The burrow then transformed into a piece of paper and burrowed into Muya's sleeve. Ah! Muoy fell heavily to the ground. The scene was very awkward. Ha ha ha! A roar of laughter went up. Muya leaned on his crutches and managed to get up. Looking at the towering steps in front of him, he made a mistake. This has to be 3 feet high, right? That. Muyi looked up to Lang Xian. Patriarch, can you give me a hand? He naturally knew Lang Xian. 80 years ago, I saw it at my own wedding reception. It's been 80 years and the appearance still hasn't changed much. Worthy of being a mighty cultivator. Lang Xian swept him with his afterimage. He had only seen Muya once, and that time was at the Empress wedding banquet. At that time, Mu Yi was only 18 years old, and could be said to be the #1 most beautiful man in Lingua. And this time when I see you again, it's this dying look. Disgrace. His coming to the Emperor sect was simply a disgrace to the Emperor sect. Lang Xian waved his hand slightly, and a spiritual force lifted Mu Yi and threw him heavily onto the high platform. Many thanks, Sovereign. Mu Yi rubbed his old back and struggled to get up. Lang Xian glanced at him fiercely and paid no attention at all. Since everyone is here, let's get started. First round, testing spiritual roots. Anyone without a spiritual root will be eliminated directly. As he said this, he purposely glanced at Mu Yao. Mu Yao pretended not to see it, took the gourd in his hand, and took a sip. Begin! With Lang Xian's command, 18 spirit measuring pillars rose in the center of the square. Each spirit measuring pillar represents an attribute: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, darkness, light. Tens of thousands of disciples lined up to take the test. Soon, the first geniuses stood out. 5 spirit roots. This disciple has awakened the 5 spiritual roots of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Nice. Si Kong Yun nodded in satisfaction. This kind of talent is already considered superior. 8 spirit roots. Suddenly, a cry of alarm came. All eyes were drawn to it. One could only see a white-clothed girl, standing in front of the spirit measuring pillar. Of the 18 spirit measuring pillars, a full 8 were glowing. Yes. Si Kong Yun stood up violently. This kind of talent is rare to see in 100 years. This little friend, would you like to join my divine sword peak? The white girl was just about to speak. Willow Meyer let out a soft laugh. Senior brother Si Kong, you're in a bit of a hurry. This girl, my Acacia Peak's technique is most suitable for female cultivators to cultivate. The other peak masters also spoke up. One time, the whole square was abuzz. Mu Yao shook his head as he watched. These people, they're really snobby. Mu Yao boredly surveyed the crowd on the stage. In the crowd, a white figure stood out. It was a young girl of about 16 or 17 years of age, with a white dress that won the snow, and a face that was unrivaled. She stood in the crowd, her eyes indifferent, but kept staring at Mu Yao. Mu Yao was all a bit shy from the look. No. First time here and you're being looked at by a beautiful woman? The two men's gazes met, and Mu Yao immediately avoided it as if he had been electrocuted. The young girl's name is Stranger Snow. A few days ago, I went up the mountain to cut firewood and was unfortunately struck by lightning. When I woke up, I had hundreds of lifetimes of memories in my head. 10,000 years ago, she was the Empress of the demon world, the world's most feared demoness. Pity. Betrayed by his most trusted confidant during a demonic god war. The unwillingness before her death made her soul immortal and reborn for 100 lifetimes. After surviving a whole 100 lifetimes, this one is finally awakening. After her cultivation was restored, she would go back to those who had wronged her to settle the score. And the Imperial sect, with its rich aura, was the perfect choice for her. 100 generations ago, she had always been fond of silence and disliked bustling, much less want to draw attention to myself. I just arrived at the Imperial sect today. I was going to dig a random cave, just practice in peace and be done with it. As a result, he was inexplicably squeezed by the crowd into the apprenticeship meeting. What's even more outrageous is that it's also being pulled to enroll in the program in a haphazard manner. Next tester, Strange Snow. At that moment, a flood of voices rang out from the dais column. Chapter 7, Me, entering the Guji Peak. Strange Snow. As the name was called out, a white figure walked slowly. The whole room was instantly quiet. All eyes were drawn to this young girl. She was dressed in white and snow, and her face was stunning. A head of green silk like a waterfall, dancing lightly with the wind. That face, it was too beautiful to be mortal. Her skin was snowy, her eyebrows were like distant mountains, and her eyes were like autumn water. Between the knitted brows and the smile, it seems to carry its own light. Between his hands and feet, he has his own air of dust. So beautiful. Is this a fairy coming down to earth? I'd give 10 years of my life for one look back from her. No, I'll take 100 years of life, even if it makes me die immediately. It's worth it to see such a fairy. Moon Knight froze. Blue star on the licking dog. Did not expect. The Xian world and the licking dog. Then there is even more fierce. He then stole a couple glances at Stranger Snow. Not bad. Ness. He then picked up the gourd and took a swig. Drinking is the right thing to do. Filling up the remaining 50 years of your life. There are still 18,000 mouths to go. Every second counts. The scene resounded with awe. Even the peak masters on the high platform couldn't help but look a few more times. There was wonder and admiration in their eyes. There were a few more complex emotions that I couldn't hide. Strange Snow was used to it. Reincarnated for 100 lifetimes. This look of hers was more absolute than ever. For the first few dozen lifetimes, she was either abducted or on her way to being abducted. In the dozens of generations that followed, it triggered dozens of emperors to fight over their jealousy. Not a few have destroyed their countries for them. But, Strange Snow glanced at Muyao, who was drinking. This old man just drinks. Fong had only glanced at her carelessly for a couple of moments. I never looked at it again. This exception shocked her a little. Lu Mayer smiled gently. This little girl. She was born well. She prided herself on her beauty topping the imperial sect. But when she saw more Qianxue, she couldn't help but feel somewhat ashamed of herself. That natural aura is something that no one can imitate. Si Kong Yun also brightened up. Not bad. Not bad. Something to play with. Strange Snow came to the spirit measuring pillar with a calm expression. 10,000 years ago, there was no such thing as a spirit measuring pillar. She had no idea what was going to happen next. Stretching out his jade hand, he gently pressed on the spirit measuring pillar. Buzz. The 18 spirit measuring pillars vibrated at the same time. Everyone held their breath. At this moment, even the air seemed to freeze. With such a stunning face, one would think that the spiritual roots wouldn't be bad either. Maybe we can witness the birth of a genius today. However, only the last spirit measuring pillar was seen to light up with a faint glow. The other 17 roots, unresponsive. That's it? Just one light? I thought it was some kind of supreme genius, but it turns out to be a lower grade spirit root. A chorus of boos rang out. Some shook their heads and sighed. Others sneered. It's a shame about the skin. So what if you look beautiful? Lower grade spirit root. It's a waste after all. It's better for this kind of person to go to a greenhouse and sell his art. That's it. That's it. I think she's just here to mingle. Si Kong Yun shook his head in disappointment. Originally, he had thought that if this little girl had good qualifications, he might be able to take her as a disciple. Now it looks like there's no play. Just then, Lu Mayer suddenly stood up. She covered her lips and smiled softly, a glint in her eyes. It's okay, the spirit root is ruined, but it's good that the looks are okay. Little girl, why don't you come to my acacia peak? Even though you are a lower grade spirit root, with looks like yours. She looked Stranger Snow up and down, her eyes filled with appreciation. Even if you don't cultivate, this peak master will still be able to train you to become the #1 daughter of the Ling Kingdom. At that time, I don't know how many worldly gentlemen and sect geniuses will fall for you. Anything you want, they'll give it to you with both hands. Many people nodded their heads in agreement at these words. Yeah, with Stranger Snow's looks, he could totally go that way. Maybe, you can even get on the good side of some big shot. However, Stranger Qianxue didn't even look at Lu Mayer. Lu Mayer's face stiffened. His own hallowed Acacia Peak master was actually ignored by a little girl? At this moment, Lang Xian, who was on top of the high platform, was violently standing up. He stared dead on at the glowing spirit measuring pillar. That's the 18th root, the pillars of the divine, the spirit measuring pillar that no one has ever been able to light up in 10,000 years. Lang Xian forced down his inner shock. The Hongmeng sacred body is the legacy of a divine descendant, not in the 5 elements, beyond the 6 paths. Legend has it that 10,000 years ago, there was one, but unfortunately it eventually fell. If people knew about this, it would certainly cause an uproar in the entire 9 Dragons Xianyu. At that time, whether it was a hidden master or a sect giant, all of them would have coveted this supreme talent and potential. If we can put this man at the service of our Ling Kingdom, properly utilized, it will become a sharp weapon that other countries will be afraid of. He took a deep breath and acted as if nothing had happened. This girl, would you like to be under this seat? The whole room was in an uproar at these words. What? Patriarch wants to take a lower grade spirit root as his disciple? This can't be right. Could it be that the patriarch is blinded by old age? Could it be that you're looking at someone's beauty? Even the other peak masters were shocked. It was important to know that Lang Xian was extremely strict in accepting disciples. Even if it was a top-grade spiritual root with 5 attributes, he might not even look at it. Now, yet they want to accept a disciple who has only lit up 1 spirit measuring pillar? This is completely out of character. The crowd speculated. Some say the patriarch is senile. Some say the patriarch was mesmerized by beauty. Others say that behind this little girl, there might be something big. At this moment, everyone's gazes were focused on Stranger Qianxue. She froze slightly, as if she hadn't expected the patriarch to throw an olive branch at her so directly. It seemed that within the emperor sect, only this patriarch could see through his own strength. After a moment, she gently bit her lip, and a glint of determination flashed in her eyes. I'll look again. Look again? The crowd was shocked. You think this is a food market? Just say look. The one you rejected is the head of the imperial sect, Lang Xian Na. He was a powerful person at the peak of the 7 realms of questioning. Normally people can't even beg. This girl is too ignorant of the depths. Lang Xian's face instantly grimaced. As the head of the Emperor's sect, he was actually rejected by a little girl in public, and he was a bit embarrassed about his face. It seems that the clan was overly eager. The little girl is afraid that she is still hesitant about the age of this clan. Ha ha ha. Let's put it this way. The Peak Master of Divine Sword Peak, Sikong Yun, is none other than my beloved disciple and personal disciple. If you can enter his disciple, I'm sure the communication will be smoother, and you'll be able to better spar for progress. Sikong Yun was stunned, but still stood up and clasped his fists. If the girl is willing, I, Divine Sword Peak, will definitely teach you everything. Actually, it's about her beauty. Strange Snow, however, was expressionless, as if she didn't care about any of this. What she wanted was a clean place to focus on her cultivation, and being seen by the sovereign was not a good thing. Just when the crowd thought that Mo Qianxue would become Sikong Yun's personal disciple, she slowly stepped forward, her jade hand gently raised, pointing to the most inconspicuous corner pillar. Me, into the Gojin Peak. A clear and cold voice echoed over the main peak of the Emperor's sect. The whole place is dead silent. Chapter 8, A Waste, Worthy of a Disciple? Me, into the Gojin Peak. The moment these words came out, the entire main peak instantly fell dead silent. Everyone looked at Strange Snow with a look of madness. Even Moon Knight hadn't expected that he had just arrived and had been taken in by this beautiful woman. Being a single dog in his previous life, he was actually touched by something. It's not easy. It's not easy. Finally, the other side is taking the initiative. Still a beautiful woman. However, the system's task was to make a talented disciple take the initiative to worship the master. The point is, genius. Although Lang Xian had just made a move, it was only because he had fallen for the girl's beauty. He was all a bit overwhelmed, and again, he picked up his gourd and slammed a few mouthfuls into it. Calm down. Not impulsive. Still focus on the mission. Seeing that Muyo only drank and didn't say a word, Strange Snow was even more certain in his heart. She was excessively beautiful, and it even became an annoyance. If you enter the Guji Peak, not only do you get some peace and quiet, but you don't have to spend all day worrying about how you look. What? She's crazy, isn't she? Her, actually wants to worship under a loser? Am I hallucinating? At this point, the murmurings were loud and clear. Sikong Yun's face was instantly gloomy. He was the Divine Sword Peak Master, the personal disciple of the head of the Imperial sect, and he was actually rejected by a little girl in public. What's even more annoying is that the other party actually chose that loser. Ha ha ha. Lu Mayer suddenly burst out laughing. Little girl, do you know what Guji Peak is? There's the dump, not even a decent house. Wouldn't it be a waste for a beauty like you to go to a place like that? My Acacia Peak is a holy place for female cultivators, so the girl might as well reconsider? Strange Snow remained expressionless. She was cold to the extreme. This made Lu Mayer lose her amusement, and instead, she became a little more embarrassed. Strange Snow walked slowly to Mui's dais and bowed respectfully. Please also ask the Peak Master to accept me as his disciple. Muyuki blinked his cloudy old eyes. It's hard to choose. While he was hesitating, the system made a decision for him. Ding! Detecting a supreme genius who has taken the initiative to worship his master. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward, 500 years of life. Current life expectancy, 950 years. What? Muya's cloudy old eyes had some light in them as if they had opened the eyes of heaven. This girl, not only is she a genius, she's also an absolute genius. The system's judgment can't be wrong. He stroked his beard in a pretentious manner. Girl, have you thought this through? This Guji Peak of mine is not a good place. Mo Qianxue nodded. Disciple's mind is made up. I wanted to dig a cave, but now that I have a name, I don't have to use hiding to practice. Yes, Moyo slapped his thighs. Then from now on, you are my Guji Peak's eldest disciple. Nah, it should be the chief great disciple. Slow down. Sikong Yun suddenly stood up. Although Mo Qianxue was a lower grade spirit root, Sikong Yun had long been attracted to her appearance. A waste of space could take her as a disciple. So what's not to like about himself? What's more, just now, Mo Qianxue had rejected him in public. It's a face that just doesn't hang. He let out a cold laugh. A waste of space is worthy of a disciple? You don't even have spirit roots. What are you going to teach your disciples? When these words came out, many peak masters secretly nodded their heads. Yes, what right does a punk with no spiritual roots have to take on a disciple? Peak Master Sikong is right. Although this girl's spirit root is a bit wasted, our Emperor sect has always treated people with sincerity, and we must not bluff them. That's right. What kind of mortal would teach a cultivator who carries a spiritual root? The murmurs were loud and clear. Mu Dao's face remained unchanged and he just looked at Sikong Yun indifferently. Robbing my beautiful apprentice. No way. Sikong Yun was even more annoyed by this look in his eyes. What? Not convinced? Si Kongyun sneered. Then how about this? This peak master will only use 1 year of cultivation. If you can take one of my slaps, I will recognize that you are qualified to take on a disciple. How? Ding! Si Kongyun has been detected to be targeting the host. Issuing a counterattack mission, make Si Kongyun lose face in the Apprentice Acceptance Conference. Target of counterattack, Si Kongyun. Mission reward, 500 years of remaining life. Muyuki's eyes lit up. That's a timely mission for Unico. Tutelary, with my current remaining lifespan, can I receive a slap from Si Kongyun? When it came to matters of life, Muya was still cautious. Ding! Detected by the system. Target age, 519 years. In a comprehensive judgment, his cultivation will not exceed 519 years. If the target uses 1 year of cultivation, with the host's current remaining lifespan, he can receive 950 palms from him. If the opponent uses his life's training, the host can only receive more than 1 slap. I see. That means 1 year of cultivation will consume 1 year of remaining life. And how about ignoring the opponent's cultivation? Yes. After listening to the system's explanation, Muyi forced herself to resist the urge to laugh out loud. Isn't that experience value delivered to your door? Over here, the moment Si Kongyun's words came out, the Peak Masters exchanged words. 1 year of cultivation? Peak Master Si Kong is being merciful. Even if it's only 1 year of cultivation, that's still a slap from the 5th realm of void transformation. This old punk will surely die. The corner of Lang Xian's mouth on the high platform rose slightly. This Si Kongyun is good at his job. Strange Snow frowned slightly. She couldn't feel a single trace of aura on Muyao's body. If Muyao were to get hurt, one mustn't really go digging caves and sneaking around to practice. Besides, the old man was upright and gave his life for himself. As the demon emperor, she actually had some intolerance. Master, she was just about to speak. Muyao, however, waved her hand. No harm done. He leaned on his crutches and slowly made his way to the middle of the field. Come on. Si Kongyun sneered. This old punk, he really dares to take it? I'm afraid I'm drunk and confused. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you. His figure flashed and he instantly arrived in front of Muya. A ball of green-colored spiritual energy coalesced in his palm. This palm, although it only used 1 year of cultivation, but it was more than enough to deal with a waste without a spiritual root. Die! Si Kongyun slapped his palm out. The green-colored palm print broke through the air, emitting an ear-piercing whistling sound. Chapter 9, Who is the waste with a slap to surprise the crowd? Muyo stood still for a moment. He even yawned and slowly pulled out his gourd. This look of old age made everyone look dumbfounded. This old man is really not afraid of death. A slap from the 5th realm of void transformation. Even if you only use 1 year of cultivation, that's still not something a mortal can receive. I'm afraid I've lived too long and want a pain in the ass. The murmurs were loud and clear. Facing a slap from a 5th realm transformation void powerhouse, this old man not only didn't dodge, he still had the heart to drink. Lu Mayer covered her lips and laughed lightly. This Peak Master Mu is a wonderful person. I just don't know. Will I still be able to laugh later? The other Peak Masters also revealed playful smiles when they heard this. To them, it was nothing more than a farce. Master! Strange Snow exclaimed. She subconsciously rushed forward, though her thoughts were pure. If Master is killed, he'll have to go dig a cave and hide to practice. But deep down, there was already some respect for Muyao. Just at the moment when the palm imprint was about to hit Muyao. Ding! Host attack detected. Attack strength, 1 year of training. Successful defense against an attack consumes remaining life, -1 year. Current life expectancy, 949 years. The corners of Muyao's mouth rose slightly. Boom! A loud bang followed. Smoke and dust. Everyone held their breath. Dead? Supposed to be dead? Even if he didn't die, he'd have to be seriously injured. However, when the smoke clears, everyone's eyes widened. Only Muyao remained standing in the same place. Didn't even move the corner of his shirt. Not only that, but he was lounging around drinking. Gee, that's good wine. He smacked his lips. It's just almost fire. This was said in a cloudy manner, as if he was not the one who had just received that slap. The crowd was dumbfounded. This old man, was he just tasting wine, instead of picking up the slack? This is too much. This can't be. A young disciple lost his voice and exclaimed. I saw the palm print hit him with my own eyes. Could it be a hallucination? One must know that it was a slap from a 5th realm void transformation powerhouse. Even if only 1 year of cultivation had been used, that was still not something a mortal could take. Not to mention being able to sip wine so leisurely. A trace of surprise flashed through Lu Mayer's beautiful eyes. She carefully sized up Muyao, always feeling that this old man was not simple. Is it a hidden power? No. If one is a great power, it's impossible to not have a spiritual root. So how did he do it? How is this possible? Si Kong-yun looked at this scene incredulously, although he himself had only used 1 year of cultivation. But that was still a slap from the 5th realm of transforming void. How is it possible that you can't even break this old punk's defense? Ding! The humiliation value of target Si Kong-yun has exploded to 100. Ding! The host has completed a blast during the course of the quest. Randomized effect, temporarily gain the 9th rank ability of 9 Dragon Sword. Description, can truly cut down the sky, the earth, and everything. After using it, the effect disappears. Instantaneous emotional charge and it's a hit? Muyao had a deeper understanding of how the system was played. System, will the effect disappear when the mission is over? Ding! Items, effects, etc. gained from strike won't disappear as long as the host doesn't use them. Toon-chan, I love you. Toon-chan loves you too. Master, you. At that moment, Si Kong-yun seemed to be about to say something, but Moyo suddenly spoke up. That's it? 2 simple words. However, it made Si Kong-yun's face turn blue. The other peak masters on the high platform looked at each other in disbelief. There's something about this old man. It's not going to be a deep hide, is it? Impossible. He doesn't have a spiritual root at all. Then that slap just now. The crowd was murmuring and speculating about Muyao's true strength. Even Lang Xian, who had always been steady, frowned at this moment. He always felt something was wrong. How could a waste with no spiritual roots receive a slap from a 5th realm void transformation? Although it was only 1 year of cultivation, it was enough to make him splatter his blood on the spot. He didn't believe it and slightly used his spiritual energy to do a full body check on Muyao's body. No spiritual roots, no cultivation. But what was that scene just now? At this time, the disciples under the stage also exploded. It's outrageous. This old man is actually so fierce. I just laughed at him for riding a donkey to the apprentice assembly, and now I feel my face hurting. Riding a donkey is elegant, while riding a sword is pretentious. Mo Qianxue stood on the side. Her beautiful eyes were full of color. The more she thought about it, the more she felt she had chosen the right one. This seemingly confused master teacher was definitely not simple. Si Kong-yun was about to have a seizure. Lang Xian, however, suddenly spoke. Okay, since Peak Master Mu received this slap, that means he's qualified to take on a disciple. Mo Qianxue, from now on, you are a disciple of Guji Peak. This old face, Lang Xian cannot afford to lose. He wants to end this farce as soon as possible. With these words, although Si Kong-yun was unwilling, he did not dare to say anything more. Strange Snow made a deep bow to Muyao. Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. Moyo smiled and nodded. Fine. From now on, you'll be my Guji Peak's chief great disciple. After saying his words, Muyao glanced at Si Kong-yun again without thinking. He squinted his cloudy old eyes and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. A great mission opportunity can't be wasted. The effect of the blast, temporarily gain the 9th rank ability of 9 Dragon Sword. That's a good one. A full force strike from a 9th rank Supreme Spirit item. That was something that even Ling Xian could not hope to achieve. Why don't we use this and come back with a good jacking of Sikyan's wool? Anyway, this kid has an arrogant face and looks like he needs a beating. What's more, he had just spoken out of turn, calling himself a waste. How can I just swallow this breath? At that moment, a glint flashed in Muyao's eyes. That usual old-fashioned look disappeared in an instant. In its place was a palpitating sharpness. Even the stranger Snow on the side froze. This aura? Could it be that it's going to? It was the kind of look a hunter gets when he has his eye on his prey. Dangerous, yet playful. Muyao shook the gourd in his hand with a look of intent. How about this? Let me also offer a sword and ask Peak Master Si Kong to give me some pointers? He patted the wooden sword at his waist and grinned. Chapter 10. When the wooden sword comes out, heaven and earth lose their colors. How about this? Let me also offer a sword and ask Peak Master Si Kong to give me some pointers? He patted the wooden sword at his waist and grinned. Although Muya's voice was hoarse, it carried an undeniable confidence. A wooden sword? Si Kong-yun froze in place, his face cloudy. Good. Just now he had lost face, and now this old thing actually came to his door. Ha ha ha. Si Kong-yun suddenly laughed out loud. The chance to get his face back had come. With you? That broken wooden sword on your belt? Muyao did not panic and gently drew the wooden sword at his waist. The sword's body was ancient and simple, with a light brown color throughout, looking like an ordinary practice sword. Good. It's this wooden sword. Muyi gently stroked the sword. I wonder if Peak Master Si Kong's sword is comparable to that of old me? The whole room was in an uproar at these words. He's crazy, isn't he? More than crazy. It's insane. Peak Master Si Kong's sword is a 7th order extreme spiritual artifact. And I heard that it was also personally bestowed by the current Empress. Not bad. The name of this sword is Jintian. Just listening to the name is bullish enough, isn't it? A hint of viciousness flashed in Si Kongyun's eyes. This old thing actually dared to humiliate himself like this. Own this heaven-splitting sword. Let alone a wooden sword. It was more than enough to split a small mountain. Old punk, you're going to lose this time. Good. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you. Si Kongyun fiercely drew out his sky-splitting sword, the blade pointing with a cold light. Lang Xian sat at the top, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Moyo, you brought this on yourself. A wooden sword dares to fight against the heavenly sword? You're afraid you're really senile. Strange Snow stared blankly at Muya. Is Master really senile? The other party is a spiritual weapon, an ordinary wooden sword of yours. As the Lord of the Demon Realm in her previous life, she was all too aware of the terrifying nature of an extreme 7th grade spiritual weapon. Once it was offered, it was enough to open up mountains and rocks, breaking rivers and dividing seas. And the wooden sword in Master's hand. She scrutinized the ordinary-looking wooden sword. The sword is ancient, the wood is rough, and it doesn't even have a scabbard. It was just casually attached to his waist. If he hadn't just seen with his own eyes, Master Teacher had taken that slap from Si Kongyun. She was about to wonder if her master had some kind of insanity. At this moment, several peak masters were expecting the most. All of them were staring at Moon Knight and Si Kongyun with dead eyes. In their opinion, there was only one outcome to this competition. That is, the wooden sword broke in two, and Si Kongyun missed a moment and in the process split Muyo in two as well. Next moment, sky-splitting sword. Sheath it! Si Kongyun let out a bellowing cry, and the heaven-slashing sword instantly erupted with a brilliant light. The sword chi was as amazing as the Milky Way hanging upside down. The crowd retreated, fearing that they would be affected by this terrifying sword chi. Mu Yao, however, remained calm as he gently raised his wooden sword, his movements seemingly slow. 9-Dragon Xian Sword. Chop. Ding. 9-Dragon Xian Sword. Temporary 9th rank form activated. Effect, it can cut down the sky, the earth and everything. Just this moment, everyone was treated to a scene that will last a lifetime. That ordinary-looking wooden sword suddenly erupted with a shocking sword light. 9 hidden dragon shadows hovered over the sword. Wherever the sword light passed, the void trembled. Boom! The two swords clashed. The crowd had expected to see the scene of a shattered wooden sword. However, to everyone's dumbfounded surprise, the heaven-slashing sword was actually split into two. How is this possible? Si Kongyun was struck by lightning and froze on the spot. The heaven-slashing sword in his hand was a 7th-ranked extreme spiritual artifact. Just like that, chopped off by a wooden sword? Lang Xian stood up violently, his eyes filled with incredulity. The other peak masters even sucked in a breath of cold air. A wooden sword cutting through a spirit weapon? This simply turned their perceptions upside down. The strange colors in Mo Qianxua's beautiful eyes were in abundance. This is the right choice for yourself. Master, it's true that you have deep pockets. The teenage girls on stage were even more boisterous. Oh my god, the wooden sword has cut through the sky-splitting sword. The Gouge Peak Master is also too powerful. Moon Knight put away his sword and sheathed it, looking at the dumbfounded Si Kongyun, and said indifferently, "Understood." These two simple words caused Si Kongyun to be struck by lightning. He looked at the heaven-slaying sword in his hand, which was broken in two, and his entire body was dumbfounded. Ding! The humiliation value of target Si Kongyun has exploded to 100. Ding! The host has completed a blast during the course of the quest. Random item obtained, 1 night drunk. Another night of drunkenness. Moon Knight hurriedly took out the returning age gourd and took a sip. Cool. Just then, Lang Xian suddenly opened his mouth. Peak Master Mu has good means. I wonder if this wooden sword can be. Mu Yao smiled gently, ready to tease them a bit. It's just a randomly sharpened wooden sword. The moment these words came out, the entire room was once again shocked. Hand-picked? What a joke. Si Kongyun was even more pale. His own proud heaven-slashing sword had actually lost to a casually sharpened wooden sword? Everyone looked at Mu Yao with unbelievable eyes. Si Kongyun only felt a tightness in his chest. He was the divine sword peak master. But today he had not only lost face, he had also destroyed the heavenly sword. What's even more irritating is that old thing actually said that it was a casually sharpened wooden sword? Muoy. He gritted his teeth. Ding. The humiliation value of target Si Kongyun has exploded to 100. Ding. The host has completed a blast during the course of the quest. Gain random effect, Golden Bell. After using it, you can resist an attack once, ignoring your cultivation level. Happy. This time Muyo was completely happy. He glanced at Si Kongyun and said, "What? Peak Master Si Kong wants to come back again?" Muyo gently tapped the wooden sword at his waist. Si Kongyun shut up at once. The sense of oppression that wooden sword gave him was just too strong. In fact, Moyuki was still trying to play hard to get. Still, you have to keep a few of the props given by the quests, just in case. Since that's the case, then the old man will take his disciple back to the peak. Muya finished and prepared to leave, but the dais was too high to get down. That patriarch, could you? Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, with a wave of his hand, Lang Xian swept him down with his spiritual power. Get out of here. This patriarch doesn't want to lose face again. Moon Knight landed on the ground and smiled lewdly. Apprentice, let's go. Strong Qianxue followed closely behind, her beautiful eyes flickering with a strange light. At this moment, the peak masters stood in place like statues. The old man is too much of a pretender. Sicken. At this moment, a trace of doubt flashed in Lang Xian's eyes. You will preside over today's disciple acceptance meeting, and this clan will have to rush to the Imperial Palace as soon as possible to inform His Majesty of today's events. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the current mission. Mission, make Si Kong Yun lose face. Acquisition of remaining life, plus 500 years. Current life expectancy, 1,449 years. The system's beeping tone was heard in Muyao's ears. Chapter 11, Divine Ring. Strange Gourd. Goes Peak. Strange Snow was stunned. This peak? No, I should say dirtbag. A black fog shrouded the area and emitted a foul odor. The ground is pitted and littered with dumped wastewater and discarded waste dan. A rickety wooden hut stood alone on a mound of earth. In front of the door hangs a crooked sign with the words Go Jifeng. Senior, here. Stranger Qianxue looked at the scene in front of her, wanting to speak. What? Disgusted? Muyo asked with a smirk. No, disciple just thought. No harm done. Muyo waved her hand. This place really needs to be cleaned up. He walked slowly into the cabin on his crutches. The house was dusty and cobwebs hung from the beams. Apprentice, you should clean up first. Master is too old to do heavy work. Strangler nodded and began to clean up. Looking at her busy figure, a trace of deep meaning flashed through Muya's eyes. This disciple, not only is he good looking, he's also a hard worker. The system said that she was a supreme genius, but judging from her speech and behavior, she was rather like a child of an ordinary family. Where are you from, disciple? Mo Qianxue paused slightly in her movements, then softly said, disciple is from the nearby Qin Yun village. Oh, Muyo raised an eyebrow. Then your parents, disciple, fatherless and motherless. She lowered her head, a hint of bitterness in her voice. In fact, Stranger Snow's life was far more complicated than she said. In this life, she was born in an ordinary farming family in Qin Yun village. Both parents died of illness when she was 5 years old. At the age of 5, she had to come out to work in a stall. Of course, there has been a lot of bullying by my peers. The spirit crystals in her broken bowl were snatched away from time to time. Even so, she survived until she was 16 years old through her stall business. Just a few days ago, there came an old woman with a kind face, throwing a few spirit crystals into her bowl. Then after taking her for another bowl of noodles, it was then abducted and sold to a farmer's family at the foot of Mte. Dizan. The son of that family was a little cutie, and the family wanted to give him a daughter-in-law to carry on the family line. Just the night before the wedding, she was up in the mountains chopping wood, and then it was struck by lightning. This chop not only didn't kill her, but instead made her awaken the memories of her past life. The first thing she did after her awakening was to flee the household. She had been used to it for 100 lifetimes. In fact, all it takes is a place to live and shelter from the elements. But what she didn't expect was this. The master was the peak master of the Imperial sect, but he actually lived in a more humble place than his previous self. This place may be simple, but it's better than clean. Muyao seemed to have read Stranger Snow's mind, but he rolled his eyes. If you feel uncomfortable living here, you can also repair the place. My master has something else here that might be useful. With that, he took out 2 spirit crystal lions from his storage ring. This, Strong Qianxue's beautiful eyes widened. A lion carved out of spirit crystals? Master, this, where did this come from? Oh, this, Muyo said with a smirk, it's from your former master's wife. Strange Snow, ex-mistress? Strange Snow remembered. Just now, at the apprentice acceptance meeting, someone had shouted that the master was the Empress ex-husband. The former master's wife was the legendary Empress of that cold country. Master's identity is really something. Before she could return to her senses, Muyi pulled out another pile of calligraphy, painting, and jade from his storage ring. These are also from your former master's wife. He casually laid things out on the floor. See what you can use. Mo Qianxue looked at the treasures all over the ground, and her entire body was dumbfounded. These paintings and jades, if you take out any one of them, they are worth a lot of money. And this, Muyi pulled out a few more boxes of spirit crystals. Take this and find some workers to repair this wooden house. Strange Snow. What surprised her even more was that these items were actually pulled out of Muya's storage ring. In her previous life, she also had a storage ring. But, this ring, compared to the ordinary ones, seemed a bit different. Her pupils dilated as she took a closer look. Divine grade storage ring. A storage ring of this grade had only been seen once even in her previous life as a demon emperor, and it's still in the relics of an ancient powerhouse. I didn't realize that Master Teacher actually possessed such a treasure. A little confused, she tentatively asked Muyo. Master, disciple is unsure of one thing. Oh, tell me about it. How did Master Sifu receive that slap from Peak Master Sikong just now at the apprentice assembly? Muyo blinked and laughed. Master has his own wonderful method. Strange Snow was thoughtful. She had encountered a similar situation in her previous life when she was a demon emperor. There are some strong people who use secret techniques to transfer damage to other items. However, that kind of secret method often required an extremely precious magic weapon as a medium. There didn't seem to be an aura of this kind of magic weapon on Master's body. Moreover, these few hours were spent in close proximity with the Master. She did not sense the cultivation on her Master's body. There wasn't even a trace of aura. Unless, her gaze fell on the gourd in Muyao's hand. That ordinary-looking gourd had been in her Master's hands since she met him. Moreover, the Master seems to treasure this gourd extraordinarily. Apprentice, Master is old and is going to rest. Moon Knight yawned. You clean up first, for Master to go take a nap. When he finished speaking, he leaned on his cane and walked slowly into the inner room. A trace of doubt flashed in Mo Yenshue's eyes as she looked at Muya's back. Yes, that gourd has something inside. It's late at night and the wind is picking up. Moyo's snores rose and fell. Strange Snow put down the broom in her hands and gently rubbed her sore shoulders. After a whole day of cleaning, the house was finally a little cleaner. She stood in the doorway of the inner room and hesitated for a moment. Master's gourd is just too fishy. She came into the inner room. Muyao's entire body was crooked on the bed. The gourd was casually thrown on the side of the bed. Strange Snow gingerly made his way to the gourd and reached out to pick it up. The gourd is warm and moist in the hand. Resembling jade but not jade. Resembling wood but not wood. Giving people an indescribable strange touch. She shook it gently in her hand a few times, listening intently. There was no sound of wine being shaken. Is it empty? She carefully uncorked the gourd and poured it into her mouth. Not a drop was ever dropped. Apprentice, Master is thirsty. Bring the gourd. At that moment, Muyo woke up with a drunkenness. Oh, Strange Snow's heart tightened, and he hurriedly handed over the gourd. Muyo took it, tilted her head back and poured it into her mouth. The aroma of wine follows, and the drink is clearly visible. Strange Snow. Chapter 12, Empress. It's been a long time since I've abused him. Inside the Imperial Palace's bedchamber, the candles flickered. Long Wushuang was concentrating on reviewing the Zhengfu, when he suddenly frowned and sensed a familiar aura. Come in, she said without looking up, her voice like a cold blade. Lang Xian pushed his way in, his face grim. The temperature inside the bedchamber seemed to have lowered a few more points. Your Majesty, I have something important to report. Speak. Long Wushuang's voice was still clear and cold. The vermilion pan in her hand gently scratched across the zhangfen, leaving a blood-red trail. It's about Moyo. Before Lang Xian finished his words, Lang Wushuang's Zhu pen in his hand gave a violent start. Ink spattered on the zhenzhua. Oblivious. What's wrong with this punk? Her tone was flat, but there was a hint of unspoken emotion. He was at the Emperor Sect's disciple acceptance meeting today. Lang Xian told what happened today, one by one. When it was said that Mu Yi had taken a palm from Si Kong Yun, the Zhu pen in Long Wushuang's hand snapped violently. Cinnabar was like blood, staining her white fingers red. Say that again? Lang Wushuang stood up with an unbelievable glint in his eyes. That punk, he actually received a year of Si Kong Yun's cultivation. And, unharmed, she only felt a boom in her mind, and her 80 years of knowledge completely collapsed at this moment. The past came in like a tidal wave. 80 years ago, she still remembers what Mu Yi looked like when she first entered the palace. He was young and handsome then, but as time went on, she humiliated him more and more. Gradually, the light in those eyes faded. In its place, there was endless fear and humility. Every time I see her, her head is bowed and her back is bowed. Even when he spoke, he was trembling. But it's such a loser. Not only that, Lang Xian took a deep breath. He also used a wooden sword and chopped off the sky-splitting sword. What? Lang Wushuang slammed her jade hand on the dragon case. Bang! The dragon case made of 1,000-year cold jade instantly turned into pieces. That heaven-slaying sword was a spirit weapon that she had personally bestowed upon the Emperor's sect. Even she herself might not be able to cut it off. You said, he used a wooden sword? Lang Wushuang had a hint of trembling in his voice. Yes. Lang Xian nodded. And he said that the wooden sword was casually sharpened. Ridiculous. Lang Wushuang let out a cold laugh. Are you joking with this emperor? The loser who couldn't even look her in the eye. the wimp she'd humiliated for 80 years, the mortal who didn't even have a spiritual root. How could he? Your Majesty, there is one more thing. Lang Xian's voice suddenly became grave. That woman who worshipped under Muyao Night is most likely the legendary Hongmeng's sacred body. What? This time, Lang Wushuang was truly shaken. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from within her. The entire bedchamber was instantly covered in frost, and the temperature plummeted. The maids outside the hall were even more frightened. Since ascending the throne, they had never seen His Majesty so enraged. Hongmeng's sacred body. A cold aura flickered in Long Wuyo's eyes. This is a physique that is rare in 10,000 years. It was rumored that those who possessed the Hongmeng's sacred body, once awakened, would be able to go straight to the Great Tao. Such a genius, actually worshipped under a punk? No way. Lang Wushuang paced back and forth. The more she thought about it, the more wrong she felt. That punk suddenly became unfathomable. That wooden sword, it can cut through the heavenly sword, and now he's taken on a supreme genius as his disciple. It came so suddenly. Lang Xian, do you think? She turned to ask. Your Majesty is suspecting. Lang Xian's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Muyao is pretending to be crazy? Humph. Lang Wushuang snorted coldly. 80 years. 80 whole years. If it's really pretending, this old thing's heart, it's too scary. One air. Lang Wushuang coldly spoke. Have someone secretly monitor Goji Peak, and report immediately once there is any movement. Yes, and a flicker of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Have someone find out where that stranger snow came from. Hongmeng's sacred body. She smiled coldly. This emperor would like to see what kind of disciple you. A waste of space. Can teach. Lang Xian stood by, wanting to say something. If you have something to say it. Lang Wushuang said indifferently. Your Majesty, the Imperial Sect's Tao discussion conference will be held in a few days. I would like to ask your Majesty to attend it together, as well. Aloud. This emperor would like to see how this trash will actually respond. Between words, Lang Wushuang's tone actually became a hint of anticipation. It was as if nothing had just happened. Yeah, she hadn't mistreated Muoi for days. This is a good place to go, or to have a good time. Goes Peak. Muoi sobered up and then had to eat. More Qianxue had already prepared some steamed buns, salted vegetables, and served them in front of Muyao's bed. She looked at the wooden sword at Muyao's waist, her eyes flashing with curiosity. Master, this wooden sword is called the Nine-Dragon Xian sword? Muyao gently stroked the sword, and a trace of depth flashed in his eyes. He stroked his beard in a pretentious manner. This sword, it looks ordinary, but it contains the supreme principle of heaven and earth. The so-called 9 dragons are not real dragons. Rather, it's the embodiment of the 9 true intentions of the sword Tao. The strange colors in Mo Qianxue's beautiful eyes were all over the place. Although she was the lord of the demon realm in her previous life, she was shaken in her heart when she heard these words at this moment. 9 true meanings of the sword Tao? The seemingly ordinary wooden sword actually contains such a subtle truth? No wonder it was able to cut through the sky-splitting sword. Master, these 9 true intentions of the sword Tao. She was about to continue pursuing the question, but she saw Muyao waving his hand. Disciple, the way of cultivation is based on comprehension. For the master to accept you today is naturally due to your enlightenment. You will understand the truth in this sword later. With that, he lay down again. Master has eaten his fill, so you should rest early as well. Looking at the hunched back, Stranger Snow was thoughtful. Master, it is truly unfathomable. Moon-eyed a smile. Teach a disciple is not easy. Flip it and it's done. Anyway, with the system in place, it's not hard to pretend to be a high roller. He touched the wooden sword at his waist. His heart darkened. Strange Snow, however, sighed in his heart. Master clearly had unfathomable strength, but he was acting like he was old. This is not a man of the world. It is clearly an old man in the marketplace. But it is this back-to-basics temperament that is most elusive. A man of honor has to remain mysterious. Chapter 13, Mui Night Babbles. The disciple comprehends. Big morning. Strange Snow sat cross-legged, her beautiful eyes tightly closed. She was waiting for Moyo to teach herself. Although in his previous life as a demon emperor, he knew the cultivation method by heart. But after 100 reincarnations, it was natural to be a bit rusty. Moreover, Muyao's appearance seemed ordinary. But some of his behavior yesterday was undoubtedly a great power. To receive instruction from a great power, she begged for it. Master, the disciple seeks advice. Faced with Strangely Snow's plea for guidance, Mu Yi had a dumbfounded look on his face. He leaned on his cane and sat down slowly. Subsequently, removed the aging gourd, pouring a few mouthfuls. He opened his mouth. Disciple, the master and ask you, do you know what cultivation is? Mo Qianxue opened her eyes and pondered briefly. Cultivation is cultivating spiritual power and raising the realm. Wrong. Muyo shook her head in a pretentious manner. That's just the appearance. The way of cultivation is based on comprehension. To comprehend the supreme principles of heaven and earth, and to penetrate the mysteries of life and death. This is the real practice. Strange Snow was slightly stunned. What Master said is true. His own self, who was a demon emperor in his previous life, might not be able to have such a comprehension. The Master will ask you again. Muya leaned on his cane and slowly paced in the courtyard. He secretly laughed in his heart. These axioms were casually said, but he had bluffed this disciple. If she knew that she didn't even know how to draw spirits into the body at the most basic level, she was afraid that she would flip out on the spot. Do you know what is the strongest in this world? Strange Snow didn't think twice. Naturally, it's strength. Wrong. Muyo shook his head again, but his mind was calculating. One had to hurry up and steer the topic towards the esoteric, lest she ask about specific cultivation methods. Strength abounds, but there are very few truly strong people. Saying that, he deliberately paused for a moment, making a high-handed gesture. What Master means is, Strange Snow's eyes glittered with inquisitiveness. Moon Knight's heart tightened. This girl wouldn't really want to ask for advice, right? My disciple. Look. He quickly changed the subject and pointed to a weed in the courtyard. It was an unassuming little plant, swaying gently in the morning breeze. This grass, it looks tender, but it can survive on this garbage-strewn Guji peak. This, then, is its way. After saying these words, Muya was secretly pleased. This wave of explanations? The level pulls full. Tao. A hint of doubt flashed in Strangely Snow's eyes. Good question. Moon Knight's heart was delighted. This kind of nebulous topic was most suitable for fooling people. Not bad, it is the word. He gently stroked the wooden sword at his waist as he continued to babble. This sword, it looks ordinary, but it can cut through the Imperial Sect's first divine warrior. This, too, is a Tao. The so-called cultivation is to find one's own Tao. Strange Snow was thoughtful. Seeing this, Muya was secretly happy. That's a good one. Just as he was about to continue his fooling around, a fragrant breeze hit him. Only a woman in a red veil came in style. It's Acacia Peak Master. Lu Meier. Done. Muya's heart tightened. This one is a real practitioner. Don't show your face. Peak Master Mu. Excuse me. She smiled charmingly. Peak Master Mu just arrived at the Emperor's sect. Meier has come to pay a special visit. Saying that, she used a trace of her aura in an attempt to peek at Muya's cultivation. The next moment, she froze. Wasn't this old thing great yesterday? How is it that in his body, there was not a trace of spiritual energy, much less any sign of spiritual roots? After determining all this, Lu Meier was relieved. Muya narrowed his eyes and forced himself to be calm. I heard that this Acacia Peak Master had always been friendly with Si Kong Yun. I'm afraid that this visit has an ulterior motive. I wonder what Peak Master Lu has to say. Lu Meier laughed softly. I don't dare to be instructed. It's just that your disciple has a good posture, and I want to invite her to be a guest at the Harmony Peak. After all, my Acacia Peak specializes in cultivating female cultivators. Your disciple can come and spar often if he wishes. As she said that, she didn't forget to sweep Muyi with a contemptuous gaze. The implication is clear. You're a loser. What qualifications do you have to teach your disciple? Now I, Lu Meier, have personally come to your door to help you teach your disciple. You must be very grateful to me. Muyo sneered in his heart. Do you despise me? Peak Master Lu's good intentions are appreciated. He leaned on his cane and said slowly. However, the old man has his own way of teaching. I won't bother Peak Master Lu. Lu Meier's face sank. Peak Master Mu. You have to think clearly. She laughed coldly. The female cultivators cultivated by my Acacia Peak are each and every one of the best in the Lang Kingdom. Are you sure? You won't let your disciple go to my Halwan Peak to spar? It's not necessary. Muyao gently shook her head. You. Lu Meier was about to snap, but she saw Muyi slowly pull out the wooden sword at her waist. The wooden sword that had cut through the skychopper. A tremor ran through her, and she swallowed back the words that were on her lips. Peak Master Lu, please return. Moon Knight pretended to be profound and said, the old man still has to teach his disciple to cultivate. Lu Meier gritted her teeth and turned to leave. Before leaving, she gave Muyo a hard look. Peak Master Mu, don't regret it. After she left, Stranger Snow suddenly blushed. Master, kill her. The well-behaved demeanor from a moment ago was gone. What? Muyo froze. What makes you say that? Disciple? This person has clearly come to provoke the master. I'm furious. Apprentice, Muyuki said quietly. Not everything in this world can be solved by fighting. A truly strong man knows how to use wisdom rather than brute force. These words caused Stranger Snow to come to an epiphany. That demon god war 10,000 years ago was also just as Master said. If it wasn't for my lack of intelligence, how could I have been victimized? Seeing Mo Qianshui's look of comprehension, Moon Knight continued, well, let's get back to what the word is, and for the master to ask you, that little plant, why can it survive on this garbage-strewn Guji Peak? Strange Snow froze. She looked at the weed swaying in the morning breeze, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Because it knows how to adapt. Nice. Mu Yao nodded gratefully. This is the way. The way of cultivation is based on comprehension. Apprentice, do you understand? Strange Snow nodded thoughtfully, looking at his disciple's enlightened appearance. Mu Yi almost didn't laugh out loud. This wave of flubs. Steady. Acacia Peak. What? He refused? Si Kongyan smashed the stone table in front of him with a slap. And he had the nerve to draw his sword and threaten you? Lu Mayer gritted her teeth. Not bad. Empty. You have to do it for Mayor me. As she said that, she leaned towards Si Kongyan's body with the appearance of a delicate woman. This old thing. It's just good. Very good. Si Kongyan laughed coldly. Since he doesn't know any better, then don't blame me. What are your plans? Lu Mayer asked. A hint of viciousness flashed in Si Kongyan's eyes. In a few days, it will be the Imperial Sect's monthly Dao discussion meeting. When the time comes, I'd like to see this trash. How can he explain the way of cultivation to his disciple? Lu Mayer's eyes lit up. At the discourse, each peak master had to preach in public. If Mu Yao reveals a crack, a cold smile curled the corners of her mouth. That old thing, dead. Si Kongyan similarly laughed coldly, and there was some anticipation in his cold laugh. Yes, if it can be proven that he really can't teach his apprentice, then, that girl called Stranger Snow, I'm sure I can fight for it. You fancy that girl? Lu Mayer was obviously jealous. For no other reason. I'm just taking out this breath. Si Kongyan's eyes were filled with anger. Chapter 14 Pervasive Language Seminar. And you're asking me to integrate into the real world? What? The discourse? Just now, a disciple delivered an invitation. The cane in Mu Yao's hand almost fell to the ground. He looked at the invitation in his hand and just felt his scalp go numb. The Imperial Sect had a monthly sermon where the peak masters took turns preaching. This month, it's the turn of Gouger's Peak. It's over and done with. Mu Yao paced back and forth in the yard. Sermon? He doesn't even know the basics of cultivation. So what's he going to preach? Should we just pretend to be sick? No. That's a cheap trick. Should we just admit it? Wouldn't that be self-defeating? Just as he was frowning, suddenly, he remembered his previous life, when he worked as a security guard at a mental hospital. A patient rattles off a string of jargon. It actually fooled a seasoned veteran physician. So, since you don't know how to cultivate, you can just talk about some metaphysical axioms. In the past few days, he hadn't utilized this set of words to bluff his disciple. Master, my disciple is ready to catch a glimpse of you today. Strange Snow walked out of the house, but saw Mu Yao frozen in place. Master, what's wrong with you? Master is just thinking. He pretended to be profound and said, what reasoning should be given to the layman? Mundane? Strange Snow was a little agitated. In Master's eyes, the cultivators in the Imperial Sect are all mundanes? It seemed that the master teacher in front of him could be even more powerful than he had imagined. Okay, let's get going. Mu Yao had already sorted things out in his mind. What is the way of nature? Conformity to heaven's principles? Return to basics. These are awesome sounding words that actually say nothing, and he's got a whole bunch of them ready to go. To be prepared. Strange Snow then helped Mu Yao to the outside of the house. Outside the house was already a different scene. Hundreds of workers are busy renovating Gujifeng. Mai gave too much money for the labor, and these workers naturally progressed quickly. A few decent log cabins with some framing already in place. Not bad. Very good. He nodded in satisfaction. Then, he pulled out his daywalker and a donkey appeared in front of him. Stranger Qian Shue carried Moody onto the back of the donkey and jumped on herself. The donkey threw back his head, brayed, foamed at the mouth, and leaped. It disappeared into the Guji Peak. Inside the Imperial Sect's Hall of Discourse, experts gathered. The peak masters gathered together and waited for today's main speaker. The great hall was golden and magnificent. Hundreds of futons were set up in the hall, and at the moment they were filled with people. In addition to the peak masters, there were also quite a few elders and core disciples. That day at the disciple acceptance meeting, Mu Yao's performance was shocking. But then, Lu Mayer broke the news. Mu Yao didn't have any spiritual roots at all. Not even a trace of aura. The crowd exploded again. I heard it's that loser preaching today? Ridiculous. What does he know about cultivation? I'm afraid I'm going to make a fool of myself. I've heard that he doesn't even know how to draw spirits into his body at the most basic level. Shoo, keep your voice down. Someone's coming. Amidst the murmurs, Moon Knight leaned on his crutches and slowly walked up to the podium. His stride seemed to be plodding. but he was secretly gauging the expressions of everyone in the room. Si Kongyun sat down below, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Today, I'll show you a waste of space. Lu Meier, on the other hand, looked at the podium with an expectant face, as if she was waiting for a good show. Mu Yao looked around, unperturbed. In his previous life, working as a security guard in a mental hospital, he had seen more sinister scenes than this. Today, he cleared his throat and spoke. The old man would like to talk to you all about what is the way. A snort of laughter rang out from the stage at this statement. That's it? Not even the most basic cultivation mind? Sure is a loser. Who doesn't know how to say such a great thing? Unmoved, Mu Yao continued. Yesterday, I saw a weed in the courtyard. You. Si Kongyun stood up fiercely. Peak Master Mu. This discourse is to teach the method of cultivation, not to listen to your stories. Moyo smiled slightly. That's not true, Peak Master Sikong. The way of cultivation is based on comprehension. If you only know how to cultivate moves and raise your realm, what's the difference between that and those manginas? Once these words came out, the murmurs on the stage suddenly decreased by a few points. A few peak masters nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, cultivation should not only pursue realm advancement. Seeing this scene, Mu Yao was secretly happy in his heart. Do you know? He continued to flounder. How is it that weed can survive on the garbage-strewn Guji Peak? Because it knows how to adapt. This is the way. All things in heaven and earth have their ways. If a cultivator only knows how to cultivate and doesn't know how to change, it would be like a frog in the bottom of a well, never able to break through. Under the stage, more and more peak masters began to listen attentively. Even Lu Meier, who had always looked down on Mu Yao, revealed a thoughtful expression. Si Kongyun's face was gloomy. Peak Master Mu has a point. An old man with gray hair stood up and said, it's the Grand Elder of the Imperial Sect, Xian Suzi. In the way of cultivation, it is true that one cannot only pursue realms, one needs to comprehend the supreme principles of heaven and earth and penetrate the mysteries of life and death. The old man has lived for hundreds of years, but today, listening to the words of Peak Master Mu, I have really benefited a lot. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. Xian Suzi was the #1 expert of the Imperial Sect. He actually said he was awakened by the words of a loser? Mu Yao was ecstatic in his heart. This wave of flimflam, directly flimflam to the big brother But, Xuanqiu Zi's words changed. The old man is curious. Since Peak Master Mu comprehended it so profoundly, I wonder if you could demonstrate for us how to incorporate reasoning into actual combat. Done. Mu Yao's heart went cold. Is this a practical demonstration for him? This is really going to show. Just then, a commotion came from outside the temple. His Majesty has arrived. The crowd followed the sound. Only a silhouette was seen walking slowly. She was dressed in a phoenix robe and had a noble demeanor. The face was stunning, and not angry. It was Lang Wushuang. The crowd saluted in a hurry. Lang Wushuang came in style, her gaze lingering on Mu Yao for a moment. That look, it seemed, carried a bit of playfulness. Be excused, she faintly said. Today's discourse meeting, I've come to listen. Mu Yao secretly sighed in relief. Finally, someone interrupted Xian Suzi's proposal. Unexpectedly, Lang Wushuang's next sentence almost didn't make him die on the spot. I'd like to see it too. How does Peak Master Mu take the Great Tao theory and incorporate it into actual combat? Chapter 15. What do you think? Is the strongest move a live demo? Mu Yao stood on the podium in a cold sweat. This is really going to show. He looked at the expectant gazes of the crowd on the stage, and then at Lang Wushuang's smirking expression. It's over. It's over. It's over. Your Majesty. Mu Yao arched his hand and deliberately made a tired appearance. The old man is old and really no harm done. The corners of Lang Wushuang's mouth rose slightly. This emperor will have Xuanqiu Zi accompany you for a demonstration. What? Moyuki barely stood still. Xian Suzi was the #1 expert of the Imperial Sect. Not going out to get yourself killed. But the system didn't release the task. It would undoubtedly be a waste to use his remaining life to defuse the situation at hand. However, in his storage ring, there was still the one night drunk rewarded by the system that day. The moment. The crowd on stage was in an uproar. Your Majesty is playing him to death. A casual slap from Xuanqiu Zi would make him go up in smoke. This is going to be a good one. Even Xian Suzi was stunned. Your Majesty, I'm afraid that old me will hurt Peak Master Mu. No harm done. Lang Wushuang said indifferently. I believe that with Peak Master Mu's realm, he will naturally be able to take a few moves from Xian Suzi. That's a profound statement. Mu Yao screamed in his heart. This woman definitely did it on purpose. Ding. Upon system detection, Lang Wushuang is deliberately targeting the host. Now activate the counterattack mission. Counterattack target, Lang Wushuang. Mission content, make cold Wushuang shocked for the host. Mission reward, 800 years of remaining life. Here it comes. Here it comes. The mission is finally here. Moon Knight is waiting for the task. Otherwise, the only remaining one night drunk will be wasted. Please ask Peak Master Mu for guidance. Xian Suzi arched his hand in salute and then set up a starting stance. Looking at the other party's stern aura, Mu Yi calmed down instead. Before we start the fight, it's better to pretend. And wait. He raised his hand with deliberate trembling. I would like to ask Elder Xian first. What is the strongest move, do you think? Xian Suzi froze. Naturally. Wrong. Before Xian Suzi could reply, Mu Yi suddenly raised his volume, startling the crowd. The strongest, not the moves. Rather, no move is better than a move. At these words, the entire room was dead silent. A moment later, a roar of laughter erupted. Isn't that nonsense? How is it possible to win without a trick? It's obvious that you don't know how to do it before you're here to weasel your way out of it. Xian Suzi, however, frowned. No trick is better than a trick? Seems like I've heard it somewhere. Nice. Just like that. As he spoke, Mu Yi used his mind to take out the bottle of one night drunk from his storage ring, and threw it at Xian Suzi. In the eyes of the crowd, Mu Yao just stood there, not moving a muscle. Ha! Xian Suzi's figure suddenly stalled. A look of incredulity flashed across that weathered face. He staggered back 2 steps, his eyes beginning to go slack. The Imperial Sect's #1 expert was actually staggering like a drunkard at this moment. Oh my god. This can't be. Xian Suzi is a great power with 800 years of cultivation. Even His Majesty has to respect him. The crowd on stage was horrified. Some stood straight up. Some subconsciously took several steps back. Some were even so frightened that they fell to the ground. They had never seen such a bizarre scene. A mighty one, surprisingly, without warning, collapsed. And the one who started it all, Nui Knight, but just stood there quietly. Didn't even lift an eyelid. Lang Wushuang stared at Mu Yao dead in the face. Her fingers sank deep into the center of her hand. Blood gushed out involuntarily. It was the only way she could calm herself down a little. 80 years. She thought she had seen through this man long ago. A loser. An incompetent. A wretch who deserves nothing more than to be dumped by her. But at the moment, for the first time she wavered in her judgment. The power. That cloudy gesture. That aura that seems to control everything. Was this really the Mu Yao she knew? No. Never. Waves of shock rippled through her mind. Ding. The shock value of target Lang Wushuang has exploded to 100. The host completed a blitz during the course of the mission. The host obtains a randomized technique, stealth spell first level. Effect, can be invisible for 1 minute. Only those with spiritual roots can practice. Not bad. Not bad. The system rewarded a gong method that is just right for my beautiful disciple to cultivate. Save her the trouble of chasing me every day to ask about the way of cultivation. Mu Yi secretly smiled in his heart, as if he had already seen his disciple's delighted appearance. Ha ha ha. Xian Suzi suddenly laughed up to the sky. Acacia Peak. Ha ha ha. It's really soul-crushing there. Before the words were finished, his body lurched and he fell heavily to the ground. Lu Meier blushed on the spot. Many male peak masters also silently lowered their heads. Boom! This fall shook the entire hall. Everyone was scared out of their wits. A generation of great power. The first expert of the Imperial Sect. Just like that. Down. The whole place is dead silent. You can hear a pin drop. They looked at Xian Suzi on the ground and then at Mu Yi on the stage. The old man who never moved a muscle. Is this the great way to simplicity that Mu Yao talks about? Lang Wushuang's hands were shaking slightly. For the first time she felt a sense of powerlessness. I wonder if Peak Master Mu can explain. Lang Wushuang suddenly spoke. Her beautiful eyes shone with a strange light. Moyo settled down and began to lull. Do you all know? Why does the old man have to do it this way? The crowd on stage shook their heads. Because. He paused deliberately. The way is simple. Cultivators often pursue elaborate moves. But I don't know that the strongest ones are often the easiest. As it was just moments ago when I struck. There are no complicated moves. And yet it achieves the same effect. The way is simple. Back to basics. This is the real realm. At these words, the room was silent. The other Peak Masters chimed in. So it is. No wonder Peak Master Mu was able to use a wooden sword to cut through the sky-splitting sword. This realm has already transcended the boundaries of stances. Looking at the crowd's dawning realization, Mu Yao was straight up happy in his heart. This wave of flubs is on a whole new level. Just then, Lang Wushuang suddenly stood up. In that case, I wonder if Peak Master Mu can receive a slap from this emperor. This emperor would like to see. Just how high is this great Tao to simplicity realm? Chapter 16, This emperor wants to try you himself. I wonder if Peak Master Mu can receive a slap from this emperor. Lang Wushuang's voice echoed within the great hall with a hint of playfulness. Mu Yao's heart tightened. This woman is here to pick a fight. He looked at Xuanqiu Zi. who was still huffing and puffing on the ground. Another look at Lang Wushuang's smirking expression. Drunk for a night has been used up. It seems that the only way to resolve this crisis is to use the Golden Bell Mask. What? Peak Master Mu doesn't dare? Lang Wushuang walked slowly. Each step seemed to step on Mu Yao's heart. Or, all those grand theories just now were just fooling around? When these words came out, the crowd on the stage exchanged words. Looks like it's showing. Let's just say he's a loser. How could he possibly know anything about the world? This is going to be a good one. Mo Qianxue stood at the bottom of the stage, a trace of worry flashing through her beautiful eyes. She was well aware of Lang Wushuang's strength. Even if Master Teacher was more powerful, he couldn't possibly be a match for Lang Wushuang. With her special physique of Hongming's sacred body, she had long sensed the power of Lang Wushuang's cultivation. Just then, Mu Yao suddenly laughed. Your Majesty is wrong. He leaned on his cane and said slowly, didn't the old man just say that? The way of cultivation is based on comprehension. If you only know how to cultivate moves and raise your realm, what's the difference between that and those manginas? Lang Wushuang raised an eyebrow. So, Mui Knight stroked his beard in a pretense of sophistication. I will let His Majesty see it today. What does it mean to be the way? Please, Your Majesty. If the old man moves, he loses. He smiled slightly and made a show of being calm and collected. A trace of coldness flashed through Lang Wushuang's beautiful eyes. This old thing, how can he be so grandiose? In that case, she lightly raised her jade hand, and a terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire hall. The temperature plummeted and a thin layer of ice formed on the ground. The crowd involuntarily took a few steps back. Even some of the stronger disciples were pressurized by the aura. This emperor will let you see. Lang Wushuang let out a cold laugh. What does it mean to be in the true realm? Before the words left her mouth, she had already struck out. A palm slapped out, and cold air overflowed in all directions. The entire hall seemed to have instantly turned into an ice cave. Everyone held their breath. With this palm, Lang Wushuang only used 1 year of his cultivation at the peak of the 8th realm of harmonious Tao, and it leaves a lot of wiggle room. It's a test, and it's more of a play. She's not going to beat Moyo to death. Instead, they want to cripple Muyuki. Torturing him is far more enjoyable than beating him to death. Just at the moment when the palm imprint was about to hit Mu Yao, ding! Golden Bell effect activated. Effect, defense against all attacks. Ignoring cultivation. The corners of Mu Yao's mouth rose slightly. Boo! After a loud bang, the entire hall fell into dead silence. When the smoke clears, everyone's eyes widened, only to see Mu Yao still standing in the same place, and not forgetting to sip his wine. It's so soothing. A trace of shock flashed through Lang Wushuang's beautiful eyes. That's not possible. Her slap, even if it was only for a year, even if it left room for maneuver, that wasn't something a punk with no spirit root could take. Ding! The shock value of target Lang Wushuang has exploded to 100. Ding! The host has completed a blast during the course of the quest. Randomized life expectancy, 50 years. Host's current life expectancy, 1,499 years. And get the rest of your life? This was something Muyuki hadn't expected. The random rewards that come with blitzes are pretty rich. Again, Lang Wushuang's jade hand lifted again, this time using a year of cultivation. However, it did not leave any room for error, but struck with full force. Boom! Ding! Host attack detected. Attack strength, 1 year of training. Successful defense against an attack consumes remaining life, -1 year. Host's current life expectancy, 1,498 years. Mu Yao remained motionless. 3 years. Boo! Host's current life expectancy, 1,495 years. It's still rippling. 5 years. Boo! Host's current life expectancy, 1,490 years. It remains so. With each strike, Lang Wushuang increased his cultivation. But Mui Knight was like an unshakable mountain. No matter how she attacked, she couldn't shake a single bit. The crowd on stage had looked dumbfounded. This is the Empress of the Cold Kingdom. Having lived a full 688 years. A truly strong person at the peak of the 8 realms of harmonization. Even if Ling Xian came, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from the Empress. What's more, the other guy is just an old man. Enough! Lang Wushuang suddenly stopped her hand, and a complicated light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Muoi. She stared dead at the hunched old man in front of her. What exactly are you hiding from this emperor? Mu Yao gently stroked the gourd in his hand and smiled without saying a word. At this moment, it was as if he had changed into a different person in Lang Wushuang's eyes. The usual obsequious loser who couldn't even look her in the eye. Now it actually gave her a feeling of unfathomability. Ding! The shock value of target Lang Wushuang has exploded to 100. Ding! The host has completed a blitz during the course of the mission. Obtain a random prop, a stealth charm. Effect, can be invisible for a short while, ignoring cultivation. Muya was secretly happy in his heart. Props, invisibility talisman? That means it can be used without a spirit root. System, yes your majesty. Moyo walked over. This is the way to simplicity. At this moment, the room was silent. Even Lang Wushuang was stunned. Muoi. She gritted her teeth. Tonight, come to this emperor's palace. With that, she turned to leave. The silhouette still carried a trace of indescribable emotion as it disappeared into the entrance of the great hall. Looking at her departing back, Muyo sighed in relief. This wave of pretending almost didn't scare him to death. However, what did Lang Wushuang's words just now mean? To her palace? No, Moon Knight did not dare to think too much. Just go. Maybe you can brush up some remaining life. The crowd on stage was going crazy. What happened today was too much of a shock. A loser with no spiritual roots. Not only did he receive Xian Suzi's attack, he also resisted Lang Wushuang's several palms. This is simply turning their perceptions upside down. Master is mighty. The strange colors in Mo Qianshua's beautiful eyes were all over the place. The more she felt that she had made the right choice. This seemingly confused master teacher was definitely a profoundly profound and unseen supreme master. Muya looked at the crowd's awe-inspiring eyes and was secretly pleased. System, how's it going? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the current mission. Mission content, make Cold Wushuang shocked for the host. Acquisition of remaining life, plus 800 years. Current life expectancy, 2,290 years. Chapter 17 Unbound by Realm? Free from the shackles of spiritual roots? Lang Wushuang had just come outside when he ran into Lang Xian. Lang Xian looked horrified. The old minister went to the outhouse. That's why I'm late. That was a little awkward to say. The head of the imperial sect. The strongest of the 7 realms of inquiry. I can't believe I delayed the discourse because of diarrhea. The need for this pull was still there before the cultivation level was high enough to ascend. Lang Wushuang's footsteps lurched. A trace of displeasure flashed in her beautiful eyes. Then she coldly said, there's no point in being a patriarch. This day, this emperor will stay at the imperial sect, so tell someone to get ready. Also, bring Muyao to the palace this night. Lang Xian was shocked in his heart. Not only does the empress want to stay at the imperial sect, but she also wants to see that loser? Is it possible that? What happened at today's lecture? Your Majesty, what are you? He asked tentatively, his mind filled with doubt. What? Are you questioning something? Lang Wushuang's tone turned abruptly cold. The old minister wouldn't dare. Lang Xian hurriedly bowed his head, but the mind turned over in shock. That punk, what the hell did he do? To actually make the always high and mighty empress look at her so differently? Going to the toilet was scolded by Lang Wushuang. Lang Xian held an anger in his heart. He grimaced as he strided into the scene of the discourse. In the next moment, the sight in front of him struck him like a thunderbolt, only to see Xian Suzi lying horizontally on the ground, snoring to the heavens, a look of rotten drunkenness. The walls around them were full of holes and the floor was pitted. Even his carefully crafted tortoise-patterned first seat was smashed to pieces, scattering wood shavings in all directions. What's going on here? Lang Xian's gaze swept over the mess on the ground and finally landed on Mu Yi. This seemingly harmless old man had turned the Great Hall of Discourse into this? Peak Master Mu. He forced down his anger and said in a single word. You're too much of a prude. This is the discourse assembly, not a place for you to spread your wildness. With a resigned look on his face, Nui Knight leaned on his crutches and said, it's none of my old man's business if the Empress did it. It was indeed His Majesty who struck. We have seen it with our own eyes. The crowd chimed in. Lang Xian was speechless. Since it was done by the Empress, he couldn't say anything. He glanced at Xian Suzi, who was lying on the ground. His brows furrowed. The #1 expert of the imperial sect is drunk at the sight of a lecture? Don't wake him up yet. I'm afraid. It's impossible to wake up. A disciple replied cautiously. Why? Elder Xian competed with Peak Master Mu and collapsed to the ground before he could deliver a single palm. Now I'm afraid. It will be difficult to recover for a while. Turning to look at Muyo, Lang Xian's heart was suddenly creeped out. The seemingly ordinary old man was able to make Xian Suzi fall to the ground before he could even deliver a poem? No wonder the Empress stayed at the imperial sect and summoned him alone. Peak Master Mu. Lang Xian took a deep breath. Since Peak Master Mu is so profound, why don't you give some pointers for this clan? Sovereign is joking. Mu Knight laughed. Lang Xian waved his hand and pretended to be asking for advice. Although I have cultivated for 1,000 years, I have never been able to break through the 7 realms of questioning. Does Peak Master Mu have any insights? Because the Patriarch is too obsessed with realms. Muyo said faintly. It's like a man on horseback who just rushes along. And yet I do not know that the true way is at my feet. These words shook Lang Xian's heart. He had cultivated for thousands of years and had indeed been pursuing realm breakthroughs. He had underestimated the old man. Strange Snow stood by, thoughtful and a little shocked. She was a demon emperor in her previous life. I've seen countless powerful people, but an unfathomable being like Master Shifu. It's the first time I've seen it. Not only was Master able to make Shen Suzi fall to the ground before he could deliver a single slap, even more so, he was able to be calm in front of Lang Wushuang. This kind of realm was beyond her knowledge. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but recall some of her master's words and actions in her normal life. Those seemingly random words actually contain the great truth. Even that weed that was on Guji Peak was used by the master to expound on the great Tao. This kind of realm, even in her previous life, she might not be able to reach it. On the other side, Si Kongyun's face was already hard to see. It had only been a few days since Mu Yi had arrived at the Emperor's sect. This divine sword peak master of his own, the first personal disciple of the Emperor's sect, had been eclipsed. First, he took a slap from him. After that, the Skychopper sword was chopped off. Today, this old man even took the limelight at the discourse assembly. What was even more irritating was that this old thing could actually be so calm in front of the Empress. Si Kongyun clenched his fists in death, his nails sinking into his palms. If this continues, one's position in the Emperor's sect will not be secure. Lu Meier stood on the side, her beautiful eyes flickering with complexity. She had originally thought that Muyo was nothing more than a waste of space to be bullied, but now it seems that the old man is unfathomable. Interesting. Lu Meier gently bit her red lips. The more she felt, the more she seemed to be missing something. For a while, the eyes of the crowd changed as they looked at Moon Knight. No longer contempt and disdain, but awe and wonder. Lang Xian stood aside, his brows furrowed. The words Muyo had just said kept echoing in his mind. Too much obsession with the realm. Suddenly, a tremor ran through him and a startling thought flashed through. Could it be that Nui Knight has comprehended the great Tao, no longer bound by the realm, even out of the spiritual root shackles, stepping into an unprecedented path of cultivation? If that was true, then just how far had his strength reached? The more Lang Xian thought about it, the more alarmed he became, and a trace of cold sweat couldn't help but seep out from the corner of his forehead. He coalesced his gaze on Nui Knight and I only saw that the other party still looked calm and the gourd in his hand kept going to his mouth. It was as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him. That laid-back look, it is beyond the reach of a mere mortal. Thinking of this, Lang Xian turned his gaze to stranger Qian Xue again. How could a Hongming sacred body willingly worship a seemingly ordinary old man as a teacher? Recalling the day at the disciple acceptance meeting, stranger Qian Xue's determination to reject himself, Lang Xian's heart trembled even more. If what he suspects is true, then it all makes sense. He suppressed his shock, cleared his throat, and spoke. All right, today's discourse ends here. Peak Master Mu, go back to the peak to rest first. Tonight the Empress has an invitation. This clan will send someone to fetch you. Senior, you really want to go? I've just returned to Gouge's Peak. Strange Snow then looked at Muyo with a worried face. Go on, what's there to be afraid of? Muyo said with a smirk, the gourd shaking in his hand. But, Strange Snow wanted to say something. It is clear from the discourse that this woman is so noble and cold on the surface. The truth is that the heart is hard. What's more, Master Teacher had made her lose face today. How could this woman, how could she let her master off the hook so easily? Disciple, the master asks you. Muyao suddenly squared his shoulders. What do you think of Master's performance today? Power over the group. Strange Snow's eyes glittered with adoration. Wrong. Moyo shook her head. For the master today, it's too much of a show. It's. Strange Snow froze. The way of cultivation is to keep a low profile, Muyo said in a pretentious manner. Today, although Master has won the face, he has lost the inside. So, Moyo continued. Master is going to the palace tonight to tell Long Wushuang. The master does not want to make an enemy of her. Strange Snow's eyes lit up. Master Teacher is indeed farsighted. Chapter 18, Reverse Torture? Kind of interesting. Nightfall. Inside the Emperor Zheng's palace, the candles flickered. Lang Wushuang's long and slender fingers kept tapping on the case table, making a crisp ringing sound. Pop, pop, pop. It was a habit she had when she was anxious. For 80 years, a day without humiliating Muyo would make her fidgety, as if she had lost the joy of life. This morbid obsession had long been an integral part of her life. Your Majesty, Peak Master Mu has arrived. The maid's timid voice came from outside the door. Lang Wushuang's eyes flashed with a sickly light, and her red lips hooked slightly. She couldn't wait to see Moyo trembling in front of her. The feeling of being in control was overwhelming to her. Let him in, she said lightly, no emotion audible in her tone. The frequency with which his fingers tapped on the case table, however, was noticeably quicker. The sound of snapping was so loud that the maid outside broke out into a cold sweat. It's starting again. The maids looked at each other and retreated. They were all too familiar with the scene. Whenever the Empress revealed this expression, It meant that Muya was going to suffer again. The door to the temple was gently pushed open. Moya walked in slowly on his crutches. He looked around and realized that Long Wuxuan was the only one in the palace. The other maids were dismissed. This situation caused a hint of uneasiness to rise in his heart. Today it's, you want to play big? His Majesty has summoned us late at night. I wonder what is so important? Mu Yao asked in a pretense of respect. Lang Wuxuang did not speak, only quietly sizing up the old man in front of him. It's been 80 years, and his features have long since aged, but those eyes. There was something about the eyes today that seemed different. Suddenly, she stood up. The phoenix robe trailed to the ground, and the lotus steps moved lightly. Each step carried supreme majesty, yet there was a hint of seduction. Coming in front of Mu Yao, her red lips lightly opened. So many days have passed. The voice suddenly became flirtatious. Don't you want to remember the old days? Mu Yao was shocked in his heart. That's not the right plot. Today it's playing a new trick? Lang Wuxuang saw Mu Yao's indifference. Her jade hand gently stroked his wrinkled face. What? Is this emperor not beautiful enough? Her fingertips gently traced over Mu Yao's cheeks with a hint of teasing. Or, the red lips came close to Mu Yao's ear and exhaled like orchids. You're too old to be interested? Lang Wuxuan was looking forward to seeing Mu Yao reveal an infatuated expression. She was going to watch this man swoon and revel in himself, and then kick him away hard again and admire his overwhelmed look. It was a pleasure she had been addicted to for 80 years. But today, the old man's reaction was a hint of annoyance to her. Not a single ripple could be seen in those cloudy old eyes. It's like looking at a stranger. Mu Yao's face was expressionless, as if he was an old monk in meditation. The old man is old and naturally uninterested. Lang Wuxuan's eyes flashed with a cold aura, and her slender fingers suddenly pinched Mu Yao's chin. Heartless? She let out a light laugh. Then this emperor will help you find that heart. A layer of frost rose from her fingertips, and the cold, piercing temperature made Mu Yao shiver involuntarily. Ding! Lang Wuxuang has been detected torturing the host again. Issuing a counterattack mission, the host needs to torture Lang Wuxuang in reverse. Target of counterattack, Lang Wuxuang. Mission reward, 1,000 years of remaining life. Here it comes. Here it comes. What Mu Yao was waiting for was for the system to release a quest to him. It's a great time to brush up on your life expectancy or even to brush up on your props or special effects. 80 years. Lang Wuxuan's voice suddenly became gentle. You know what? Every time I see you begging for mercy and pain, this emperor's heart is overwhelmed with joy. Your tears, your pleading, your humble look, all of them fascinate this emperor so much. Her eyes grew wild. But today, you actually dare to ignore this emperor? You still dare to defy this emperor in the discourse. Bang! With a palm strike, Mu Yao was sent flying. He slammed into the wall and wasn't hurt in the slightest. Whenever Lang Wuxuang toyed with Mu Yao, he wouldn't really hurt him. So, the system doesn't come out to defend against attacks. Come on, beg for mercy. Lang Wuxuang approached step by step. Beg this emperor like before. There was a sickly excitement in her voice, as if she was expecting something. The corners of Mu Yao's mouth hooked up slightly. Reverse torture? It's kind of fun. Your Majesty. He suddenly straightened up, no longer hunched over. A hint of playfulness flashed in those cloudy old eyes. His voice became low and magnetic. Your Majesty. It's been 80 years. Don't you get tired of it? How about you and I switch roles tonight? Lang Wuxuang's delicate body trembled. You? What did you say? Lang Wuxuang subconsciously took a step back. This man. How did he suddenly become so different? She slapped out another palm in panic. Ding! Target Lang Wuxuang's sickly value has reached 100. The host completes a blitz and receives a random item. Invisibility technique level 2, can be invisible for 2 minutes. Only those with spiritual roots can practice. Moyo doesn't duck. He just stumbles a bit. Look, you're restraining your force again. His voice held a hint of flirtation. You can't afford to really hurt the old man because you need him. It takes someone who can play this game of sadism and masochism with you. Shut up. Lang Wuxuang's jade hand waved continuously, and the cold awns broke through the air. But each strike carries a few convergences. Ding! Target Lang Wuxuang's masochism value has exploded to 100. The host completes a blitz and gains a random remaining life, plus 100 years. Host's current life expectancy, 2,390 years. Mu Yao didn't dodge and let the cold aura hit. He looked into Lang Wuxuang's eyes and said softly, You're actually enjoying this more, aren't you? You. A trace of panic flashed in Lang Wuxuang's beautiful eyes. She realized she couldn't even argue with that. Instead, it felt more and more exciting. Moyo was a completely different person. He knew how to fight back, and it's an open and shut revolt. So, Mu Yi pressed step by step until he forced Lang Wuxuang into a corner. Right at this moment, Mu Dao slowly raised those calloused hands. Click! His fingers clasped on Lang Wuxuang's white jade-like neck. Not heavy. However, Lang Wushuan did not resist in the slightest. Lang Wushuan's shell teeth lightly bit her red lips, and a trace of fascination flashed in her eyes. Stop it for this emperor. Why did you stop? Mu Yao's voice got lower and lower. Isn't that his majesty's favorite feeling? Enough! Lang Wushuan suddenly bellowed, but there was a tremor in her voice. Ding! Target Lang Wushuan's masochism value has exploded to 100. The host completes a blitz and gains a random remaining life, plus 100 years. Host's current life expectancy, 2,490 years. Moyo laughed. Looks like the old man was right. Your Majesty actually prefers the feeling of being Ed, doesn't he? Lang Wushuan's delicate body trembled violently. There was no resistance in the slightest. Why is she so intoxicated? Chapter 19, Live longer by being a little more reckless. Next day, big morning, Lang Wushuan sat in her bedchamber fuming. Mu Yao, on the other hand, slept on her phoenix bed. Not only that, but it reeked of alcohol. The gourd that came with it was casually tossed beside the bed. Bang! A white jade teacup was shattered by Lang Wushuan. Oi! Lang Wushuan's shell teeth clenched her red lips. Why is it that this emperor just can't get off his ass? A scene from last night kept coming back to mind. And yet she couldn't hate Muyuki. The old man, though, hadn't done anything out of line. She was, however, somewhat addicted to the feeling. Ding! Target Lang Wushuan's sickly value has reached 100. The host completes a blitz and gains a random item. Powerful adhesive. This is the legacy of the heavenly craftsmen and artisans. It can repair broken things and restore them to their original state. The system's beep sounded in Mu Yao's head, but he still pretended to be asleep and didn't move. Your Majesty. The maid's voice came from the door. Patriarch Lang seeks an audience. Tell him to wait. Yes. The maid retreated. Lang Wushuan slowly and methodically straightened her phoenix robe. A wave of complex emotions flowed from her beautiful eyes as they moved to Mu Yao. This old man. How dare he get drunk in front of her last night? What's even more hateful is that he didn't punish him himself. She took a deep breath and walked out of the chambers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the current mission. Mission, torture Lang Wushuan in reverse. Acquisition of remaining life, plus 1,000 years. Current life expectancy, 3,490 years. Behind him, the corner of Mu Yao's mouth hooked up slightly. This is a very comfortable sleep for the old man. The palace. In the hall of deliberation. Your Majesty, the sacred land of spirit stage has sent an invitation. Oh, Lang Wushuan received the invitation and frowned slightly. What do they mean by that? Lang Xian explained. The sacred land of spirit platform invites the sacred land of Jade Capital to send one person there to discuss and spar together. And my long kingdom, as the first imperial dynasty of the Jade Capital Holy Land, was naturally invited. Lang Wushuan let out a cold laugh. She knew all too well the tricks of the Spirit Terrace Sanctuary. Although the Jade Capital Holy Land was a place where imperial dynasties gathered, it had always been looked down upon by the Spirit Platform Holy Land. In their eyes, only sects were cultivation orthodoxies, and it's the Spiritual Terrace Holy Land that is the gathering place of the sects. Just send any one of them over there and send them off. Lang Wushuan said gently. Lang Xian said carefully. The Spirit Terrace Holy Land, the Fusan Holy Land, and our Yujing Holy Land have always been in competition. If we were to just dismiss it, it would look like we were a little afraid of him. Lang Wushuan got up and walked to the window, looking thoughtful. The battles between the three great holy places were never simple. The Jade Capital Sacred Ground brings together the world's royal dynasties and is all about power. The Fusan Sacred Land gathers the great families of the world and emphasizes on inheritance. As for the Sacred Land of spiritual platforms, those sects that boasted of their innocence were the most heartfelt. Your Majesty, Lang Xian hesitated. I do have a suggestion. Say, how about, send Peak Master Mu there? Lang Wushuan's beautiful eyes stared. Why him? Lang Xian said carefully. Although Peak Master Mu doesn't have a spiritual root, he is quite insightful when it comes to the Tao. Didn't he talk a good game yesterday at the discourse? And, he trailed off. And what? Lang Wushuan turned to look at him. And, Lang Xian weighed his words and kept his voice extremely low. According to my observation, Peak Master Mu seems to have the opportunity of the great Tao in his body. Even though he doesn't have a spiritual root, he was able to separate himself from the Emperor sect's great powers at the Tao discussion. This man. He glanced meaningfully in the direction of Goji Peak. I'm afraid the cultivation is not below you and me. Lang Wushuan's eyes condensed. She had certainly noticed Mu Yao's unusual behavior. That old man, always able to show amazing strength at critical moments. This trip to the sacred land of spirit platforms might also allow us to explore the true strength of Mu Yao. Lang Xian continued. However, Lang Wushuan did not listen to much. A sneer curled her lips. It would be good to let this old thing go to the spirit platform Holy Land to suffer a little. Good, she said faintly. As you say. Lang Xian sighed in relief. Then the minister will go and prepare. Wait. Lang Wushuang suddenly said. It's a long way to go. Send some people to take care of him. I don't want this loser to pass away halfway through the trip. Lang Xian froze, then answered cautiously. Peak Master Mu is old, and I have prepared for this. Just then, footsteps came from the direction of the bedchamber. Mu Yao leaned on his crutches and walked out slowly. He still smelled of booze and was holding that gourd in his hand. Ahem. He looked at Lang Xian who was kneeling on the ground. What's going on here? Lang Wushuang ignored him. Mu Yao smiled without saying anything, only lifting the gourd and filling another mouthful. The old man went to get some sun first. After saying that, he leaned on his crutches and slowly walked out of the great hall. That back, indescribably dashing and self-possessed. Lang Xian was shocked as he watched this scene. What the hell? Is this Moyo spending the night here at the Empress place? And, just now, you were so insolent in front of His Majesty? His Majesty actually tolerates it? Thinking back to yesterday, when he had only gone to take His Majesty was a little upset. It's like heaven and earth treatment when you compare the two. Still not retreating? Lang Wushuang coldly said. Yes. Lang Xian hurriedly retired. Walking out of the great hall, he happened to see Mu Yi leaning on a porch pillar, still leisurely drinking wine. That look. Where is there any trace of reverence for His Majesty? Mu Yao seemed to notice his gaze and turned her head to look at him. Patriarch Lang, would you like a drink? Lang Xian hastily shook his head. It's not necessary. Moyo laughed. Man, it's not good to be too cautious. Mu Yao shook the gourd in his hand with a meaningful gaze. Sometimes, he looked in the direction of the bedchamber. Be reckless and live longer instead. Lang Xian was shocked in his heart. Moyo seemed to have something in her words. Has he penetrated something again? Peak Master Mu. This clan is willing to listen. He lowered his voice and moved a few inches closer. Mu Yao, however, smiled without saying anything and just took another sip of wine. Ryoga spoke slowly. Does Patriarch Lang know why old me was able to survive in the palace for so long? Lang Xian froze. Yeah, that's a question he's been thinking about for a long time too. The Empress hated Mu Yao, and he knew it. But why have you survived so long in the palace, and spent the night here last night? These things, it's unbelievable. Because the old man never cared about how long to live. Moon Knight's voice suddenly became deep. Instead, it's the people who are trembling all day. He glanced meaningfully into the distance. Long ago, I was scared to death of myself. Lang Xian was thoughtful. He suddenly remembered that those who were in high positions in the palace, which one isn't careful and walking on thin ice? But in the end, instead, it was the seemingly licentious old man who lived the longest. So yeah, Mu Yao stood up straight. And at some point, that hunched back even looked so upright. Instead of worrying about how long to live, might as well figure out how to live with the pain. After saying that, he actually walked away with a big smile on his face. Leaving Lang Xian in place, he froze for a long time. Hey, Peak Master Mu. His Majesty has decreed that you are ordered to preach at the sacred ground of Spirit Terrace. But Mu Yao had long ago ridden a donkey and leapt away. Chapter 20, Special Envoy for Meritorious Discussion of the Way. Goes Peak. The hectic atmosphere has not abated in the least. Bang, bang, bang. Wow. There was a loud noise from the foot of the mountain. Hundreds of workers are working intensely. Some cutting stone steps, others building attics. The stone steps are wider on this side. That loft over there. Follow the plans. The foreman kept directing. Among the busy figures of the workers were several merchants in brocade garments. They are conferring with the foreman. This batch of 1,000-year-old cold iron. But we brought it all the way from the northern domain. For a price. Money is not an issue. The foreman interrupted directly. Peak Master said that as long as the materials are good, there's no need to consider the price. The businessman's eyes lit up. This Mu Peak Master. He's really generous. Strange Snow stood on the mountainside, looking at the busy scene below. In just a few days, Guji Peak was transformed. The materials used in these buildings are of the finest quality. The wages alone cost hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals. As he was thinking, a boy ran over. Senior Sister Moore, Peak Master Mu invites you over. Master has been gone all night and is finally back. She ran upward toward the dirt bag. On the way, she saw a few more workers carrying building materials. Those materials, they were actually all made of 1,000-year-old cold iron. This kind of material was not commonly used even in the main peak of the Emperor sect. Master is really a big deal. Spending money by the box. These days have spent almost 100 boxes of spirit crystals. Master, you're looking for me? She came outside Muyuki's room. Come in. Muo's voice came from inside the room. Mo Qianchua pushed the door and found Muyo sitting on the edge of the bed, holding a worn secret book in his hand. Master, this is. She looked at the secret book curiously. Master just remembered that you didn't give you anything when you worshipped. This is a little bit of my master's intention. You and take it to cultivate. Moyo only gave a copy of the first order. He thought about the first order stealth technique, which was also enough for his apprentice to practice for a while. In this period of time, the disciple would not pester himself about the method of cultivation. Yeah, deal with it first. When the first order is practiced, then give that second order book. Mo Qianxue took the secret book and only saw 5 words written on the cover. Stealth first rank? She flipped it open with some confusion. This is. Her beautiful eyes widened momentarily. What was written on the secret book was actually a true stealth method. And it's still a complete practice step. In her previous life, she had also practiced stealth spells. But that was self-realization and not documented in this book. And this little worn-looking book. I can't believe that the method of invisibility is written so thoroughly. Master. She looked at Moyo in shock. This kind of miraculous kung fu was actually given to him so easily? What? Don't like it? Moyo asked with a smile. No. Strange Snow shook his head in a hurry. The disciple loved it. It's just that, for this kind of miraculous technique, why didn't Master Teacher personally impart it to me? Moyo waved her hand. Apprentice son, you are exceptionally gifted, and Master believes that you will be able to comprehend this on your own, and you take it and ponder it. If you are in danger, you will also have a means to save your life. Strange Snow was frozen. That's right, he is the Hongmeng sacred body, and he has 1,000 years of cultivation experience. The method of cultivation does not need to be taught by others. Could it be that the Master has seen all this? Disciple thanks Master. She bowed respectfully. When she left, Muyao smiled without saying a word. This invisibility talisman used one less than the other. Or have to think of a long-term plan. It just so happened that the system rewarded this secret book, so he let his disciple cultivate it. If you are in danger in the future, you will have a means to save your life. The back of the Guji Peak. Strange Snow found a secluded place and started practicing stealth. Concentrate and collect your breath. Use your heart to control your chi, and use your chi to transform your form. Chi moves with the heart, and form turns at will. She followed the steps on the secret book and tried it step by step. Suddenly, her figure began to blur. It's. Strange Snow's heart was delighted. Is it possible that? She looked down and realized her arm was hidden. Really? She exclaimed excitedly. This secret book is, indeed, real. As she was thinking, her figure reappeared. It seems that there is a need to continue practicing. However, she was confident that in less than 3 hours, she would be able to comprehend it thoroughly. Now that his cultivation was lost, he had the ability to defend himself with this move. Morgia Shui continued to cultivate according to the secret book, gradually grasping the tricks of the trade. So, the key to this stealth technique lies in the convergence of breath. No wonder Master said that this is a life-preserving technique. As long as the aura was completely restrained, even a great power would have difficulty discovering it. The subtleties of this gong method were far beyond her imagination. Hilltop. Muoy is drinking. He looked at the busy scene at the bottom of the mountain, and a small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Today, the remaining lifespan is 490 years. Props, 1 invisibility charm and whatever that powerful adhesive is. Funny, really funny. This system, it's got something going for it. Muyao put down the wine gourd and looked at the construction scene at the bottom of the mountain. A building made of 1,000-year-old cold iron and stone steps paved with spiritual jade. These materials, he had purposely sourced from all over the world, in order to make Guji Peak, the strongest peak in the Emperor's sect. No, when the time comes, why not start your own clan? In the meantime, the other peaks of the Emperor's sect. What? Another batch of 1,000-year cold iron? This Moon Knight, where on earth did he get so many precious materials from? I heard that even the merchants from the northern region were invited by him. Not only that, I also heard that he bought 3 mines in a row. The peak lords were talking, their eyes filled with shock. In just a few short days, the changes in Goji Peak had taken everyone by surprise. This old thing, there's definitely something wrong with it. That's right, how can there be so many spirit crystals? The more the crowd thought about it, the more it felt wrong. An old man sent here by the Empress to retire. A sudden show of strength and a splurge of money. Behind this, there must be some unspeakable secret. Shall we send someone to check it out? Forget it. Even His Majesty looks at him differently. Let's just wait and see what happens. The crowd nodded. Yeah, someone who can walk away from cold no hands in one piece. It is not something they can easily mess with. This day, the rumors about Mu Yi became more and more divine within the imperial sect. There was talk of him being an elder of some hidden clan. It is also said that he is the reincarnation of an ancient great power. There's even talk of, he could be a legendary immortal. And that's all. Muoy was oblivious. At this moment, the sky suddenly exploded with golden light. a golden holy decree descended from the sky. The word imperial decree was so bright that it almost blinded him. It is written in the decree, by the word of the Empress, Moon Knight has been meritorious in discussing the Tao, and is now hereby recognized as the special envoy of the Cold Kingdom. 3 days later, on behalf of the Yujing Sacred Land, the Long Kingdom, go to the Spirit Terrace Sacred Land to discuss and spar. Chin up. The golden light dispersed and a jade token fell into Moon Knight's hands. The token was engraved with the words Special Envoy of the Lang Kingdom, and there was a hidden aura flowing through it. Muyi looked at the token in his hand and the corner of his mouth hooked up slightly. Lang Wo Shuang, you're trying to push my old man into the fire. Chapter 21, Got a tree? Come if you can. Acacia Peak. A gust of fragrant wind washed over the room. Si Kong-yun was sitting in Lu Meier's room, constantly rubbing 2 balls in his hands. This punk! He gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with anger. Actually letting him go to the spirit platform Holy Land to discuss the Tao? Lu Meier gently leaned on Si Kong-yun, her jade hand lightly caressing his chest. Empty. Don't be angry. Angry? Si Kong-yun sneered. How can I not be angry? My hallowed divine sword peak master, the imperial sect's chief great disciple. This kind of heavy responsibility is actually letting a loser do it? A glint flashed in Lu Meier's eyes. I heard that the Empress left him overnight that day. Humph. Si Kong-yun smashed the stone table in front of him with a slap. So what if we spend the night? What can an old man do? He was so angry that even his hairline receded a trifle. In fact, he has been holding a small goal in his heart. That's hugging the leg of Empress Lang Wushuang. To be the emperor's husband of the Cold Kingdom. He, Si Kong-yun, was 519 years old, the most golden age of a cultivator. A hand of swordsmanship was out of this world, and a face as handsome as a flower. Within the imperial sect, he was known as a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. It was even more recognized as the future star of the emperor's sect. However, the title of the most beautiful man in the cold country is the title of Moon Knight. The name of Langua Difu also belongs to Mai. It's been a whole 80 years. I've been up until my hair is going bald. And I'm finally waiting for the Empress to be single. But this Mui Knight, it's still shady. I can't believe I came here to be some bull **** peak master. Make a fool out of him again at the intake meeting. In just a few days, he, the pride of heaven, had been eclipsed in the imperial sect. In the past few days, the focus of the entire clan was on Moon Knight. On the clan's hot list, Moon Knight was first, and he was actually at the bottom. Mui Knight, Mui Knight, Mui Knight. The moment he heard the name, he was bedraggled and irritated. The 2 balls in his hands, rubbing faster. Just then, Lu Meier suddenly had a flash of light in front of her eyes. Shall I do you a favor? Oh, Si Kong-yun became interested. Tell me about it? Lu Meier smiled flirtatiously. As you know, what I, Acacia Peak, am best at is. Meier, what do you mean? Si Kong-yun had a lewd look on his face. I can invite him to be my guest at Acacia Peak. Lu Meier gently bit her red lips. By the means of my Acacia Peak. It doesn't matter if you're an unborn waif or a cultivator who's been practicing for 1,000 years. All of you need to lie down for me. What's more, he's immortal. A hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. As soon as he lies down, I'll make sure he can't get out of bed for a month. Wonderful. Si Kong-yun's eyes lit up. By then, if he misses his departure time, Lu Meier laughed softly. Then this messenger's position, isn't it vacant? Si Kong-yun laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Meier is really smart. But, he suddenly thought of something. That old thing, I'm afraid he won't take the bait easily. That's what you don't understand. Lu Meier smiled flirtatiously. A man can't resist that. Si Kong-yun was in a happy mood when he read this. The hairline went back another 3 points. Goes peak. Mu Yao was sitting in the courtyard, leisurely drinking wine from a gourd. He felt that it was not enough, and pulled out a roasted pig from the storage ring. It's still hot. Stranger Qian Shui, who was meditating next to him, was already not surprised by Mai's maneuvers. Every now and then, Sifu would pull something new out of his ring. Apprentice, cut up the pig. Moon Knight is too old to make strength. Every time a little strength work, have to rely on Stranger Qian Shui to serve. Strange Snow pulled out a dagger and sliced a pig's ear for him. Moyo took it and chewed on it. Tree, that's right. Muyuki chewed as he mulled it over in his mind. With a remaining lifespan of more than 3,000 years, it can only withstand a few slaps from a 1,000-year cultivator. It's a long way to the Holy Land of the Spirit. Even if you were to ride a day trip, it would take 10 days. The journey was perilous. As you can imagine, there's only one invisibility charm. The system says it can be invisible for a while. But for a while, exactly how much time? The system didn't say. Muyi touched the 9 Dragons Shin sword on his waist. This wooden sword is only rank 0 as well. He glanced at Go's peak. Just a few lone trees. If However, some trees are planted on Gouge Peak. It may not be impossible, but trees take time to grow. If you go to cut down trees on other peaks, people may not agree. Hey, it's easy to cut down trees, but hard to plant them, Moyo muttered. But it was heard by the sharp-eared stranger Snow. My disciple has heard that there is a place in the spirit platform Holy Land called 10,000 Wood Peak. There is a patch of 1,000-year-old spirit trees growing there. 10,000 of them. It is said that every tree there has a spirit. 10,000 trees. Muyao almost didn't spit out the pig's ear in his mouth. Nice guy. Isn't that just what he wants? By the way, why did Master said to cut down the tree? Strange Snow was puzzled. Mui Knight stroked his beard in a pretense of sophistication. The Master is going to the Holy Land of spiritual platforms. Just looking for some Dao wood. Dao wood? Strange Snow had a puzzled look on his face. Nice. Moyo continued to babble. The so-called Dao wood is a spiritual wood that contains the principles of the great Dao. Master is preparing to cut. Ahem. Is ready to invite a few trees back, planted on our Guji Peak. In this way, the aura of the entire Guji Peak will be elevated. Master's farsightedness is admired by my disciple. Strange Snow said, cutting another pigtail over. At that moment, a fragrant wind came. Moyo sniffed with her nose. That's a familiar scent. Ha ha ha, Peak Master Mu is so elegant. A flirtatious sound came from Lu Mare as she appeared in front of Muya. There was a bit of seduction on that sultry face. The smell of this roasted pig can be smelled from a long way off. Moyo narrowed her eyes at her. Oh, what is the reason for Peak Master Lu to come to my Guji Peak? Willow Meyer let out a soft laugh. I heard that Mufongmo is going to the spirit platform Holy Land to discuss the Dao. Special congratulations. Her eyes flickered as she continued. Therefore, tomorrow night, I would like to invite Peak Master Mu to be my guest at Halwan Peak. Consider it practicing for you. Moyo raised an eyebrow. This woman. She's coming from a bad place. He had heard of some of the tactics of the Acacia Peak. In the Yujing Holy Land, there were forces from various countries. Every big country had an imperial sect, and each imperial sect had a peak. The name is Acacia. The women cultivated from the Acacia Peak will be sent to all corners of the Holy Land, specializing in some kind of intelligence gathering, or assassination operations. I don't know how many great cultivators have fallen into the hands of these Acacia fairies. So, this looks like a banquet to practice, but in reality, it is a hidden murder. Are there trees? Moyo popped up. Lu Mare froze, then smiled charmingly. Look at what Peak Master Mu said. I am a lush wood in deep forest on my Acacia Peak. Can we cut some tomorrow? Moyo's eyes lit up. The old man wants to transplant to Guji Peak. A hint of smugness flashed in Lu Mare's eyes. So, tomorrow's banquet. Peak Master Mu has agreed? Come if you can cut. Peak Master Mu can cut as much as he wants. Lu Mare laughed so hard that her mouth couldn't close. After all, as long as he could be tricked into going to the Harmony Peak. As for cutting down trees or not, how much can he cut down? Chapter 22, Wherever you go, no wood grows. Peak Master. Peak Master. In the Acacia Peak, a female disciple ran in panic. Peak Master Mu is visiting with his disciple. What? Lu Mare, who was still awake, was awakened. As soon as he did, he pushed the sleeping person next to him out of the way. Didn't we agree on a dinner party? Why is the old man here so early? Understood. This Peak Master will get up now. Yes. Lu Mare got up lazily, looked at her tired face in the bronze mirror, and hastily made up some more makeup. You have to go. The old man is coming. Si Kong Yun, who was lying on the bed, rolled over. So early? You're in a hurry. Lu Mare gave him a blank look. Cut the crap and go. If people see you here, will I still be the Peak Master? Sikyan reluctantly got up, then came back over. Mayor, it's up to you today. Remember, make sure the old thing can't get out of bed. Don't worry. Lu Mare smiled charmingly. It's not like you don't know the skills of these disciples of mine. Keep him out of bed for a month. When the time comes, miss the day to go to the Holy Land of spiritual platforms. This position of messenger, naturally, is yours. Si Kong Yun hemmed and hawed and sipped hard on Lu Mare's cheeks. It's still Mayor who's the best to me. Asterisk 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 off. I just did my makeup. Peak Master Mu. You've come early. Lu Mare yawned and was in poor spirits, but she also braced herself for a smile to greet her, followed by 7 or 8 female disciples. Each of these female disciples is unique. There are bright and colorful ones and clear ones. There are also a few that are flirty and enchanting and gentle. But they have one thing in common. That's when the eyes are flowing with a sense of seduction. This is the standard for Acacia Peak disciples. Moyo's veins swelled. Still, he said calmly, cutting down trees. Naturally, before it's too late. Peak Master Mu please. Lu Mare didn't think much about it as she made a please gesture. It doesn't matter to her whether she cuts down the tree or not. What matters is that you, Nui Knight, are here. Then her plan was halfway there. I'll have someone prepare breakfast. Eat something to warm up first. Mu Yao nodded and followed her to the banquet hall. As soon as you enter the door, the aroma hits your face. A dozen or so seemingly beautiful women amended in setting up the banquet. I don't know if it's intentional or not. These female cultivators were all dressed in revealing clothes. Pose for you every time you walk up to Muyuki. It's just like walking the runway. Mu Yao's old face reddened. These female cultivators, each one of them was as beautiful as a flower. If it was in normal times, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold it anymore. But whenever his mind wanders, then he would turn his head to look at strange snow. At once, these female cultivators were eclipsed. In the face of absolute beauty, any winks pale in comparison. Even Muyi hadn't thought that Stranger Snow actually had this role. Peak Master Mu. Willow Meyer walked up with a glass of wine. Try our Acacia Peak's drunken immortal brew. Mu Yao took the glass of wine and gave it a gentle sniff. Ding! Lu Meyer has been detected to have drugged the host. Counterattack mission, cut down all the trees on Acacia Peak and make it bald. Target of counterattack, Lu Meyer. Mission reward, 500 years of remaining life. Even if the system didn't issue a quest reminder, Mu Yi knew that there was definitely something wrong with the wine. Thanks a lot, he said with a smirk, but I'd rather not drink before I cut down the tree. Old man, I'm afraid I can't make it work. We'll drink it when we're done chopping down trees. A hint of displeasure flashed in Lu Meyer's eyes. Peak Master Mu is not giving face. Where? Mu Yao waved his hands in succession. It's really old. The old man didn't drink a drop of alcohol before the campaign. We'll have a nice drink when the chopping is done. Lu Meyer had no choice but to bring him to the back of the mountain. It is lushly planted with acacia trees. A faint pink glow emanated from each tree. That was the power of seduction unique to the acacia tree. Peak Master Mu, please look. Willow Meyer pointed at the trees that filled the mountain. These are the treasures of my acacia peak. Each one is over 100 years old and full of spiritual energy. Moyo nodded. Not bad. I'll start then. With that, he pulled out the wooden sword at his waist. Lu Meyer forced a smile. Please be my guest, Peak Master Mu. I'll go ahead and prepare the feast. Let's have a nice drink after you finish cutting down the tree. Looking at Lu Meyer's departing back, a glint flashed in Mu Yao's eyes. He looked around the room. This mountain is full of acacia trees. I'm afraid there are thousands of them, right? This is something you, Lu Meyer, voluntarily allowed me to cut. Oh, Mu Yao gripped the wooden sword in his hand. Ka-ching! With such a light touch, 100-year-old spirit tree fell to the ground in response. He then picked out the roots of the tree with another flick. Put it into the storage ring. It was easy and effortless. At this rate, with a little legwork, 1 tree in 10 seconds. That's 6 in a minute. So that's 360 trees an hour. No, this mustn't tire him out as an old man. He immediately summoned the Daywalker. A burrow appeared out of nowhere. Apprentice, help master onto the donkey. Aha! Strange Snow carried Mu Yao onto the donkey's back. Suddenly, she felt a rich aura come over her. The aura. It was more than 100 times thicker than Guji Peak. Her Homeng sacred body instinctively began to operate. The surrounding aura madly surged into his body. The feeling. It's like a man who's been starving for 3 days. Can't help but crave in the face of good food. Can't stop at all. Master. Strange Snow's eyes lit up. The aura here is too rich. Apprentice wants to meditate and cultivate for a while. Mu Yi smiled and nodded. Don't be polite, disciple. Feel free to absorb it. When he had finished, he rode his donkey and began to cut down the trees. This is much faster. 3 seconds a tree is not a problem. Wherever it passes, not an inch of wood grows. And not far away. Strange Snow sat cross-legged. Her Homeng sacred body was working frantically. The surrounding auras came in like 100 rivers returning to the sea. Those fallen acacia trees. It contains 100 years of aura. It's all being absorbed by her at the moment. A short moment. She then felt the spiritual energy in her body skyrocket. Painful. It's just too painful. And on the side of Niui Night, it's also getting more and more intense the more you chop. Ka-ching! A sword went down and a tree fell to the ground. Ka-ching! The wooden sword swung like the wind. Trees fall to the ground like rain. The burrow spread its hooves like a fly. Ding! The host has recharged a tree for the 9 Dragon Sword. Current level, 0 rank. Current upgrade progress, 30/1000. Current upgrade progress, 99/1000. Current upgrade progress, 120/1000. Current upgrade progress, 189/1000. Those 100-year-old acacia trees. In front of him, it's like bean sprouts. One touch and you're down. Over here, Lu Meyer was getting a little impatient waiting. The drinks are ready. The female disciples were also geared up. All types, everything. How dare you, Mu Yao, cut down a tree for me? Someone, Go see if Peak Master Mu has finished chopping. Chapter 23, Acacia Peak, Bald. Peak Master. Peak Master. The female disciple who had gone to check out the situation ran back in a panic. Her face was pale as if she had seen a ghost. Not good. Back mountain. Back mountain. She was too out of breath to speak in full. Behind them were a few female disciples with equally terrified faces. Take your time. Willow Meyer frowned. What's wrong with the backwoods? The trees in the back of the hill. The female disciple took a deep breath. All gone. What? Lu Meyer stood up in an energetic manner. She was preparing for tonight's feast. Upon hearing this news, the wine glass in his hand nearly fell to the floor. What did you say? All gone? Yes. The female disciple's voice was shaking. That old man. He was riding a donkey. Just slash and slash. A moment's work, and the whole backwoods went bald. No way. Willow Meyer shook her head. That's 100 years of spirit wood. My spirit would nah. Lu Meyer was on the verge of tears as she flew and swept to the back of the mountain. As far as the eye could see, it was a mess. Originally lush mountain peaks. It's actually a flat area at the moment. Thousands of acacia trees. It's all gone. All that's left behind are hole pits all over the place. And in the midst of this mess, Muya was sitting on a rock, drinking leisurely. Beside him, Stranger Snow sat cross-legged. A faint halo of light enveloped his body. It was a vision of aura coalescence. Lu Meyer was shocked in her heart. This girl, it was actually able to induce such a dense aura. To know, even she, the Peak Master, couldn't do this. What shocked her even more was this. The originally rich aura was unexpectedly more than 100 times thinner at this moment. This, she looked to Stranger Snow. Could it be this girl? Absorbed all the aura? How is this possible? Ding! Target accumulated shock value, 99/100. Mu, Peak Master Mu. Her voice was shaking. What's going on here? Muyao took a sip of the wine in his gourd and said slowly, didn't Peak Master Lu say that he'd let me cut it at will? But, Willow Meyer pointed to the tree pits all over the ground. This is too casual. These are all 100-year spirit trees. Muyuki looked innocent. I, for one, like to be thorough in everything I do. Since we're going to cut it, let's cut it clean. Again. He pointed at Stranger Snow, who was meditating. Look how happy my apprentice is. The aura here is much stronger than my Guji Peak. Lu Meyer was shaking with anger. These acacia trees, they are her carefully cultivated treasures. Each one is worth its weight in gold. It's all gone now. Just then, another female disciple came running. Peak Master. Not good. The trees on the front hill. Also, it's gone too. Lu Meyer was struck by lightning. She hurriedly flew and swept to the front mountain. Sure enough, as far as the eye could see, there was another mess. Acacia trees on the front hill. It was also chopped to pieces. This. Lu Meyer only felt her eyes darken and almost didn't faint. Ding. Target accumulated shock value, 100. Ding. The host has completed a counterattack during the course of the mission. Randomized item, poison pill. Effect, poison coming? Don't panic. Let it go to someone else. Moyo let out an. This stuff is kind of awesome. But, not items gained by Blitz. It can also only be consumed over the course of a mission. That being said, Lu Meyer only felt a blackness before her eyes. Almost didn't pass out. Over here, her carefully arranged merry feast has not yet begun. Her acacia peak. Just go bald first. Not only was it bald, but the entire mountain's aura, too, had been sucked clean. But on second thought, she was the one who promised Muyao to cut it randomly. Now if you blame it, you won't be slapping yourself in the face. Lu Meyer returned to the front of Muyao. Peak Master Mu. She held back her anger. Since the tree is also cut down, how about, stay for a drink? Muyao's eyes lit up. Great. Just in time to be thirsty. Lu Meyer was secretly happy in her heart. This old thing finally took the bait. Soon, inside the ballroom, gaggle, a dozen or so beautiful-looking cultivators circled around Muyao. These female cultivators, each one of them was as beautiful as a flower. There are bright and colorful, like peonies in bloom. There are clear and elegant, like the orchid in the empty valley. There are charming and enchanting, like hibiscus in water. There are gentle and lovely, like the morning dew new lotus. More importantly, they both cultivated the secret techniques of the harmony peak. Between the knitted brows and the smile, they all carried a power of seduction. Pouring him a drink and caressing him with her jade hand. Serving him food, her fragrant shoulders slightly exposed. Others gently squeezed his shoulders and exhaled. These means, even cultivators with a firm Taoist heart would find it difficult to resist. But Nui Knight, it was like nothing. Whenever these female cultivators approached, he turned his head to look at Stranger Snow. At once, the charm of these female cultivators was like the light of a glowing fire meeting a white moon in the sky. Eclipsed. Lu Meier looked in her eyes and was anxious in her heart. This old thing, isn't he a man? Peak Master. A female disciple came over. This old man doesn't seem to be interested in us. Lu Meier gritted her teeth. I saw it. The tree was gone. The aura was depleted. And after paying such a price, there was no way she was going to give up like this. It's better to do it in person. Peak Master Mu. Lu Meier's lotus step slightly moved, carrying a cup of pink wine as she approached. Between steps, also did not forget to gently lift up the jade shoulder veil. There was a rush of aroma. She lifted her glass and approached Muoi. The wine was fragrant with a hint of sweetness. This is our Acacia Peak's drunk and immortal brew. You taste it? Her eyes were streaming. Her voice was silky and honeyed, and there was a certain look of anticipation in her eyes. This wine, Isla said, with Acacia, and the strongest kind at that. It doesn't matter if you're a man, a woman, or even, drink and suffer. Lu Meier once again handed over the glass of wine. She couldn't wait to see it. Nui Knight made a fool of himself. Thanks a lot. Mu Yao smiled and took the glass of wine. There was not the slightest hint of dissimilarity to be seen on that old face. Ding! The system has detected harmony. Does the host use the poison prop to switch the Acacia's poison to another target? Mu Knight smiled in his heart. This is not coming. Switching target, Lu Meier. Ding! Host's use of poison by poison on Lu Meier was successful. Just moments before the glass was about to touch his lips, an invisible force, the harmony scatter in the wine, was transferred into Lu Meier's body. Ha! Lu Meier suddenly felt hot all over. A strange feeling rose from the small of his back. Her face, at a speed visible to the naked eye, turned red. It's. She realized something with a jolt. That feeling. Isn't that a symptom of the Acacia attack? Chapter 24. This wine. It tastes good. That feeling. Isn't that a symptom of the Acacia attack? How? It was clearly poison for Mu Yao. So how did it take effect on her? Ding! Shock value of target Lu Meier has exploded to 100. The host completes a blitz, gaining a random afterlife, plus 100 years. Host's current life expectancy, 3,590 years. Mu Yao smiled. This poison is really not simple now. Peak Master? How are you? Several female disciples asked with concern. Lu Meier forced herself to hold back the dry heat in her body. No, it's fine. Her expression, however, betrayed her. That pretty face, it was so red that it looked like it was going to drip blood. The eyes were even more springy. It's the strongest harmony. The process of trying to cure this poison is complicated and difficult to explain. Know it all. Peak Master. Your face is so red. A female disciple whispered a reminder. Lu Meier realized this. Without realizing it himself, he had bitten his lower lip. His body was trembling even slightly. Lu Mei's eyes slowly drifted away as the scene in front of her began to distort. She looked at Muyuki in a panic. That old man sitting at the top of the table had gradually changed his appearance. The old face disappeared, and in its place, there was a face that was incredibly handsome. Sword brows and starry eyes, plump as jade. It's like an exiled immortal walking out of a painting. Toshi-san? Ding! Target Lu Meier's obsessive girl value has reached 100. The host completes a blitz, gaining a random afterlife, plus 100 years. Host's current life expectancy, 3,690 years. Willow Meier rubbed her eyes. She knew it was an illusion, but the strength of the Acacia drug was so strong that she could not control her thoughts. The beautiful man in front of her gave her a charming smile. That smile was beyond deadly. No. She shook her head desperately, trying to stay awake. The mind kept prompting itself to calm down. It was just an illusion, but it didn't help in the slightest. She glanced absently at Moyo again. This ing handsome? Ah! A soft whimper spilled out of her mouth. Lu Meier hurriedly covered her mouth and was so ashamed that she couldn't stand it. Ding! Target Lu Meier's obsessive girl value has reached 100. The host completes a blitz, gaining a random afterlife, plus 100 years. Host's current life expectancy, 3,790 years. Peak Master? How are you? The voices of the female disciples around them seemed to come from far away. Lu Meier could no longer care to answer. She stared at Muyo and felt her body getting hot and her heart beating faster. This feeling is better than the Acacia she usually uses. 100 times more violent. Peak Master, are you okay? Want to go rest? The female disciples asked. Lu Meier couldn't hold back any longer. Excuse me. She dropped that, and panicked, leaving a group of female disciples looking at each other in disbelief, not knowing what had happened. Only Mu Knight, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a meaningful smile. What's it called? It's called self-inflicted. Ding! Target Lu Meier's hunger level has reached 100. The host has completed a blitz, and received a random recharge. Recharge the age returning gourd plus 50 years of remaining life. Current volume of alcohol in the gourd, 80 years. Host total recharge, 100 years. What a nice reward from the system. And you can recharge your gourd. Current drink, 80 years. Moyo smiled. She hadn't worked hard for nothing. Every day I held the gourd and drank it, which took 20 years. Just drink the 80 years again and you'll be a year younger. He gently shook the glass in his hand. The drunken immortal brew mixed with acacia. Instead, it is now the most common of wines. He picked up his glass and took a gentle sip. This wine, it tastes good. Peak Master. Peak Master. Several female disciples chased after them. Soon came running back in a panic. Not good. Peak Master she. What's wrong? The other female disciples asked. Peak Master she. The female disciple stammered. It's like crazy. What? The crowd was alarmed. She was hugging a tree. Say what? Toshi-san. Still. Also, the female disciple couldn't say any more. His face was red to the base of his neck. Master, didn't all the trees get cut down by you? Stranger Qianshui looked at Muyo, being reminded by Mo Qianshui. Muyi then thought that it was no wonder the system hadn't sent out rewards yet. Turns out there are trees on this peak. Got to go out and cut first. Under the guidance of the female disciple of Acacia Peak, Moyo did spot the tree around a corner. It's also the only one in the entire peak. I only saw Lu Meier, clinging to the tree with a death grip, the body twisted like a water snake. Muyuki let out of my grass and his eyes glistened. He glanced at Stranger Snow before drawing his wooden sword. Just that flick, tree fall. Then again, with the wooden sword so picked, the root rose. Ding! Congratulations host, successfully recharged the 1000th tree. Ding! The 9-dragon sword has successfully broken through to the first rank. Current level, first order. Number of rechargeable trees required for next level upgrade, 3000 trees. What a strong aura. Behind him, Stranger Snow marveled. The aura in this last acacia tree. It's even thicker than the ones before. Her Hongmeng sacred body instinctively operated. It began to absorb this aura crazily. Allow absorption to be complete. She fused and condensed all the auras in her body again. A powerful force. Rushing through the meridians. Boom! A muffled sound. Her cultivation began to skyrocket. Early stage of the first realm spirit refining. Reiki flowed through the meridians. A realm of mid-stage spirit refining. The breath became thicker and thicker. Late stage of the first realm spirit refining. Spiritual energy began to solidify. The peak of the first realm spirit refining. The breakthrough is imminent. Boom! It was as if some barrier had been broken. Early second realm solid element. Spiritual energy began to solidify. Second realm solid middle stage. The breath is more condensed. Late second realm solid element. The power keeps climbing. The peak of the second realm solid element. Another barrier. Boom! Early third realm soul casting. The soul begins to metamorphose. Third realm middle stage of soul casting. Cultivation finally stabilized. All of this, but in the blink of an eye. To know, ordinary cultivators go from the first realm to the third realm. It takes at least 100 years of hard work, but it only took her a few hours. Just accomplish this feat. This is the horror of the sacred body of the great beyond, the speed at which the aura is absorbed. It was more than 100 times faster than ordinary cultivators. Strange Snow opened his eyes. Breaking. Of course, it all happened quietly. The bystanders don't know. At this time, the system also threw out the reward for the completion of the quest to Moonite. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the current mission. Mission, cut down all the trees on Acacia Peak. Acquisition of remaining life, plus 500 years. Host's current life expectancy, 4,290 years. Thank you, Peak Master Mu. The female disciple behind her saw Muyao cut down the tree. It went so far as to thank him. Afterwards, they panicked and carried Lu Meier away. Chapter 25, This Emperor Has Never Fallen. Lu Meier was carried back to her room by the disciples. The acacia is getting stronger and stronger. She was hot as if she was on fire. The appearance of Muyao kept floating in his mind. Not that pale face, but that incredibly handsome face. No way. She clenched her teeth in a death grip, trying to stay awake. But how can she resist the strongest harmony scatter? The medicine is far more potent. Senior brother Sikong. She finally couldn't help herself. A stream of spiritual energy surged out from his palm, transforming into a stream of light and rushing straight in the direction of the divine sword peak. Soon, Sikong Yun then rushed to Hepping Peak. Sister. He had a smug smile on his face. Which room is that old thing Mui Knight lying in? I'll go take a look. Sikong Yun still thought that the plan had been accomplished, and they were all happy. Before these words were finished, he saw Lu Meier's face reddened and her eyes mesmerized. A look of intent. Empty. Empty. Lu Meier looked at Sikong Yun and suddenly brightened up. It's like seeing an oasis in the desert. Meier? Sikong Yun frowned. You have a fever? Lu Meier didn't know where the strength came from and grabbed Si Kongyun's hand. Yes, senior brother. Quickly. What? Si Kongyun was dumbfounded. You're crazy. It's broad daylight. What are you up to? At this moment, Lu Meier, how could she care about this? She took out a harmony scatter and sent it into Si Kongyun's mouth. Slut. You're crazy. Si Kongyun cursed. Yes, I am mad. If I don't feel good, you won't feel good either. Saying that, she grabbed Si Kongyun's neck. Goes peek. Muya was lying on a large wooden bed that was dozens of square meters in size. The bed boards are made of centennial spirit wood. It's covered in colorful brocade. His head rests on the silk of the silkworm, covered with the phoenix feather coat. Just taking it easy and drinking. It's nice to have money. In the beginning, when he first came to Guji Peak, not even a decent bed. Had to sleep on a broken board. In just a few days, not only did you get a queen-sized bed, but you also got to stay in a villa. He glanced at Stranger Snow, who was 100 meters away, cooking for her. Hey, it's just that the house is too big to shout at. These days, he doesn't have time to spend. The 3,000 boxes of spirit crystals given by Long Wushuang in the beginning had only been spent on 500 boxes. Hey, it's hard to spend money. He sighed helplessly. If that had been said in a previous life, it would have been punched in the face. After taking a sip of the Return to Age wine, he opened the system panel. 9 Dragon Sword, first rank. Returned gourd, 100 years. Current life expectancy, 4,290 years. Invisibility charm, 1. Powerful adhesive, 1 bottle. Unico. He suddenly asked. This wooden sword of mine is of supreme quality. So what strength does the first rank now equate to? The system quickly responded. 3 orders for the lower grade, 2 for the middle grade, and 1 for the upper grade. If it's against an extreme spirit weapon, the wood is ranked. Hey, Muyo sighed. In that case, it seems that there is still work to be done. At this current level, I'm afraid that going to the Holy Land of spiritual platforms wouldn't be enough. Luckily, there's enough remaining life left. But when it came to a 1,000-year-old cultivator going berserk, he wouldn't be able to take a few hits. I don't know how well the apprentice's stealth technique has been practiced. If you run into any danger, you can also go into the arms of your disciple. It seems that when you go to the Holy Land of Lingtai, you have to put go first. However, that mangy peak is an opportunity to go and spoil it. Master. At this moment, Stranger Qianxue walked over. What do you think should be done with the trees piled up in the back of the hill? Use it to remodel the peak gate of Guji Peak. Moon Knight said indifferently. Those trees, they were all just cut down from Acacia Peak. These centuries-old spirit wood is first-rate for building materials. Moon Knight did not waste, all with storage ring to load back. Strange Snow nodded. Master is just ho-hum. Strange Snow came to the back of the mountain, and after looking around no one was there. She suddenly came to her senses. Today, her cultivation had risen 3 realms in a row, reached the middle stage of the 3rd realm soul casting. Why don't you try it first? Her clear eyes instantly became deep and cold. It was as if it had traveled through 10,000 years of time and space, carrying an awe-inspiring majesty. Up, she gently waved her hand and thousands of 100-year-old spirit trees. Surprisingly, they floated at the same time. Thousands of spirit wood, each weighing 1,000 pounds. But in her hands, it was like a toy, to be manipulated as she pleased. Chop! She bellowed again. Those floating spirit woods were instantly cut into neat timber. The incision is smooth as a mirror without the slightest jaggedness. Such exquisite control caused the corners of her mouth to lift up a smug look. Subsequently, she made a seal with both hands. A spiritual energy intertwined in the air, forming a huge formation. Those timbers, pulled by the formation, began to combine automatically. A short moment, a small, 3-story building that rises out of the ground. This means of construction is simply unheard of. Even if it was an architect of the imperial sect, it would take tens of days. But she did it all in just a few breaths. Ha! She suddenly frowned. Something didn't feel right. That's too easy. She shook her head. Not bossy enough. Said. A harsh, cold light swept across her eyes. Break! She bellowed. The small building that had just been built was instantly reduced to pieces. Hop! As her words fell, those wood shavings reorganized in the air and transformed into a palace. Flying eaves and corners. Carved beams. The main entrance alone was 3 feet high. Subsequently, she swung her hands in a gentle leap. Use your finger to form a sword. With the peak of your finger pointing straight at the lintel, the 3 big words Goji Peak appeared abruptly. Every stroke, it's all permeated with a sense of dominance. Ha ha ha. She couldn't help but laugh. This emperor's handiwork is still impressive. Then, she raised her jade finger lightly again, and a bit of cold aura appeared at the tip of her finger. This palace in front of him was reduced to nothingness in an instant. As the fingertips descended, A pile of spirit wood had quietly surfaced, lying neatly on the ground. It was as if nothing had just happened. A whole 10,000 years of light flowed by. She had been reincarnated through 100 lifetimes, and had never been so uninhibited. This kind of aura of looking proudly at the sky and overlooking all living beings. It was as if heaven and earth were in his grasp, and everything was like an ant. Her jade feet lightly touched the ground, the coldness between her brows dispersed, and her breath returned to calm. Sentiment. The peak of the 9th realm is within reach, breaking through the Emperor realm is just around the corner. Those who harmed me in the past, those who abandoned me. Did you ever expect that this Emperor would still be standing? Have you ever known that this Emperor has never fallen? Oh no! At this moment, Stranger Snow stomped her foot violently, her face suddenly changing. The soup I made for Master is afraid to be mushy. Chapter 26. What special physique? Strange Snow was about to turn around and leave. Just then, a vast and incomparable aura descended from the sky. This aura was like a Tarzan pressing down, suffocating. Even the air around them seemed to freeze. She frowned lightly. With the sharp perception of the Hongmeng sacred body, she sensed the extraordinary nature of the visitor. The aura of the 8th realm harmonization. Mo Qianshue's eyes condensed as she raised her head to look into the sky. Who is it? Who is guessing the realm of this emperor? Above the sky, Lang Wushuang rode a spirit beast, and the jade bosom in her hand was crushed to pieces by her. Today, she is sick again. He was in an irritable mood and was looking for Mui Knight to vent his frustration. But summoning Muyo too many times will inevitably cause offense. So, she simply came in person. I happened to pass by the back of Goji Peak and felt a strange aura coming from it. In 1,000 years, she had never had an encounter. Her captivating face lifted slightly as she looked down. Ha! Interesting. Lang Wushuang rested his chin. A touch of playfulness swept across his eyes. Isn't this the Hongmeng sacred body that Lung Xian spoke of? Isn't this that old loser's chief great disciple? A few days ago, she had seen Stranger Snow at the discourse, but at the time, she focused more of her attention on Muyuki, so he didn't pay much attention to Stranger Snow. Moreover, the sudden appearance of the Hongmeng sacred body, she was still a little skeptical. After all, this kind of physique was rare in 10,000 years. Stop! Lang Wushuang spoke faintly, her jade finger lightly tapping. The spirit beast then turned into a wisp of red smoke and dispersed. In an instant, a white shadow cut through the sky like a meteor. Lang Wushuang landed on the ground with an aura as cold as frost. Interesting. Her gaze shifted slightly and landed on Strange Snow, a little girl in the district. To think that you can detect this emperor's aura. Seeing Lang Wushuang come, Mo Qianshue's heart snapped. She thought to herself, how did the Empress get here? Could it be that he's here to see his master? But as an Empress, if she wanted to see her master, all she needed was a decree to summon her. Why bother coming in person? She pushed down her doubts, stepped forward and bowed. Disciple Stranger Qianshue, greetings to your majesty. Oh, Lang Wushuang's eyes were sharp. She walked carelessly toward Strange Snow. Each step implied a powerful pressure. Every step was testing Stranger Snow's cultivation. But, from her detection, she did not sense the other party's cultivation fluctuations. Not to mention that he hadn't detected any aura of a different spirit root from the other party. The only thing that could be perceived was a faint trace of aura. It was as if the other party was just a more ordinary cultivator. Ah! At this moment, Mo Qianshue shrieked in shock and then collapsed to the ground. Sure enough, a hint of smugness flashed through Lang Wushuang's eyes. She felt more confident in her judgment. Although she had never seen any Hongmeng sacred body. But I've learned about it from old books. The sacred body of the Great Beyond is unique in its own way. The cultivator's pressure was nothing more than a breeze to this special physique, and had no effect whatsoever. In fact, Stranger Snow had long since hidden his cultivation, although her current cultivation was not high. With the special characteristics of the Hongmeng sacred body, it was not difficult to hide her cultivation, not to mention an 8th realm powerhouse. Even a 9th realm transcendent would have difficulty peeking the slightest bit. She just wanted to cultivate in peace, didn't want to draw too much attention to it at all. What's more, the other party is the Empress. If the other party knows that he is the Hongmeng sacred body, inevitably, he will attempt to subdue himself, and if he does not comply, he fears that he will invite death. But she was a 10,000-year-old demon emperor. Would she not stoop below a spirit realm female emperor? These are? Arriving in front of Mo Qianshue, Lang Wushuang was attracted by the spirit wood on the ground. Back to your majesty. Stranger Snow said obediently. These are the ones that the master is going to use to build the peak gate. Peak sect? Lang Wushuang let out a cold laugh. A dump is just a dump, and he really takes himself seriously? With that, she lightly lifted her jade hand, and a powerful spiritual energy surged out. Those spirit woods were flying in the air as if they were being manipulated by invisible hands. In the blink of an eye, an imposing peak gate rose up. It was a hand that appeared to be helping, but it was a secret. Although the peak gate was magnificent, there were countless formations and prohibitions hidden within it. If it was an ordinary cultivator, he wouldn't be able to detect it at all. Even if you perceive it, you can't understand the mystery. However, if there is a person with great powers, he or she will certainly be able to see the doorway. How? Lang Wushuang asked. Strange Snow looked at it and exclaimed in alarm. Your Majesty, are you an immortal? With a wave of your hand. It's done. She purposely put on an innocent face. In fact, she had long seen Lang Wushuang's intentions. There were dozens of formations hidden in this peak gate. Each of these, hidden mysteries. A trace of disappointment flashed through Lang Wushuang's eyes. It seems that Lang Xian's judgment was wrong. This girl, she's just a wonderful looking girl. She doesn't have any special physique. If one was truly a Hongmeng sacred body, it would be impossible for one to not be able to see the mysteries of these formations. But, she decided to try again anyway. Yeah head, Lang Wushuang said indifferently. Do you know how many types of formations are hidden in this peak gate? Morqian Shui blinked. Formation? What's a formation? Don't even know what a formation is? Lang Wushuang tightened his brows. Your master didn't say anything to you? Master said that I'm still young, and that it's not too late to learn these profound things later. Lang Wushuang let out a light laugh. Is that so? Then do you know what attributes these spirit woods all contain? Mo Qianshui shook her head. I don't know. Master only said that these woods are precious and have to be utilized properly. Lang Wushuang lightly hummed, a few hints of teasing in his tone. Precious indeed. That acacia peak is now a bald peak. She had long been informed of what happened at Acacia Peak, but it is also only known that Moyo went to cut down the tree. Unbeknownst to him, the aura on the peak had been absorbed as much as possible by stranger's snow, because the only thing that came out of the peak was that the trees were cut down, but hid the fact that the aura was sucked out. If word of this gets out, Acacia Peak will not only lose face, but also lose its integrity. The matter of Mu Yi chopping down the tree, however, made Lang Wushuang's interest in Mu Yi even more intense. Rumor has it that once a male sets foot on Acacia Peak, he can't get out of it. But Mai not only resisted the temptation, but also cut down all the acacia trees in the Acacia Peak. That's a really interesting behavior. Do you know why this emperor has come? Lang Wushuang asked again. Mo Qianshui froze. Your Majesty is here to find Master, to discuss the matter of the Spirit Terrace sacred ground, right? Lang Wushuang did not speak, but nodded. It seems that this girl is not as mysterious as Lang Xian said. Moreover, Muyuki had apparently not revealed his special fetish to her. After this trial and error, the doubts in Lang Wushuang's heart finally dissipated. She turned away, leaving behind an icy sentence. Girl, I have important matters to discuss with your master. If you trespass without this emperor's permission, die. Chapter 27. I abused you and you gave me money? Boom! The door of the room was suddenly shaken open by a powerful spiritual force. The gourd in Muyao's hand fell to the ground. The peanut grains just about to be swallowed also got stuck in his throat. Again. This aura. This domineering way of opening the door. It doesn't take much to figure out who it is. Sure enough, a white shadow flashed. Lang Wushuang was already standing in front of him. Old thing. Her eyes were misty and there was something sickly in her tone. This emperor is in a bad mood today. Accompany this emperor to have some fun. Mu Yao secretly sighed. This woman is not very sick. But today, he always felt something was wrong. Because, in Lang Wushuang's eyes, he saw a trace of a strange emotion. Seems more excited than usual? It's hard to believe that the last reverse torture has really gotten her addicted. What? Lang Wushuang laughed coldly. Not willing? Then this emperor will. Slow down. Mu Yi hurriedly interrupted her. Old man. Moyo pointed to his throat. The peanut grains were not swallowed. Ha! Lang Wushuang let out a light laugh. This emperor has never seen you so excited. Excited? Excited as hell. I am all broken up. Seeing Mu Yao gasping for breath, Lang Wushuang became even more joyful. She took out a whip from her storage ring. Recently this emperor is practicing a technique. This is the Nine Heavens Xian Thunder Whip. You and fling it. It's just talk. She was an empress after all. How could she easily reveal her needs? That's not a drop. Moyo took the whip helplessly, panting faster. Slap. A slap was thrown in Muyuki's face. Hurry up. Lang Wushuang couldn't wait. This slap all but deformed Muye's old face, but also swallowed the peanut grains. Raw. My grass. The old man almost broke. Mu Knight, this emperor really didn't expect that you kinda like this. Looking at Mu Knight's nearly broken appearance, Lang Wushuang became even more complacent. Like? I don't like it. I like it. You're the one who likes it. Where's Tatsuko? Where's the mission? Mu Yao was waiting for the system to release the quest. It's a great opportunity to brush up on your longevity. Ding! As detected by the system, Lang Wushuan was only playing with the host and didn't really insult the host. So, there are no conditions for issuing missions. Well, Muya was completely convinced. This was a woman who had abused herself for 80 whole years. Now, but no more insults to himself? Instead, it's play? That's similar to the previous life. Women are a species that the nicer they are to her, the less she appreciates them. Outside the door, strange snow is eavesdropping. She couldn't see inside though, but one could guess a thing or two from the conversation between the two. The Empress said that she was practicing a certain technique and still needed to be tempered by her master. It seemed that one's master was indeed a hidden powerhouse, although usually eccentric. For example, the addiction to alcohol. Also, that fetish for cutting down trees and saying they're going to be transplanted and planted here. And in the end, those spirit trees became building materials. And what a donkey. It's hard to look at, though, but the speed of running was much faster than those spirit beasts. With such a master teacher, are you still afraid of your own great cause? Once the great work is accomplished, this emperor will appoint master teacher as the second in command of the demon realm. Room. Pop. A crunch. Lighter. Lang Wushuang droned coldly. Harder. Yes. Muya answered, adding a few points of force to his hands. Pop. Still light. Heavier. Your Majesty. Moyo thought for a moment. This is the Nine Heavens Xian Thunder Whip. Any heavier and you'll see blood. So what? Lang Wushuang laughed coldly. This emperor is not an ordinary person. What is a mere flesh wound? Come on. Let the emperor take a look. Yours truly. Muyuki took a deep breath. Since she's insistent on it, let's make it happen. Snap. Pop. Pop. The whips continued. A sickly smile appeared on Lang Wushuang's face. At the same time, the aura within her body surged like wild waves. As the aura continued to surge, a faint halo gradually emerged around her body. Her breathing became long and deep. Not bad. Lang Wushuang secretly rejoiced in his heart. She had practiced for 1,000 years, and had already stepped into the peak of the 8 realms of harmonization 100 years ago. However, he was never able to break through the shackles and step into the 9 realms of transcendence. Now, with the power of this thunder whip, it was as if she had touched the edge of that barrier. But the titular Cold Emperor, if he wants to rely on this power to break through, wouldn't it be a loss of face if it got out? But this old man is different. No matter how much she and Moyo tossed it around, those around me have long been accustomed to it. One would only think that one was abusing the poor old man again. With Muoy, she gets some sort of satisfaction and cover. It can be a double whammy. Outside the door, Strange Snow listened to the commotion in the room and frowned. She could clearly feel that her master's spiritual energy was as vast and majestic as the sea. Every time he taught the Empress, it was like thunder through the body and shook the mind. A lot of tossing and turning. Lang Wushuang was finally satisfied. It's only a matter of days and nights before the breakthrough. But she knows that this matter cannot be rushed. Need to be gradual and orderly, so that the water to the end. She looked at Muyo and suddenly asked, is there still enough money to spend? Muyuki froze. What? This emperor said. Lang Wushuang faintly said, is there still enough money to spend? You, Goji Peak, built it so grandly, so you must have spent a lot of spirit crystals, right? It's only 500 cases. You can't spend it all, can you? Still, Muyuki nodded. Not enough. Lang Wushuang snorted coldly. This emperor knew it wasn't enough. With that, she waved her hand. 1,000 boxes of spirit crystals appeared out of thin air, filling up this villa that Muyi had just built. Take it. Don't say that the emperor has treated you badly. Muya was a bit at a loss for words. I abuse you and you give me money? Is this appropriate? Suitable. These spirit crystals, consider them your reward for going to the spirit platform Holy Land. Lang Wushuang continued again. Also, according to the information this emperor has received, the spirit platform Sacred Land has not only invited our Lang Kingdom, also invited are the countries of Xong Wolf, Red Yen, and Illusory Moon. This time when you go, you have to earn face for my Lang Kingdom. Face is good. Moon Knight smiled lewdly, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. If the old man returns from his endeavors, will there be a reward? Reward? A cold light swept across Lang Wushuang's eyes. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly in a meaningful smile. What do you want? Moyo hemmed and hawed. I want to establish my own sect in the Lang Kingdom. I wonder if your majesty can fulfill that. Sect? Lang Wushuang was slightly stunned. In his heart, he thought, this old man is really ambitious. If Muyo is really as Lung Xian said, he is in possession of the opportunity of the great Tao. It would not be a bad idea to cultivate cultivator talents for the Lang Kingdom. This emperor? Granted. Thinking back to the various behaviors of Mu Yi since she came to the emperor's sect, Lang Wushuang still answered. Chapter 28. Go forth on a donkey, it can travel 10,000 miles a day. After Long Wuxuan left, the room was a mess, with spirit crystals piled up on the floor, a full 1,000 boxes. This kind of wealth was enough for a small sect to squander for decades. Master. Strange Snow pushed the door open. Her entire body froze when she saw the spirit crystals all over the ground. What is this, Master? She stammered. These are from the Empress? Mu Yao smiled faintly, his tone calm. My master taught the Empress to cultivate. These are merely rewards. Teaching. Cultivation? Strange Snow's eyes widened. The mind became more certain of its suspicions. No wonder the Empress came in person. To ask for advice, you naturally need to be sincere. A 8 Realms of Harmonization powerhouse has come to ask his master for advice. It is enough to illustrate the superiority of the master. At this time, Mu Yi took out the storage ring and started to pack up the spirit crystals on the ground. These boxes, in his hands, were included in the ring like turnip cabbages. Spent 500 cases and made another 1,000. There were now a full 3,500 boxes of spirit crystals. How can this be? Mu Yao rubbed his temples with a worried look. So many spirit crystals. Master doesn't even know how to spend them. Strange Snow. Master, can't you tell me what's bothering you? Apprentice, how's that stealth technique of yours coming along? Nui Knight changed the subject. Master, I was about to ask for your guidance. Strange Snow had a straight face. I have fully comprehended this stealth art, but I can only be invisible for a moment. Fully comprehended? Mu Yao raised an eyebrow, his tone surprised. How much time has passed? You've comprehended it? Aha! Morgia Shue gently answered, then ran her spiritual energy. Gradually, her head was gone, her hands were gone, and soon the upper part of her body was gone. Only the long, white legs were left, still visible. Mu Yao narrowed his cloudy old eyes, his gaze locked onto those long legs. Well, it's nice. As soon as the words fell, Stranger Snow's entire body completely disappeared. That's gone? Muyuki had a look of intent. A minute passed. Strange Snow's form reappeared. It seems that this girl is really an uncompromising genius, as the system said. Apprentice, you've only cultivated this stealth technique to the 1st rank. Here, take this 2nd order one and comprehend it slowly. He pulled out the book Stealth Technique 2nd level and casually tossed it to her. Master. Strong Qianxue's eyes were glowing, and she received the secret book as if it were a treasure. He had really gotten himself a dirtbag master teacher. Big morning. Goes Peak. Muyuki got up early. He sat on a dirtbag and nibbled on a bun with salted vegetables. When one is old, one eats a lighter breakfast. After a sip of the age-returning wine, he narrowed his eyes, a hint of shock on his face. In the distance, a caravan of hundreds of luxury carriages was slowly coming towards the direction of Guji Peak. Each carriage was pulled by 4 8th rank spirit beasts. The body of the car sparkles with gems of all colors. On both sides of the carriage were thousands of elite guards. The grandeur is daunting. He knew that this was the caravan that had come to greet him on his way to the Holy Land of the spiritual platform. This row, it's a bit too big. He frowned, feeling a little troubled. In fact, the road was taken care of by Strange Snow, and a donkey drove the way. By the way, you can also go up to Manmu Peak to cut some firewood. If he followed the caravan, his movements would inevitably be restricted. What's more, Long Wuxuan was also able to learn his position in real time. Not cool. Peak Master Mu. Is this rehearsal still satisfactory? This was personally arranged by His Majesty. At this time, Long Xian flew over first. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kind words. I have always disliked wastefulness. I only need to ride a donkey to go. The caravan. Well, it's not necessary. Long Xian sniffed, and waves of shock rippled through his heart. Nice guy. I'm sure it's a hidden master. Such characters have always disliked extravagance and wastefulness, and are even more reluctant to travel with the mundane. But there were countless mighty cultivators in the spirit platform Holy Land, and they were dangerous. If something happens to Mui Knight, a hint of sinister flashed in Lang Xian's eyes, and there was more anticipation in his heart. These days, he had already learned the horror of Mu Yao's Knight. Whether it was the other party's unfathomable cultivation or his elusive methods, all of them make the heart grow fonder. Now, on the Emperor Sect's hot topic list, Mu Knight is still at the top of the list. Even on the Wind and Cloud ranking, Mu Knight's name also appeared. In comparison, he, the Patriarch, was somewhat eclipsed. At this rate, how can he still be the Patriarch? It would be nice if something happened to Muyuki there. Since that's the case, then please ask Peak Master Mu to go there on his own. Here's the map. Lang Xian's face was respectful, but a hint of grimness flashed in his eyes. Mu Yao took the map and roughly scanned it. A whole 100,000 miles away. The way is full of mountains, rivers and lakes, but none of that is a problem. Donkey in hand, travels 10,000 miles a day. It can be reached in 10 days. Langshin went off in a huff, bringing back the caravan in the process. At that moment, Stranger Snow walked out of the room. She looked at the vastly departing caravan at the bottom of the mountain, and then at the map in Muya's hand. Master, you refuse to travel with the caravan, so you must have the art of instantaneous arrival? Muyi shook his head. Master is prepared to go on a donkey. It can travel 10,000 miles in a day. Oh, hiya. Muya gently shook the reins. The donkey took slow steps down the hill. Strange Snow sat in the back. Master, didn't you say you traveled 10,000 miles in a day? Why are you traveling so slowly? Muya smiled without saying anything. In fact, he was deliberately slowing down. Since taking in Stranger Snow as a disciple, there were very few opportunities to spend time together in close proximity. Now it's a rare trip out to be able to post more on the back of a donkey. Then, post more sessions. The trail was rough and the donkey walked crookedly. Strange Snow had to hold onto Muya's waist in order to maintain her balance. The small, soft, boneless hand made Muya's heart flutter. Along the way, the donkey walked surprisingly slowly. 1 step, 3 shakes, and a walk. Occasionally, they even stop and nibble a few bites of grass. All of this was authorized by Mui Knight. That's a nice donkey. It's very humane. Soon, they arrived at Qingyun village. This is the largest village at the foot of Mount Dizan. Although there are mostly mortals farming in the village, but because there are often cultivators passing by, it was hilarious. Bazaar, hawkers yell, and there is a wide array of stalls of all colors. There were those who sold pills and those who sold magic weapons. There are also those who sell weird and wacky gadgets. Master, Strange Snow pointed to a stall. That one looks good. Muya looked in the direction of her finger. It was a sword, black in color, and beautifully carved on it. The sword is ink-like, with a dark red jewel set in the hilt. The entire sword exuded an eerie aura. Muya secretly muttered in his heart. Don't girls like hairpins, bracelets and other decorations? Strange Snow actually likes swords? This girl, she is really different. Even the character is this special. The apprentice likes it? Muya asked. Aha, 10,000 years ago, she was cool with making swords. Unfortunately, she lost her magic sword Eclipse Moon in the battle between the gods and demons. Jade, it's Jade. At that moment, a woman's voice came from behind her. Chapter 29, My name is Xiaobai. Xiao Chui. It's Xiao Chui who's back. A bladdered woman's eyes widened and the vegetable basket in her hand almost fell to the ground. She shouted at the top of her lungs in excitement. Anyo, come and see. Is it Xiao Chui, the former beggar from our village, asking for food? Muyao's eyes lit up as he looked at Stranger Snow in disbelief. This disciple of his, who had a dusty temperament, had such a past? A number of villagers quickly gathered around them, talking in tongues. Gee, that's a big change, isn't it? The old scruffy one, squatting at the entrance to the village all day, like a little flower cat, hair as disheveled as a bird's nest, face black and white. Give her a bun to chew on all day. Listening to these murmurs, Stranger Shue's face became more and more unsightly. Master, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Preferring to pass by Qingyun village, and preferring to let the donkey go so slowly. Just then, a burly, shirtless man squeezed by. His eyes stared straight at Stranger Snow. Ah, Xiao Chui, you're really out of the ordinary now. Why don't you come home with me, and I'll make sure you eat and drink. Strange Snow was so angry that he almost struck out. Just then, another voice came. Daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law is back. Only a thin, dark-skinned man with a finger in his mouth was seen running this way while drooling. Muya looked at this scene and couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief in his heart. It's a miracle that the apprentice has survived this long. Strange Snow tried her best to avoid Muyao's gaze. Suddenly, she was drawn to a figure in a corner. It was a young girl of about 15 or 16. Though ragged, she couldn't hide that natural beauty. She was crouching in the corner, looking timidly this way. There was an aura in those bright eyes that was out of place in this environment. When Strangler looked at this young girl, it was as if she had seen herself back then. Master, Stranger Qianxue suddenly spoke. Can we bring her along? Muya followed her gaze and immediately understood what she meant. He looked at the young girl, and for some reason, he also felt compassion. Come here. Muya waved at the young girl. However, that young girl's eyes were dull and she didn't pay any attention to Muya. Actually, he's not a female, he's a male, just born with a boy-girl face, and on the contrary, very good-looking. It's just as well that she's pretty, but she's also from a poor background. He lost his father at the age of 3, his mother at the age of 6, and by the time he was 9, even his family dog had tragically passed away. With no family and no money, he had to beg to get by. The fortune teller told him, in his life, the only way he could survive was to go to the emperor's sect. Whether it was true or not, he believed it anyway. so he begged all the way, for 6 whole years, before arriving at the foot of Mount Dizan. This just arrived at Qingyun village, but he was stopped by a group of strong men who said they wanted to take him captive as a daughter-in-law. He was confused. Only a handful of pants can be torn off. Reveal the truth and try to convince the group of strong men with facts. As a result, the group of burly men froze for a moment and then became furious. So good looking, but a guy? Waste of feelings. So the fists rained down. This fat beating actually brought out the memories of his previous life. 10,000 years ago, he was actually a sword. It was not an ordinary sword, but the eclipse in the hand of the Devil Emperor. It was only because of a wisp of the Demon Emperor's residual soul before he died that he was able to reincarnate for 100 lifetimes. Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? But memory told him it was all very real. At the moment, he was coming to terms with this incredible memory. But the sword in the Demon Emperor's hand eclipse moon. Memories were about to fill his head. The more he reveals his nature. Old man, what are you calling me for? The voice was cold with a hint of arrogance, causing Mu Yi to freeze. This young girl, who just now had a timid appearance. How did she suddenly become so arrogant? Strange Snow's eyes changed as well. This girl, do you want to get your ass kicked? However, Strange Snow sensed an aura from her. Extreme spiritual roots? That was the aura of an extreme spiritual root. This is the perception ability that comes with Stranger Chen Xue's Hongmeng sacred body. Never make a mistake. Didn't Master want to build a clan? If I could take this girl under my wing, it would be a real treasure. Moreover, she would need this kind of talent to help her when she returned to the top. Thinking of this, a glimmer flashed in Stranger Snow's eyes. The mind is secretly calculating. No matter what, the girl must be abducted. Are you hungry, girl? Strange Snow asked. Eclipse shifted his gaze to Stranger Snow. Suddenly an inexplicable feeling of closeness was felt. It was as if they were old friends who had been reunited for a long time, and as if they were relatives connected by blood. However, in his previous life as a sword, he didn't know what the Demon Emperor looked like. Naturally, he couldn't recognize the stranger Qianxue in front of him, the very same owner he had 10,000 years ago. All he knew was that the woman in front of him was good-looking. As a man, he subconsciously glanced at Stranger Snow a few more times. Hungry. The arrogance that he had just shown was actually nowhere to be found, turning, instead, into a pitiful look. There is a mess. Strange Snow got off the back of the donkey, pulled out a steamed bun, and walked towards her. This is Master's favorite steamed bun to nibble on during the day. Eclipse grabbed the bun and nibbled on it. From time to time, he also looked up at Stranger Snow, showing a good-natured look. AI. What a poor little girl. Strange Snow let out a sigh. Eclipse stopped chewing on his steamed bun when he heard Stranger Snow's words. Sister is so pretty. He lifted his head, with a few crumbs of steamed bread still on the corners of his mouth. Seeing this, Strong Qianxue reached out and gently wiped away the bun crumbs from the corner of his mouth. Eat slowly. If you like it, Master has more there. I'll bring you some more later. Eclipse nodded and continued to nibble on the steamed bun with his head down, but his movements had obviously slowed down a lot. After a few nibbles, he suddenly asked, That awful old man is Sister's master? Mo Qianxue looked at Mu Yi. The person is a bit older, but he is still considered the head of a peak. Peak master? Eclipse blinked her eyes. Does Sister mean the Imperial Sect? Imperial Sect gouge peak master. Eclipse was all confused. This old man was a peak master and from the Imperial Sect? He recalled that the fortune teller had told him. In his life, the only way he could survive was to go to the Emperor's Sect. Could it be that this is a chance? Echidna returned to her senses and lowered her head somewhat in haste, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corners of her coat. I have heard that the Imperial Sect is the holy land of the cultivators of the Lang Kingdom. If I can enter the Imperial Sect, maybe I can change my fate. Strange Snow sniffed, and she smiled. Isn't that just what she wants? Shall I introduce you to the master? Strange Snow shifted his gaze to Muyo. Although master looks unkempt, his cultivation is profound and he is generous. Eclipse followed Stranger's gaze. He saw that Mu Yi was sitting crookedly on the back of a donkey, holding a wine gourd in one hand and stroking his beard with the other. The wine ran down his beard, and as he ran his hand through it, it took the shape of the tip of a quill, and a full head of white hair was disheveled, like a bird's nest. Mu Yao seemed to notice the gazes of the two. He squinted those cloudy eyes and grinned to reveal a mouthful of uneven yellow teeth. Yo, little girl, what are you looking at? Do you think I'm a bit handsome? Eclipse froze. This kind of scruffy old man could really change his fate? He stole a glance at Strange Snow. This sister looks like she has an extraordinary temperament, so I'm sure she won't be following a mediocre person. And it's a great opportunity. Well, that's fine. Eclipse lowered her head, her voice like a mosquito. Ha ha, That's right. Mortian Shui laughed. First tell your sister. What's your name? Eclipse looked at the snow-white bun in his hand. My name is White. Chapter 30. I've always kept a low profile. Master. This is Little White. Please also accept her as your disciple. Strange Snow pushed Little White in front of Muyao. White looked at the drunken old man with some consternation and disgust. Any way you look at it, this master looks like a bad old man who was a glutton for punishment. Reliable or not? Oh. Moyo hiccuped, drunkenly surveying Kahaku. In that case, it means something. Strange Snow sniffed and pushed White. Kahaku's body gave a lurch, then fell to his knees. Disciple shall buy. Greetings to master. Muyao nodded in satisfaction. His heart secretly happy. A single dog in his previous life, but in this life, he unexpectedly became the master of two beauties. That's something to be happy about. Master, sit tight. Strange Snow led the donkey, carefully skirting around the rocks on the side of the road. Muyao was crooked on the donkey's back, holding the wine gourd in one hand and holding the donkey's saddle with the other, traveling 10,000 miles in a day. It had already carried the three of them for a full 6,000 miles. The donkey was fast, but it was also bumpy to sit on. Moon Knight's old bones couldn't withstand the bumps, and his body was a bit unbearable. It's been a bumpy ride. He hugged Strange Snow 85 times. Backward leaned the Little White 63 times. Stranger Chinchua was afraid that Moody's body couldn't take it, so he got off the donkey and led it forward. Xiaobai, who was on the side, was still looking at Muyao with a look of disgust. This old man didn't look like he had a bit of aura, and he didn't know why senior sister was so respectful to him. As he was walking, there was a sudden sound of horses' hooves in front of him. Looking up, he saw a convoy slowly approaching. At the head was a luxurious carriage pulled by 8 white horses. The body of the car was snow-white and inlaid with countless crystals, glittering in the sunlight. The curtains were of fine cloud brocade. The carriage was followed by dozens of knights, all dressed in silver armor and wearing long swords at their waists. Most conspicuous is the emblem on their chests, a wolf. It was none other than the symbol of the pale shadow peak of the Kangwolf Kingdom. Get out of the way. The knight at the head bellowed. Song Wolf Country. Song Shadow Peak Master. Song Shadow Traveling. Idle people quickly retreat. A number of people on the road were pushed out of the way and even severely beaten. Old man, why don't you get out of the way? One of the knights shouted sternly. Muyao narrowed his eyes and hiccuped. It's not like your family runs this road. How dare you? The knight reined in his horse. Do you know who is sitting in the carriage? Isn't it just some crowning Shadow Peak's peak master? Muyao shook the wine gourd in his hand. What? Is it hard to be a god in the sky? At that moment, the carriage curtain was lifted. A young man in a brocade robe poked his head out, his gaze sweeping over Stranger Snow and Little White. What a pair of yuppies! Pale Shadow's eyes lit up. One has a dusty temperament, like a fairy from the 9 heavens. The other one is so clear and beautiful that it is like an exiled fairy coming down to earth. This kind of stunning color was a rare sight even in their Tsong Wolf sect. What a treat it would be to have them in your room. Interesting. The corners of Song Ying's mouth curled into a smile. 2 beauties. Where are they headed? Strange Snow's cold face was speechless. Xiaobai, on the other hand, was holding his breath and his face was white. I'm a man, okay? Male. Why do all these people treat him like a woman? It's a good-looking thing, but it's not like you can't tell the difference between a man and a woman, right? This peak master, Little White said through gritted teeth. Why don't you rub your eyes a little brighter before saying something that's not true? Moon Knight hemmed and hawed, not realizing that this disciple had a bit of character. Oh, Song Ying looked at Xiaobai with interest. What? Is this little beauty still angry? Beauty your ass. Xiaobai was furious. I'm a man. At those words, the scene fell silent. Muyao's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth widened. This disciple, he's a bit of an interesting one. A hint of a smile flashed in Strange Snow's eyes. This little guy, he's pretty smart. Lying about being a man saves people from getting some bad ideas. But, Muyao and Mo Qianxue looked at Xiaobai at the same time. Just this delicate face. Just this body that's softer than a fairy. Does anyone believe that? Anyway, I don't believe it. Song Ying froze for a while before responding. Don't believe me? Xiaobai sneered. Then open your eyes and see clearly. With that, White was about to undo his lapel. Stop. Mo Qianxue hurriedly stopped him. Senior sister, do not be frivolous. When Song Ying saw this, he was all happy. This peak master is going to the sacred land of spirit stage this time, and is worried about loneliness along the way. Why don't the 2 beauties accompany me forward, and I will reward you properly. It's not necessary. Stranger Snow said indifferently. We still have to catch up. Oh, Song Ying narrowed his eyes. That's up to you. As soon as the words fell, dozens of knights had already surrounded them, their swords sheathed in a cold light. Muyao burped and said lazily, How can young people nowadays be so unreasonable? It was then that Song Ying noticed the drunken old man with disdain. A bad old man. Also worthy of lecturing this peak master? Bad old man? Moon Knight shook his wine gourd. Old me is the Lang Kingdom Imperial Sect. Goji Peak Master. Langwei Imperial Sect? Goshi Feng? Song Ying sneered. Never heard of it. Muyo shook his wine gourd. Drunkenly. It's normal that I haven't heard of it. After all, the old man has always kept a low profile. Low profile? Pale Shadow snorted. I'm afraid I'm not a nobody. Right? Someone come and take down this old man who is pretending to be a god. Several knights came forward with their swords. Ding! The shadow has been detected to be targeting the host. Issuing a counter mission, make Pale Shadow kneel down and apologize. Target of counterattack, Pale Shadow. Mission reward, 800 years of remaining life. Here we go. It's been a few days since he's seen the mission, and Muyuki is getting a little horny. He sighed. Young people, they're just too impulsive. If you have the ability, you can come and cut down the old man. Senior is looking for death? Little White looked at stranger Qianxue suspiciously. Mo Qianxue shook her head. Senior sister can watch. Saying that, Stranger Snow led Little White to the side. When a strong person makes a move, it is inevitable that he will accidentally injure the bystanders. Peak Master is telling us to take down this old man. Didn't say cut, did he? Well, it didn't make the cut. Several knights looked at each other and put their swords back. And so Moyo was racked by them. Tatsuko? What does that mean? Quickly use the remaining life to resist Mu Dao's old face was gloomy. Ding! Detected that the host has not been attacked, so you can't use the rest of your life to defend yourself against an attack. Now, Mu Yao was dumbfounded. It seems that I was careless. If you're capable, you guys can chop old man. Chop! Moon Knight shouted. The sound faded away. Strange Snow. White. Chapter 31, this old man's sword specializes in curing all kinds of disobedience. Master has been captured. Xiaobai froze in place with a blank expression. He turned his head to look at Strange Snow. However, he found that stranger Qianxue was not in a hurry at all, but instead watched the scene with interest. Senior sister, aren't we going to save Master? Mo Qianxue let out a light laugh. Don't be in a hurry. Looking at Master Teacher, he seems to be waiting for something. In the distance, Mu Yao was being carried forward by several knights. Chop me if you can. Come on, cut me to death. There was a touch of urgency in that shout. Strong Qianxue frowned slightly. Why hasn't Senior made a move yet? On weekdays, even though the master was out of tune, it wasn't so bad that he hadn't made a move by now, right? White shook his head darkly. This Master Teacher is, indeed, a straw man. Just now you were sharp-tongued, and now you've been kidnapped? Seeing that, Mu Yao was on the verge of being thrown into the stinking gutter by these few people. Mo Qianxue frowned slightly, her gaze sweeping back and forth between Mu Yao and Song Ying, a flash of realization suddenly flashing through her heart. Is Master not making a move? Is he testing me? Testing the results of my training these days? It should be. Then, with a flourish of her jade hand, a wave of spiritual energy swept away, directly shaking a few knights away. Oh disciple, if you can be like that, why do you still want your master to be like that? Moyo was in a state of disarray. Seeing Mu Yi say this, Mo Qianxue was even more convinced of her suspicions. Kind of interesting. At this time, Song Ying's face showed an evil smile. I didn't expect that here. Not only could I meet this kind of beauty, but also, the body is not bad. Strange Snow's complexion stared. But Song Ying in front of her was 2 whole realms higher than her. The feeling of oppression made it a little difficult for her to breathe. Without waiting for her to react, Song Ying's figure had already flashed in front of her like a ghost. His eyes were as cold as ice, and a palpitating wave of spiritual energy coalesced in his hands. In the next second, he struck without hesitation. Boom! A powerful spiritual energy swept over her like a landslide, instantly striking her chest. She was thrown hard by the force and landed heavily on the ground a dozen meters away. Dust billowed as the ground was smashed into a shallow crater by her. 5 realms of transforming the void. These words spat out from Mo Qianxue's mouth. Then, she only felt a sharp pain in her chest. Her throat was sweet, and a trace of blood spilled out from the corner of her mouth. Little beauty. Good eyesight. This Peak Master is in the middle stage of the 5th realm of void transformation. Why don't you come with me? Song Ying laughed, the corners of his mouth showing a playful arc. I, Pale Shadow, love to tame thorny roses like you. Scram! Stranger Snow shouted, his face filled with murderous intent. If you still don't know better, the next blow, it won't be so light. Song Ying slowly raised his hand, and a ball of spiritual energy once again coalesced in his palm. When Moon Knight saw this scene, his heart burned with anger and his beard curled up in anger. It's not even if these people don't cut me, but now they're bullying my disciple. How can this be tolerated? That's right. He's going to strike. He touched the invisibility talisman rewarded by the system. The talisman paper melted into his hand, and a strange energy enveloped him. Mu Yao's figure instantly disappeared into thin air. Ha! Where are the people? Several knights froze and looked at each other. How come the old man who was in front of them just now is suddenly nowhere to be seen? At this moment, Song Ying, who was molesting Stranger Snow, felt a stabbing pain in his ass. This sword of mine specializes in all kinds of disobedience. Moon Knight's voice came from the void with a bit of teasing. He was holding the Nine Dragons sword in his hand, ruthlessly stabbing at Song Ying's chrysanthemum. Pale Shadow's face paled and he jumped up covering his ass. Sting. Cumulative pain value of target, 20/100. A beep came from the system. Moyo smiled darkly. It was beginning. Over here, Song Ying never figured out that he, an expert of the fifth realm of transformation void, had been sneak attacked, and it's the kind of part that's hard to talk about. He was so angry that he was trembling, and immediately used his entire body's spiritual energy to try to sense the aura around him. However, Muyo's invisibility talisman ignores cultivation. Song Ying's spiritual power swept around, but found nothing. How? Over here. Moyo's voice came from the left. Pale Shadow turned around violently and slapped his palm, but it came up empty. No, over here. This time it was the right side. Song Shadow slapped again, still falling short. The old man is behind you. Song Ying was so angry that his face turned blue, and he slapped his backhand behind him, but he still didn't touch anything. His ass, on the other hand, once again felt a stinging pain. Ah, another scream. Old piker, come out. Song Shadow was furious. His voice changed tone. Aren't you very capable? Weren't you arrogant just now? Mu Yao's voice drifted as if it was coming from all directions. I'll let you taste what it means to be worse than death. Put. The third sword. Ah. The fourth sword. Help. Fifth sword. Pale Shadow's ass had cracked and walking was a problem. He couldn't care less about face anymore and turned around to flee. Want to run? It's not that easy. Mu Yao's wooden sword swung like the wind, hitting Pale Shadow's ass with every precise blow. The screams of the Pale Shadows rose and fell. Sting. Target cumulative pain value, 40/100. Sting. Cumulative pain value of target, 80 out of 100. Ding. Target cumulative pain value, 100/100. Ding. The host has completed a counterattack during the course of the mission. Randomized effect, temporarily gain the 9th rank ability of Nine Dragons Sword. Upon hearing the system beep, for the first time, Muyo had murderous thoughts. Bullying your own disciple and beating her bloody? Unbearable. Xiao Bai was dumbfounded, but he still came back to his senses and helped Stranger Snow to the side. Senior sister. This is what Senior did. Like I said, Master Mighty is just a little late to the party. Strange Snow said, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Moon Knight that heartache nah. One more mouthful of spit. I will cut this kid. Put. The stranger spat again. Over here. Song Ying couldn't hold back after all. I know I'm wrong in the late generation. I still beg for Senior's forgiveness. Knowing your mistake? Mu Yao's figure slowly appeared. That's when the invisibility charm's effective time is up, but it left a crowd of people looking confused. He only saw Moon Knight holding a wooden sword, his beard sticking up, his eyes narrowed into a slit, and a bad smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. There is an aura of invincibility all over his body. This kind of aura. Hermit Mighty without a doubt. Ah. Senior Song Ying burst into tears. The late generation knows that I'm wrong. Please be magnanimous and spare me. Song Ying covered his buttocks. His face piled up with a pleasing smile. Where was the arrogance of a moment ago? Kneel down. A non-negotiable look permeated Moon Knight's face. What? Pale Shadow couldn't seem to believe it. The old man told you to kneel. Chapter 32 Peak Mastered Song was hacked to death by an old man. On your knees. Moon Knight's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Pale Shadow froze. He was the imperial sect of the Tsong Wolf Country, the Tsong Shadow Peak Master. His cultivation had reached the 5th realm of void transformation, and he was even asked to kneel by an old man? Senior, what do you mean by this? Song Ying forced himself to endure the sharp pain in his buttocks and squeezed out a smile. Kneel down. Apologize to my disciple and admit your mistake to the old man. Moon Knight continued to press on. Pale Shadow struggled internally. He looked around, and the knights who had followed him were looking over with odd eyes. As the Peak Master, if he knelt down to an old man in front of everyone, where would he put his face? Song Ying quietly operated his spiritual energy to probe the cultivation of the Moon Knight trio. Strange. This old man doesn't have the slightest aura fluctuation on him? He probed the stranger again, and again found nothing. As for the girl called Xiao Bai, her aura was even more pitifully thin. Could it be that the old man used some special means just now? Song Ying's gaze fell on the wooden sword in Mu Yao's hand. The sword looked ordinary, not even a hint of aura fluctuation. It was just an ordinary piece of wood. All signs point to the fact that the three people in front of us are quite ordinary. Then how did you just get stabbed in the ass? Owners are screwed. Thinking of this, the anger in Song Ying's heart could no longer be suppressed. He let out a cold laugh. With all due respect, are you playing me by virtue of some spiritual treasure? Oh, Mu Yao raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? There is no aura in you. There is no aura in your disciple. And even this wooden sword is an ordinary object. Song Ying became more and more agitated as he spoke. You must have used some unseemly means just now. Ha! Mu Yao sneered. So, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Song Ying's eyes. So this peak master would like to see how you can deal with this palm of mine. The atmosphere changed precipitously. There was an oppressive austerity in the air. Although Song Ying decided in his heart that the three people in front of him were nothing more than ordinary people. However, being cautious, he still mobilized his entire body's spiritual energy without hesitation. The cultivation of the 5 realms of transforming void exploded without reservation at this moment. The air around them seemed to be distorted by this powerful force. He made a seal with both of his hands, and a radiant palm print of spiritual energy coalesced between his palms. With blinding light and astonishing power, the palm imprint broke through the air, carrying a whistling wind sound and heading straight for Mu Yao's face. However, in the face of this strike that was enough to destroy mountains, Mu Yi, however, was still standing in place with that smirking expression on his face. And thanks to his ruined body, everywhere you go, you can be looked down upon. As this palm attacked, Mu Yao pretended and gently waved his hand. Ding! Host attack detected. Attack strength, 480 years of training. Successful defense against an attack. Consumes remaining life, minus 480 years. Current life expectancy, 3,810 years. Holy! Mu Yi did not expect that this Song Shadow actually had 480 years of cultivation. He was heartbroken. But no loss. At the moment, what the people see, that imposing spiritual power palm print, with a wave of Muyuki's hand, like a bubble, it instantly crumbled and dissipated into dots of spiritual light in the air. Song Ying's eyes widened with disbelief. How is this possible? His face instantly turned pale and cold sweat broke out on his forehead, finally realizing that this scruffy-looking old man in front of him was not an existence that he could provoke at all. However, a hint of viciousness flashed in Song Ying's eyes. He gritted his teeth. Since this old man is unfathomable, I'll start with his disciple. His gaze quickly locked onto stranger Qianxue, who was not far away. In the next second, he violently raised his hand, and a stern spiritual force condensed out of his palm, heading straight for more Qianxue. Since I can't move you, I'll take your disciple first. There was a hint of madness in Song Shadow's voice, as if he had thrown his life away. Seek death. Moon Knight's eyes suddenly turned cold. He tossed his wooden sword. Ding! 9 Dragons Arcane Sword. Temporary 9th rank form activated. Effect, it can cut down the sky, the earth and everything. An invisible sword she instantly chopped out, directly shattering Song Ying's spiritual energy. Dare to touch my disciple. Do you think your life is too long? As Mu Yao's intention surged, the tip of the wooden sword pointed straight at Song Shadow's throat. Song Ying trembled, his face pale. He opened his mouth, but realized he couldn't even get a word out. All you could feel was the cold touch coming from your neck. Not far away, stranger Qianxue stood frozen in place, her expression filled with shock. Her gaze was fixed on Mu Yao as waves rippled through her heart. This was the first time she had seen her master so angry. On weekdays, Mu Yao always had a lazy and casual demeanor. The beard is disheveled, carrying a wine gourd in his hand, humming a little song in his mouth, as if the sky is falling has nothing to do with him. Even when someone provoked him, he just smiled and dealt with it, occasionally teasing each other with little tricks, never really showing their sharpness. The moment the 9 Dragons Sword of Shen cut through Song Ying's neck, and then it landed precisely in Mu Yao's hands. Song Ying covered his neck with both hands and paralyzed on his knees. I was wrong. There was fear and regret in his eyes. But it's late. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the current mission. Mission, make Sanging kneel down and apologize. Acquisition of remaining life, plus 800 years. Host's current life expectancy, 4,610 years. Is this the legendary Supreme Realm? To be able to defeat a 5th realm transformation void attack without using spiritual energy. It's horrible. These cultivators who had accompanied Song Ying looked dumbfounded. The murmurs were loud and clear. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Moon Knight. Xiao Bai was even looking at it with his eyes glazed over. She had originally thought that her master was an uneducated old man who knew nothing but drinking all day long. I didn't realize it was so powerful. Senior, you are too handsome. Little White jumped up excitedly. How did you do that? Can you teach me? Mu Yao stroked his beard with an inscrutable expression. This is the great Dao natural gong for master. which is about a natural flow. When you are able to comprehend the true meaning of the Tao of nature, Master will naturally teach you. This is a metaphysical statement. Saying it is the same as not saying it, but in Xiao Bai's opinion, this master teacher of his was simply a god. Those knights froze in place, as if they had been struck by lightning, and were unable to come back to their senses for a long time. It wasn't until Pale Shadow's body lay cold on the ground that they realized, as if in a dream, what had happened. Is the spirit platform Holy Land still going? A knight muttered, a few tremors in his voice. They were originally going to the Holy Land of the spiritual platform to practice Taoism. The journey was spirited and powerful. But now, the Tsang Shadow Peak Master was actually killed by a scruffy-looking old man with a single sword? What else is there to go for? The Peak Master is dead. What's the point of going? The other knight cursed under his breath, his tone full of helplessness and fear. They looked at each other, dismounted and threw Pale Shadow's body toward their horses. Go, go, go! The crowd rode away. Kangwolf Kingdom, inside the Imperial Palace. Your Majesty is not well. The Tsang Peak Master has been hacked to death by an old man. Chapter 33. Your Majesty, what is to be done about this? Above the Great Hall, an old man bowed and asked. The Empress of the Tsang Wolf Kingdom, Tsang Blue Moon, was sitting on the dragon chair with cold eyes. The Tsang Shadow Peak Master, who was in the fifth realm of void transformation, was killed by an old man who came out of nowhere with a single sword? This was simply a slap in the face of her Kangwolf Kingdom. This matter is blocked for the time being and shall not be spread out, the Empress said in a cold voice. Yes, the old man answered, but after hesitating for a moment, he added, then, what is to be done with that old man? A cold light flashed in the pale blue moon's eyes. Send an order to the Imperial Sect. Make sure to use all your power and decapitate that old man. The Emperor's clan? Or all the forces? The old man was startled. The Emperor's sect was the strongest force in the Kangwolf Kingdom, and the cultivation of the Patriarch had reached the peak of the 7 realms of questioning. The 7 elders within the clan were also all experts at the 6th realm of ascension. I can't believe we're going all out this time? Why? Is there a problem? No. No. The old man hastily shook his head. Meanwhile, in the Tsang Wolf country, the Imperial Sect's Grand Hall. What? Song Ying was killed? Patriarch Song Tianhe was enraged and slapped the stone table in front of him. Yes, Sovereign, it is said that he was beheaded by an old man with a wooden sword. Below, a disciple warily returned. Ridiculous. The Grand Elder snorted coldly. How could a cultivation of the 5th realm of transformation void be decapitated by a wooden sword? The Grand Elder doesn't know. That disciple wiped his cold sweat. That old man is unfathomable. Under one sword, he didn't even use his spiritual power. When these words came out, everyone in the hall was shocked. To be able to kill an expert of the 5th realm of void transformation without using spiritual energy? It was beyond their cognizance. Patriarch, this matter cannot be taken lightly, the second elder said in a deep voice. If the outside world were to know that my Emperor clan's peak master was beheaded, where would the majesty of my Kangwolf Kingdom be? Of course the outside world can't know. This Patriarch has received His Majesty's decree. Song Tianhe held in his hands the imperial decree that had just been sent by the female emperor. Gather all the elders, bring along the elite disciples, and accompany this Patriarch on a personal trip. Yes. On the other side, Stranger Snow was sitting under an old tree, using her aura to heal her injuries. Mu Yi, on the other hand, leaned against a boulder not far away, carrying a wine gourd in his hand, tilting his head back to take a sip every now and then. It was as if he was pondering something. What happened today gave him a sense of crisis. If the target doesn't actively attack itself, the system won't use its life expectancy to defuse the crisis? If one day someone ties themselves up and throws them in the river, or buries them in the dirt, wouldn't that be death? Ding! Don't worry, host. As long as you still have your remaining life, you won't die. The system comes out and explains. Such as? Muwei asked. Not hungry, not thirsty, not drowned, not burned. So you will not die. Host, Moyo's eyes suddenly widened and his mustache curled up. Even the wine gourd in his hand almost fell to the ground. He sprang to his feet and paced back and forth, mumbling under his breath. Not to die of hunger, not to die of thirst, not to die of drowning, not to die of burning. If this is true, won't the old man be able to walk sideways? Ha ha ha, the old heavens have opened their eyes. Old me is going against the heavens. Strange Snow and Little White were taken aback by his reaction and looked at each other. Kahaku couldn't help but ask in a small voice. Senior sister, what's wrong with Senior? Why is he suddenly acting like he's crazy? Strange Snow let out a shhh, with a bit of doting in his tone. Don't talk, Master Teacher should have realized some more great Tao. Ding! Has it ever occurred to the host that it's better to be passive and counterattack than to be proactive? Yeah, instead of being reactive. might as well be proactive. To challenge the strong, to seek death, to be targeted, or to be humiliated. Thinking of this, Muyi suddenly slapped his thighs with a hideous expression. The old man is enlightened. Old me is finally enlightened. See, I told you that Master has realized the great Tao again. Strange Snow said to White. Xiaobai had a serious look on his face. Master is really a celestial being. Just sitting there, having a few sips of wine. And you're enlightened? As for what was realized, Xiaobai naturally did not know. He only felt that this master teacher was becoming more and more reliable. Just then, the system suddenly sounded an alarm. Ding! Host, here's your chance to pretend. A large number of powerful people are approaching. Please enjoy yourself. The system's imperial voice sounded. Muyao's heart fluttered and he stood up with a serious face. Master, what's wrong? Little White sensed Muyao's abnormality. Muyao was about to open his mouth when he suddenly felt the air around him stagnate. A powerful pressure descended from the sky, enveloping miles in every direction. Someone is coming. Strange Snow's expression was grave. Before the words fell, hundreds of figures had already appeared in the sky. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man dressed in a golden robe. He was as imposing as a rainbow, and at a glance, he was not an idle person. You're the one who killed Pale Shadow. The gold-robed man towered over him, his voice carrying an intimidating pressure. Ding! Song Tianhe has been detected to be targeting the host, issuing a counterattack mission, not moving, making the other side feel fear. Target of counterattack, Kangshinhei. Mission reward, 5,000 years of remaining life. The reward of 5,000 years of remaining life. You can imagine how difficult this task is, to be immovable and at the same time make the other person feel fear? Are you kidding me? So that means you have to act like a bigot and force your opponent back? Actually, this one he's familiar with. I used to read Netflix when I was bored in a psychiatric hospital, working as a security guard. There are a variety of behaviors that those protagonists pretend to be in Netflix. There is one, which is to be quiet. The more you think about it, the more you let the other person make up their own mind with a lofty gesture. When he thought of this, he had an idea in his mind. He lifted his chin slightly, his gaze bemused, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile if anything. You are? Muwei asked. Song Wolf Country's Imperial Sect Patriarch. Song Tianhe. Sang Tianhe's face was arrogant, and his voice resounded through the heavens and earth like a flood bell. The moment these words came out, the face of Xiao Bai at the side changed drastically. The Imperial Sect of the Kangwolf Kingdom? Patriarch? He was begging outside, so naturally he had heard about it. That was a superpower of the 7 realms of questioning. Moyo, however, was calm. What Song Tianhe didn't expect was to face the 7th realm powerhouse of his own. The other person just said oh. This scene caused him to be in awe. Ding! Target Sangtian River has accumulated 20 out of 100 fear. Song Tianhe's gaze resettled on the scruffy-looking old man in front of him. The disheveled beard, the tattered robes, the wine gourd carried in his hand. Any way you look at it, it looks like a beggar's look. Where is the semblance of a high-ranking person? Song Tianhe sneered, a hint of scorn flashing in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, his voice exploded like thunder. Men! In an instant, 7 figures stepped out from the void. Each one of them exuded a hauntingly terrifying aura. These 7 people were precisely the top elders of the Kangwolf Kingdom, with unfathomable cultivation levels, who rarely showed up on weekdays. At this moment, they appeared in unison. Their aura was like a rainbow. At the same time, hundreds of disciples poured out from all directions, quickly laying down a huge formation on the periphery. Between the flashes of spiritual light, an invisible boundary suddenly took shape, isolating itself from the outside world. Within the boundary, the aura churned. Obviously, this was to immobilize Muyo. Song Tianhe stood in the center of the boundary with a few sneers in his tone. This clan will ask you once more. Did you kill Song Ying? Muya's expression was bland as he looked at Song Tianhe with a smile on his face. This caused Song Tianhe's heart to flinch once again. Under this kind of pressure, the other party can still say to it. Could it be that it's really an antique-level mighty cultivator? Ding! Target Song Tianhe has accumulated 60 out of 100 fear. Mo Qianshui and Xiaobai stood behind Muyo, their expressions grave. Xiaobai asked in a low voice. Senior sister, what should we do? Strange Snow had a firm gaze. It's fine. Master has his own way. Chapter 34 Golden Bellcloth Third Order. Top. At this moment, Song Tianhe was a bit puzzled. One would have thought that with the 7 elders, and the hundreds of disciples laying down the boundary, it would be enough to shock Moon Knight. But when he saw Muyao's relaxed look, instead, a wave of unease flooded through him. How is this old man? Not panicking at all? Song Tianhe frowned as his gaze swept back and forth over Muyao. However, Mu Yao poured a mouthful of wine every now and then, as if the battle in front of him was nothing more than a child's play. Song Tianha's palms were slightly sweaty, and that sense of uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. He couldn't help but ask the elders beside him in a low voice, "Are you guys sure he doesn't have cultivation?" An elder replied in a deep voice, "Patriarch, don't worry. With the strength of the 7 of us, we have long since secretly tested it." Song Tianha nodded, but the doubts in his heart did not dissipate. He looked at Mu Yao once again, only to find that the other party was looking at him with a smirking look. Something's not right. There's definitely something wrong with this old man. Song Tianha thought darkly in his heart as cold sweat unknowingly seeped out from his forehead. Right at this moment, Moon Knight suddenly opened his mouth, with a few hints of flirtation in his tone. "Patriarch Song, you did a good job laying this boundary." When Song Tianha heard this, his heart sank violently and his face instantly became ugly. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down. "Old piker, don't bluff here." Moon Knight laughed and shook his head. "Come and hack me to death." Song Tianha's face became even more unsightly, and the sense of unease in his heart almost overwhelmed him. Ding! Target Song Tianhe has accumulated 100 out of 100 fear. The host completed a counterattack during the course of the mission. Gained random skill, flying technique, can specify the landing location and height of 10,000 meters. The flying technique? Not bad. Just in time. The corners of Mu Yao's mouth rose, and a hint of wry light appeared in his eyes. He looked up at the Cthulhu River in the air. "I'll fly you on too and see." With that, he opened the flying technique with a thought. In an instant, his body seemed like a shooting star cutting through the sky. Gone. What is this? Song Tianha and the others looked at each other. He actually broke through our boundary spell formation? They hadn't expected at all that Moon Knight would have this kind of tactic. A few breaths later, a figure suddenly swooped down from the clouds with a speed as fast as lightning. Eventually, Mu Yao landed on an old tree. After all, he'd still be afraid of heights if the drop point was too high. Moon Knight, who had fallen, didn't say anything, but continued to take out the gourd and pounded it. Song Tianha stared at the old man in front of him, his brows furrowed so much that he could pinch a fly. No matter how much he probed, he froze and couldn't see a single fluctuation in this old man's cultivation. But it was such an ordinary-looking old man who actually broke their spell formation with his hands, and to use the flying technique right under their noses? It's outrageous, he muttered inwardly, his mind racing with possibilities. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight and slapped his thigh. Right, it must be the Emperor Realm relic treasure. It was rumored that when Emperor Realm powerhouses ascended, they would often leave behind some treasures that were closely related to their power. These treasures were not only the continuation of their power, but also their perception and inheritance of the heavenly Tao. It contains infinite power and mystery. He had also heard that a certain Emperor Realm powerhouse had accidentally left his slippers behind when he ascended. As a result, these slippers became the Imperial Realm relic treasure, and after wearing them, they could make people run faster than lightning. Therefore, the forms and effects of the Imperial Realm treasures are different. Some could be weapons, some could be spells, even some may be an ordinary-looking stone. He glanced at the gourd in Mu Yao's hand. Could it be that this is the wine gourd? After a summary, Song Tianha's heart had some bottom, and was even a little bit proud. Arrogant. Song Tianha forced down the uneasiness in his heart and said in a cold voice, "You think you can fight against us with a single Emperor Realm relic?" Moyo gently stroked his beard and wondered what he was talking about. His gaze calmly swept over Song Tianha, with the group of elders. That glance sent a shiver down the spine of the crowd. "Submit to me, or die." Mu Yao's voice was unhurried. "This pussy, he's playing a little hard to get." At these words, the room fell silent. Song Tianha and the others held their breath. The other party was so calm. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? Ding! Fear level of target Song Tianhe has reached 100. The host has accomplished a blitz, gaining a random item. Golden Bell Shield 3rd rank, can withstand 3 attacks, ignoring cultivation. Although the fear value in Song Tianha's heart had exploded and his legs were shaking a bit, but it was impossible for him to cower as the head of a clan. After all, there was a large group of disciples around watching with bated breath. If you wimp out at this point, how can you still hang around in the sect in the future? Humph. He stiffened and grunted, trying to use his aura to cover up the panic inside. Even if you have the Emperor Realm relic in your hand, you can't possibly be my opponent. Come what may. The arrow is in the air. Song Tianha clenched his teeth, made seals with both hands, and the spiritual energy in his body surged crazily. A huge palm print was instantly condensed, and with the sound of whistling wind, it fiercely blasted towards Moon Knight. "This palm of mine, 2,000 years of cultivation. Let's see how you can withstand it." Wherever the palm prints passed, the air was squeezed and twisted. The dust on the ground was swept up, forming an air wave visible to the naked eye. However, Muya was still standing in place with a faint smile on his face. Third rank of the golden bell. I top. In an instant, the golden light around him flourished, and a huge golden bell shadow appeared out of nowhere, enveloping his entire body. On the surface of that golden bell, runes flowed slowly like flowing water. Each rune shone with a mysterious light, containing the supreme principles of heaven and earth. The sight was daunting. Song Tianhe's palm imprint crashed onto the golden bell with a deafening thud. This palm, however, was like a clay ox entering the sea, failing to stir up even a single ripple. What? Song Tianhe's eyes widened and he almost didn't stare out of his eyes. This palm is 2,000 years of cultivation. Even if you have an Emperor Realm relic, you still have to be shaken back a step. No more. A little wiggle is always good. Ding! Fear level of target Song Tianhe has reached 100. The host has completed a blitz, gaining a random effect. Temporarily acquire the 9th level of the 9 Dragon Sword. Description: can truly cut down the sky, the earth, and everything. After using it, the effect disappears. In front of her eyes, Mu Yi was calm and relaxed, and even leisurely pulled out her ears. Pretty easy to storm again. But this time, he wanted to take his temporarily acquired 9th order ability and keep it. After all, it's also the only items or effects that you get from storming that will remain after the quest is over. Maybe, when we go to the Holy Land of the spiritual platform, this effect can still play a big role. At this point, the surrounding disciples were also in an uproar, exchanging words. The Patriarch's palm technique is actually ineffective? That's 2,000 years of cultivation. It actually didn't even make a splash? This old man can't be an Emperor Realm powerhouse in disguise, right? Song Tianhe's face flamed as he heard the disciples' comments. He gritted his teeth and said stiffly, "Humph, don't be complacent. Just now was just a test. The next one is the real killing move." Oh, Muyo sniffed and raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a smirk. Oh again? Cthulhu was cracking up. He gritted his teeth and stared at Muya, his heart growling madly. Can you change the word? Oh every time? Moyo, oh. Chapter 35 skill functions have been unlocked. Muya's arrogant stance completely made Song Tianhe nonplussed. This time, he came with an imperial decree. The Empress told him to make sure he decapitated the old man in front of him. He also patted his chest and assured him that the old man of the district was nothing to fear. But now, he laughed in anger, the muscles in his face twisting. Good. Song Tianhe said 3 good words in a row. There was endless helplessness in that voice. Elders, join this patriarch in making a move to exterminate this arrogant person. With a wave of his hand, the 7 elders instantly separated into 7 directions and surrounded Muya. Afterwards, they all sacrificed their spirit weapons. For a time, heaven and earth changed color, and the wind and clouds stirred. 7 terrifying auras pressed in from all directions, and even the air became sticky. Third rank of the golden bell. I top. Mui Knight sat down and drank after a big drink. Instantly a huge golden bell shadow appeared in the air, enveloping the entire old tree he was in. Right at that moment, 7 attacks simultaneously blasted towards Mu Knight. Each attack contained a heaven-destroying power, enough to level a mountain peak. Boom! The 7 attacks plus Song Tianhe's palm winds simultaneously blasted on top of the golden bell with a deafening roar. The entire heaven and earth trembled, and the ground was shaken to the point of cracking countless gaps. The surrounding trees were even lifted up by the aftermath and turned into pieces. However, Muyo was just like just now, with a cloudy face and didn't even move his body. That's it? Muyo said lightly, with a few hints of disdain in his tone. These words completely shattered the mental defenses of the crowd. A joint strike by 7 elders actually didn't make him take a step back? Even if he had an Emperor Realm relic to protect him, it wouldn't be like this. What kind of terrifying existence is this? Ding! Fear level of target Song Tianhe has reached 100. The host has accomplished a blast, gaining a random residual life, plus 500 years. Host's current life expectancy, 5,110 years. Seeing this, Song Tianhe's heart fluttered, but he remained unwilling and shouted, "Gentlemen, again!" The 7 elders glanced at each other, and each of them executed their strongest mastery. Heavenly River Seal, Xian Ice Palm, Flame Chop, Thunderclap, Spectral Claw, Storm Chop, Earth Cracking Fist. 7 different means of attack. 7 very different power attributes. A huge vortex was formed, swallowing up everything around it. With a wave of his hand, Muyi once again utilized the golden bell shield. The golden light blossomed once again, and the golden bell shadow became more and more solid, steadily blocking in front of Mu Knight. Boom! The 7 attacks once again blasted on top of the golden bell. This time, the runes on the surface of the golden bell clearly became a few points dimmer. However, it still steadily blocked the terrifying blow. It's over. Song Tianhe's voice changed tone, and despair was written all over his face. Why Why were you able to block our attack? Moon Knight said indifferently. Because you guys are too weak. At these words, the entire room was dead silent. The 7 elders looked at each other with terror in their eyes and took a step back unanimously. Song Tianhe forced down the fear in his heart and ordered through gritted teeth. Gentlemen, withdraw. With a command, he could no longer care about anything else, and the 8 streams of light instantly disappeared into the sky. The remaining hundreds of disciples also fled and scattered. The scene was chaotic. Muyi looked at their backs as they fled in a sorry state and couldn't help but feel some heartache in her heart. The 3 defenses of the 3rd order of the Golden Bell Mask were used up just like that. It's a bit of a shame. As the Song Tian River crowd dispersed, the system delivered the rewards. Ding! Fear level of target Song Tianhe has reached 100. The host completes a blitz and gains a random return age. 2 years. Host, Nui Knight, age, 96. When Muyo heard the system's beep, he first froze, then his eyes snapped wide open. Holy, the reward also includes returning age? There was a touch of disbelief and ecstasy in his voice. Hurriedly, he looked down at his hands and touched his face. But being just 2 years younger, naturally not much has changed. Just a few less wrinkles. At this moment, there was another ding, and the system began to settle the mission rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the current mission. Task description, not moving, making the other person feel fear. Acquisition of remaining life, plus 5,000 years. Host's current life expectancy, 10,110 years. Congratulations to the host, whose remaining life has accumulated to 10,000 years. Skill function activated. He hurriedly tapped on the system panel. Only a new interface popped up, and it clearly read, skill functions have been unlocked. Current skills, none. In the next quest, the host has the possibility of randomly acquiring skills. Skills can be used by consuming the remaining life. Mu Yao's eyes lit up when he heard the system's beep. Another big surprise. In this way, his remaining life could be used not only to defend against attacks, but also to attack? It's just open and shut. Cthulhu ran away. Only Stranger Snow and Little White were left behind, frozen in place with bandit faces. The series of maneuvers Mui Knight just did. Let Stranger Qianxue once again witnessed his strength. White, on the other hand, was outright dumbfounded. However, Mu Yao, who was standing on the tree, was embarrassed. He looked down at the few meters below his feet, and his heart was a little weak. He can't get down without cultivation. Apprentice son, let masters see the results of your recent cultivation, Muyo said with a serious face. Okay master. After finishing her speech, Stranger Qianxue was about to perform her stealth technique. Seeing this, Muyo hurriedly called out to her. Wait, not this. Strange Snow froze and looked up in confusion. Master, which one is that? Nui Knight forced himself to be calm and serious. Come on, jump up the tree and carry master down. Strange Snow, Kangwolf Kingdom, in the Imperial Palace. Song Tianhe knelt in the middle of the hall, his face terrified. Above the Emperor's seat, anger raced in San Lan Yu's eyes, and a ball of spiritual energy unconsciously condensed in her hands. It makes a crackling sound. Humph, the Imperial Sect Patriarch, plus 7 top elders, actually couldn't manage to kill an old man? Song Tianhe, you punk! She slammed the armrest of the Emperor's seat, and the entire hall shook. Did you find out? Where did that old man come from anyway? Song Tianhe trembled. Your Majesty, it's been verified. His name is Mu Knight. He's the peak master of the Leng Kingdom Imperial Sect's Gojie Peak. This trip, too, is to the Holy Land of spiritual platforms to participate in the discourse and cutting competition. I heard that it's also the ex-husband of the Empress of the Cold Kingdom. Of the Cold Kingdom? Both the peak master and the Cold Emperor's ex-husband? Pale Blue Moon murmured, seemingly thoughtful. Song Tianhe, you have no one left to send in this Dao cutting competition. It's up to you, the Patriarch, to head to the Holy Land of Spirit stage. So don't make my Song Wolf Kingdom lose face. Chapter 36, Testing with Dance. Competing with Dance. Senior, look, there's an inn up ahead. After tossing and turning all day, White had long been hungry. The 3 came to the front of the inn and looked up. It's really called There's an Inn. Moon Knight asked for 3 superior rooms, plus an elegant room for the evening meal. Inside the elegant room, a table full of all kinds of gourmet delicacies. Senior, you are also too extravagant. Stranger Qianxue said helplessly. Strange Snow was scared of being poor in this life, so he was extremely frugal. Oh disciple, my master has never enjoyed it in his life. Moon Knight was poor and scared in his previous life, so he was extremely spread out. It's a rare day to be happy, so why don't we just have a drink? He picked up the gourd and poured it into his mouth. Although only 2 years younger, his body was extremely sensitive for a senior. The drinking seems to have gotten a lot better too. The elegant room was in an excellent location, pushing open the carved wooden window and overlooking the entire hall of the inn. Especially the stage right in the center is in full view. Just then, there was a sudden silence downstairs, only to see that a dancing prostitute dressed in red slowly walked onto the field. She had a graceful figure and a light step, her face hidden by a thin veil. A pair of eyes that were as clear as autumn water kept looking over to Muya's side. Ding! Pale Blue Moon has been detected to be targeting the host. Issuing a counter mission, let her know what she's up to. Target of counterattack, Pale Blue Moon. Mission reward, 500 years of remaining life. Skill, Eye of Truth. Muya, who was enjoying the dancing prostitutes, froze. It's not, is it? System, you're too sensitive. The courtesan just looked at me. Does that count? Wait, Pale Blue Moon? Why does that name sound familiar? Isn't that the Empress of the Kangwol Kingdom? Before Muyo could react, the melodious sound of a lute was heard. The red-clothed dancing prostitutes lightly moved their lotus steps, their skirts like fire, dancing lightly with the wind. What a beautiful dance. Xiaobai looked mesmerized, but Muyo had long felt bad. He was slightly inattentive and locked eyes with the Pale Blue Moon. This aging body actually responded in some way. Only that Pale Blue Moon was seen, and every movement carried a peculiar rhythm. When he lifted his hand, there seemed to be a flurry of peach blossoms. When you turn around, it's like a spring breeze. I'll go. This trick is much more skillful than that girl Lumayer. System. That's not targeting. That's clearly seduction. Ding. Host, please take the mission seriously. Muyo hurriedly averted his eyes. It would be a shame to be charmed. As soon as Muya's line of sight shifted, it landed on strong Qianshue's large white legs. The apprentice is wearing pink today? Pale Blue Moon danced, but her afterglow kept an eye on Muya. She realized that the old man was actually looking at his apprentice's legs. Humph. She was angry and annoyed in her mind. This emperor casts illusory heart fascination sound, and he's actually looking at someone else's legs? Could it be that this emperor is not charming enough? Or is it? A horrible possibility suddenly occurred to her. This old man has a special fetish? Strange Snow also noticed that something was wrong at this time. She sensed a powerful seductive force permeating the room. No wonder Master wants to see his legs. That's a chance to avoid that power. Master. She stood up. Apprentice wants to go for a dance as well. Oh, Moyo's eyes lit up. Go go go. Just in time for Master. Ahem. Just in time for Master to see how your dancing skills are. Strange Snow moved lightly with lotus steps and came to the center of the field. I wonder if I could dance with my sister. She smiled slightly at the red-clad dancing prostitute. Pale Blue Moon sneered in her heart. How dare a little girl come and join in the fun. It's also good to show you the strength of this emperor. So very good. Song Lanyu smiled sweetly, not caring. Strange Snow danced. It was a moment that seemed to turn back the clock. I only saw the dance of Stranger Snow, which at times seemed like a small family in the south of the Yangtze River. It was the elegance of when she had been a government lady, at times as enchanting as a Western dancer. That was the helplessness she felt when she was trafficked to the West. There was more of an indescribable dominance. That was Her Majesty when she was a demon emperor. She has been a human being for 100 lifetimes, and she is proficient in poetry and song, and in the art of playing the zither and chess. She's the second best dancer, and no one dares to be the first. How is this possible? Pale Blue Moon was shocked. She realized that her illusory heart fascination sound was actually dissolved a little bit by her opponent's dance. Not only that, but every movement of the other side is secretly a mystery. Raising her hand, her phantom heart was dissolved. Turning around, her muzak was broken. Interesting. A glint flashed in Pale Blue Moon's eyes. It seems that this little girl is not simple. Wait for this emperor to give it a serious try. Pale Blue Moon's dance suddenly changed. From elegant to stern. From gentle to dominant. It's no longer just a dance. Instead, it's a real contest. Xiao Air. Serve the wine. Moon Knight shouted. Coming. Coming. The store assistant hurriedly ran up with the wine jug. Slow down. Muya frowned. This wine isn't hot enough. Pale Blue Moon almost exploded with anger when she heard this. She has not failed once in her phantom mind bewitching sound. But this old man didn't even look her in the eye. And he was actually obsessing about the temperature of the wine? Ding. Target Pale Blue Moon's anger level has reached 100. The host has accomplished a blitz, gaining a random item. Spirit-eating wine. One sip of this will cause the spirit energy to deflate as quickly as a deflated ball of skin. Come. My apprentice dances well. Looking at the system's rewards, Muya's mood was great. He chucked a piece of meat for himself. This braised meat is perfect with the dance look. The battle on the stage, however, became more and more intense. Pale Blue Moon could no longer be bothered to maintain the elegance of her dance. This little girl, she realized, was simply unfathomable. Raising her hand, she concealed her sword energy. Turning around, she exerted her imperial might. But Stranger Snow's dance was always just the right amount to diffuse it. This girl, Pale Blue Moon, was secretly shocked in her heart. This kind of dance was clearly something that could only be comprehended after experiencing countless vicissitudes. Strange Snow was also secretly thinking at this time, this dancing prostitute, her cultivation is profound. If he hadn't been competing with the dance, he was afraid that he would have lost long ago. Xiao Air, is the wine hot yet? Moon Knight's voice sounded again. Coming. The store assistant ran up with a steaming jug of wine. Master, Xiao Bai was a bit unable to look away. Can you not disturb me from looking at beautiful women? It's not right. Moyuki looked at Kahaku. The corners of White's mouth were a little wet. Could it be that one's protege has a mental problem? As a psychiatric hospital, Moon Knight didn't think much about it. At this moment, Sun Lan Yu was completely enraged. She decided to let it go. Only her dance suddenly changed. The skirt was like fire, and the spiritual energy was overflowing. The entire hall was enveloped by a strange power. No good. Strange Snow was shocked in his heart. The other side is trying to zoom in, but she then broke into a small smile. In that case, then I'll show you what real dancing means. Strange Snow's dance changed. She stretched her arms, her fingertips brushing the air. Instantly, the air was filled with a hint of an ethereal scent if nothing else. Her steps lightly tapped the ground, her body flowing like a stream. For a while, the two forces intertwined in the hall. Yes, Moyo suddenly put down his glass. The scene, he realized, was even better than expected. Soon the song ended. The two men stood opposite each other. The girl is a good dancer. Pale Blue Moon sighed in heartfelt admiration. Sister is overpraised. Morchienshua smiled faintly. It's just a slight understanding. Pale Blue Moon turned to leave, her skirt fluttering. She knew that tonight's tryst had been enough. Moyo doesn't eat her own. It seems that there are other breakthroughs to be found. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the current mission. Mission, make Pale Blue Moon know what to do. Acquisition of remaining life, plus 500 years. Host's current life expectancy, 610 years. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Eye of Truth. Effect, penetrates all disguises and reveals the opponent's true identity and intentions. Required life expectancy, 100 years. Want to stay for a drink? Muyao looked at the system's rewards and called out to Pale Blue Moon. Chapter 37. Old man is slightly skilled in physiognomy. Your father's surname is Tsung. Want to stay for a drink? Muyao's voice made Son Lan Yu's footsteps lurch. Oh, she gave a slight sideways glance, a hint of imperceptible joy flashing in her eyes. The old man invited her for a drink? It should be the effect of his own illusory mind and mystical sound. She smiled in her mind, the corners of her lips lifting gently. Since Senior invited me, how would Senior dare not comply? Pale Blue Moon slowly walked up the stairs and arrived in the elegant room. Her mind was already reeling with some sort of unsavory thought. White's face is red. Pretty sister. Ding. Pale Blue Moon has been detected to be targeting the host. Issuing a countermission, for the Empress. Lycanthropy is the greatest insult. Target of counterattack, Pale Blue Moon. Mission reward, 500 years of remaining life. As expected, Muyao's initiative ushered in a task from the system. Master. Stranger Qianxua followed closely behind. You can't play with fire. It hurts your body. She thought Muyao was obsessed by beauty. Moyo smiled and waved her hand. Master is just trying to get some dance lessons from this little girl. Look how well she dances. It's hard to say no without buying a drink. Apprentice, you guys go back to your rooms and rest first. Little White sniffed and hurriedly said, Master, I'm going to buy this sister a drink as well. Do you have spirit crystals? If not, you guys go rest first. White was speechless. Strange Snow had no choice but to leave with Little White. Inside the elegant room, only Muyo and Sung Blue Moon were left. Here, taste the wine. Muya picked up the jug, his hands shaking badly. This is a fine flower carving. I'm an old man who usually can't afford to drink. When pouring the wine, Muya's mind surged and used the eroded spirit wine. Pale Blue Moon picked up her wineglass and shook it gently. Between the aroma of the wine, she secretly ran her spiritual energy to probe. There was always something unusual about the old man's wine that struck her. However, upon closer inspection, no abnormality could be found. She was secretly pleased with herself for being overly concerned. This old man has been mesmerized by the phantom mind. Just now even the hand that pours the wine is shaking. Old me is slightly skilled in physiognomy. I wonder if I can tell a fortune for the girl, Moon Knight suddenly said. Pale Blue Moon laughed in her heart. Sure enough, this old man is going to come and touch this emperor's hand under the guise of a face reading. Then I'll trouble you, old sir. Pale Blue Moon extended her hand in front of Muya. No need. Old man only reads faces. Moon Knight shook his head. Pale Blue Moon's face sank as she withdrew her hand. Mu Yao narrowed his eyes and quietly operated the Eye of Truth. Ding! The host uses the Eye of Truth, consuming 100 years of his life. Current life expectancy, 10,510 years. For a moment, the image of the dancing prostitute in front of her eyes faded. In its place, there was a stunning woman in phoenix robes. At the same time, he also saw the specific information of the pale blue moon. Target, pale blue moon. Sex, female. Age, 1588. Spiritual root, supreme. Cultivation level, 8 realms. Middle stage of harmonization. Identity, Empress of the Kangwol Kingdom. Intent, to test, to draw, to kill. Inwardly, if this old man is truly a great power, it is possible to draw him in and use him for my Kangwolf Kingdom. If he does not comply, or if he is just a bluffer, then just get rid of him so as to prevent future trouble. After reading the messages above, Mu Yao understood. The Kangwolf Kingdom, though, is also a large country. However, there is still a huge power gap compared to the Cold Kingdom. Himself, he was just a pawn used by his country to increase its power. Let me see. Moyo pretended to pinch himself. The girl is a daughter. And your surname is Tsang. Ha, kind of interesting. Tsang Blue Moon's beautiful eyes moved slightly. Ding. Target accumulated shock value, 20/100. Moon Knight continued. My father's surname is Tsang. And your whole family's surname is Tsang. Pale Blue Moon's pupils shrunk violently. The old man. It's outrageous. Ding. Target accumulated shock value, 88/100. Girl, if the old man is right, you'll punish yourself with a cup. Pale Blue Moon was a bit speechless, but she still picked up her wine cup and drank it down. The next moment, however, she felt something was wrong. The spiritual energy in his body gathered rapidly, as if it was about to break through his torso. She blushed hard, as if something was about to come out. Can't hold it in. Hiccup. A burp came out with a strong aura of psychic energy. Pale Blue Moon's face changed drastically. A Grand Empress who burps in front of an old man? It's just a strange shame. Ding. Target accumulated shock value, 100/100. The host completed a counterattack during the course of the mission. Gain a random effect, void finger. Special effect, a finger in the air, turning into nothingness. Not bad. This is the first time I've ever swiped special effects. Sounds like an awesome name. A god thing to pretend to be. That said, Pale Blue Moon drank the wine. This wine. She forced herself to hold back the feeling of her body turning over. This wine is naturally good. The girl has a good capacity for drinking. Saying that, Mu Yao refilled her cup. Staring at the wine in front of her, Pale Blue Moon seemed a bit hesitant. What? A female emperor of the Kangwolf Kingdom. Is that all you can drink? Mu Yao took a light sip of wine. His eyes filled with disdain. What? Pale Blue Moon stood up violently, a hint of shock and vigilance flashing in her eyes. How dare you know the identity of this emperor? Ding! Shock value of target Pale Blue Moon has exploded to 100. The host has accomplished a blitz, gaining a random item. Invisibility 3rd level, can be invisible for 3 minutes. Only those with spiritual roots can practice. That's fine. It's just the thing to throw at an apprentice to practice. A hint of a smile appeared on Moon Knight's face before he added. What's so strange about that? The old man said I can read faces. Face reading? In this otherworldly world, knowing how to read faces is not that unusual. After all, there are numerous capable people, and the district's phrenology is just the tip of the iceberg. Thinking like this, Song Lan Yu's heart was relieved. Your Majesty, please. Mu Yao pointed to the wine that had just been poured. Pale Blue Moon drank it down in one gulp and didn't feel bad about it. With a mouthful of it, the spiritual energy in her body gathered rapidly once again. Hiccup. A hiccup struck again. Pale Blue Moon was a bit embarrassed, then changed the subject. Moon Knight, you killed my emperor sect peak master Song Ying. You deserve to be executed. However, this emperor has always loved talent. If you can show some real skill, it's not like this emperor can't give you a chance. If it's a falsehood, then this emperor will make you turn into blood mist and dissipate between heaven and earth. Song Lan Yu said coldly, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Killing intent. She no longer tried to test the waters, but instead directly forced Mu Yao to strike out on her own and reveal her true abilities. Ha! Mu Yao smiled bashfully. He then lifted his hand and threw out a piece of paper. Daywalker. Only a donkey was instantly visible. Just this? Pale Blue Moon's gaze froze. Chapter 38, One Finger in the Void. Reduced to pieces. Your Majesty, please get on the donkey. Mu Yao patted the donkey's back and smiled. Pale Blue Moon looked at the ordinary donkey in front of her. She just couldn't believe it. It's amazing that such lowly livestock would show up here. She looked at the donkey in front of her and frowned slightly. You want me to ride a donkey in the name of the Empress? It was an insult to her status. What? Moyuki laughed. Does your Majesty think the donkey isn't classy enough? Why don't the old man put an imperial crown on it? Thinking of the purpose of her trip, Song Lan Yu still forced down her anger and gracefully sat on the donkey's back. If you are looking for talent, you will have to put up with it for a while. The old man's donkey is not in a good temper. Moyo suddenly said, Your Majesty had better hold on tight. Pale Blue Moon hadn't reacted yet. Just then, I heard Muyo shout, Hiya! Muyo slapped the donkey's ass, and the donkey spread its hooves and ran. From the window of the elegant room, he scurried violently outside the inn. Moment. The scenery around them turned into stubble. The wind was howling, blowing Song Lan Yu's clothes. This speed was actually faster than her nine-tailed spirit fox. Pale Blue Moon almost fell off the donkey's back. She was an empress. How had she ever suffered such a shock? More embarrassing for her. In order not to fall, she had to hold on to Muyo tightly. This would be seen by her courtiers. How can she still be an empress? Your Majesty. Moyo sat leisurely in the front. It's a daywalker. Faster than those spirit beasts of yours. Indeed, the donkey looked ordinary, but it was extremely fast. So fast that she, the empress, was a bit flustered. It seems that the donkey should be a spirit beast. Grade. It should be at the top of the 9th order. Of course, she had known about Muya's lack of aura and lack of cultivation for a long time, but it was this specialness that made her interested in him. That, in and of itself, is enough to make one wary, yet one can't help but want to find out what's going on. If it was truly a hidden power, it would be a great opportunity for the Kangwolf Kingdom to know the reason why the Cold Kingdom dared to covet her Cold Wolf Kingdom. It's because of the power differential. If we can get a great power to sit in, it's still Cold Emperor's ex-husband, not only to save face, but also to insult the Cold Kingdom, 2 for the price of 1. Was thinking. The donkey stopped suddenly. Pale Blue Moon nearly fell head over heels. Here it is, Muyuki said with a grin. It's a wilderness. In the distance, a lofty mountain loomed. Your Majesty, wait and see. Moon Knight suddenly stopped. Old me is slightly versed in some crude kung fu. With that, he stretched out a finger and flicked it at the distant mountain peak. Void finger, he shouted. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color, and the wind and clouds stirred. The sky was suddenly obscured by dark clouds. The wind howled, and even the heavens and earth trembled at the power of this finger. That lofty mountain peak actually collapsed like a fragile sandcastle under Muya's single finger. In the blink of an eye, it turned into pieces and dissipated into nothingness. This special effect is proper awe. Mudiao secretly smiled in his heart. He shifted his gaze to Pale Blue Moon, only to see her pupils slam shut. This kind of tactic is actually comparable to this Emperor's 8th realm cultivation. Elder. She hurriedly got off her ass and her attitude was a little more respectful. I wonder if I could serve my Kangwolf Kingdom. Oh, Moon Knight looked at her with a smile. Your Majesty is recruiting me? Nice. Pale Blue Moon squared her shoulders. As long as Senior is willing, this Emperor can appoint you as a State Master. The status is only below this Emperor. And what if the old man doesn't want to? Muya asked. Then, a cold glint flashed in Song Lan Yu's eyes. It'll just have to send you to Hades. Ha! Moon Knight was unimpressed. Come on, drink. He took out the wine jug and poured a cup for Pale Blue Moon. Pale Blue Moon looked at the wine in front of her and smiled in her heart. This old man, he should be compromised. In that case, she picked up her glass and took a drink. The abdomen then suddenly churned up, with an invisible force rushing across the body. Hiccup dash. A hiccup escaped. Ding. The spirit-eating wine has completely depleted the target's spirit power. Hearing the system tone, Muyo smiled bashfully. Well, the wine has been drunk, and you've seen the strength, so I'll take my leave. Excuse me? Pale Blue Moon sneered. Does Senior think that this Emperor is discussing with you? She raised her veiled hand and was about to cast it. However, the moment she mobilized her spiritual energy, her entire body froze. This can't be, she realized with horror. Surprisingly, not a single ounce of spiritual energy in his body could be mobilized. How did this happen? She looked at her hands in disbelief. A powerful man of the 8th realm, actually unable to operate even the most basic spiritual energy? Ding! Shock value of target Pale Blue Moon has exploded to 100. The host has completed a blitz, gaining a random special effect. Void finger, a finger in the void, turning it into nothingness. Oh, yeah, the void finger again. That special effect in the party. Even Muyo herself was shocked. This time it's what you get from the blitz. Save it for next time. He. Yo, what's wrong with your Majesty? Muyi looked at her with a smile. Could it be that you're not feeling well? It was then that Pale Blue Moon realized. There must be something wrong with that drink. This old man, he actually put a forbidden spirit in the wine, and she actually drank it without defense. Ding! Shock value of target Pale Blue Moon has exploded to 100. The host completes a blitz, gaining a random afterlife. Plus 300 years, Host's current life expectancy, 10,810. What did you do to the wine? She looked at Muyo incredulously. No. Muyo waved her hand. I'm just treating His Majesty to a cup of ordinary wine. As for why Your Majesty is like this, maybe I'd been too tired lately? Pale Blue Moon's face was blue. How had she ever imagined that she, as an empress, would actually be counted by an old man? To add to her despair, this place was tens of thousands of miles away from the Kangwolf Kingdom. Without her spiritual power, she would have problems even going back. She forced herself to endure the humiliation. You have to send this emperor back, right? Why? Moon Knight looked innocent. Didn't His Majesty say he wanted to kill Old Man? This kind of person, Old Man wouldn't dare to approach. When he finished, he rolled over onto his donkey. Hiya! In the twinkling of an eye, it disappeared into the sky. Song Lan Yu was so angry that she was trembling. She was an empress, but she was thrown in the middle of nowhere by an old man. Without spiritual power, she couldn't even fly and could only walk on her feet. As far as the eye could see, the surrounding area was deserted and overgrown, and there wasn't even a decent road. If we were to go on foot, I'm afraid we would have to walk for months before we could return to the Kangwolf Kingdom. She stood in the middle of the wilderness, her clothes disheveled by the wind. Moon Knight, she gritted her teeth. This emperor will remember you. Wait for this emperor to recover his spiritual power. You must be made to live and die. Pity. Her roar could only echo through the wilderness. Except for startling a few birds of prey, there was no further response. The moment. She suddenly had some regrets. Why mess with this old man? Why does it have to be a threat? If it's a good word, it wouldn't have come to this. But it's too late for regrets. It was all she could do to hold back the humiliation. Spreading her pampered legs, she began the long journey home. This way. She doesn't know how much suffering she'll have to go through, how many blank stares she'll have to take. But she knew. It's all going to be on Nui Knight's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the current mission. Mission, for the Empress, lycanthropy is the greatest insult. Acquisition of remaining life, plus 500 years. Host's current life expectancy, 11,310 years. On the donkey, Muyo heard the system beep. Chapter 39, this kind of physique. Just feed it directly and be done with it. The night is deep. Muyo rode the donkey back to the inn. Just pushed open the door to the room. He saw Stranger Snow sitting at the table, looking at him with a worried face. Master. She hurriedly got up. You finally returned. Moon Knight laughed. What? Worried about Master? More Qianxue lowered her head. That dancing girl is of high cultivation. I'm afraid that you're in danger. Master. Ha ha. Moon Knight laughed out loud. Is Master someone who loses out that easily? I know that Master is powerful, but that woman has a stunning appearance. The disciple is afraid that you won't be able to hold on to her. Those who cultivate, focus on cultivating the heart. Looks are just skin deep. Will the Master be moved by this? Muyo looked at Stranger Snow's big white legs and said with a serious face. By the way, disciple, how is your cultivation of the second stage of the stealth technique going? A hint of smugness flashed in Mochizuki's eyes as he sniffed. Don't worry, Master. My apprentice's stealth technique of the second rank is already perfected. What's that? In just a few days you've perfected your craft? Muyo's heart fluttered. Just in time to see what kind of body this girl has. His thoughts surged and he cast Eye of Truth on Stranger Snow. Ding! The host uses the Eye of Truth, consuming 100 years of his life. Host's current life expectancy, 11,210 years. Shasta. Strange Snow's attribute panel was revealed in front of Muya's eyes. Target, Strange Snow. Sex, female. Age, 17. Spiritual root, Hongming sacred body. Cultivation level, middle stage of the third realm of soul casting. Identity, your apprentice. Intent, somewhat sleepy, want to sleep. Inside, we have to travel tomorrow. We need to rest early. Seeing the item of spiritual roots, Muyo almost exclaimed in shock. Although he had traveled over, the original owner was knowledgeable. Staying in the Deep Palace, the only hobby is to read books. The ancient books in the Imperial Palace were all turned over by him. Therefore, there was an understanding of the Hongming sacred body in Muyao's memories. This is a legendary physique, rarely seen in a million years. Yes, it's just a legend, and it's only in ancient books. This is a big hit for myself. No wonder this girl, her cultivation speed is so fast. I'm afraid that the apprentice herself doesn't know that she has this kind of natural talent. Master? Strange Snow saw him dazed. What's wrong with you? Muyao returned to his senses. Since it's already a pure fire, then Master will give you this one more. With that, he took out a secret book from his bosom. The third order of the stealth technique. You should comprehend it well. Morgia Shui took the secret book. Master, Tears glistened in her eyes and she was a little overwhelmed. Alright, it's getting late. Go to sleep. Master is old and can't hold out much longer. Master. Strange Snow ran off with the secret book in her arms. How could Mu Yi not have thought that Mo Qianxue would be the Hongmeng sacred body? With a body like that, just feed it and be done with it. With the system in hand and the apprentice invincible, one could really walk horizontally in this heaven and earth. This was not to mention that the spirit realm he was in was only the lowest of the lower realms. Upwards, there's the immortal realm, the divine realm. Those who cultivate to the emperor realm can ascend to the immortal realm. The immortal realm can in turn be cultivated to the divine realm. The god realm is kind of at the top, except for these three realms, which are called the righteous path. There is another world in this world. That is the demon world. It is called the devil's way by those in the three realms. It was a world of darkness and chaos. The sky was forever shrouded in thick, dark clouds, and the blood-colored moon hung in the sky, emitting an eerie glow. The earth cracked open into countless abysses, in which magma tumbled, and the air, perpetually filled with the scent of sulfur and decay. Where the law of the jungle is the only law, the devils practiced with auras. Like the three realms, it possessed the same realm level, but there, killing and looting are the order of the day. Every inch of the devil's world is full of danger. Whether it was the ferocious demonic beasts or the cunning demonic cultivators, it was enough to discourage ordinary cultivators. However, the demon world is not all darkness and destruction. Countless opportunities and treasures were also hidden in that barren land. The legendary underworld Devil's Pearl is said to have the power to reverse life and death. It also has the special effect of transforming one's spiritual energy into magical energy. This knowledge, Muyo also extracted from the original owner's memories. However, that god demon war 10,000 years ago had almost destroyed the entire demon realm. The devil world seemed to have fallen completely silent. Countless powerful demon clans fell in that great battle, and the aura of the demon realm dried up as a result. Legend has it that the cause of that great battle was, as the demon Empress Moriliu tries to break the balance of the three worlds, leading the demonic army to defeat the spirit realm and the immortal realm successively. He charged straight into the divine realm. In the end, it was only when the top divine cultivators of the divine realm joined forces that she was suppressed and the passageway to the demon realm was completely sealed. Since then, the demon realm has become a place of death. The demons either fell in that great battle or were sealed in the depths of the demon realm. Never again can you set foot in any of the three realms. However, even so, the demon world was still a place full of danger. The power of the seal was strong, but it had eroded over 10,000 years. Perhaps, one day the seal would fail. Then the three realms would welcome the strongest retaliation from the demon realm. As if she was reading a novel, Muyi recalled what the original owner had read in the ancient book. Early the next morning, in lobby, click, 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 White was holding a big bun, like a little hamster, with his cheeks puffed out. The mouth is still stuffed. Senior sister, Mo Qianxue looked at him helplessly. Slow down, don't choke. Aha. Little White slurred. I'm growing. I need to eat more. Moyo looked at Kahaku, his top button still undone, exposing a large area of Snow White. He hastily averted his eyes. Xiao Bai. Strange Snow couldn't look away. Can you act like a girl? You're not afraid to be seen if you come out without your clothes on. What does it matter? White swallowed the food in his mouth. It's not like he's not wearing it. Besides, it's just the three of us here. With that, he grabbed another bun. Taking a hard bite, the soup ran down the corners of his mouth. Looking at Muyo, he shook his head straight. Senior. Stranger Qianxue looked at Muyang. You control her, Little White. Muyo had a stern face. Master will give you 3 breaths of time. Get dressed or breakfast is over for the day. Ha! Xiao Bai was shocked. Don't, Master. I'll tie it. I'm tying it. He fumbled with the buttons. As a result, the more you rush, the worse the tie is. And fastening the buttons in the wrong place. He was in a hurry, and as soon as he could, he pulled his top halfway off and was ready to take it off. Morgia Shui walked over helplessly. Senior sister, Mu Yi are looking dumbfounded. This disciple is a bit two-dimensional. Chapter 40, I'm on a business trip. I'm not in a hurry. Going to the holy land of the spiritual platform. The 20th day. Green hills and pleasant air. Senior. Stranger Qianxue looked at Muyo. Are we really going to stay here for the night? Watching the stars? What? Moyo lay down on the grass. Can't I? But, Mo Qianxue couldn't help it. Master. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll be delayed. Delay? Mu Yi leisurely said. Old man is traveling on business. It's not like he's rushing to reincarnation. The two apprentices looked at each other. According to the speed of that donkey of masters, he should have arrived at the holy land of spiritual platform long ago. But that's 20 days of traveling. But the master is good. And when he goes away for a day, he has to rest for a day. Sometimes, when you see a place with a great view, you even have to stay a few extra days. Senior, Mo Qianxue whispered, the deadline given by the Cold Emperor seems to be only 1 month. So, Muyo yawned, that's not 10 days away. My master is teaching you that for those who cultivate, the state of mind is important. Look at how beautiful the heavens and earth are, how soft the grass is. Why do you have to rush? Isn't this asking for your own suffering? The two apprentices were speechless, as if that made sense. 10 days later, a donkey and 3 people arrived at the entrance of the Holy Land of Spiritual Platform. Right in front of him, a huge mountain range stretched out in front of him. Between the clouds, dozens of lofty peaks could be vaguely seen, thrusting into the sky. The main peak at the very center was 10,000 feet high. Stop! 2 guards blocked the way. This is the Holy Land of Spirit stage. Idlers are exempt. Before the words were out of his mouth, the guard felt something was wrong. This old man was riding a donkey and was followed by 2 stunning beauties. The picture. It's so out of character. It's even a little ridiculous. At this moment, Moon Knight pulled out the messenger token and casually tossed it. Take a look. I'm the peak master of the peak of the Gauzers of the Leng Kingdom. Oh, so it's a messenger from the Leng Kingdom. The guards hurriedly and respectfully said, please follow me. All the way. From time to time, people stopped to watch. Look, that old man? Riding a donkey with 2 stunning beauties at his side. Envious. Same messenger. How come the difference is so big? I don't even have a ing made. Soon, Muyi was brought to the Gathering of Virtues peak in the Holy Land. On top of the peak, a huge square spread out. In the center of the square stood a lofty stone monument. On it are engraved the 2 strong and powerful words Gathering of Virtues, which are magnificent. At this time, thousands of people had already gathered in the square. They were standing or sitting in groups of 3 or 5, talking in low voices. Everyone's aura was unfathomable, and it was obvious that they were all top powerhouses from all over. Muyi had just stepped into the square when he felt countless gazes cast towards him. It's not right. Muyuki frowned. Didn't we say there were only a few countries? How come so many people have come? Lang Wushuang. This woman. Her information isn't accurate either. Emissary, the accommodation has been arranged. Please follow me. Immediately afterward, Muyao's trio was brought to the entrance of another cave. A cave? Moyo narrowed her eyes. That's the treatment? Rest in peace, messenger. The guards hurriedly explained. There are too many messengers coming this time. Those who can live in the caves are of status, and the messengers, in general, can only live in tents built at the foot of the mountain. Moyo looked toward the foot of the mountain. Sure enough, a mountain full of tents, smoke rising off. Entering the cave, Muyo almost laughed in anger. Inside the cave, it was clean, but the space was small. It's just as well that it's cramped. There aren't even any tables, chairs or benches. Even the bed was supported by a few pieces of wood. Senior, why don't I go and stay in a tent with my senior sister? Stranger Qianxue whispered. No, this cave is small, but it's still livable with a little squeezing. With that, Muyi took out some household items from his storage ring. Upholstery, stone and jade beds, tables and chairs and tea sets, roasted pig, roasted duck, roasted chicken. These are just the right things to fill the cave. The only place the 3 could fit was in bed. Xiaobai all looked silly. Master, this which is to business trip, is clearly to excursion. Holy Lord's Peak, surrounded by clouds and mist, a golden and glorious hall stood at the peak. Inside the temple, the Holy Lord of the 9 heavens was sitting on top of his throne. He wore a golden robe. His face was angular, and his eyes were like electricity. There was a look of disdainful dominance between his eyebrows. The most striking thing was a golden stripe at the center of his brow. That was the mark of an Emperor realm powerhouse. Under the throne, dozens of sovereigns of the spiritual platform Holy Land were on both sides, each with an extraordinary aura. Enlighten the Holy Lord. An old man in a green shirt arched his hand and said, the group of fools from the Jade capital Holy Land have come to answer the invitation as they should. Very well. The corners of the 9 heavens sacred lord's mouth rose slightly. Do they know that this is a Hongmen banquet? Back to the Holy Lord. The other patriarch laughed. They still think that this is a kind invitation from the Holy Land of spiritual platforms. I don't know. Have stepped into the Holy Lord's trap. Ha ha ha. The Holy Lord of the 9 heavens laughed. This seed is about to ascend. And before I leave, it's time to do something for the Holy Land. Said. A chill flashed in his eyes. Over the years, the Yujing Holy Land has gradually grown in strength and has become a major hidden danger to my spirit platform Holy Land. Before this Holy Lord ascends, he vows to wipe out Yujing in one fell swoop and expand the land for my spiritual platform. Holy Lord is wise, the crowd said in unison. Tomorrow, this sacred lord will use his Emperor realm strength to confine them all. Nine Heavens stood with his arms folded, his gaze cold as frost. And after that, force them to trick their closest friends and relatives into coming here one by one. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile, as if he had everything under control. In the end, as it were, the elites in the Yujing sacred ground will be trapped here, to open mountains and dig mines for the Holy Land, and to serve as a slave for the Holy Land. At that time, with the lack of elites in the Jade capital Holy Land, what else can they take against my spirit platform? Wonderful! The crowd was in awe. This plan of the Sacred Lord is to trick a bunch of heavenly prides from the Yujing Holy Land, one by one, into coming here to be used by my spiritual platform. It can be a double whammy. No. The Nine Heavens Sacred Lord shook his head. It's 3 birds with 1 stone. Oh, the crowd was puzzled. Please still ask the Holy Lord to clarify. This seat's ascension is imminent. A twinkle flashed in the eyes of the Saint Lord of the Nine Heavens. These sons of heaven's pride, with strong spiritual energy in their bodies, are just the right people to protect the formation for me and withstand the lightning tribulation. So it is. It dawned on the crowd. The Holy Lord is worthy of being far-sighted, even calculating for ascension. The Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens nodded his head in satisfaction. This matter is settled. You all go back individually and act according to the plan. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. Wait for the crowd to retreat. The Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens was sitting alone on his throne, finally cultivated to the peak of the Emperor realm, about to ascend to the upper realm. But before doing so, he's going to do one last big thing. That is, to completely suppress the Jade capital Holy Land, clearing the way for the spiritual terrace sanctuary. Yujing Holy Land, he sneered. The proud sons of heaven that you are so proud of will soon become stepping stones for this Holy Lord. Chapter 41, Despicable Means. Early the next morning, the gathering peak was crowded. This gathering of Sages Peak was the largest square in the Holy Land of Spirit Stage, which could accommodate tens of thousands of people. At this time, the peak is surrounded by clouds and mist, and the fairy atmosphere is misty. A huge stone monument stands in the center of the square, with the word Gathering Virtues written on it. The handwriting was strong and powerful, with an air of dominance. The emissaries from the major powers gathered in 2s and 3s, whispering, "Have you heard? This time, the Spirit Platform Holy Land invited us to come, saying that we're going to discuss and spar." That's not true. He even said that he has some amazing chance to share with us. I don't think so. The Spirit Platform Holy Land has always been at odds with my Jade capital Holy Land. I'm afraid this invitation has ulterior motives. Just as the crowd was talking, the sky suddenly became dim. The originally clear sky was instantly covered in dark clouds. The dark cloud was as black as ink, as if it could swallow all light. The temperature of the entire gathering of Sages Peak plummeted. The crowd shuddered. Muyao stood in the crowd and squinted his eyes at the sky. With this kind of vision, I'm afraid a big shot is about to make an appearance. Tadako, use the Eye of Truth. Ding! The host uses the Eye of Truth, consuming 100 years of his life. Host's current life expectancy, 110 years. Target, unknown. Alert, target not yet present. Thick, dark clouds splashed like ink, momentarily blocking out the sun. A suffocating pressure descended from the sky, and the entire gathering of Virtues Peak trembled. Rumble! A shocking thunderclap exploded, and a huge golden crack split open in the clouds. The Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens stepped into the air. The void rippled with every step he took. The ripples were like golden waves, spreading in all directions. Wherever it passed, the air froze. The crowd only felt that it was difficult to breathe, as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on their chests. This is. A messenger fell limp to the ground, his voice trembling, the aura of an Emperor realm powerhouse. Heavens, the Spirit Platform Holy Land is actually harboring a great emperor. Yes, no wonder we were invited to come and discuss and spar, but in reality, it's a demonstration to our Jade capital Holy Land. The crowd fell to their knees. Some were shivering, some outright fainted with fear, and some were even incontinent on the spot. Muyi narrowed his eyes and sized up the Nine Heavens Sacred Lord. The first time he saw an Emperor realm person, he was a bit curious. Target, Ninth Heaven. Sex, male. Age, 3200. Spiritual root, Supreme. Cultivation, Peak Imperial Realm. Identity, Holy Lord of the Sacred Land of the Spiritual Platform. Intent, kidnapping, fraud. Inside, trick all the celestial pride of the Jade Palace Holy Land into coming here, either to kill or trap them. Muyao frowned slightly. Peak Emperor Realm. This was no joke. Moreover, his purpose was actually to deal with the Jade capital Holy Land's heavenly pride, an Emperor realm powerhouse. I can't believe they're playing this kind of conspiracy here. Right at this moment, the Nine Heavens Sacred Lord opened his mouth, and his voice was like heavenly thunder rolling. Everyone, this seat has recently discovered that a secret realm is about to open. This secret realm was left behind by an ancient great emperor, and it contains supreme greatness. This seat, mindful of the fact that I am a fellow cultivator with all of you, invites you to participate in the realization together. With that, he waved his palm and a golden curtain of light enveloped the entire gathering of Virtue's Peak. The curtain of light appeared to be as light and thin as a veil, but it was actually impenetrable, trapping everyone in it. It will take some time for the secret realm to open, so you may as well wait here. If any fellow Daoist wishes to invite fellow disciples to come to enlightenment, this seat will welcome them. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Someone stood out boldly. Holy Lord, we still have important matters to attend to. The words were not yet spoken. A golden light flashed. The man instantly fell to the ground, convulsing in agony. Ah! A mournful scream resounded. It scared the crowd into silence. The Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens was expressionless. This seat said that this secret realm was left behind by the great emperor. The mysteries of the great Tao contained therein are enough to benefit one for a lifetime. This seat was kind enough to invite all of you to participate in enlightenment. But I didn't want someone to be ungrateful. Now, all of you quickly spread the word and invite your fellow travelers to come. If this seat discovers that someone has a different heart, with a wave of his hand, that messenger screamed again. That scream was filled with pain and despair. The crowd watched that messenger roll on the ground in a cold sweat. Some were secretly glad they hadn't rushed out. There were also some people who surreptitiously sized up the Nine Heavens Sacred Lord, trying to see his true intentions. The emissaries of the Jade Capital Holy Land looked at each other with a hint of worry flashing in their eyes. They knew very well that they were afraid that they would not be able to escape this time. Muyi looked at this scene and sneered in his heart. This Sacred Lord of the Nine Heavens was trying to trick the Jade Capital Holy Land's heavenly pride into coming here. Once he got his hands on it, the Jade Capital Holy Land steps would be completely emptied. What a move! But why isn't the system moving? Ding! There's too much writing on this. It's not about you. System temporarily unavailable. Moyo was confused. Right at this moment, the Nine Heavens Sacred Lord's gaze suddenly landed on Moon Knight. That gaze was like substance, piercing through the heart. Ha! A flash of color flashed in his eyes. Who are you? Envoy of the Cold Kingdom. Muya faintly said. Langua? A trace of color flashed in the eyes of the Nine Heavens Sacred Lord. There are no cultivation fluctuations on you, so it seems that you are immortal. However, he said faintly, since you are a messenger, this seat will deliver the message for you. And tell me, who do you want to invite? Muya's face remained unchanged. Olmi doesn't have any acquaintances in the Jade Capital Holy Land. Oh, a hint of coldness flashed in the eyes of the Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens. In that case, please recuperate here. When this seat finds a suitable candidate, I will deliver the message for you. After saying that, he waved his big sleeve and turned around to leave. Moyo narrowed her eyes. It's a house arrest for the old man. The crowd was so relieved that they sat down in a paralyzed heap. Strange Snow and Little White hurriedly came over to Muyao's side. The way the Nine Heavens Sacred Lord had treated their master just now had caused them to worry. Senior, Emo Qianxue looked at Muyao worriedly. Don't worry, Moon Knight laughed. A mere prohibition can't help master. But, Xiao Bai looked around. This curtain of light looks terrifying. How long are we going to be trapped here? Mu Yi smiled. Don't worry, master has his own measure. In his heart, he was laughing coldly, a peak emperor realm powerhouse. To actually use such tactics against the juniors. Oh, right at this moment, Mu Yi noticed a few elders from the Jade Capital Holy Land talking in a low voice in the distance. This Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens has gone too far. Yes, obviously an emperor realm powerhouse, yet he uses such despicable means. Shu, keep it down. Now we can only take one step at a time. Mu Yao couldn't help but shake his head as he watched the scene. These people from the Jade Capital Holy Land were still too naive. Since the Nine Heavens have bared their fangs. Then next, I'm afraid it'll be more than just house arrest. However, he still had the temporary 9th rank ability of the 9-Dragon Sword given by the system. As a last resort. Chapter 42 on the Gathering of Virtue's Peak. Pressing on step by step. Gathering of Sage's Peak. A golden curtain of light enveloped it. The crowd each found a corner to rest. But no one really relaxes. That messenger who was disciplined by the Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens. It was still lying on the ground at the moment, twitching a few times from time to time. That miserable look. It's unnerving. Master. Xiaobai secretly pulled on Mu Yao's sleeve. I saw a few people from the Spirit Platform Holy Land. Is secretly recording something? Moyo followed her gaze. Sure enough, in a corner not far away, a few disciples dressed in Spirit Platform Holy Land attire were holding jade slips. One by one, the information of those present was recorded. Oh, it's about getting to the bottom of everyone. Just then, a commotion came. One could only see a group of disciples from the Spiritual Platform Holy Land walking over, carrying several large boxes. Fellow Taoists, the disciple in the lead laughed. This is a sound transmission jade slip specially prepared by the Holy Lord. 1 piece per person. And you can contact your fellow disciples in the Jade Capital Holy Land. The crowd looked at each other. No one dared to be the first to step forward. What? The disciples' face sank. Could it be that you all are questioning the Holy Lord's good intentions? This statement was made. The crowd hurriedly shook their heads, fearing a repeat of the previous scene, and went forward to receive the jade slips. Moyo watched with cold eyes. This Saint Lord of the 9 heavens really knows how to play, soft and hard, so that people have to follow. Master, Strange Snow whispered, this is how they're going to monitor the content of everyone's transmissions, isn't it? Moyo nodded. This kind of sound transmission jade slip must have been tampered with. As soon as someone passes on any classified information, it is immediately discovered. Just then, Moyo noticed that it wasn't far away. A few elders from the Jade Capital Holy Land had gathered together and were whispering about something. This Holy Lord of the 9 heavens is too abnormal. Yeah, an Emperor realm powerhouse. Why this tactic? Shoo, keep it down. One of them looked around. I doubt it. The other man nodded. Senior can see it too, right? This Holy Lord of the 9 heavens is clearly. The words were not finished. Suddenly his face changed drastically, and he fell to the ground, covering his chest and convulsing. Ha ha ha. A loud laugh rang out. The figure of the Holy Lord of the 9 heavens appeared out of thin air. This seat would like to see what other tricks you people from the Jade Capital Holy Land can play. Mudao's face was unchanged, but his heart was shocked. This Holy Lord of the 9 heavens had actually been spying in secret. It seemed that this gathering of sages peak was afraid to be covered with his spiritual sense. Every move escapes him. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. The Holy Lord of the 9 heavens looked at the fallen elder. Cold laughter. This seat said long ago that this secret realm was left behind by the great emperor. So all of you can just wait at ease. Said. He swept his gaze over the people present. This seat says it again. If this seat discovers that someone has a different heart. He waved his hand. That elder immediately let out an even more miserable scream. The crowd was silenced. Don't even dare to breathe. Fellow Daoist Mu. The Holy Lord of the 9 heavens suddenly looked at Muyao. Even though you're a mortal, you must have some skills to be the guest of honor at the Jade Capital Holy Land. Why don't you first use this voice transmission jade slip to contact the heavenly pride you know? The Holy Lord is joking. Muyao said faintly. I'm just an ordinary mortal. How could I be qualified to know any heavenly pride? Oh, a hint of coldness flashed in the eyes of the Holy Lord of the 9 heavens. So, what do you say? What should be done with you, useless mortal? Before the words fell, a terrifying pressure pressed toward Mu Knight. Master, Mo Qianxue and Xiaobai hurriedly blocked in front of Muyao. Ha! The 9 heavens sacred lord withdrew his mighty pressure. Forget it, this seat is in a good mood today, so I'll spare your life for now. Having said that, his figure faded away. The crowd was relieved, but everyone knows that this is just the calm before the storm. Muyao looked at the sound transmission jade slip in his hand. Master, Strange Snow was worried. The Holy Lord of the 9 heavens seems to be very interested in you. Moyo smiled. The Lang Kingdom is the #1 power in the Jade Capital Sacred Land, so he's naturally interested in Master. So it won't be easy on the old man. Said. He looked around the room. One could only see that the emissaries of the Jade Capital Holy Land had already begun to contact their fellow disciples with sound transmission jade slips. Everyone's expression was pained, but under the pressure of the 9 heavens sacred lord's might, they had to do as they were told. Of course, this pressure was not exerted on Muyao, because Jiao Shao knew that Muyao was immortal, and once he inflicted it, he might die. The Lang Kingdom was important in the Jade Capital Holy Land, and he needed to use Mu Knight to lure the Lang Kingdom's heavenly pride here. Master, Kahaku suddenly said. Look over there. Moyo followed her gaze. Only a few elders from the spiritual platform Holy Land were seen. Something was being whispered. One of them seemed agitated, but it was quickly stopped by the others. Interesting. It seemed that within the spiritual platform Holy Land, it wasn't all ironclad. It was then that an accident occurred. Ah! A scream came. A messenger from the Jade Capital Holy Land suddenly collapsed to the ground. The crowd rushed around, only to find the messenger out of breath. What's going on? He killed himself. Why? Just as the crowd was panicking, the 9 heavens sacred lord's voice sounded once again. It seems that someone would rather die than obey. Good. This seat would like to see how many more people want to follow his example. The words were not yet spoken. An even more terrifying pressure. It enveloped the entire gathering of Virtue's Peak. Moyo narrowed her eyes. This Holy Lord of the 9 heavens. It's to force everyone's hand. But, in this way, instead, it gave him a chance. Since he wanted to see the pride of the Jade Capital Holy Land so badly, then the old man will accompany him in this play. Master, White whispered. You don't really want to contact the people of the Jade Capital Holy Land, do you? Muyi smiled without saying anything and picked up the voice transmission jade slip. Ha! He frowned. This voice transmission jade slip, it can even be used by mortals? It seems like the sacred lord of the 9 heavens was prepared for this. Gentlemen. Just then, an elder from the spirit platform Holy Land walked over. The Holy Lord has ordered that you all be given 3 days. If within 3 days, you can't contact enough people to come, you'll suffer the consequences. The crowd's faces changed drastically when these words came out. 3 days is too short. Master, Strange Snow worriedly said. This Holy Lord of the 9 heavens is forcing everyone to take desperate measures. Moyo nodded. That's a tough one indeed. The tighter the schedule, the more likely people are to panic. Once you panic, you're more likely to fall for a trick. But, that gives the old man a chance. Chapter 43. Why don't they all come and join the old man? Senior, are you really not contacting the people from the Jade Capital Holy Land? Little White was a little worried. Mo Qianxua pulled Xiao Bai. Master will have a way. Strange Snow believed that her master would always bring her surprises. Of this she had no doubt. If it doesn't work, she could only detonate her own Hongmeng sacred body and die with 9 heavens with destructive power. But then she would be dead. I don't know which cycle it will take to awaken the memories again. Mu Dao smiled without saying anything, looking around at the panicked crowd. Some were crying, some were arguing, and even more had begun to kill each other. In just half a day, 3 emissaries of the Jade Capital Holy Land had already killed themselves. Moyo narrowed her eyes. The more these people panic, the easier it is for them to be manipulated. It's only 3 days now. These people have panicked. This is a great opportunity to do just that. Muyo swept his gaze over the crowd. Those present were all the proud sons of heaven in the Yujing Holy Land. If he was able to take under his tutelage, then his Guji peak would truly rise to prominence. Holy Lord of the 9 heavens, Holy Lord of the 9 heavens, you're sending me talent. Gentlemen. Moon Knight suddenly opened his mouth. His voice was not loud, but it was good that the square was big enough for the response to be loud enough. The crowd looked at him. This move by the sacred Lord of the 9 heavens is merely an attempt to trick the people of the Jade Capital Holy Land into coming here, and then eliminate them in one fell swoop. What do you mean by that? An elder from the Jade Capital Holy Land said in a cold voice. Moon Knight sneered. You guys think that you can live as long as you behave yourselves? You must die even if you obey. And you must die even if you don't. And when the time comes, you will either die or be a slave. The faces of the people changed drastically. If all of you want to live. Moon Knight looked around at the crowd. Even more so, if you don't want to see the Jade Capital Holy Land fall, why don't you? Not as good as what? Why don't they all come and join old husband? Moon Knight said indifferently. Not only will Lao Fu be able to solve this situation, he will also be able to kill the 9 heavens sacred lord. With the power of the 9 dragon sword of the 9th rank temporarily granted by the system, he naturally had complete certainty of decapitating 9 heavens. However, before that, he needed to convince the crowd to willingly agree. If he solves this matter, they will have to join his Guji peak and serve him. Of course, there is no proof. He still needs to get them to make a contract or something. Anyway, afterward, you can't let these people get away with it. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. Just you? How dare a mortal speak out? It's a fool's errand. Ha ha ha. Someone laughed. You don't even have spiritual power. How can you behead a Saint Lord? That's it. Not even a mole cricket. And you dare to speak out of turn. Could it be that he's scared silly? The crowd jeered as you spoke and I jeered. Just then, a man in a red-colored robe stood out. This person had a stout figure and an extraordinary aura. And it was none other than the Red Inferno country's imperial sect patriarch, Yen Buren. All of you. Wait, Yen Buren said in a deep voice. This fellow Taoist is right. The 9 heavens sacred lord may indeed have such a plot. The crowd looked at him. However, Yen Buren glanced at Muyao. To say the way to break the situation, I do have a proposal. Sovereign Yen, please speak. There are many of us, and our cultivation is extraordinary. Yen Buxi looked around at the crowd. If I were to lead, and gather the strength of the crowd, it might not be impossible to break the situation. Many people's eyes lit up at this statement. Nice. Patriarch Yan's cultivation is profound. With Patriarch Yan leading us, we have hope. Yen Bufei looked at Moon Knight and said indifferently, although this Taoist friend sees the problem, he is ultimately immortal, and for such a great matter, it is still necessary to rely on strength. The crowd nodded. Just then, another gloomy voice rang out. Patriarch Yan is right. Song Tianhe looked at this scene, killing intent flashing in his eyes. That day in the kingdom of Kangwolf, Moon Knight not only killed his most favored disciple, Song Ying, it also embarrassed him in front of everyone. Now that he had been sent here by the pale blue moon, it was just the right time to make a clean break. It's better for sovereign Yen to be powerful than to listen to someone without strength. Song Tianhe sneered. Nice. That's right. What's the use of just talking? It's still a matter of strength. The crowd leaned towards Yen Buren and Song Tianhe. Song Tianhe looked at this scene and was secretly happy. These people, they were on his side. Just in time. Take this opportunity to finish off this old thing. Mu Yi. This patriarch will make you drink hate on the spot. Gentlemen. Song Tianhe suddenly spoke. Old me has a proposal. Oh, Patriarch Song, please speak. Yen Buren said. All of you are talented, but this old man is a mortal who doesn't even have spiritual power. Why don't we hand him over to the Holy Lord first, saying that he intends to escape, or to divert the Holy Lord's attention? At these words, the crowd was thoughtful. Yeah, he doesn't even have spiritual power, so there's no use in keeping him. Maybe they'll even go snitching to protect themselves. Senior. Mo Qianshui and Xiaobai stood nervously beside Muyao. Mu Knight, however, had a calm face. No harm done. But, Xiaobai worried. There are too many of them. Muyao smiled faintly. So what if there's a lot of people? You people. Mu Knight looked around at the crowd. Do you really think that just because there are more people, you can defeat Lao Fu? Arrogant. I don't know what to do. I'll show you what we're capable of today. The crowd had lit up their spiritual weapons with a murderous aura. As Song Tianhe watched this scene, a hint of smugness flashed in his eyes. This old thing. It's certain death today. Right at this moment, Yen Buren suddenly opened his mouth. Everyone, wait. The crowd froze. Although this senior is immortal, Yen Buren said in a deep voice, but maybe he really does have something. Why don't we let him prove it? Prove? Song Tianhe sneered. What can he prove? That's it. What can a mortal do? Don't let him fool you. Yen Buxi, however, was unmoved. Senior, I wonder what skills you have to solve this crisis. Muyao looked at Yen Bushue and then at the crowd. These people, each and every one of them had been counted out by the Nine Heavens Sacred Lord, and they were still competing here. It's ridiculous. The old man's skill. Mu Knight said indifferently. It's not something that's said. Then show your hand. Someone shouted. Yeah, let's open our eyes. Let's see what you mortals are capable of. Muyao shook her head. Now is not the time. Ha ha ha. Song Tianhe laughed. You all see? This old thing is simply bluffing. Nice. Sure is a liar. Muyao was silent and took a sip of the wine in his gourd. In that case, guys, just hand me over. Just then, a sudden movement came from the distant sky. The crowd looked up. Only a white light was seen speeding in. It's someone from the Jade Capital Holy Land. Saved. It's Elder Changlan. Chapter 44 Empyrean Realm Changlan, being easily killed in seconds. The white light was getting closer. The smiles on the faces of the crowd grew. Elder Changlan is here. We are saved. Elder Changlan is one of the 5 great elders of the Jade Capital Holy Land. Elder Jin Feng, ruling the Golden Way. What Elder Changlan controls the power of wood. Water Elder Ryubuchi, skilled in the art of water. Fire Elder Yin Huang, master of the power of fire. Elder of the Earth Yamashij, the ability to rule over the earth. Each of the 5 corresponds to gold, wood, water, fire and earth. It was the mainstay of the Yujing Holy Land. It's more like the 5 guardians of the Holy Land. Muyao couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at the crowd's ecstatic appearance. These people, they are still too naive. The white light landed. An old man dressed in green appeared in front of the crowd. He had a kind face and a few wise words in his eyes. When he raised his hands and feet, he revealed a transcendent aura. Elder Changlan. Great. We are saved. The crowd rallied around. Some were so excited that they burst into tears. Some people were so excited that they danced around. Some have even begun to think of a better future after they get out of trouble. Elder Changlan looked around. Where is the secret realm? The booklet says that an ancient secret realm is about to open here. What secret realm? Yen Bufei froze. Elder Changlan frowned slightly. Could it be that the disciples of the Jade Capital Holy Land had not discovered the secret realm and asked me to come and preside over the opening? Muyao was also stunned, having heard long ago that the 5 elders were 5 living treasures. With that kind of intelligence? Elder Changlan. Someone said in a trembling voice. We were trapped here by the sacred lord of the 9 heavens. Elder Changlan's face changed, but he quickly regained his composure. So it is. Elder Changlan smiled faintly. There is no need for you all to panic. His voice was calm and strong, giving an inexplicable sense of reassurance. The old man has recently had an epiphany, and is only 1 step away from the Emperor realm. Even if the Holy Lord of the 9 heavens himself arrives, I'm sure I can protect you all. The words were not yet spoken. The void suddenly distorted. A pitch-black crack wordlessly tore open behind Elder Changlan. That crack, it contained endless darkness and devoured all the light around it. Even the air trembled. A figure slowly stepped out from the crack. Every step falls. The void trembled. Oh, the Nine Heavens Sacred Lord's voice carried a few hints of playfulness, a few hints of teasing. Elder Changlan, is this a battle with this seat? That's not very loud. Yet it seemed to resound directly in everyone's soul, with an undeniable pressure. Elder Changlan's face changed drastically as he tried to turn around, only to find that he couldn't move, as if imprisoned by some invisible force. All over. Couldn't even move a finger. You. Elder Changlan's eyes widened. What kind of prohibition is this? The Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens gently smiled. Didn't Elder Changlan say that he was only one step away from the Emperor realm? This little trick shouldn't be too hard for you, should it? Elder Changlan suddenly laughed. There was a bit of bravado in that smile. Sacred Lord, do you think that the old man is bluffing? Said. A terrifying aura erupted from Elder Changlan's body. There was endless life in that breath. It was as if it were a big tree. Is breaking ground. A few days ago, the old man had already made a breakthrough. An Emperor realm pressure instantly enveloped the entire field. The greenish-colored light rose up to the sky, transforming into a pattern of wood, weaving a web in the air. The crowd was alarmed. Elder Changlan has really broken through to the Emperor realm. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens, but it was quickly replaced by a flash of teasing. Interesting. I didn't expect you to really break through to the early stage of the Emperor realm. But the Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens gently raised his hand. Shasta. An even more terrifying pressure descended. Peak of the Emperor realm. Elder Changlan's face suddenly changed, instantly turning as white as paper. Instead of weakening, the power of that prohibition became more and more violent, coming down with a suffocating roar like a Tarzan. This is the power of the peak of the Emperor realm? Changlan couldn't help but ask himself. The Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens coldly laughed. Even an Emperor realm powerhouse is like an ant in front of this seat. Die. The Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens' finger gently clicked. Seemingly random, yet it contains the power to destroy the world. Elder Changlan's body suddenly twisted. He choked himself in agony, eyes full of resignation. Why? Why is that? Obviously, he has already broken through to the Emperor realm. Why is it still? The words were not finished. Only Elder Changlan's body began to collapse. Skin first, and then the flesh and blood. Eventually even the bones were reduced to pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. It dyed half the sky red. Those blood mists coalesced in the air, slowly outlined two huge words in blood. Submission. The words were like mountains, weighing down the crowd. The Nine Heavens Sacred Lord's figure disappeared with him. It's as if it never existed. Only one sentence was left echoing in the air. This is what happens when you defy the seat. The crowd was dumbfounded. Someone was paralyzed. Some people's faces are ashen. Some even started shaking already. This. Moon Knight spoke faintly. Peak of the Emperor realm. Really powerful. The crowd's eyes were filled with horror. Zhou Xiao is already at the peak of the Emperor realm? Someone asked in a trembling voice. Moyo nodded. It's more than that. What do you mean? You guys think? Mu Yi looked around the crowd. Was Elder Changlan's death really just because of the strength gap? Of course Mu Yi knew that Changlan's death was only because the realm was not comparable to Nine Heavens. But he mustn't be fooled. This strong is his strong point. At these words, the crowd's faces turned ashen. Oldney does have a question. Yen Buren suddenly opened his mouth. The crowd looked to him. Elder Changlan has just broken through to the Emperor realm. Yen Buren said in a deep voice. Logically, it's impossible for the Jade Capital Holy Land not to know about such a happy event. But why? They'll let a strong Imperial realm member who just broke through come alone? This statement was made. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. It's so, Muya faintly said. You guys finally figured it out? Not only did the Nine Heavens Sacred Lord set up a trap to trap you, and deliberately released the news to lure in Elder Changlan, in order to let you know what will happen to you if you resist. Moyo continued to patch things up. The crowd went pale. Then we're really bound to die? Moon Knight shook his head. Didn't the old man say, follow the old man? Naturally there is a way to live. But, someone hesitated. You don't even have spiritual power. Moyo laughed. You thought, why can the old man see through the Nine Heavens Sacred Lord's plan? You thought, why does the old man dare to say that he can kill the Holy Lord? Do you guys see that peak? Mui Knight had not finished speaking, looking at the crowd expectantly. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Chapter 45, A Finger in the Air. Taking the initiative. Gentlemen. Moon Knight suddenly spoke. See that mountain peak? The crowd followed his finger. It was a lofty mountain. Clouds of mist and aura surrounded it. It was none other than the Holy Lord Peak, the residence of the Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens. Crap, that's the Holy Lord's Peak. Who doesn't know? Just then, Muyao slowly raised his right hand and gently pointed out with his index finger. That's right, Muyao used the void finger. he began to take the initiative. The special effects of the Void Finger were incredibly realistic, and Mu Yi had seen it that day. Use this, first to calm the crowd, then to get the attention of the 9 heavens. Letting the 9 heavens target themselves and letting the system release the mission. That's what he's up to. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Nothing happened. Ha ha ha. That's it? I thought there were some great tactics. So it's just playing God here. The crowd roared with laughter. Someone is pointing the finger. Someone shook their head inside. Some even turned right around to leave. However, just then, the change is steep. A strange distortion suddenly came from the void. It was as if something was tearing the barrier between heaven and earth. There was an indescribably oppressive feeling in the air. The crowd's laughter came to an abrupt halt. At the top of the Holy Lord's peak, a pitch-black crack cracked open silently. It was as if the crack contained endless emptiness. Wherever it passes, everything is twisted. Everything is breaking up. Everything is melting away. The cracks are getting bigger. It finally turned into a huge black hole. A gust of devouring power came from the black hole. Not even the light can escape. Even time began to freeze. Even space was collapsing. Even scarier. That majestic Holy Lord peak even began to twist and distort at this moment, as if it was going to be completely swallowed by this force. This is the special effect of the Void Finger. There was nothing to kill, but it was incredibly real in the eyes of the crowd. What is this? Heavens, Holy Lord Peak. Can he really shake the Holy Lord Peak? How is this possible? The crowd's eyes widened. The contempt on their faces long gone. In its place, there was deep shock and fear. Meanwhile, inside the Holy Lord's peak, the 9 heavens sacred Lord was resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. He rose abruptly and looked through the window into the distance. Only a black hole filled the void. That power, that kind of volatility, that kind of breath. It was actually exactly the same as the legendary power of the void. Impossible. The 9 heavens sacred Lord's face changed drastically. The power of the void has long been lost for 10,000 years. How could it appear here? It was only a moment, but the reality of that power made his heart tremble. But the next moment, he realized something was wrong. Although the scene in front of him was shocking as if it were real, but it seems like there's nothing to kill. He was still standing intact. Interesting. The Holy Lord of the 9 heavens narrowed his eyes and suddenly extended his spiritual sense. The source of the power was quickly pinpointed. Gathering Peak? It's that old fellow? Looks like it's time to go and meet him. With that, the 9 heavens sacred Lord's figure flickered and disappeared in place. Boom! With a loud bang, the void trembled and the sky and earth changed color. The black hole in the void suddenly shattered. It turned into a bit of starlight and dissipated into the sky and earth. Immediately after that, a figure appeared out of thin air. The black robes hunted, and the aura was monstrous. It was none other than the Holy Lord of the 9 heavens. He stood in the void, spiritual energy surging around him. The pressure of the peak of the Emperor realm swept out like a tidal wave. Interesting. The Holy Lord of the 9 heavens opened his mouth coldly, a hint of playfulness in his voice. A mere barricade. How dare you show off in front of this seat? The crowd fell to their knees, shivering. However, Mu Yi, was calm, and there was even a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Just in time, he said softly, "The old man was worried you wouldn't come." The Saint Lord of the 9 heavens frowned slightly. Something was wrong. Under his pressure, even those proud sons of heaven were trembling and falling to their knees at this moment. But this old man, not only did he have no fear, but he had a relaxed face and even a smile on his face. A bit interesting. The Saint Lord of the 9 heavens narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up Muya. It was clear that he couldn't feel any spiritual power fluctuations, and it was clear that he was just an ordinary old man. But why? His eyes are so calm? He has such a calm demeanor? Old man. The Holy Lord of the 9 heavens spoke coldly. Aren't you afraid of death? Moyo smiled softly. Die? I've lived for so many years, but I've never really thought about that. This was said in a cloudy manner, but it caused the 9 heavens sacred Lord's heart to tremble. Such gravitas. It's so subdued. By no means is it faked. Could it be that? Does the old man really have something to offer? But no matter what, that power just now, although strong, did not hurt him in the slightest. But the old man had to be killed. Otherwise, it would appear that one's imperial authority was insufficient. Ding! 9 Skies has begun to target the host. Counterattack mission issued, kill the Imperial Realm 9 Heavens. Target of counterattack, 9 Heavens. Mission reward, 10,000 years of remaining life. It is not to be. The system has issued a quest, and the reward is actually 10,000 years of remaining life? This made Muyuki's body tremble with joy. Since you want to die so badly, a hint of killing intent flashed in the eyes of the 9 Heavens Sacred Lord. Then this seat will fulfill you, said. He slowly raised his right hand. Spiritual energy surged in his palm. 1,000 years of cultivation instantly coalesced. This slap. It contained the full might of the peak of the Emperor realm. Enough to crack a mountain. Broken gold and broken jade. Die. A slap. The void shook. Heaven and earth change color. The sun and moon are not shining. Wherever the palm passes, space shatters. The aura collapsed. Even the void was twisted and distorted under this palm. This is the strength of the peak of the Emperor realm? It's horrible. This palm goes down. Even if it's a big mountain, it's going to be slapped into pieces. 2. The crowd watched in disbelief. Such prowess. It has gone far beyond their imagination. Chapter 46, Manifestation of the Saints Before Men. Acting on behalf of heaven. Ding. Host attack detected. Attack strength, 1,000 years of training. Successful defense against attack. Consumes remaining life, minus 1,000 years. Current life expectancy, 10,110 years. Muyo stood still for a moment. Just like that, he greeted this earth-shattering palm of the Nine Heavens' Sacred Lord. The palm fell with a loud bang. The void shattered. The earth shook. The mountains and rivers are reversed. However, when the smoke cleared, the crowd saw a scene that left their jaws agape, only to see Muyo still standing in the same place, his clothes flowing and a smile on his face. Not even a single hair was damaged. How is this possible? An all-out strike from the peak of the Emperor realm. Surprisingly, you can't even break his defense? What the hell is he? The crowd was talking. There was incredulity in his eyes. The Nine Heavens' Sacred Lord was also confused. He was at the peak of the Emperor realm. Under one palm, even a huge mountain would be reduced to pieces. But this old man in front of him didn't even have a single injury. It was completely beyond his knowledge. Ding! Shock value of target 9 heavens has reached 100. The host completes a blitz and gains a random return age. 2 years. Current age, 94. As the system beep fell, Muyi felt a warm current surge through his body. His wrinkles faded a few more points, and even his cloudy eyes cleared a bit. Toon-chan, why don't you just keep reducing my age for me? The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. Warm reminder, the reward mechanism is completely random. The system cannot intervene in O. The system's voice carried a hint of playfulness. Muyo sighed softly, his fingertips brushing over his slightly aged face as his thoughts drifted into the distance. 98 years of time have seen the vicissitudes of the world. A couple years to be young is a couple years. At this moment, Sung Tianhe's eyes were even wider, trembling in cold sweat. He hated Muyo, and couldn't wait to break him into pieces. But at the moment, he only felt chills all over his body. This old man, what kind of monster was he? Even the peak of the Emperor realm can't help him? Just then, a cold voice rang out. Master, is this your true strength? It's strange Snow. She stood at a distance, unable to believe the facts before her. With her previous life status as a demon emperor, she was also shocked by everything at this moment. Beside her, Xiaobai was also shocked. Master, is this an immortal? Moyo smiled softly. There is no explanation. The Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens, however, had a gloomy expression on his face, even though there was fear within his heart. However, he was a Holy Lord, and even more so, an Emperor realm, and could never take a step back. Once you make a move, it's hard to take it back. At this moment, the killing intent in his eyes skyrocketed. Somewhat capable, he spoke coldly. However, this is not the full strength of this seat. Said, he made a seal with both hands. Begin to catalyze your entire body's cultivation. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, millennium. Terrifying power continued to coalesce. Heaven and earth change color. The sun and moon are not shining. The stars have fallen. 3,000 years of cultivation. Not enough. The Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens grit his teeth. Plus these last 185 years. Yes, he was going to pour all his strength into this palm, injecting his life's cultivation into it. Started practicing at the age of 15. Exactly 3,185 years. All the build-up, all the sense, all the power. As much as possible, it was condensed in the center of the palm. Die. With this palm, the sky and the earth were turned upside down. Wherever the palm passed, everything was silent. This was no longer an ordinary slap. Instead, it's a lifetime of desperation. Ding. Host attack detected. Attack strength, 3,185 years of cultivation. Successful defense against attack. Consumes remaining life, minus 3,185 years. Current life expectancy, 6,925 years. Boom! A shocking palm fell. The entire sacred land of the spiritual platform was trembling. Square miles of aura. It was all drained by the slap. The smoke cleared. The crowd held its breath, deadly staring at where Muyo was. This slap, pour out 3,000 years of cultivation. Even if it is a mountain range, it's going to go up in smoke too. isn't it? However, when they saw what was going on in the field, everyone was too stunned to speak, only to see Muyao still standing in the same place, neatly dressed and with a smile on his face. He's actually smiling? This time, the Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens was completely confused. He staggered back 2 steps. Incredulity was written all over his face. I have devoted my entire life's cultivation to this seat, and yet, I can't even kill an old man? The words were not finished. He suddenly fell to his knees with a plop. Peak Emperor Realm, the Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens. At this moment, he was kneeling in front of Muyao. That's right, this palm drained all the spiritual energy from his body. It even drained all the surrounding spiritual energy. The flowers and trees all withered. This was peak Emperor Realm strength. Ding! Shock value of target 9 heavens has reached 100. The host has accomplished a blitz. Gaining random props. Rise from the dead, the art of changing one's life against the will of the heavens. To return from the dead, to live and to die. Muyao's pupils contracted violently. His breathing plummeted and his chest rose and fell violently. Tadako, can I have a few more? Ding! The host will do more quests and still be able to brush it out in the future. But this kind of prop is a rare item and the chances are not much. Immortal. Immortal? At that moment, someone trembled and spoke. Could it be the legendary immortals descending to Earth? How else could? For a while, the entire gathering of sages peak. Everyone got on their knees. Some people kowtow as if they were pounding garlic. Someone cringed. Some have even become incontinent with fear. Just then, the Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens suddenly turned around. He understood that he wasn't a match for Muyao at all. We can only run away first. Want to run? Muyao let out a light laugh. There was a small bottle in his hand at some point. Ding! Prop power adhesive detected. Is it used? Use. Muyao drank in his heart. With a flick of his wrist, an invisible liquid instantly flew out. The Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens was just about to perform his stance when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Trying to step away, he found he couldn't move. What is this? The Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens turned pale. Why is this seat? This is a forbidden solidification technique. Saint Lord, didn't you, likewise, use it on us? Moon Knight said indifferently. The Nine Heavens Sacred Lord's face instantly turned pale when he heard this. No matter how much he pushed his spiritual energy, but it was never able to break free in the slightest. Ding! Shock value of target 9 heavens has reached 100. The host has accomplished a blitz. Gaining a random item. Coke in a box, a necessary drink for beggars. Refreshing and a source of happiness. Muyao froze, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. He looked at the case of Coke that had appeared in front of him out of thin air and cried for a moment. Unico, that's quite a random reward you're giving. The moment. The crowd watched in disbelief. The pinnacle of the Imperial realm. It was actually confined in place. Can't move. Is this the means of an immortal? Indeed, they are high up in the immortal realm. One time, the entire gathering of sages peak. Murmurs were heard in all directions. Everyone looked at Moon Knight, all filled with awe and adoration. Even Stranger Snow's beautiful eyes flickered, although she was a demon emperor in her previous life. And yet, he had never seen such a marvelous means. Is Master really from the immortal world? An immortal who came to travel the mortal world? White was even more excited. Just as the crowd was still talking and speculating about Muyao's identity and strength, Muyao slowly drew his ordinary-looking wooden sword. The Nine Heavens Sacred Lord is at the Emperor realm though. Muya's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. But for a man who was vicious and a scourge to the world, he flicked his wrist and the wooden sword drew an arcane trajectory. Today, Muyi slowly raised his head, his cloudy eyes suddenly bursting out with an intimidating light. Old me will act on behalf of heaven. As the words fell, the wooden sword had already transformed into a stream of light, pointing straight at the throat of the Nine Heavens Sacred Lord. Chapter 47, Slaying the Nine Heavens of the Emperor Realm. Remaining lifespan soars. Acting on behalf of heaven? The Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens coldly laughed. With this broken wooden sword in your hand? However, when he looked at the trajectory of the wooden sword, the smile froze instantly. Wherever the wooden sword passed, space was torn apart, and the aura of heaven and earth gathered crazily. Just in the nick of time. The change is steep. Boom! A purple thunderbolt fell from the sky. It directly split on the Nine Heavens Sacred Lord. It's Ascension Thunderbolt? The Nine Heavens Sacred Lord is going to ascend? The crowd was dumbfounded. No one expected that. In this life and death situation, the Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens actually ushered in the Ascension Thunder Tribulation. Ha ha ha! The Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens laughed wildly. Heaven help me! Only to see his body begin to undergo amazing changes. The skin becomes transparent. A golden fluid flowed through his veins. The bones radiated a brilliant light. Even his hair turned the color of 7 colors. Even scarier, his size began to expand wildly. 3 feet, 5 feet, 10 feet. This seat will finally ascend. The Holy Lord of the 9 heavens rose up to the sky and his voice shook the mountains and rivers. District mortals. And you dare to make an enemy of this seat who is about to ascend? However, Mu Dao's wooden sword still chopped down. Unconscionable. The Holy Lord of the 9 heavens disdained. When this seat succeeds in ascending, the first one to exterminate you old. The words were not finished. The wooden sword has arrived. Ka-ching! A crunch. The huge body of the 9 heavens sacred lord was directly split in two. The scene was instantly quiet. You can hear a pin drop. Some people were so shocked that their jaws almost dislocated and their mouths opened so wide they could fit a fist in it. Some people were so wide-eyed that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets, staring dead ahead for fear of missing a single detail. Others pinched themselves hard in disbelief. Ouch! Not a dream. It's peak of the Tang Emperor realm? Eyes on the ascension. To actually be swept away by a sword. My god! A cultivator was so excited and incoherent that he actually went crazy. In the meantime, an even more shocking scene emerged. It was only seen in the corpse of the Holy Lord of the 9 heavens. Countless golden energies overflowed. That was the origin power of the Emperor realm. It's the essence of 3,000 years of cultivation. These forces were supposed to dissipate into heaven and earth. However, it was only the arrival of the thunderbolt that preserved all this for the time being. At this moment, these forces were as if they had found a home. All of them surged towards stranger snow. It can also be said that these forces, attributed to Hong Meng, Mo Qianshua's beautiful eyes widened as she could feel that these powers were fusing perfectly with her physique. She closed her eyes and carefully felt the surge of power within her. Wherever the force passed, it was as if every inch of flesh and blood cheered. Her bones trembled slightly, and some kind of sleeping power seemed to be awakened in her blood, gradually melting into one. Break! Strange Snow cried out, his entire body rising into the air. Her cultivation began to skyrocket. 4 realms of Tongtian, beginning, middle, and peak. 5 realms of transforming the void, the beginning, middle, and peak. 6 realms of ascension, beginning, middle, and peak. 7 realms of questioning, beginner, intermediate, and peak. In the end, her cultivation stopped at the peak of the 7th realm. Even the origin power of the Emperor realm could not fill her Hongmeng sacred body. The moment, she levitated in mid-air, and a strange dark purple glow began to glow around her. On his forehead, an ancient rune flashed. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold and demonic smile. The ice-cold gaze swept over the crowd on the ground with a condescending indifference and contempt in his eyes. In the end, her gaze pierced through the air like a sharp blade, landing steadily on Song Tianhe's body. Mu, Peak Master Mu, your disciple wants. What does he want? At this instant, Song Tianhe only felt as if the blood in his body was frozen, and his heart contracted violently. He who had just been mocking Muya was now hiding behind Muya. Stranger Qianxua pointed at Song Tianhe and said in a cold voice, "Apologize to my master." This shout caused everyone present to gather their gazes on Muya. This woman is actually the disciple of this old man? Someone's eyes widened and there was an incredulous quiver in their voice. This is too outrageous. For an apprentice to be this strong, then how terrifying must he himself be? The other murmured in a low voice, his tone filled with shock and awe. I told you long ago that this old man is definitely an immortal. You still don't believe me? Someone cried out excitedly, as if their suspicions had been confirmed in the strongest possible way. For a time, thousands of strong cultivators were bowled over in the vast square, and Song Tianhe, who was standing in the crowd, was even more completely confused. He had originally planned to take this opportunity to wipe out his former shame, avenge the killing of his disciple, and wash away the humiliation he had once felt. But at this moment, his plan was completely shattered by the sight in front of him before it even started. His face was as pale as paper, a fine cold sweat seeping from his forehead, and endless remorse and fear churning in his heart. He was left with only one thought: what kind of existence had he provoked? Puff dash. Without hesitation, Song Tianhe knelt down. Immortal. I had no eyes just now and did not recognize Immortal's true form. Offending senior. I still ask Immortal to be magnanimous and spare my lowly life. His tone was full of pleading, as if he was afraid that if he slowed down for a second, he would be doomed. When the surrounding crowd saw this, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. The shock in his heart was even greater. The hallowed Song Tianhe was so humble as to kneel down and beg for forgiveness in full view of everyone. This scene was enough to remind everyone for the rest of their lives. Just then, a golden light suddenly flew out from 9 Heaven's corpse. That's his innate spirit bead. It contains 3,000 years of cultivation. Ding! Special item found. Is there a charge? Collect! Muya drank in his heart. The essence spirit bead instantly fell into his palm. Ding! Obtaining the 9 heavenly born spirit bead. transforms into 3,185 years of remaining life. Is it converted? Turn. Remaining life expectancy plus 3,185 years. Host's current life expectancy, 10,110 years. Good lord. Going around in circles. This you show is actually back. Muya narrowed his eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. In his heart, he said, Unity son, you're playing this hand really well. Ding. Host. The peak strength of the Emperor realm is a special physique awaiting ascension. The spirit pearl of life can be found after death. This is an unexpected blessing. The system's beep sounded in his head. Muyao's smile deepened a few points. As far as he knew, there were Emperor realm cultivators in the spirit world, but not many. But these Imperial realm cultivators who were about to ascend would not publicize it to the outside world. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Killed the Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens? Yes. Finally. Someone has avenged us. Only in the distance, countless figures suddenly appeared. There are old and young. There are men and women. These people were all cultivators who had been persecuted by the Holy Lord of the Nine Heavens. They are hiding in the shadows, not daring to show their faces. Now that he saw that Nine Heavens was dead, he finally dared to show himself. This immortal, a white-haired old man came forward trembling. I represent all the cultivators of the spirit platform Holy Land. Thank you for ridding us of this tyrant. Muya looked at these people and finally understood. No wonder. The guys have been here since. A few elders of the spirit platform Holy Land had been seen, whispering and being stopped. It turns out that this Jiu Shao has long been known as the tyrant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the current mission. Mission content, kill the Imperial Realm 9 Heavens. Acquisition of remaining life, plus 10,000 years. Current residual life, 20,110. This mission was rewarding for Muyao. Not only did he himself get the rest of his life, but even his disciples' cultivation level skyrocketed along with him. Suddenly, Muyao seemed to think of something. Immortal? That's a good title. He looked at Song Tianhe, who was kneeling in front of him, and revealed a kind smile. To convince the public, we must honor strength and act with virtue. The people at the scene have no doubt about their strength. Dilemma. Chapter 48, Convincing the People with Virtue. Wanmu Peak opens. Song Tianhe. Moon Knight looked at Song Tianhe, who was kneeling on the ground. Do you know your mistake? Song Tianhe was trembling. He never dreamed that the person he wanted to persecute was in existence beyond his reach. Old me knows I'm wrong. Song Tianhe cowed out heavily. I beg Immortal Senior to spare my life. Muyao smiled faintly. Get up. Since you know your mistakes and can change them, I'm not an unreasonable person. The words came out. The crowd was once again shocked. Dang Immortal. Not only is the strength through and through, and so magnanimous? Thank you, Immortal. Thank you, Immortal, for your enlightenment. It's not just that Songtian River. Everyone present knelt and bowed in thanks. By sparing at Song Tianhe, one could gain the approval of the congregation and even submit. This was exactly the effect Muyao wanted. Gentlemen, I wonder where Wanmu Peak is? Moon Knight suddenly asked. This trip to come is not to recharge the 9 dragons Xinjian well. Wanmu Peak? It's just west of the Holy Land. An elder from the spirit platform Holy Land hurriedly replied. There is an ancient spirit wood forest there. It's just what? It's just that there are knots there. There is no Holy Lord's order. No one can get in. Muyi sniffed and looked at the elders kneeling on the ground. The elders immediately understood. We will go and lift the boundary now. Please wait a moment. Immortal. With that, a dozen or so elders left in a hurry. It was not long before they returned to report. Immortal, the boundary has been lifted. We will take you there now. Moyo nodded and was about to move. Wait. One of the elders suddenly spoke. Is the Immortal going to cut down the spirit wood? These are 100,000-year-old spirit trees. It is also the root of the Holy Land. At that moment, Muyao glanced at him. Just a glance made that elder immediately kneel down, saying, Immortals, please feel free. You can cut as much as you want. The entire 10,000 Woods Peak is yours. The other elders also nodded their heads in succession. Yeah. What do you see in the Immortal? Feel free to take it. Just then, the thousands of cultivators in the square began to clamor. Disciple pays homage to the Immortal. I beg the Immortal to take me as his disciple. The disciple is willing to abandon everything. I only wish to follow the Immortals. There are the young prides of the sky. There are highly respected elders. There were even a few sect lords. The crowd chanted in unison. The sound shook the clouds. Moon Knight never thought. I thought, let these people write a contract or something. Now it seemed that if he didn't take them in, these people were afraid that they wouldn't even have the courage to live. Just as well, Muyi said softly, since you guys are sincere, then I'll take you in. Thank you, Master. Thank you. Immortal. One time, the entire gathering of sages peak. The cheers were thunderous. Muyao couldn't help but lose his smile. This trip to Gathering Peak, not only was the mission accomplished, it was handsomely rewarded, and took in so many disciples. More importantly, the upgrade materials for the 9-Dragon Xian Sword were also found. Mu Knight said to Mo Qianxue, "Let's go. Follow Master to Wan Mu Peak. Senior is biased. Calling senior sister doesn't even include me." Little White beamed. Mu Knight pulled the hands of stranger Qianxue and Xiao Bai. "Yo, still jealous at a young age?" "All the way." The elders nodded their heads and bowed their heads, afraid of neglecting this immortal. Soon, they then arrived at Manmu Peak. At this point in time, Wanmu Peak had long since ceased to be as prosperous as it used to be. The originally lush and green ancient trees now had withered branches and faded leaves, as if they had been drained of all vitality. This is exactly. Jiu Xiao used up all his cultivation to fight with Mu Knight and sucked up all the aura in this square circle. However, for the 9-Dragon Sword, even if it is dead wood, it can be recharged by cutting it. Good place. Mu Yao nodded in satisfaction. He only saw that he took out the paper day walking miles from his storage ring. Throwing it to the ground, a donkey appeared. Hiya! Mu Yi rode on a donkey, holding a wooden sword, and began to cut down the spirit wood. The crowd watched in disbelief. Look, immortals are immortals. Even their mounts are so different. This donkey looks skinny. It should be an immortal donkey as well. That's right. Of course a fairy's donkey is a fairy donkey. For a while, the crowd complimented it. Off to the side, Muyuki gave a flick of the wrist. The wooden sword cuts through. Click. An ancient tree in the sky fell down in response. Ding. The host has recharged a tree for the 9-Dragon Sword. Current level, 1 rank 1 out of 3000. Mo Qianxue stood on the side, looking at these withered spirit trees and couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity. If only these trees still had an aura. The power of 10,000 spirit trees is enough to bring my cultivation to the next level. Just then, Xiao Bai suddenly ran to a group of male cultivators. Brothers, tell me, is my master particularly powerful? These male cultivators nodded their heads in succession. Yes. Immortals' means are beyond our reach. Xiao Bai smiled smugly and was about to continue talking when he was pulled aside by Stranger Snow. Senior sister, you're a girl. You have to remain reserved. You can't talk and laugh with male cultivators like this. Strange Snow said softly. Xiao Bai bristled. I know, senior sister. I just want to chat with them. However, it didn't take long. White then began to squirm. Suddenly, he ran under a tree, unbuckled his pants and actually started peeing in front of everyone. The crowd was dumbfounded. A girl, actually in public. It's so unlikable, isn't it? No, it's supposed to be too cute. The group of male monks gathered unsuspectingly. Have you seen enough? Mo Qianxue's face darkened as a poem surged out, bringing up a powerful spiritual force. This was what caused these male cultivators to slightly take a few steps back. Little White, get your ass over here. Stranger Qianxue shouted at Little White again. Xiao Bai, however, looked innocent. Senior sister, I can't hold it in anymore. Muyo looked at the scene. Can't help but smile. This girl, she's so unlikable. When we get back, we'll have to give her a good talking to. Think about it. He continued to swing his sword at the tree. One spiritual tree after another fell, turning into the 9-Dragon Xian Sword's nourishment. Ding! The host has recharged a tree for the 9-Dragon Sword. Current level, First Order 99/3000. Ding! The host has recharged a tree for the 9-Dragon Sword. Current level, First Order 188/3000. Ding! The host has recharged a tree for the 9-Dragon Sword. Current level, First Order 1500/3000. Ding! The host has recharged a tree for the 9-Dragon Sword. Current level, First Order 3000. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully upgraded the 9-Dragon Sword to the second level. Current level, Second Order, 0/8000. Chapter 49, Recharging the 9-Dragon Xian Sword. Third Order. Ka-ching! Another 1,000-year-old tree fell. The elders of the spirit platform Holy Land watched as their hearts dripped with blood. These are the roots of the Holy Land. But who made them immortal? Who dares to stop an immortal from cutting down a tree? Master is awesome. Xiao Bai clapped his hands from the side. These trees fell really neatly. Muyao rode on a donkey, holding a wooden sword, and hacked his way through. Those 1,000-year-old trees were like leeks in front of him, falling down one after another. Ding! The host has recharged a tree for the 9-Dragon Sword. Current level, Second Order 1888/8000. This, an elder couldn't help but speak. Immortal. These trees. What? Moyo turned her head to look at him. That elder immediately knelt down. It's nothing. Immortal, you continue. The other elders also nodded their heads in succession. Yes, yes, yes. Feel free to do as you please. Immortal. The mouth said so, but the heart was dripping blood. It's over. It's over. This Wanmu peak will soon become a bald peak. Although these spirit trees had withered, in time, under the nourishment of the sun and the moon, they would eventually regain their former vitality. A disciple couldn't help but mutter, "It's not over yet, why don't you leave a few?" "Shut up," one of the elders immediately chided. "Immortals do things, how can we discuss them?" That disciple shut up in a hurry. Ding! The host has recharged a tree for the 9 Dragon Sword. Current level, 2nd order 3000/8000. Ding! The host has recharged a tree for the 9 Dragon Sword. Current level, 2nd order 4500/8000. White was playing in the mud. He didn't have a childhood, and at the moment he realized how much fun the mud was. Stranger Snow, on the other hand, had been standing by Muyao's side. Silently, he watched Moyo cut down the tree. Suddenly, she brightened up. "Master, look over there." Muyao looked in the direction she was pointing. Only at the highest point of the 10,000 Woods Peak, there was a huge ancient tree. The body was golden and gave off a faint glow. "Yo, such a big one." Chopped chopped. Muyi slapped the donkey's back and the burro immediately ran towards the golden wood. The elders watched in shock. It's the Holy Land's treasure of the mountain. 10,000 years of golden wood. Immortal Na. This is the Holy Land's treasure of the mountain. This is a divine wood from the ancient times. Not only does it contain a rich spiritual chi, but it's also an excellent material for refining weapons. Immortal. Stay under. However, before they could speak, Muyo had raised his wooden sword. Ka-ching! There was a loud bang. The 10,000-year-old golden wood fell to the ground with a loud bang. Excellent material for refining weapons? Very good. It's just right to bring it back to cast a sword for each of the 2 disciples. Muyi casually put this 10,000-year-old golden wood into his storage ring. These elders even had the heart to commit suicide. Alright, you're the immortal. You call the shots. Another long time passed. Ding! The host has recharged a tree for the 9 Dragon Sword. Current level, 3rd order, 989/15,000. Eventually, Maneki Peak became Baldy Peak. The wooden sword in Muyao's hand had also risen to the 3rd rank. Who dash? He took a long breath and raised his hand to wipe away the fine sweat on his forehead, the corners of his lips lifting slightly. Finally a great success. Although he appeared tired, it was hard to hide the satisfaction in his eyes. The crowd looked at each other, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. Manhwa Peak has become a wasteland. Moon Knight took a sip of wine and was ready to go back when he was shouted at by the elders. Wait! The elders suddenly knelt down. Immortals are so powerful. We dare to request that immortals stay and be the Holy Lord of my spirit platform Holy Land. Muyao smiled at his words. The position of the Holy Lord is not something that I can afford. So, one of the elders carefully said, Immortal, my spirit platform Holy Land, with tens of thousands of clans of all sizes and over 100 million people. The group is leaderless, and I'm afraid of civil unrest. Please also ask the immortal to stay for a few days and choose a Holy Lord for us. Moyo pondered for a moment. He killed someone's Holy Lord and chopped up the 10,000 wooden peaks, eating people's mouths and taking their hands off them. Well, then, let's stay a few days and choose a Holy Lord for them. Good. Then old me will stay for a few days, Moon Knight said, and suddenly thought of something else. By the way, in the future, don't call old me an immortal anymore. It's too ostentatious. Moon Knight stroked his whiskers and sighed lightly. This is more than just flaunting. If the immortal world is really made aware that there is such a person as him, Mu Yi, I'm afraid I'll really have to come down to the world to catch him. The crowd froze. An elder then carefully said, Then, how about we call you Xuanzuan? Your cultivation, after all, is already metaphysical. Muyao smiled at his words. Xuanzuan? That's not bad. Alright, just follow you guys. Thank you, Xianzun. The crowd chanted in unison. Moon Knight how could not imagine. His trip actually got a Zun title. If this were to return to the Leng Kingdom, it wouldn't make Lang Wushuang furious. As soon as he thought of this, the corner of Muyao's lips rose slightly, and a hint of playfulness flashed in his eyes. He was rather looking forward to what kind of wonderful expression would be on Lang Wushuang's face at that time. Xuanzuan, those cultivators outside are clamoring, waiting for you, Xuanzuan, to take them back. At this moment, an elder came to report. Muyao sniffed and couldn't help but frown. Thousands of people following you back? It's a bit of a big show, isn't it? Call Yen Bushue of the Red Flame Kingdom to come see old man. Yes, that elder hurriedly went to deliver the message. It wasn't long before Yen Bushue came bowing. What is the immortal's order? Muyao flicked his sleeve and secretly used the Eye of Truth. Ding! The host uses the Eye of Truth, consuming 100 years of his life. Host's current life expectancy, 20,010 years. Target, Yen Bunshur. Sex, male. Age, 1888. Spiritual root, excellent. Cultivation level, middle of the 7th realm. Status, head of the imperial sect of the Red Inferno country. Intent, I want to follow the host. Seek immortality. And ascend as soon as possible. Inwardly, even if I resign my position as the head of the imperial sect of the Red Inferno country, I will still follow the immortals in their cultivation. Looking at the information in front of him, Mu Yao couldn't help but smile. Not bad. Yan Bushue and Lang Xian's cultivation levels were indistinguishable. The profession is the same. The patriarch, the leadership ability is still very strong. Why don't we give these people to him and let him bring them back to the Cold Kingdom together? With that in mind, Mu Yi took out the Longhua Envoy token and handed it over to Yen Buren. You hold this token and first bring the disciples to the Cold Kingdom Imperial Sect, Goji Peak, to report. When Yen Buxi heard this, his body shook violently, only to feel a rush of hot blood going straight to the top gate. Immortal. The immortals have entrusted me with such an important task? His heart was so stirred that it was hard for him to hold himself for a moment, and he actually cried. Don't worry, Immortal. I will definitely bring the crowd back to Goji Peak to report for duty. Aha. Muya nodded and waved his hand. Go. Inferno bowed and left. Immediately, there was a cheer from outside. Great. We can finally go to Goji Peak. I've heard that there is an abundance of aura there. It's a great place to practice. Chapter 50, Excessive Jia. Purple Nightmare. Xuanzuan. This way please. An elder respectfully led the way. Muyao rode a donkey and leisurely followed behind. Think back on what you've gained here. He couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The 9 Dragons Shin Sword is at 3rd rank. The remaining lifespan is also 20,010 years. He was also given the title of Xuanzuan. Most importantly, the system rewarded a case of Coke. It's a 24-bottle vial. This trip to the sacred land of spiritual places. It can be very rewarding. Think about it. Muoi took out a bottle of Coke. Open it gently. Kaching dash. Z dash. Familiar voice. Familiar flavor. Favorite drink from a previous life. I didn't think I could drink it here. Gotta save your drink. Muoi muttered to himself. I'll have to find a way to get more missions in the future. Brush out more Coke. Strange Snow and Little White followed on either side. Xiaobai sneaked a glance at Muya. What's Master drinking? Why is it still bubbling? Sacred Lord Peak was the highest peak in the sacred land of Spirit Stage, and the place where successive generations of sacred lords resided. Xuanzuan, this is your residence. Elder pushed open the door. One could only see that the hall was brilliant with gold and blue. Treasures were all over the place, and all kinds of spirit fruits and spirit wines were placed on the tables and tables. Xuanzuan, these are some thin gifts that we have prepared. Please don't mind. Muyao nodded and casually picked up a spirit fruit and took a bite. Not bad. Much stronger than the fruits of the Jade Capital Holy Land. The Spirit Terrace Holy Land is really full of spiritual chi. The elders were overjoyed when they heard this. Looks like Xianzun is satisfied. Xuanzuan, one of the elders carefully said. We've also invited a few female cultivators. All of them are famous beauties in the Holy Land. If Xuanzuan has a need. No need. Mu Yi waved his hand. Old man is not close to women. The elders froze, and then came to a realization. Indeed, it's an immortal style, worthy of a Xianzun, this realm of purity of mind. I can't look away. Unite. He just simply didn't want any trouble. How come these people have turned it into some kind of clean mind? Master. Little White suddenly popped out. These spirit fruits are so delicious. He was only seen holding a large pile of spirit fruits in his hands. Mouths are stuffed to the gills. The elders looked dumbfounded. This is Xuanzuan's disciple? Why are you so rude? However, Mu Yu, smiled. Eat more if you like it. The elders were even more startled. Xianzun actually favors his disciple so much? It's too grounded, isn't it? Right. Moon Knight changed the topic. The matter of choosing a holy lord still needs to be done as soon as possible. Old man is a bit homesick. Back to Xianzun, an elder said in a hurry. We've already sent people to notify the major clans. There will be hundreds of patriarchs coming in 3 days. Hundreds? Muyao raised an eyebrow. Quite a few. Yes, the elder explained. In my spirit platform Holy Land, there are tens of thousands of large and small clans, but only these hundreds are truly powerful. Muyao nodded. Good. It's good to have a large number of people to choose from. The elders were delighted at the words. It seemed that Xuanzuan was still quite attached to the matter of the spirit platform Holy Land. Xuanzuan, one of the elders added. I wonder if you have any criteria for choosing a holy lord? Muyao thought for a moment. Cultivation should be high. Heart should be good. And most importantly, you should have a big picture. The elders nodded their heads in succession. Xuanzuan is right. We'll get ready. Having said that, they then retreated. The next 2 days, the entire spiritual platform Holy Land was busy. Some are setting up the venue. Some are preparing spiritual food. Others are cleaning the Holy Lord's peak. And MU Knight. Instead, he rides a burro every day, hanging out on the Holy Lord's peak, occasionally drinking and eating the occasional fruit. So uncomfortable. White followed him around all day. From time to time, they play in the mud and pick spiritual fruits. Strange Snow, on the other hand, had been silently following Muyao. Wherever the old man goes, she serves. The elders were even more in awe as they watched. Look, this is a real immortal. No questions asked. Getting away with it. We will never reach this realm in this lifetime. Muyao heard it in his ears and just guffawed. Where is he not asking for anything? It's just lazy. At this point, in the wilderness 10,000 miles away from the spirit platform Holy Land, a wretched figure was struggling forward. It was the pale blue moon. She was completely devoid of aura. He couldn't even do the most basic imperial flight and could only walk like a mortal. Hungry? Just pick some wild fruits to satisfy your hunger. Thirsty? Just look for the stream to quench your thirst. The once high and mighty Empress of the Kangwolf Kingdom was now in such a state of despair. Pale Blue Moon let out a bitter laugh, just about to find some wild fruit. Suddenly, a black gas fell from the sky. GGG. An eerie laugh rang out. This black gas is the same as that year's holy maiden of the demon world, Purple Nightmare. Back then, during the God-Devil War, she was the one who betrayed stranger Qianxue and defected to the God Realm. I had thought that the Divine Realm would keep its promise and help her to ascend to the position of Demon Emperor. Who knows? It is surprising that the Divine Realm has abandoned its words. Not only did it not help her, but it sealed off the entire demon world. Even more hateful, he also destroyed her physical body before he left, leaving only a remnant of her soul. She's been trapped in the demon realm for 10,000 years. Nowadays, the seal of the Divine Realm was loosened and she was able to escape. What a beautiful beauty. Nah. This is not a coincidence. Now that my flesh is broken, I only have a remnant soul left. GGG. Still a supreme spiritual root? Jia. Good skin and bones. In just an instant, that bizarre aura wrapped around Song Lan Yu's body like a poisonous snake. It was only because she had lost all her spiritual power that the Purple Nightmare was able to take advantage of it. In an instant, Song Lan Yu only felt her body stiffen, as if she was bound by invisible chains, unable to move. A cold aura spread out from all her limbs and bones, like a gangrene attached to her bones, eroding her meridians. The Purple Nightmare's aura raged within her, like a viper spitting out its mail, eating away at what was left of her will. Song Lan Yu clenched her teeth, a fine cold sweat seeping from her forehead, but she still stubbornly refused to let out a single moan. What a stubborn woman! Purple Nightmare was stunned. She continued to use her demonic energy, causing Pale Blue Moon to go into a trance. And so, a whole hour passed. Pale Blue Moon was never able to hold back the pinch. Subsequently, she only felt a surge of spiritual energy throughout her body, and her 8th realm strength actually returned. What the hell? GGG. The sound came out of her ears again. The Purple Nightmare burrowed into Pale Blue Moon's sea of consciousness. With that, Pale Blue Moon's memories were known to her as well. GGG. Still a female emperor? Looks like the revival of my demon race is just around the corner. Chapter 51. That's a sea of fire. Who in the spirit world can withstand it? The day of the 3-day engagement has arrived. Hundreds of clans swarmed towards the Sacred Lord's Peak. At the head was a black-robed old man. 2 white-clothed cultivators followed on the left and right sides. These 3 people were also famous in the Holy Land of Spiritual Platform. The name of the black-robed old man is Qing Yunzi. The 2 white-clothed monks were White Lord and White Crane. On the surface, they are all patriarchs of one side and are upright. In reality, it has done a lot of unseemly things for the 9 heavens. Assassination, planting, framing. As long as 9 heavens gave the word, they would do it without hesitation. And 9 heavens promised. When he ascended, he would give the holy lordship to Qing Yunzi. There is also to be a right and left protector in the Holy Land, which will be the White Lords and White Cranes. But who knows? Suddenly the news came that 9 heavens had been killed? Fart. Qing Yunzi's face was furious. What kind of person is Brother Jiushao? Stabbed to death by an old man with a wooden sword? Do you believe that? That's it. Think we're retarded? The White Lord sneered. Let's see. It's because the Jiushao brothers have ascended, and these elders want to monopolize the Holy Land. So they deliberately found an outsider to bluff. White Crane nodded. That's right. How could these elders not know what Brother Jiushao promised us? It's obvious that they want to back out. The 3 conferred a bit, decided to get a statement today. Soon, the whole square was just filled with people. Aside from these 3, None of the patriarchs who came this time did not suspect Jiao Xiao's death. At least, they didn't witness the scene when Jiao Xiao died. Seeing the crowd arrive, Qing Yunzi's voice grew louder. Humph. He grunted coldly. What Xuanzuan is not Xuanzuan. It's just a dog that the elders found. This statement was made. The faces of the elders changed drastically. Bold. You dare to insult Xianzun? Why wouldn't I dare? Qing Yunzi stood up. I'd like to see what this dog is capable of. Was saying. Moyo bowed and rode in on his donkey. Little White and Stranger Snow followed on either side. The two men each held a sword. The sword was made of the same 10,000 years of golden wood that day. See you, Xianzun, the elders shouted in unison. Seeing this, Qing Yunzi became even angrier. What Xuanzuan? Isn't it just an old man riding a donkey? Ding! Qing Yunzi has been detected insulting the host. Issuing a counterattack mission, Qing Yunzi was a vicious man who killed countless people. His death should be very ugly. Target of counterattack, Qing Yunzi. Mission reward, 1,000 years of remaining life. Skill, turtle shrinking technique, first level. As soon as the system prompt fell, a hint of joy flashed in Mai's eyes. Not only was this quest rewarding, but it actually brought out new skills. He forced down the fluttering of his heart, but worry welled up in his mind. The system is trying to get itself off the hook. However, the 9 Dragons Xian sword was only at the 3rd rank, and it was not enough to decapitate Qing Yunzi. It wasn't like he had any attacks of his own. Forget about taking one step at a time. There should be a trick to the task issued by the system, and it wasn't a dead end, right? At this moment, Muyi didn't pay any attention to Qing Yunzi as he swept his gaze over the crowd. Everyone, today, the old man is here to choose a holy lord for the spirit platform Holy Land. I wonder if you all have any recommendations? He's starting to pull hate. As long as he provoked the other party, as long as he continued to tease, sooner or later, this Qing Yunzi would reveal his cracks. Ha! Qing Yunzi laughed coldly. What kind of a thing are you to be worthy of choosing a holy lord? Exactly. The White Lord stood up. Before the 9 Heavens Sacred Lord was born, he had long since made a posthumous order that the position of the Sacred Lord was not to be brother Qing Yunzi's. How dare you? An elder shouted angrily. Jiao Xiao is dead. What use are his words? Dead? White Crane sneered. Who says he's dead? Have you guys seen it with your own eyes? Not bad. These patriarchs hadn't seen it with their own eyes, which gave Qing Yunzi something to talk about. I see. Qing Yunzi looked around. It's someone who wants to annex the Holy Land and deliberately found an outsider to bluff. Said. He gazed at Moon Knight with contempt. You said you killed 9 heavens? Ridiculous. With goods like you? How can you be worthy? The 3 of them said one thing to each other, pointing their spearheads directly at Muyao. They are all 9 realms of transcendence cultivators. How could one be so easily convinced of Muyao's ability by the words of these elders? Muyao was still smiling and unperturbed. It's called being quiet. What? Qing Yunzi became even more smug. Can't say anything? What's the point of pretending to be profound? Suddenly, a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. The color of the gods became eerie. As the elders have said, you are an immortal descended from the earth? Then the old man does have a proposal. Oh, Muyao looked at him with interest. In my sacred land of spirit platform, there is a battlefield remnant left behind from the God-Devil War 10,000 years ago. In the relics, there is a sea of fire that hasn't been extinguished for 10,000 years. It's the true fire of origin that was left behind when the fire god was killed by the demon emperor and fell. Non-Ni spirit cultivators can get close. Even if an emperor realm powerhouse goes there, they will be vaporized instantly. What do you mean? Muyao guessed Qing Yunzi's intention, but asked anyway. The system had said to him that as long as there was spare life, he will not starve, thirst, drown or burn, and, not being man-made injuries, these do not deplete the remaining life. Very simple. Qing Yunzi sneered. As long as you dare to step even close to the sea of fire, we'll recognize your strength, and recognize your title of Xianzun. What's the harm in even letting you rule over our spirit platform Holy Land? Right. Good idea. Let him go. The crowd chimed in. Muyao smiled gently. It's that simple? He asked this lightly rhetorical question, but it caused Qing Yunzi's heart to tighten violently. There was a subdued tone in that tone, as if it were mocking his pettiness. Qing Yunzi's hand involuntarily tightened. Ding! Target accumulated shock value, 88/100. What? You really dare to go? Qing Yunzi asked in shock. Why wouldn't you dare? Lead the way. Moon Knight said indifferently. This statement was made. The crowd froze at first. A gloating smile followed. Go! To the battlefield ruins. These people may not know the power of the Sea of Fire, but Qing Yunzi knew. Back then, he teamed up with 9 heavens and forced a half-step Emperor Realm casual cultivator into the fire. The man didn't even have time to utter a miserable scream before he turned into green smoke in an instant. His form and spirit were destroyed. However, at this moment, this old man in front of him looked as normal, not even frowning. Ding! Target accumulated shock value, 100. The host completed a counterattack during the course of the mission. Gain random skill, I top. No matter what kind of attack or defense stance you are facing, just say I top and you can top the opponent to the desired position. Moon Knight stared at the system panel, the corners of his mouth widening, and finally couldn't help but let out a pfft laugh. Seeing Mu Yao's lewd smile, Qing Yunzi was relieved. It seems that the old man is a madman. Perhaps he doesn't know the power of the Sea of Fire yet. That's a sea of fire. Are you kidding? Who in the spirit world can stand it? Chapter 52 Fire Sea Ruins. Old Skin roasted off. Master. Strange Snow pulled Moyo back as soon as he could. That sea of fire was more than familiar to her. Back then, she fought with the fire god. With one sword chop, the fire god fell. This sea of fire was formed. And the flames here were not unusual flames. Rather, it is the fire of the Vulcan origin. It can burn everything in the spirit world. Mu Yao gently patted her hand. No harm done. He smiled faintly. A mere sea of fire can't help master. If master teacher really wants to go, my disciple is willing to accompany you on your journey. Apprentice. He shook his head and laughed softly. Although that sea of fire can't help master, it's not something that your cultivation level today can withstand. My master is going here to realize the true meaning of the great Tao in the sea of fire. So if you go with me, I'll have to be distracted to protect your well-being instead. Seeing Mu Yao say this, Mo Qianshui only nodded. Moreover, Mu Yao's ability could not have been measured by common sense. He has always acted unexpectedly, and has always been able to turn a desperate situation into a successful one. This side had just finished calming down Stranger Snow, and Little White pulled Mu Yao immediately afterward. Master, you can't go. Xiao Bai frowned tightly. He still remembered that battle clearly back then. At that time, he was a sword in the hands of the Demon Emperor. The Fire God, too, was hacked to death by the Demon Emperor's grip on him. He vaguely remembered the scorching, incomparable heat as he approached the Vulcan. If it wasn't for the Devil Emperor's heavenly cultivation, this sword of his would have been vaporized long ago. And nowadays, the flames in this sea of fire were all of the fire god's origin power. The power was 100 times more powerful than it was back then. That sea of fire is really dangerous. Back then if it wasn't for master. He immediately covered his mouth and couldn't say too much, but could only pull on Mu Yao's coat, hesitating to stop. Xuanzuan, please think twice. The elders also rushed to dissuade him. Yeah, that sea of fire can vaporize even an Emperor Realm powerhouse. Why do you need to? Mu Yao waved his hand. No harm done. Lead the way. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Mu Yao, Strange Snow suddenly turned around, looking towards Cheng Yunzi, as well as the patriarchs. That moment, a flash of blood color flashed in her eyes, and her aura around her body steeply became gloomy. Remember, her voice was cold and piercing. If the master has something to do today. So, the corners of her mouth quirked up in an intimidating smile. Then this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. This statement was made. The bodies of Qing Yunzi and the patriarchs could not help but tremble. That moment, it was as if they saw countless unjust souls wailing behind them. Saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood floating before my eyes. What kind of breath is that? Why is it so horrible? It was a war cry from the depths of his soul. Battlefield remains. As the crowd looked on, a sea of crimson fire rolled between heaven and earth. The dark red divine fire emitted a palpitating aura. Just by getting close, one could feel the terrifying temperature and the destructive power contained within. The crowd has stopped. Don't dare take another step forward. Ha ha ha. Qing Yunzi began to sneer. Scared. Ha, it's not too late to regret. That's it. White Lord echoed. Wasn't Fong arrogant? White Crane also laughed. Oh, I see. He's a liar. No sooner had they finished scoffing than their mouths opened wide, only to see that Mu Yao was alone, hunched over, walking slowly towards the sea of fire. What a relief that was. After taking a few steps, Mu Yao slowly turned back and actually walked back. Ha ha ha. The crowd began to laugh. Regret it. Exactly. Wasn't he great just now? Look at how he's pretending. Qing Yunzi pointed at Mui's face and smiled deformed. Well. This old man knows what's good for him. However, Mu just handed over the wooden sword, gourd, donkey paper, and the storage ring on his body to stranger Qianshui. Apprentice. Ah, master can't be burned, but these things may not be, so you can help master put them away. Originally, Mu Yao still wanted to take off his clothes and pants, but think about this old body of yours. But he took his shoes off anyway. Apprentice, the shoes are also put away for master. After he had delivered this, he slowly made his way toward the fire again. Qing Yunzi suddenly blushed and his ears turned red. Mu Yao's actions hit him hard in the face. Ding! The shock value of the target Qing Yunzi has reached 100. The host has accomplished a blitz, gaining a random item. Delicious sausage, cultivators are unstable for its heart, and spirit animals are willing to be its favorites. Muyi looked at the system's reward and cried and laughed for a moment. Tatsuko, you're getting good at this. Ding. Host, the Unity Sun also has an update system. Oh, nice. And it comes with its own updates. In the next moment, Muyo had approached the edge of the sea of fire. Leap, jumped into the fire. Master, Strange Snow exclaimed. No, White shouted back. The crowd was wide-eyed. This old man, he really dares to jump? Ha ha ha, this is good. Qing Yunzi laughed. What immortal? It's about to go up in smoke. White Lord White Crane glanced at each other. An incense stick of time passed. There was no movement in the sea of fire. Measure STH. Burn incense. Muya was in the sea of fire, only to feel his body warm, actually comfortable enough to fall asleep. When he woke up, he froze. Sure enough, there was nothing wrong with him in the slightest. The problem was, at the moment, he was actually completely naked. The clothes were vaporized. Just go out like that? Embarrassing as hell. At this time, the crowd standing in the distance was shaking their heads. Done. This old man is afraid he's really vaporized. Not even ashes. They had gloating smiles on their faces. Let's go. Qing Yunzi stood up. This old man is afraid of dying. Let's just confer on the matter of the Holy Lord. The crowd rose and prepared to leave. Suddenly, voices were heard coming from the other side of the sea of fire. Apprentice, help me get a clean piece of clothing from my storage ring. Wow! The crowd looked back. Only a silhouette could be seen walking out of the sea of fire. The silhouette had its hands over its lower body. Its feet were slow, and its appearance was extremely obscene. That's Moyo. Mo Qianshue's heart and mind shook. The master had indeed not lied to himself. Her plain hand flicked up, and an invisible boundary instantly enveloped the surroundings. Inside the boundary, the aura was dense, isolating the outside world's sight as much as possible. How could Master's fruiting body be allowed to be spied upon by these people? Inside the boundary, Stranger Snow helped Muyo change his clothes. Her fingertips trembled slightly, but her eyes shone with undisguised adoration. As a demon race, the admiration for the strong was inherent in nature. Yet at the moment, her cheeks were involuntarily flushed. Her fingertips inadvertently touched her master's skin, which made her heart beat faster even more. What's going on here? Strange Snow was secretly confused. Why are you so upset? She surreptitiously raised her eyes and caught a glimpse of Muyao's wrinkled face, and her heart immediately felt like a deer in the headlights. After he had changed his clothes, Mu Yi was assisted out by Stranger Qianxue. It's hot. He stretched. But this sea of fire is not bad. It has roasted off the old skin of the old man, and I feel much younger. The moment. The crowd was jaw-dropped and dumbfounded. Chapter 53, where the top flies to depends on your destiny. Mu Yao stepped out of the sea of fire. The elders nodded their heads, their eyes filled with awe. Worthy of being a Xianzun, this cultivation level was already beyond common sense. Even that fire god origin flame couldn't help him in the slightest. Is this an illusion? Qing Yunzi's eyes widened and his voice trembled. That's a sea of fire. He saw it with his own eyes back then. A half-step Emperor Realm powerhouse was forced into the sea of fire and was vaporized before he could even utter a scream. But this old man in front of him, not only had he stayed in the fire for so long, he was actually able to walk out as if nothing had happened? This completely subverted his cultivation perception. Senior brother, let's. The White Lord tugged on Qing Yunzi's sleeve. White Crane's face also turned white. This person is unpredictable. We should still. Before the words were finished, the two had already turned around and ran away without even saying hello. Qing Yunzi cursed these two traitors in his heart, and at the same time, he panicked. He was certain that he was no match for Muya. Even the sea of fire couldn't injure the other party. What a great means that was. Then, if the other party wanted to kill himself, wouldn't it be simpler than a mole cricket? Done. If you've offended such a great power, why don't you quickly admit your weakness? Xianzun. Qing Yunzi squeezed out a trace of a smile. Old me had the eyes to recognize MT. Tai, I hope to forgive you. Forgiveness? Mu Yao smiled faintly. Do you think it's possible? Qing Yunzi froze. It seemed that this old man would not stop. Xianzun rested his anger. He hastily knelt down. I know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have questioned Xuanzuan's strength. Not to mention that I shouldn't have let Xuanzuan enter the fire and ruined a set of Xuanzuan's clothes. These are nothing. Mu Yao smiled as if she didn't want to count. But the next moment, he changed his expression and said, if you want to say you're guilty, you do have it. All those tricks you've been doing in secret? Don't think I don't know. Mu Yi secretly said in his heart, the Qing Yunzi is a vicious person and has killed countless people. That's what the system said when it released the mission. As expected, Qing Yunzi's face changed drastically. Over the years, he worked for the Nine Heavens, killing people, planting evidence, and colluding with other holy places. How does the other side know these things? Could it be that he was really the immortal the elders were talking about? At this moment, he was convinced of Mu Yao's ability. Xuanzuan Mingjian. Qing Yunzi's forehead was pressed to the ground. Scared less. If Mu Yao made these things public, he would definitely not be able to hang around in the Holy Land. Not only will you lose your fame and fortune, but you will even be reviled. Tell me, what have you done? Everything, Mu Knight said coldly. If he wanted to top Qing Yunzi, he had to have a reason. There were so many elders and patriarchs watching at the scene. One couldn't kill Qing Yunzi for contradicting him. How can you convince the public if you do that? So, something that has to be said by Qing Yunzi himself. Qing Yunzi stammered. He secretly guessed in his mind that this was an opportunity given to him by Mu Yao. As long as one speaks up, one might have a chance of surviving. Otherwise, perhaps next year's day will be the anniversary of his own death. With that thought, he spoke. Over the years, I've killed over 100 loose cultivators who were about to step into the Emperor realm. Not only that, I've also planted evidence to frame some disobedient patriarchs, causing them to lose their names. Even colluding with the alchemy family of the Fusan Holy Land to use their pills to poison dissidents and remove threats. But all of this was done at the behest of the Nine Heavens. In order to preserve his Emperor realm strength and his position as a Holy Lord, Nine Heavens is constantly suppressing those cultivators who are about to rise to power, as well as any forces that are unfavorable to him. He had promised me that as long as I accomplished these things for him, when he ascended, he would pass on the Holy Lord position to me. It was my momentary confusion that made a big mistake. Please forgive Xuanzuan. It all came out. Mu Yao secretly laughed in his heart, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. This was great. Not only did the other party blow up their own crimes, but they also shook the Nine Heavens conspiracy clean. This gave Mu Yi a reason to top Qing Yunzi. You killed the Heavens' remarkable dispersal cultivator, planted the innocent patriarch, and poisoned the cultivators of the same Holy Land. Any one of these crimes of yours would be enough to kill you 10 times over. The corner of Mu Yao's mouth rose slightly as he slowly stood up and patted his sleeve. Of course, I am not a member of your Holy Land, nor do I have the right to break your life or death. Why don't we just let the patriarchs and elders decide? The people present were already furious at Qing Yunzi, their eyes almost spitting fire. In fact, the crowd was more or less aware of the behavior of Jiu Shao and Qing Yunzi. It was only because of the strength of the other side that they did not dare to reveal it. Now that there was a great power like Mu Knight present, it was the right time to strike. Xuanzuan, kill him. This kind of scum. Death is not enough. Yes, Xuanzuan, although you are not a member of the Holy Land, you are highly respected. If we don't get rid of him today, heaven will not tolerate it. He has victimized so many innocent people and colluded with foreign enemies. He simply deserves to die. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation, and their voices were heard in waves. Gentlemen, Muyuki spoke. The scene was immediately quiet. Don't worry, all of you. Although I'm not a member of the Holy Land, I won't sit idly by. From the initial excuse of not being a member of the Holy Land, I cannot determine the life and death of a person. Now it is rightly said that it will not sit back and do nothing. Every move that Mu Knight made had impressed the people in the Holy Land. He has not overstepped his role, but has also appropriately demonstrated his own strength and commitment. This sense of proportion was both admired and appreciated by the people of the Holy Land. Although Xuanzuan is not a member of my Holy Land, he is so considerate of us. It's really admirable. Yes, if it wasn't for Xianzun's intervention, I'm afraid that today's matter would be difficult to end. Xianzun's high righteousness. We are convinced. The crowd murmured, their eyes filled with respect. Seeing the crowd talking about themselves in such a manner, Mu Knight's face remained unperturbed. Only the corner of his mouth slightly raised a smile if anything. He stood with his arms folded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd blandly. Neither arrogant nor deliberately humble, as if all this was expected of him. You all are too kind. Mu Yao's tone was calm. Although I am not a member of the Holy Land, since I have encountered it, I naturally cannot stand idly by, and as for the rest, it's just a matter of raising my hand. He paused and shifted his gaze to Qing Yunzi. Qing Yunzi immediately shivered. Let's put it this way. I don't need to use my hands or my feet. Patriarch Qing only needs to let me use my head to top it off. What do you mean? It's just that I use my head to push you a little bit, but well, where you'll be sent flying is up to your destiny. The crowd was in an uproar and whispered, Xianzun really is merciful. To only use his head for a bit, this punishment is too light. Yes, Patriarch Qing made such a big mistake, yet Xianzun still left him a way out. Truly compassionate. We admire Xuanzuan's high righteousness. When Qing Yunzi heard this, he immediately brightened up. Just this? He thought Muyo was going to use some earth-shattering divine ability. So it's just a top? There's nothing to be afraid of. He himself was a ninth realm transcendent. Even if he was toppled and flew out, the big deal was that he fell on his head. Xuanzuan is merciful. Qin Yunzi hurriedly bowed. Old me is willing to let you top it. Qin Yunzi didn't even do anything to defend himself. He just stood in place with a relaxed look on his face. In his opinion, Moon Knight was giving him a leg up. After all, what can top be top? However, in the next moment, he heard Muyo lightly say two words. I'll top it. Host using, I top skill successful. Target has been locked in the direction of being topped, the Sea of Fire. Boom! An invisible force instantly erupted. Qin Yunzi only felt a tightness in his chest and his entire body flew backwards. He tried to stabilize his body, but he found that the force was impossible to resist. What's worse, the direction he flew out was exactly that Sea of Fire. No! Qin Yunzi let out a miserable scream. He struggled desperately to change direction, but the force was like an invisible wall, pushing him hard into the fire. Xuanzuan, spare your life. Qin Yunzi was scared out of his wits. The fear in his heart grew stronger as he watched the Sea of Fire get closer and closer. Boom! Qin Yunzi fell heavily into the Sea of Fire, and before he even had time to let out a scream, he was engulfed by the terrifying flames. Chapter 54, titled Holy Lord, Emergency in the Cold Kingdom. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Mission reward, 1,000 years of remaining life. Skill, Turtle Shrinking Technique, first level. Current remaining life expectancy, 21,010 years. Turtle Shrinking Technique, first level. As the saying goes, the Go are invincible. The host may hide in the turtle shell to defend against an attack once. Ignoring cultivation. Use of the skill requires a life expectancy of 300 years. Skill cooldown time, 1 day. Not bad. Another 1,000 years of life expectancy. Muyo sighed in his heart. Although the name of this turtle shrinking technique sounds a little wimpy, but just like the system said, the meticulous person is invincible. Yusho broke through the 20,000 year mark, and with his new skills, his base card was a few points thicker. The moment there was silence, the crowd looked at the Sea of Fire and remained speechless for a long time. That was until one of the elders took the lead and spoke. Many thanks to Xuanzuan for ridding my spirit platform Holy Land of harm. Yes, this Qin Yunzi has done so much evil that he should have died a long time ago. If it wasn't for Xianzun's intervention, we would still be in the dark. Not only is Xuanzuan's cultivation heavenly, he is even more perceptive. The people spoke, their words filled with gratitude. These words made Muyo a little embarrassed by the praise. At this time, an elder in a purple robe stood out. Gentlemen, I have a proposal. What's the offer? The crowd asked. Since Jiao Xiao is dead and Qin Yunzi has been ambushed, how about we ask Xuanzuan to be the lord of my sacred land of spirit platform? The crowd lit up at this statement. Yeah, Xuanzuan's cultivation is heavenly and virtuous. With Xuanzuan in attendance, my sacred land of spirit stage will definitely rise to the next level. Mu Yi hurriedly waved his hand. You all flatter me. Old man is used to being comfortable. I'm afraid I can't stay for a long time. No harm done. The purple-robed elder laughed. Xuanzuan only needs to put up a name, and we will take care of the affairs of the Holy Land during the weekdays. Yes, another elder chimed in. As long as we have the name Xuanzuan around, who will dare to bully my spirit platform Holy Land in the future? The crowd nodded. Moon Knight pondered for a moment and spoke. If that's the case, I can agree to it. But, Xuanzuan, please speak. The crowd hurriedly said. Old me has a condition. Moon Knight said with a straight face. All of you must not reveal the old man's real name or true identity. Why is that? The crowd wondered. Old me likes to keep a low profile. Moon Knight stroked his beard. If the reputation is too big, it's not beautiful. After all, I am a person from the Jade Capital Sacred Ground, or the peak master of the imperial sect of the Leng Kingdom. Everyone nodded their heads in succession. Don't worry, Xuanzuan, we will definitely keep it a secret. Only then did Moyo nod in satisfaction. In fact, what was on his mind was that he still had to go brush up on Yusho. If the fame was too great, wouldn't those cultivators avoid themselves? That's not a good brush. Xianzun, the purple-robed elder added. If my spirit platform Holy Land is in trouble, can I ask Xuanzuan to help? This is natural. Moon Knight nodded. As long as you guys are in trouble, feel free to come to Lao Fu. That's what he wants. In the future, there will definitely be some unafraid monks who will come to the Holy Land of spiritual platform to stir up trouble. With that status, he can come over and deal with it in name only. Then let the ones who aren't afraid of death target themselves, and won't they trigger the mission again? Maybe with a little bit of luck, he could even run into a strong person with peak Emperor realm strength. The 9 Dragons Xian Yu is too big. And there were countless scattered cultivators who secretly cultivated to the Emperor realm without manifesting themselves as saints. That's a bag full of experience. Thinking of this, Muya's mouth couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. It's actually quite nice to be behind the scenes. I don't care about anything. I just come here once in a while to play hard to get. Seeing that Muyo had agreed, the crowd was overjoyed. With Muyao's words, the status of their sacred ground of spiritual platforms would definitely rise. Right. Muyi suddenly remembered something. Even though old man promised you guys, he still has to travel around in the clouds during the weekdays. This is natural. The purple-robed elder laughed. Xuanzuan's cultivation is heavenly, so naturally he cannot be disturbed by mundane matters such as ours. If someone comes to pick a fight, you guys can just send a voice message to my disciple. Mu Knight added. He didn't have any cultivation, and naturally, he didn't understand the method of voice transmission. On the contrary, Stranger Qinshua's current cultivation level was high, so naturally, she could only be the one to do it for her. Yes, 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 how dare we disturb Xuanzuan's purification? Naturally, we will notify your beloved disciple first, and she will do it on our behalf. The crowd hurriedly nodded their heads in response, their tones filled with respect. In their opinion, it was only natural that a great powerhouse like Muyao acted in an inscrutable manner and didn't want to be disturbed. On the contrary, this kind of attitude of leaving it to the disciple to deal with makes him appear more honorable and unfathomable. Cough cough. Muyi dryly coughed twice. Well, the old man is going to set off for the Cold Kingdom, so it's good to have an explanation to our Empress. On this side, Yan Buranian followed Muyi's instructions and led a team of thousands of people to Goji Peak with great vigor. None of the team were the best of the best among the cultivators. There was the patriarch of a certain country, and the peak master of a certain peak, all of them with prominent status and extraordinary strength. They either rode flying beasts, or harnessed four-legged spirit beasts. And there were even people who directly piloted flying ships, imposing and invincible. On weekdays, these people were accustomed to running amok, and wherever they went, they were so loud that no one dared to stop them. Cold Kingdom border? Break through. Wall guards? Charge. They were unapologetic all the way through. However, it also knows how to behave, and although it acts ostentatiously, it has not hurt anyone. In the imperial palace of the Cold Kingdom, Lang Wushuang was in the middle of reviewing the Zhengfu, when suddenly a guard hurriedly ran in. Your Majesty, urgent report from the border. Speak. Lang Wushuang didn't raise his head. There are thousands of cultivators heading in the direction of my Lang Kingdom. Thousands? Only then did Lang Wushuang raise his head. Can you find out where they came from? It has not been identified yet. The guard bowed his head. Lang Wushuang frowned slightly. Over the years, even though Langguai had a high profile, no one dared to come looking for trouble. Go find out, she said lightly. Make sure you find out where these people came from. Yes. The guards were just about to retreat when Lang Xian hurried in. Your Majesty, it's not good. Your Majesty, and what are you so flustered about? Lang Wushuang was impatient. There is a group of thousands of people that have broken through the border and are coming in the direction of the Emperor sect. Lang Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued. They were holding a flag with the words Gouger's Peak written on it. Goji Peak? Lang Wushuang froze. Yeah, it's that Gofeng. I think it's because Muyi offended someone in that spirit platform Holy Land. Now people are coming after him. Moreover, according to what I have learned from my minister's spiritual detection, those people's cultivation level is high and profound, and they are by no means generalized. A trace of worry flashed through Lang Wushuang's eyes. Could it be true that Muyo had offended someone in the sacred land of Spirit Terrace, as Lang Xian had guessed? Perhaps Muyo had been shipwrecked in the sacred land of the spirit platform? These people weren't satisfied, so they came here to ask for a statement? Although she knew that Mu Knight was unfathomable, she couldn't help that there were many people on the other side. These thousands of cultivators had come. Even if one was more capable, it was impossible to fight one against 1,000. Moreover, these people could easily break through the border of the Cold Kingdom, so they were definitely not simple cultivators. At that moment, another clamor came from outside. Your Majesty, it's not good. Your Majesty. Another guard ran in. According to the information that the scouts have received, that leader is called Yan Buren, the patriarch of the imperial sect of the Red Inferno country. He's still holding the messenger token of the Muyo Peak Master in his hand. Now Lang Xian was completely flustered. Your Majesty, the Red Flame Kingdom has sent out the patriarch of their own imperial sect. It seems like Muji has caused quite a bit of trouble. This series of news caused Lang Wushuang to freeze in place. Even the messenger token had been seized by the other side, so it seemed like Mu Knight should have been in distress. It was reasonable to say that she didn't have any feelings for Muyao, and was even a bit disgusted. But when I heard the news, my heart ached, as if it had been gripped hard by something. What's happening to me? She asked herself in a low voice, her brow furrowed. It felt like losing something important. It was also as if a corner of the heart was suddenly empty. Indefinable. Indefinable. Suddenly, she stood up violently, pass the order down, gather the Imperial Sect's experts and prepare for battle. Chapter 55. This is a credit, not a fault. Lang Xian stood in front of the Imperial Sect's main hall, looking at the densely packed cultivators in front of him. He couldn't help but gulp. None of these people's auras were weak. The weakest had a 5th realm cultivation, and most of them were 6th and 7th realm experts. This, Lang Xian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Just then, Lang Wushuang arrived with his guards. She had just landed on the ground when she was shocked by the array of people in front of her. The aura of these cultivators actually caused her to feel a hint of pressure. One must know that she was a strong person at the peak of the 8 realms of harmonization. Since she had ascended to the throne, no matter had ever been difficult for her. Today, on the other hand, her brows furrowed slightly, and a rare trace of gravity flashed in her eyes. Your Majesty, Lang Xian hurriedly greeted him. These people, I know. Lang Wushuang waved his hand. As she looked at these cultivators, her heart was also filled with fear. If these people really came looking for trouble, even she might not be able to handle it. After all, this was thousands of top celestial pride. Your Majesty, an Imperial Sect elder whispered. Should we start the fight? Let's take a look first. Lang Wushuang lowered his voice. Just then, Yen Duran walked out from the crowd. Please, he looked around. Which one is the Imperial Sect Patriarch? Lang Xian sniffed, and a chill ran down his back. Facing these thousands of cultivators with strength equal to his own, could he not be afraid? But at this moment, he could only stand out stiffly. He also purposely pulled his voice up in order to revitalize his voice. I am the Lang Kingdom Imperial Sect Patriarch, Lang Xian. Who are you that dare to intrude into the Lang Kingdom Imperial Sect? The voice startled himself. Voices are shaking. I, Red Inferno Country's Imperial Sect Leader, Yen Duran. I, Song Wolf Country's Imperial Sect Patriarch, Song Tianhe. I, Illusory Moon Country's Imperial Sect Patriarch, Illusory Dashi. I. Thousands of people gave their names in unison. Lang Xian was all confused. These people were either the patriarchs or peak masters of various countries. Anyone who came out at random would be able to compete with himself. What's the point of this? However, the next moment, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded happened, only to see Yen Bushue bowing deeply to Lang Xian. He arched his hand again and asked, Hello Patriarch Lang, may I ask where Gouge Peak is? Lang Xian froze for a moment. Kinda polite? He subconsciously pointed to the junkyard in the distance. Just, right there. Many thanks. Yen Duran turned to the crowd. Everyone, follow me. Just like that, thousands of cultivators headed towards the direction of Gouge Peak in great numbers. Lang Xian looked at their departing backs and let out a long breath. Pop! A loud slap landed on his face. You let someone go like this? Lang Wushuang was so angry that she stomped her feet. How did you become a patriarch? Lang Xian covered his face with an aggrieved expression. He didn't know why this was happening. Humph! Lang Wushuang snorted coldly, and with a flash of his body, he pulled Lang Xian and appeared on Guji Peak. She had to ask what was going on. Inferno! This girl is? Yen Buxi had a puzzled look on his face. This Emperor, Lang Wushuang. Lang Wushuang said indifferently. Oh, so it's Her Majesty the Empress. Yen Buxi respectfully bowed. Disrespectful. Thousands of your cultivators, breaking my Long Kingdom's border, and breaking into my Emperor Sect's mountain peak. Do you know you're guilty? Lang Wushuang's voice exploded like thunder, carrying an unquestionable majesty that instantly silenced the entire room. Next moment, her eyes were cold, and the spiritual energy around her body suddenly erupted, sweeping out like a wild tide, instantly enveloping these people. Say, where's Moyo? You said our peak master. Yen Buxi scratched his head. He still has some important matters to deal with, so he told us to report here first. Peak master? Reporting for duty? Lang Wushuang froze, and the spiritual energy around him slowly dissipated. Checking in? Lang Xian was also confused. The two men looked at each other in disbelief. What was this? Right. Yen Buxi had a face that took it for granted. We're all disciples of Guji Peak. Isn't it normal for us to come and report for duty? Wait. Lang Wushuang interrupted him. Are you saying that you came to defect to go Jifeng? Yeah. Inferno nodded. Our peak master saved us in the holy land of spirit stage, and we worship him and swear to follow him to the death. A cultivator straightened his back, his tone firm, his eyes filled with reverence. Right. Peak master's great favor. We are unable to repay it. Another cultivator took over, his voice loud and clear. The peak master's favor is like a new creation. We will only look up to him in this life and in the next. The rest of the crowd nodded their heads in agreement. with a fervent gleam in their eyes. That's incredible too. At this moment, Lang Wushuan's expression was not to mention how complicated it was. She let Mu Yi go to the discourse and actually collected thousands of top heavenly prides? One must know that these were all geniuses that had been carefully cultivated by the imperial sects of various countries. All of them are usually so high and mighty. Who can make them bow down? But now, they were actually bowing down to Mu Knight one by one, their faces full of reverence. It was as if Muya was their god. Lang Xian, who was on the side, had a gloomy face, like he had eaten a piece of xiang and couldn't spit it out yet. How in the world did Moyo do it? Even if the Empress condescended and went to invite these heavenly prides from various countries, they might not pay attention to them. But now, all of these people are acting like they are possessed, giving up the honorable status they should have. You'd rather come to Guji Peak and be Muyao's disciple? It seemed that in the future, his position as the Emperor Sect's patriarch would be a mere decoration. I'm afraid it's the old man who really means what he says. He's clogged up in this. Then Muyao he? Lang Wushuang asked. Peak Master said. Yen Buxi laughed. Let us report here first and come back when he's done with things. Right. Yen Buren suddenly remembered something. With that, he took out a drawing from his storage bag. This is the design drawn by the Peak Master himself. Let's remodel Guji Peak from the original. The Peak Master said that Your Majesty, you promised to let him build a sect, and that it would be built according to this drawing. This drawing was drawn by Mu Yi in the Holy Land of Spiritual Platforms, casually when he was bored. He also entrusted someone with the power of spirit transmission and handed it over to Yen Buren. Lang Wushuang received the drawings and took a look at them, and the corners of his eyes immediately jumped. Just a few houses drawn crookedly on the drawing, and some messy lines. The most outrageous thing is that there are a few words written in the bottom right corner of the drawing. Please play with this drawing if you do not understand it. Lang Wushuang was speechless. She had promised Muyao that when he returned, she would allow him to establish his own sect. The original thought was that the chances of Muyao's safe return were slim. But who would have thought that this old man would bring her such a big surprise? Your Majesty, Yen Bushue had a serious face. What do you think of this drawing? Very, very good. Lang Wushuang resisted the desire to spit. Then we'll get to work. Yen Buren turned to the crowd and shouted. Senior brothers and sisters, start working. Yes. Thousands of cultivators responded in unison and then began to get busy. Lang Wushuang looked at this scene, not knowing what to say. She really couldn't see through Muyao. A casual order made thousands of top celestial pride become laborers. The point is, these guys are still doing it pretty hard. Your Majesty, Lang Xian whispered. This person Mu Knight has to be guarded against. Slap. Lang Wushuang raised his hand and threw a slap onto Lang Xian's face. Mu Yi brought so many heavenly pride to my Lung Kingdom. This is a merit, not a fault. Chapter 56 slogan, Go to the extreme is the way. Half a month passed. Muyao was walking leisurely in the direction of the Cold Kingdom. Along the way, he should eat, drink and play. When you walk for a day, you have to stop and rest for a day. On this day, he was grilling fish in a mountain stream when he suddenly received a message from Yen Buren. Senior, Yen Bushue asked what peak rules we have at Guji Peak. Mo Qianxue asked. Muyao froze, then laughed. Since it's called Go's Peak, naturally, Go comes first. He thought for a moment and said, Rule number 1. When things go wrong, hide first, hide when you can. Number 2. If you can't avoid it, then top it. Rule number 3. Run after the top. Never fight. And, Mu Yi flipped the grilled fish. Tell them that our Go Jifeng slogan is, Go to the extreme is the way. After saying this, he added, by the way, the main form of cultivation is work. Work? Strange Snow was a bit confused. Right, Mu Knight said in a serious manner. Cultivation does not lie in meditating, but in practicing. Do more work, and you might be able to realize a different Tao. Let them build up the clan first, and Master will teach them something else when he returns. After saying that, he continued to concentrate on grilling the fish. Strange Snow nodded plausibly, but when you think about it, it makes perfect sense. Afterward, she then used a stream of spiritual energy to convey Muyao's words to Yen Bushue. Moyo stood up and patted his sleeve. It seems like I have to go back earlier, and I don't know what kind of transformation my Guji Peak has become. When he finished, he sat down again. But, he looked at the fish that was about to be grilled. It's better to eat the fish first. Cold Kingdom, Imperial Sect, on Go's Peak. Peak Master said that we have 3 rules in Guji Peak. Yen Burenian announced in a loud voice to the disciples in the newly built deliberation hall. Rule number 1. When things go wrong, hide first, hide when you can. The crowd froze. What kind of rule is this? Number 2. If you can't avoid it, then top it. Rule number 3. Run after the top. Never fight. There was silence. You call that a rule? And, Yen Buren continued. The Peak Master said that the slogan of our Goji Peak is, "Go to the extreme is the Tao." The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. They had never seen such an odd rule before. After a few moments of silence, an older disciple suddenly clapped his hands, a brilliant light flashing in his eyes. Wonderful! This rule is marvelous. What is this saying? The bystanders hastened to ask. Listen to me, gentlemen, the disciple said, stroking his beard. The way of cultivation is meant to be a struggle with heaven. Those who are sharp and bold often die halfway. Those who hide their light and keep their heads in the sand will be able to build up their strength. This word go is really the way of great wisdom. Another person said, exactly. I think that the bamboo shoots in the mountains, deep underground for several years. Once the ground is broken, 3 days into a forest. This is not exactly the true meaning of go? Well said. Another man exclaimed with a high five. And look at the water of the river. When it meets the mountain and goes around. When it meets the valley, it is stored up. It seems to be weak, but in fact it is indestructible. This word go is clearly the most rigid and soft way of dealing with the world. The more the people spoke, the more excited they became, and the color of enlightenment gradually appeared in their eyes. I see. The Peak Master is indeed far-sighted. This rule may seem odd, but it is actually secretly in line with the heavenly Tao. Exactly. Yen Buren said aloud. Great wisdom is like foolishness, great skill is like clumsiness, and great courage is like cowardice. This word go is the supreme state that combines wisdom, skill, and courage. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Today I realized that the word go can actually refer directly to the great Tao. The Peak Master's realm is truly admirable. For a while, the crowd's admiration was endless. Only then did they realize that this seemingly absurd rule contains such profound truths. There really is something about what makes the strong strong. Right. Yen Buren added. The Peak Master also said that the cultivation method of our Gojin Peak is also very special. What way? The crowd wondered. That's work. Yen Bufei exclaimed. What? The crowd froze. The Peak Master said that cultivation is not about meditating, but about practicing. Yen Buxi seemed to have received a true transmission from Muyao, and when he said this, he was full of energy. So let's start with the basics of manual labor. The crowd lit up. Since it's the Peak Master's method, it must have his reasoning. Very well. Yen Buren nodded in satisfaction. Then start assigning tasks now. 500 of you are responsible for moving the bricks. 300 of you go and dig the foundation. 200 of you go and log. You guys. Thousands of cultivators split into teams and began to work. Far away, Lang Wushuang stood at a high place, looking at the busy figures on Goji Peak, and couldn't help but sigh darkly. The cultivation method that Muyo had mentioned was something that even she, the Empress, had never heard of. However, as absurd as it sounds, it makes sense. In the meantime, in the secret room of the Kangwolf Kingdom's imperial palace, boom, a terrifying aura rose to the sky, but it was quickly hidden by the secret room's formation. Pale Blue Moon slowly opened her eyes, and a purple aura flashed in her eyes, but it was fleeting. Finally, she stood up, feeling the power surging through her body. Emperor Realm. She had finally broken through to the Emperor Realm. Thinking back to that day, when the Purple Nightmare approached her. Want power? Purple Nightmare's voice rang in her ears. Want power over everyone? You can give it to me? Sure, as long as you're willing to let me possess you. And the cost? Ha! Purple Nightmare laughed softly. I just wanted to borrow your body and see this interesting world. Pale Blue Moon was silent. She knew it had to be less than that, but she was willing to gamble for power. Okay, I promise. In hindsight, it was the right decision. With the power of the Purple Nightmare, she was finally getting over it. The Kangwolf Kingdom, although it was the leading and prestigious of the Jade Capital Sacred Lands, it was always hard to escape the fate of being suppressed by the Lion Kingdom, regardless of national strength, territory, or cultivation heritage. Although the Kangwolf Kingdom is strong, it always seems to be a step behind. It's as if it can only ever come in second place. Now, she has broken through the shackles and cultivated to the Emperor Realm. This realm was the pinnacle of countless cultivators' dreams. When he raised his hands and threw his feet, heaven and earth resonated. When a thought rose and fell, the wind and clouds changed color. The might of the Emperor Realm was enough to shake the mountains and rivers and change the heavens and the earth. The humiliation and resentment of the past are now turned into her motivation to move forward. With her Emperor Realm cultivation added to her body, she finally had the backbone to compete with the Long Kingdom. The fate of the Kangwolf Kingdom might change because of her. And then there's the Mao Knight that teases you. I'm going to make you bow down and submit. Pale Blue Moon straightened her appearance and pushed open the door to the chamber. Chapter 57, 3 days later. The whole army strikes. Kangwolf Kingdom. In the Great Hall. San Lan Yu sat high above the Emperor's seat, her eyes coldly scanning the civil and military officials below. Ever since she got the power of the Purple Nightmare, She felt like a completely different person. All those previous concerns and hesitations have vanished. In its place, there was an unprecedented confidence and dominance. All of you love ministers. She spoke faintly. This emperor has decided to attack the Leng kingdom. What do you all think? When these words came out, there was an uproar in the great hall. The ministers were shocked. It's true that His Majesty has been acting more and more decisively lately, but it's too risky to attack the Leng kingdom directly, isn't it? Your Majesty, the Leng kingdom is powerful. The Minister of War mustered up the courage to open his mouth and was coldly interrupted by Sang Lanyu before he could finish his words. What? Are you afraid? The chill in that tone made the Minister of War shudder. He hastened to his knees. Fear not. Watching the scene, the other ministers secretly sighed in their hearts. His Majesty's temperament has changed so much lately. Although the previous her was also ambitious, she would not do things so recklessly. Poof. Sang Lanyu laughed coldly. The Leng kingdom is no longer strong, but it is only relying on Lang Wushuang's power alone. And now that this emperor is not what he used to be, a mere Lang Wushuang is not enough to fear. A trace of resentment flashed in her eyes when she said the name Lang Wushuang. The Cold Kingdom had suppressed her Cold Wolf Kingdom for too long and too long. The ministers looked at each other. Although it is true that His Majesty's cultivation has improved greatly during this period of time, the Leng kingdom has deep roots, so I'm afraid that if we rush out to send troops, we will not be able to return. The Prime Minister, who was standing by, wanted to say something. He realized that not only had Pale Blue Moon's temperament changed drastically recently, even her aura had become bizarre. Sometimes when he spoke, an eerie purple aura would flash in his eyes, as if he could tell what was on the minds of the crowd. Sang Lanyu faintly said, the Emperor knows what you are worried about, but this battle, this Emperor is determined to win. A flash of purple flashed in her eyes again, but it was fleeting. Inside the body, the voice of the Violet Nightmare resounded. How can they, these mortals, understand your ambitions? Pale Blue Moon nodded slightly. Yeah, how do these people understand their own ambitions? Pass the order down. Gather the army within 3 days and prepare to attack the Leng kingdom. Violators will be beheaded. Yes. The ministers didn't dare to disobey and only responded, but they both saw worry in each other's eyes. Just then, a guard hurriedly ran into the great hall. Report! Song Tianhe. Song Tianhe has defected to the Leng kingdom. At these words, the great hall was in an uproar. Song Tianhe, not only was he the patriarch of the Tsong Wolf country's imperial sect, but he was also Tsong Lanyu's uncle. As an important institution for nurturing the pillars of the nation, the position of the patriarch of the Dzong has always been highly valued. In order to ensure the stability and inheritance of the clan, the position of the patriarch was often handed over to one's own relatives to take over. This was not only a trust in the family lineage, but also a responsibility for the future of the clan. At this moment, a cold aura flashed in Son Lanyu's eyes, and the murderous aura in her eyes intensified. Before the crowd could return to their senses, another guard ran in. Report! News has come from the Red Flame Kingdom that their Emperor Sect's patriarch, Yen Buren, has defected to the Cold Kingdom. What? The ministers exclaimed. Yen Buxi is the backbone of the Red Flame Kingdom. How could he betray his country? Immediately afterward, a third guard ran in. Report! Illusory Moon Country's Imperial Sect's patriarch, Illusory Dashi, has defected to the Cold Country. There was a dead silence in the Great Hall. The ministers' faces were ashen. The 3 countries of Tsong Wolf, Red Yen, and Illusory Moon were all powerful countries in the Jade capital Holy Land. But now, the 3 imperial sect masters had actually defected to the Leng kingdom one after another? This was tantamount to a bolt from the blue for the Kangwolf kingdom, which ranked second in the Holy Lands. The Prime Minister trembled as he spoke. Your Majesty, should we? Shut up! Sang Lanyu fiercely stood up as a terrifying aura erupted from her. The ministers were overwhelmed by the aura. The Leng kingdom has bullied people too much. In this battle, this emperor will definitely wipe this country out of the Holy Land. Inside his body, Purple Nightmare's voice sounded once again. Tread down the Cold Kingdom and witness our power. The purple aura in San Lanyu's eyes grew more and more intense. The ministers looked at San Lanyu's grim expression and became more and more uneasy in their hearts. Some experienced ministers had already seen that San Lanyu was a sign of going off the deep end. But at this moment, who dares to dissuade? Pass the order down. San Lanyu coldly said. 3 days later, the entire army will attack. Yes, the ministers did not dare to disobey, but they both saw despair in each other's eyes. This battle was destined to be a deadly one. Just as the ministers were about to retire, another guard came hurrying in. Report! An envoy from the Xianyang kingdom seeks an audience. Let him in. Pale Blue Moon said coldly. A messenger stumbled into the great hall and knelt. Your Majesty, the Empress of the Kangwolf kingdom, The talented disciple that my Xianyang kingdom has carefully cultivated has been imprisoned by the Lang kingdom. Oh, a fine light flashed in pale Blue Moon's eyes. The messenger cried out. They said they were going to Guji Peak to practice and seek the path to immortal ascension. But we all know that this must be some kind of dastardly tactics used by the Lang kingdom. Before the words were out of his mouth, another messenger came in. Your Majesty, the Tsong Wolf Empress, the talented disciples of my Green Mountain Kingdom have been tricked by the Lang kingdom into working as laborers. Followed by third, fourth. In just a few moments, the great hall was filled with emissaries from various countries. None of them came to accuse the Cold Kingdom of imprisoning, or dragging to hard labor, the geniuses of their own countries. Asked the Kangwolf Kingdom to do them justice. As Sun Lanyu listened to these accusations, the corner of her mouth gradually hooked into a cold smile. She stood up. Langwei is trying to cover the sky with one hand, imprisoning geniuses from various countries with the intention of controlling the Yujing Holy Land. With such ambitions, how can I, the Tsong Wolf Kingdom, sit back and watch? Inside his body, Violet Nightmare's voice rang out. It seems that you have found a reason to crusade against the Cold Kingdom. Pale Blue Moon nodded slightly. Yes, doesn't the request of these small countries give themselves a perfect excuse? Don't worry, all of you, she said aloud. This emperor will do you justice. Many thanks, Your Majesty. The messengers kowtowed. After the messengers had retreated, a hint of viciousness flashed in Son Lanyu's eyes. It was a battle between a country and a country. But now, the cold country has become an enemy of thousands of countries. She could have announced to the world that in the name of rescuing people, she gathered the forces of many countries and attacked the Lang Kingdom in one fell swoop. This excuse is enough to bring down the Cold Kingdom completely. 3 days later, the Kangwolf Kingdom gathered the forces of various countries and pressed against the Lang Kingdom. An army formation consisting of hundreds of thousands of cultivators, led by Tsong Lanyu, came towards the Lang Kingdom in a great hurry. Cold Kingdom, Imperial Palace. Report. A scout hurriedly ran into the Great Hall. Your Majesty, the Kangwolf Kingdom has gathered hundreds of thousands of troops to press in. Hundreds of thousands? Lang Wushuang frowned slightly. It's not just the Tsong Wolf country. The scout continued. Almost all of the smaller countries have sent troops to support the Kangwolf country. They said that we imprisoned their talented disciple. Lang Wushuang couldn't help but sneer at his words. Imprisoned? Those people clearly came to join Goshi Feng voluntarily. But on second thought, she understood. That was the excuse Pale Blue Moon made. Just then, Lang Xian came rushing in again. It's not good. Your Majesty, hundreds of thousands of troops are coming towards the Imperial sect, saying they're here to rescue people. Moon Knight is in big trouble this time. I ask Your Majesty to disband the Gujupik for peace and quiet. No need. Lang Wushuang interrupted him. With these thousands of celestial pride here, an army of hundreds of thousands is not enough to fear. She stood up and walked to the window, and with her spiritual sense, she could already feel the aura of hundreds of thousands of troops looming. She had waited too long for this battle. The unification of the Jade Capital Holy Land had long been in her plans. It was just a matter of time. Although the Lang Kingdom was strong, it had to wait for the right time to truly stand at the pinnacle of the Holy Land. Now that the time has come, thousands of Heaven's pride have defected to the Cold Kingdom. It seemed only natural to sweep through the Holy Land and realize the Lang Kingdom's ambitious goal of unifying the world. She looked in the direction of Guji Peak and sighed darkly in her heart. Moyo, where the hell have you been, you old man? At a time like this, it's good to have you around to give the Emperor a little more certainty. Pass the word down, she said faintly. Prepare to meet the battle. Chapter 58, Stupid Human Race? Still thinks I'm helping her. Cold Kingdom. Outside the Imperial clan, hundreds of thousands of troops had surrounded the entire Imperial sect. Quickly tell Lang Wushuang to come out and meet me. The pale blue moon stood in midair, looking down, a trace of resentment flashing in her eyes. How many years has it been? She wondered in her mind. Ever since Lang Wushuang became the Empress of the Lung Kingdom, the Tsong Wolf Kingdom had been suppressed. Every time she remembered the humiliation over the years, she hated to break Lang Wushuang into pieces. At this moment, Lang Wushuang appeared on the main peak of the Emperor sect as she looked up at Son Lanyu, but no words were spoken. Lang Wushuang, this Emperor will give you one chance to hand over those talented disciples. Son Lanyu shouted. They all came voluntarily. Why would this Emperor hand them over? Lang Wushuang replied blandly. Voluntarily? Son Lanyu laughed coldly. You think this Emperor will believe that? You're just trying to borrow their power to suppress other countries. Lang Wushuang smiled instead. Suppression? Her gaze was electric. This Emperor never bothered to play such tricks. Since you mentioned it, this Emperor might as well tell you. Her voice rose steeply. This Emperor's goal has never been suppression, but unification. Unifying the Jade Capital Holy Land was originally the destiny of the Lung Kingdom. These talented disciples defecting to this emperor are merely following the fate of heaven. These words were spoken in a domineering manner, causing the disciples of the emperor's sect to have their blood boil. San Lanyu, however, was grimacing. She didn't expect that Long Wuxuan would actually dare to proclaim ambition so blatantly. Arrogant. She laughed back in anger. Just by you? San Lanyu was somewhat enraged. Lang Wuxuan, however, stood with his hands behind his back, without the slightest bit of fear in his eyes. As the Empress of the Cold Kingdom, she never feared any challenges. Over the years, how many powerful people had tried to challenge her authority, and none of them had returned in defeat. Although there was a difference in the aura of the pale blue moon today, in her opinion, it was nothing more than that. Not bad, just by virtue of this emperor me. Lang Wuxuan's face carried a bit of disdain and arrogance. As she spoke, she made a burst of spiritual power, and a cold aura flashed across the sky, sealing the entire sky in ice. Kind of funny. Pale blue moon sneered. Boom! With a casual wave of her hand, she shattered the ice. The two of them went back and forth and fought for hundreds of rounds, but they were actually indistinguishable. Somewhere in the corner of a mountain in the Imperial sect. Boom! There was another loud bang, and the entire Imperial sect shook. Kong Kong. Lu Meier clutched Si Kongyun's sleeve, her face turning white. Si Kongyun also had palpitations. A battle at this level was far beyond what they could comprehend. Any random aftershock that fell would be able to kill them. I'm afraid. Should we run? Lu Meier asked in a small voice. Run? Si Kongyun smiled bitterly. Do you think we can run away? Well, let's wait and see what happens. Besides, there's still Go Jifeng to play the lead role. These people's cultivation levels can be above yours and mine. It's not our turn to argue. Lu Meier looked in the direction he was pointing. I only saw Yen Buren and the others, busy with carrying lumber. Some are digging foundations. Some are moving materials, and others are taking measurements, totally not taking the fight in front of him seriously. Goes Peak. All disciples of Gouge Peak, listen to the order. Follow this patriarch into battle. At this moment, Lang Xian hurriedly ran over. In the midst of digging, Yen didn't pay any attention to him. Your Majesty is fighting hundreds of thousands of troops alone. How can we stand by and watch? Lang Xian said again. No one answered. He was in a hurry, and coming to Yen Bushue's side, he added. You are all the pride of heaven. If you join forces, this mere 100,000 troops can be broken in a matter of moments. No. Yen Buxi didn't lift his head, concentrating on swinging the shovel. Peak Master said go. What time is this? Go. Lang Xian pointed at the battle in the sky. You see, His Majesty is falling. So yeah. Inferno stopped his work and looked serious. For a battle of this level, aren't we just giving away food if we go up? Lang Xian was speechless. Besides, Yen Buren continued digging. You see, this outhouse is not yet dug. Thatch, Lang Xian almost gasped. Is this the time to talk about this? The outhouse is important. Yen Buren wiped his sweat. With so many of us, we can't afford to have no outhouse. Lang Xian was about to explode with anger. These thousands of cultivators, the only hope, but these people are busy digging a latrine? Senior brothers and sisters. Yen Buren turned around and greeted. Keep working, and try to dig the outhouse today. Okay. The crowd responded in unison. Energized, Lang Xian only felt a wave of dizziness as he watched the group of people digging the outhouse in earnest. In midair, Lang Wuxuan fought with a slight frown. The opponent's strength seemed to be even more powerful than he had guessed. And the scent. Just as she thought of this, she heard a boom. A terrifying pressure suddenly erupted. It was as if all the power in heaven and earth was converging on San Lanyu's body at this moment. Lang Wuxuan, I'll let you see what true power means today. San Lanyu shouted as the Emperor Realm's pressure radiated out. This is Emperor Realm pressure. Emperor Realm? San Lanyu has broken through to the Emperor Realm. The crowd below gasped out in shock. Even Long Wuxuan's face changed slightly. No wonder the other side was so confident. Ha ha ha. San Lanyu laughed maniacally. How about this? This is the power of the Emperor Realm. Purple Nightmare, however, secretly sneered inside the pale blue moon. Stupid human race, still thinking that my father is helping her. Purple Nightmare's gaze landed on Long Wuxuan, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. The Cold Kingdom, this kingdom with the name Cold, is indeed inextricably linked to the power of cold ice. This is really a step in the right direction. 10,000 years ago, the God-Devil War swept through heaven and earth, and in the end, the Devil race was sealed by the four ancient gods with their supreme inheritance, and in that great battle, the inheritance of the cold ice lineage was the most crucial part of sealing the demon race. Its cold ice power can freeze everything and seal space and time, and even the monstrous demonic chi of the demon race cannot escape its confinement. in case someone in later generations covets this power, or the demons make a comeback. The four superiors decided to scatter the four passages of inheritance in various parts of the spirit world, isolated from each other and uninvolved in each other's affairs. The legacy of the Cold Ice lineage was placed in the far north. By chance, Lang Wushuang's ancestor had sought out the supreme inheritance in the depths of the glaciers in the far north. With the overbearing might of the power of cold ice, he swept across the four directions, opened up new territories, and eventually created a country that was so dominant that it shook the spirit world. This is where the name Cold Country comes from. Since then, the legacy of the Cold Ice lineage had been passed down from generation to generation in the imperial lineage of the Cold Kingdom, becoming a symbol of the supremacy of the imperial family. The inheritance of the Flame lineage, on the other hand, was hidden in the depths of the southern wasteland volcano, accompanied by magma. The inheritance of the Thunder lineage was hidden in the 9 heavenly thunder pool, and only those who had been baptized by heavenly thunder could touch it. And the last star lineage, it is sealed in the endless starry sky. Only those who penetrate the mysteries of the stars can find its traces. Lang Wushuang, as the Lang Kingdom's most dazzling contemporary pride, had long since cultivated the power of cold ice to its peak. Inside her body, she contained the purest cold ice origin, the ultimate power that could even freeze heaven and earth. However, although the cold ice origin was strong, it was also a double-edged sword. Once unleashed at full strength, not only would it exhaust her power, but it might even induce a change in heaven and earth, or even awaken the sleeping demonic seal. The seal was missing a force and naturally broke. In fact, Lang Wushuang did not know the secret, but if it really comes to life and death, the cold ice origin naturally triggered, forced to protect the body. At that time, the seal will be broken, the demons will come out, and the catastrophe will come. Kill her. Make sure to make her use her full strength. Purple Nightmare shouted incessantly in Pale Blue Moon's head. Song Lan Yu fiercely struck out, and a terrifying power swept out. Lang Wushuang was just about to dodge, but realized that his body was suddenly out of control. It's Die. Chapter 59, Guji Peak Disciples. Protecting the formation. Die. Seeing that Song Lan Yu's fatal blow was about to fall, whoosh, a dark shadow suddenly passed between the two men, so fast that they couldn't even see the remnants. Pale Blue Moon's attack stalled in midair, and the prohibition on Lang Wushuang's body disappeared. Pale Blue Moon was dumbfounded. That black shadow just now was ridiculously fast. Even she couldn't see what it was. This was Moon Knight coming. He had already learned on the way that Song Lan Yu had led hundreds of thousands of people and attacked the Lang Kingdom. It's the perfect time to brush up on your quests. Can't miss. In this instant, Lang Wushuang took the opportunity to head towards the direction of Goji Peak. There were thousands of strong cultivators there who might be able to fend off one or two. In this battle, she realized how terrifying the strength of the Emperor realm was. Want to run? Pale Blue Moon sneered. She chased after Lang Wushuang in the same direction, but she saw the black shadow swipe past her again. This time she finally got a good look. It was actually a burrow. Pale Blue Moon's pupils shrunk. This donkey, why does it look familiar? Wait a minute. Wasn't it this damned donkey that took her to the middle of nowhere that time in the wilderness? Asterisk. She gritted her teeth and chased after Lang Wushuang. Goes Peak. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the two arrived at Gouge Peak, they made the entire peak shake. Just a split second, the freshly built house on the peak collapsed, and the newly dug hut was also affected. My outhouse. Yen was not sorry for his heartache. This is what they've been digging hard for days. The fish was well grilled, just almost salted. At this moment, a leisurely voice suddenly rang out, and Mu Yi came riding a donkey. Peak Master. Yen Buren and the others cheered in unison. He only saw Mu Yi sitting on the back of a donkey, holding a grilled fish in his hand and nibbling it leisurely. Not long after, Stranger Qianxue flew down from the sky with Little White on her back and stood beside Muya. Xiaobai didn't have any cultivation and had been relying on Stranger Qianxue to carry him these days. Seeing that the battle formation had shifted to the Gojia Peak, Si Kong Yun and Lu Meier also flew over. They were scared to death in their hearts, but they had to show their faces at least. Anyway, with the thousands of strong people in Guji Peak, they only needed to blend in and put on an appearance. This means that it is justifiable and you will not be questioned about not fighting. Peak Master Na. Look, our newly built house, and that outhouse are spoiled. Seeing Moon Knight coming, Yen Buxi immediately went over to complain. Taking a sip from the gourd, Mu Yao opened his old eyes. In front of him was a ruin, and even his own villa was in pieces. He was just about to lash out and curse, but held his tongue. As a person of high standing in the eyes of the people, how could he be easily angered? No harm done. You guys go on. He waved his hand towards Yen Buren and the others, pretending to be indifferent, but in fact, his heart was bleeding. The outhouse should be dug deeper. preferably into the ground. Yen Buren was stunned. Go Jifeng was like this, but Moon Knight remained calm, neither showing anger nor showing a sharp edge. This kind of calm temperament is really marvelous. Okay, the crowd responded, more energized. Lang Xian, what time is it? Still thinking about the outhouse? Moon Knight. Pale Blue Moon recognized Muyo as she flew down from the air. Since the last time she was teased by him in the wilderness, this revenge had been in her heart. Oh, it's you. Muyo casually threw away the fish bones and stood up slowly. What? Still want me to buy you a drink? Shaking the gourd in his hand, Muyo had a cozy look on his face. You. Song Lan Yu's face turned blue. That humiliation was something she would never forget in her life. A female emperor. Not only was she assassinated by an old man with a wine trick, she was also thrown in the wilderness. This emperor will finish off Long Wushwang first, and then deal with you, old man. After Song Lan Yu finished her words, she continued to strike at Long Wushwang. Boom, boom, boom. Several attacks fell in succession. On Gouge Peak, houses continued to fall one after another. My dojo. Muyo was heartbroken as he looked at the house that continued to collapse. My outhouses. Inferno pointed to the last few outhouses that had fallen. My. Si Kong Yun was almost taken in as well. Shut up, Lang Xian said angrily. What time is it and you're still thinking about this? At this time, Song Lan Yu's attacks became more and more severe. The purple nightmare inside her was thrilled. With a little more force, Lang Wushwan's cold ice origin naturally triggered. Boom! A purple light flashed, and Lang Wushwan was knocked back several feet. A trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Humph, is that all you've got? Pale Blue Moon sneered. She condensed a ball of purple light in her hand and blasted it towards Lang Wushwang. Lang Wushwang barely supported his body, but in the end, he was unable to resist the overwhelming force, and eventually landed on the ground in a disastrous defeat, collapsing heavily on the ground. Blood spurted out of her mouth like a spring, staining the ground beneath her. Moon Knight. She used her last ounce of strength to raise her head with difficulty, turning her gaze to Moon Knight sitting on the donkey's back. In those eyes, there was a hint of resignation, a hint of helplessness, and even a hint of undetectable dependence. Muyo froze. Originally, he wanted a good show and a few drinks, but who knows? This Jade Capital Holy Land and Lang Kingdom's supreme powerhouse, this proud and disdainful empress who looked down on the world and looked out of the corner of her eye, would actually lose? And, to be defeated so completely and so woefully? Her clothes were disheveled, her hair was scattered, and there was still undried blood hanging from the corner of her mouth. Her whole person looked fragile and helpless. A complex emotion suddenly welled up in Muyao's heart. He was silent for a few moments before he finally spoke. Guji Peak disciples, protect the formation. At these words, the originally busy crowd stopped what they were doing and their gazes turned to him in unison. The air seemed to freeze instantly, and everyone's expression became solemn and grave. Thousands of disciples moved quickly, their bodies like electricity, quickly dispersing into various directions. He pinched his hand and his spiritual energy surged, instantly activating the formation. The light of the formation flourished, and a rune flowed through the air, forming a sturdy barrier. Moon Knight stood in the center of the formation, his gaze sweeping over the crowd and finally resting on Lang Wushwang. This empress, at this moment, was silently collapsing on the ground, her breath weak, her long hair was spread out on the ground, and there was still undried blood at the corner of her mouth, and that cold face looked pale and fragile at the moment. Kill them quickly. Purple Nightmare's voice echoed frantically in Pale Blue Moon's mind. Pale Blue Moon stood before the spell formation, fine beads of sweat oozing from her forehead. Her hands were trembling slightly, and the spiritual energy in her body was rapidly depleting. Faced with these heavenly prides from various countries in front of her, she felt a hint of power. The power doesn't seem to be enough. She gritted her teeth and whispered to herself, a trace of unwillingness flashing in her eyes. No harm done. The Purple Nightmare's voice rang out once again, carrying a grim and arrogant smile. Let the honored one power you again. Let the power come stronger. Before the words fell, an even more violent energy suddenly erupted from Song Lan Yu's body. Her eyes were instantly colored a deep purple, and a bizarre black fog lingered around her. Ah! Sang Blue Moon threw herself up to the sky, her voice mixed with pain and madness. Peak Emperor Realm. She actually broke through to the peak of the Emperor Realm all of a sudden. Break dash! She yelled. What kind of power is this? Someone exclaimed out in shock, with an undisguised fear in their voice. The corners of Song Lan Yu's mouth hooked into a cold smile, her voice low and hoarse. Now, can you still hold it back? Her hands snapped together, and the energy in the spell formation instantly condensed into a huge pillar of light, blasting down towards the crowd. Wherever the pillar of light passed, space seemed to be torn apart, emitting ear-piercing roars. Purple Nightmare's laughter echoed in Pale Blue Moon's mind with endless madness and triumph. Yeah, that's it. Kill them all. Let their blood be the sustenance for our power. A flicker of struggle flashed in Pale Blue Moon's eyes, but it was quickly consumed by the power of the Purple Nightmare. Her consciousness faded and she was left with only one thought: destruction. The pillar of light fell with a roar, and the entire heaven and earth seemed to tremble at that moment. Chapter 60, not bad, just the sausage. The pillar of light fell with a bang. Boom! The entire Guji Peak was shaking violently. The protective formation that thousands of disciples had teamed up to lay down instantly cracked under this terrifying force. Hold on! Yen Buren shouted. The crowd clenched their teeth and desperately output their spiritual energy. Lang Xian stepped forward and cast it as well. Including all the peak masters of the Emperor's sect, they joined forces together to protect the formation. Even Stranger Snow took a step forward and cast spiritual power. Kahaku, on the other hand, cowered to the side. A whole 100 lifetimes. Such a grandiose spectacle that it actually scared him silly. Even though the crowd put up a fight, the force was too terrifying. Ka-ching! The cracks on the protective array grew bigger and bigger. Ha ha ha! Song Blue Moon laughed maniacally. Just with you ants. Do you want to block this Emperor's power? Moon Knight stood in the center of the formation, his brows deeply furrowed as a strong uneasiness welled up in his heart. It's not right. With Song Lan Yu's cultivation at the 8th realm, it would never be possible for him to burst out with such a terrifying power. He clearly remembers that day when he used the Eye of Truth to spy on his cultivation. Song Lan Yu's realm was clearly stuck at the middle stage of the 8th realm, still a step away from the peak. But why? Lang Wushuang, a strong person at the peak of the 8th realm, had fallen to the ground in a miserable defeat at the hands of Song Lan Yu, unable to fight back. It doesn't make sense at all. At this moment, Song Lan Yu was surrounded by a bizarre and violent energy. The black mist tossed around her like a living thing, and purple light burst out from her eyes with a palpitating sense of oppression. System, utilize the Eye of Truth, Moon Knight secretly said in his heart. Ding! The host uses the Eye of Truth, consuming 100 years of his life. Current remaining life, 20,910 years. Target, Pale Blue Moon, Purple Nightmare. Sex, female. Age, 1588, 18889. Spiritual root, Supreme. Cultivation level, middle stage of the 8th realm of harmony, Demon realm. Identity, Empress of the Kangwolf Kingdom, Holy Virgin of the Demon World. Intent, trample the Lang Kingdom, trigger the power of cold ice in Lang Wushuan's body. Inside, a bunch of ants. How can they be a match for this emperor, this being? After reading the alert message given by the system, Mu Yi was dumbfounded. System, are you serious? Purple Nightmare? This is the holy maiden of the demon realm that has disappeared for 10,000 years. Ding! This system is never sloppy when it comes to business. Mu Ya knew of the figure of Purple Nightmare. Not that he had any erudition. It was only because the original owner had been confined by the female emperor for a full 80 years, spending her days in the company of ancient books. In the ancient books, not only were the mysteries of heaven and earth recorded, but there were also secret stories about the great war between gods and demons. Not only that, even the 9 dragons Xianyu in the big and small events, he also know by heart. It seems that reading more on weekdays is still somewhat useful. Mu Yao secretly sighed in his heart. However, when he realized that the Purple Nightmare had actually lived for almost 20,000 years, he couldn't help but gulp, a tightening in his heart. It was meant to be an active call to draw it against itself. But when people slapped them down, even if they didn't die, the rest of their lifespan would have to be exhausted. Mu Yao tilted his head and took a sip from the gourd, raising his hand to wipe the white whiskers from the corners of his mouth. The mind is clear. The Purple Nightmare, clearly a force without form. She is formless and unable to intervene directly in reality. The only way to realize her proper strength was to be possessed within a body. It was for this reason that she chose Pale Blue Moon as her host, and used her body to execute that heaven-destroying might. As he watched, the cracks on the protective formation grew bigger and bigger. Everyone at the scene, including Lang Xian and Yen Buren, gathered their gazes on Moon Knight. The crowd pinned all their hopes on the seemingly unreliable old man. Lord Feng, when things go wrong, first meet out, hide if you can, and if you can't hide, then top it. I can't hold out much longer. The time has come for you to show your hand. Peak Master. Yen Buren's face was twisted, and it looked like he couldn't top it. Moon Knight, on weekdays, this patriarch is a bit displeased with you, but at this moment, you're the only one who can save the day. Lang Xian gasped, a hint of embarrassment mixed in his tone. Peak Master Mu, if you don't make a move, we'll really have to explain ourselves here today. Si Kong Yun added a comment as well, and his entire body shrank back when he was given a hard glare by Mu Yi. Mu Knight. At this moment, Lang Wushuang braced himself and raised his head with difficulty, his voice hoarse and weak. This emperor knows that you've hated this emperor to the bone over these 80 years. She gasped, as if mocking, as if helpless, as if relieved. If you are capable of fighting today, then fight. Her voice rose steeply. Not for this emperor, but for the Cold Kingdom. The next moment, however, her tone softened again, with a hint of exhaustion and determination. If you know you're not going to be defeated, then hurry up and leave. She gritted her teeth, a tremor in her voice. Even if this emperor dies, he doesn't want to die with an old man like you. After saying that, she violently raised her hand, pointing to the distance, her voice as cold as a knife. Get out of here. This stern cry caused Mu Yao's body to tremble. This empress, even at the point of life and death, her mouth is still so hard. He sighed helplessly. Don't worry, this old bone of mine doesn't want to die with you yet. After saying that, he stood up straight, and his gaze went to the pale blue moon that was being cast in the eyes of the crowd. At this moment, Mu Yao's gaze was like a torch. His robes were swept up by the wind and hunted, like a battle flag flying high on the battlefield. It's Peak Master is going to make a move, Yan Buxian said excitedly. The thousands of cultivators also stared wide-eyed to see how Mu Yao would show off his power. Next moment, Mu Yao slowly pulled out a red stick from his sleeve, moving casually but with a bit of mystery. The crowd's gazes froze, and they held their breath as they stared intently at the object in his hand. The stick was reddish in color. Its surface was smooth like jade, and it faintly exuded a strange aura that made people wonder. That's the delicious sausage that the system rewarded him with. Nice. Exactly, sausage. The sausage that monks are unstable for their morals, and spirit animals are willing to be their favorites. Could it be some kind of Emperor Realm spiritual artifact? Someone guessed in a low voice, a hint of excitement and anticipation in his voice. Peak Master is truly an immortal. How could it be a spirit weapon? It's clearly an immortal weapon, Yen Buren said. Of course, Mu Yao still needed the pale blue moon to target herself so that she could trigger the system's quest. So, holding up the sausage, he loudly screamed at Song Lanyu. Song Wolf Country's Empress? Ha, nothing more than that. What? Song Blue Moon turned her head violently and looked at Mu Knight incredulously. Mui Knight? You dead old man. How dare you act recklessly in front of this emperor? He, the old man is treating you to a sausage today. I wonder if the Empress can stand it. Chapter 61 Feeding the Pale Blue Moon. The old man is treating you to a sausage today. I wonder if the Empress can stand it. Mu Yao shook the crimson sausage in his hand, his tone teasing, his eyes full of provocation. When Song Lanyu heard this, she was first stunned, then her brows tightened and the purple light in her eyes skyrocketed. Sausage? What's that? This is the thing. Muyuki held the sausage in disbelief and made some sort of indescribable gesture. This action caused Song Lanyu's anger to increase, and her body began to tremble slightly. Mu Knight, you dead old man, how dare you humiliate this emperor with some inferior mundane objects? This emperor will let you know today what happens when you provoke the Crow Wolf Empress. Ding! Pale Blue Moon has been detected to have a murderous intent towards the host. Issuing a countermission, without dignity she is more painful than death. Target of counterattack, Pale Blue Moon. Mission reward, 10,000 years of remaining life. Host age, minus 10 years. Wow, 10 years off your age? Moyuki was so happy that he almost jumped up. The harder the task, the more awesome the reward. Of course, happy to be happy. At this moment, he is going to let Pale Blue Moon eat sausage. Ding! The host is about to be fed a delicious sausage. Please select a feeding target. Pitch and Pale Blue Moon. Muyuki shouted. The sound reverberated through the heavens and the crowd was confused. Is feeding some kind of powerful technique? As soon as the words left his mouth, Mu Yao flicked his wrist. The crimson delicious sausage was like a stream of light, cutting through the sky and heading straight for the Pale Blue Moon. The sausage swirled in the air, emitting a rich aroma that quickly spread out and burrowed into Pale Blue Moon's nostrils. What is this flavor? A trace of confusion flashed in Pale Blue Moon's eyes. Her Dao heart was originally as firm as a rock, but at this moment, it began to shake slightly under the assault of this aroma. No good. She hurriedly held her breath, trying to resist the erosion of that aroma. However, the aroma was pervasive, as if it had penetrated directly into the depths of her divine soul. How did my spiritual power start to get disorganized? Her face flushed red, and the spiritual energy in her body fluttered around uncontrollably, as if it would explode out of her body at any moment. The sausage ended up at her feet. She glanced down and her throat rolled involuntarily, a flash of greed in her eyes. This? Pale Blue Moon reached out to pick up the sausage, but the moment she touched it, her entire body trembled as if she had been struck by lightning. What's wrong with me? She took a few steps back in horror, but realized that her Dao heart was already unstable, and the spiritual energy in her body began to go out of control, as if she would go off the deep end at any moment. Hold on. The purple nightmare inside her began to panic. However, at this moment, Song Lanyu's mind was completely out of her control. Remember, you're the Tsong Wolf Empress. You're an Emperor Realm powerhouse. Quickly give my father the top and kill these mole crickets. Purple Nightmare's voice kept echoing in Pale Blue Moon's head. Scram dash! Pale Blue Moon shouted in a trembling voice. You actually told me to get lost? Purple Nightmare froze. Moon Knight stood in the distance. Watching the scene, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smug smile. No way! There was a hint of panic in the Purple Nightmare's voice. This thing called sausage can actually free its host body from its control? She had lived for 10,000 years and had never seen such an evil thing. Sausage? Sausage? Lang Xian and the others were dumbfounded. They've never seen one of these contraptions either. Even if you go through the ancient books, you can't find out. But this was something that could actually make Pale Blue Moon show such a disoriented expression. At this moment, Pale Blue Moon's eyes were fixed on the sausage on the ground, and her throat kept rolling. Her Dao heart was shaking violently. No way. I can't eat it, she mumbled. But the body couldn't help but move closer to the sausage. Stop! Purple Nightmare roared frantically. She could feel that as soon as Pale Blue Moon ate that sausage, she would then lose control of this body completely. Stop it for my father. If you dare to eat it, my father will take away the power bestowed upon you. Shut up! Pale Blue Moon suddenly roared. This roar shocked everyone. Even Muyao raised an eyebrow slightly. Pale Blue Moon grabbed the sausage violently. I want to eat. No! Purple Nightmare let out a mournful scream. But it's already too late. When Pale Blue Moon took a bite of the sausage, Shasta! A pillar of purple light shot up from within her. Purple Nightmare could no longer control Pale Blue Moon's mind. If he remained inside her, he himself would be robbed of his sanity. Along with her, Pale Blue Moon, who had taken a bite of the sausage, went limp. She was pale and in a trance. It was the first time in years that she had felt something. Ding! Target Pale Blue Moon's pleasure value has reached 100. The host has accomplished a blitz. Gaining a random item. Hamburger, can trap a person in it, unable to move. The system's beep suddenly sounded in Muyao's head, and he froze for a moment. Hamburgers? System, you are getting good at this. Ding! This system has been idle lately and has gone back to upgrading the main body. Ness. Moyo nodded in satisfaction. When the delicious sausage in Muyao's hand showed its incredible power, the crowd of onlookers stared in disbelief, their mouths so wide open that they could stuff an egg into it. Could it be the legendary Heaven and Earth Supreme Treasure? It said that only ancient great powers can refine such a divine item. A cultivator's face was red with excitement, and his eyes were filled with fervor. No! It should be an Emperor Realm spiritual artifact left behind by a certain great emperor when he ascended. Someone immediately retorted, with a hint of hyperbole in their tone. What do you guys know? That is clearly a divine object left over from the beginning of chaos. The more the crowd talked, the more outrageous it became, and some even began to kneel and worship. On the other hand, Lang Wushuang barely managed to hold himself up, and suddenly recalled the words spoken by Muyao's old man. Muyao has the qualities of a great emperor and a natural supreme bone. It's just that his spiritual root was awakened a bit late. It seems that she was wrong about Papa Muyao back then. Thinking back to the insults she had inflicted on Muyao during these 80 years, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt welling up in her heart. The wind swept up the dust on the battlefield, but it couldn't blow away the shock and curiosity in the hearts of the crowd. The crimson sausage had become the most mysterious existence in their eyes. Jia Jia Jia. At this moment, the purple nightmare floated invisibly in the sky above. Its gaze cast on the crowd. The purple nightmare is a force without form. She is formless and unable to intervene directly in reality. The only way to realize her proper strength was to be possessed within a body. All of the people on the scene have a steady Taoist mind, and they cannot enter the body. Suddenly, he spotted Void Cloud, who was hiding to the side. The man had a scowl on his face and a small amount of drool dripping from the corner of his mouth, was greedily admiring Pale Blue Moon's soulful expression at the moment. Jia Jia Jia. Not bad. Not bad. The purple nightmare approached in the direction of Si Kong Yun. Si Kong Yun felt a chill spreading throughout his body from the soles of his feet. Jia Jia Jia. Young man, do you want to become stronger? Do you want endless power? Chapter 62, Living Like a Bastard. Want power? Si Kong Yun trembled. The grim voice echoed in his ears, sending shivers down his spine. GGG. The purple nightmare's voice was seductive. This honored one can give you infinite power. Even. Her voice lowered. Let you get the Pale Blue Moon. Si Kong Yun's eyes flickered. He looked at the limp Pale Blue Moon. The mind is at war with the sky. Kid, there's only one chance. The purple nightmare continued to seduce. As long as you promise to let my father attach himself to your body, all the power will be yours, and the beauty will be yours to enjoy. The purple nightmare's voice was low and seductive. The knot in Si Kong Yun's throat rolled and he swallowed. a hint of struggle flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, his head snapped up. No! No! The purple nightmare's laughter came to an abrupt end, and a flash of surprise swept across his eyes. The person in front of him clearly showed greed, and the evil light in his eyes flickered, so he clearly had a nasty thought. But she was surprised that she could keep her heart when temptation was present. But the next moment, I don't just want Songlan Yu, I also want Long Wushwang. Si Kong Yun suddenly opened his mouth. The purple nightmare was once again stunned, then laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, can. You're more greedy than my father imagined. Not being able to keep your heart is what makes a competent host body for a purple nightmare. The purple nightmare's words fell. A purple light instantly enveloped Si Kong Yun's entire body. The light was like substance, transforming into countless tiny tentacles that drilled into his 7 orifices. Ah! Si Kong Yun let out a miserable scream. He could feel that an insidious power was eroding his divine soul. It felt like being stabbed in the body by thousands of ice needles at the same time. Don't resist. Purple Nightmare's voice rang in his head. Let the honored one enter the depths of your divine soul, and you will have access to supreme power. Si Kong Yun's body trembled violently. A purple light flashed in his eyes. The meridians in his body began to change. The originally calm spiritual energy was now churning like boiled water. GGG. Purple Nightmare's laughter echoed through the heavens and earth. This body's spirit root is not as good as pale blue moon's, but it's more suitable for my father. Greed, lust, evil thoughts. Everything about you is so pleasing to this honored one. Si Kong Yun's aura began to skyrocket. From the 5 realms, 7th realm, 8 realms. In just a few moments, his cultivation broke through to the 8th realm. Power. What a powerful force. Si Kong Yun looked up to the sky. His eyes had turned completely purple. The surface of his body was even haunted by a layer of bizarre purple light. Now, let's make our power fierce. His voice was laced with a purple nightmare of laughter. Apprentice, what are you ghosting about? Lang Xian looked at his beloved disciple with a blank expression. The gazes of the others also gathered on Si Kong Yun's body. That's just it. The big battle is coming. I think he's crazy. Don't get someone to fork him out. Yen Buxi waved his hand. Mu Yao was responding to the battle, and the crowd was watching in amazement. So how could he let anyone disturb him? Soon, a few cultivators ran over, but before he could do anything, he saw Si Kong Yun turn around violently, his figure suddenly rising up in the air. You mole crickets. He looked down on the crowd with contempt and arrogance in his eyes. Apprentice, you. Lang Xin froze and looked at Si Kong Yun incredulously. Apprentice? Si Kong Yun sneered, the corner of his mouth curling up into a sneer. From now on, I'm no longer some imperial sect peak master, nor am I your disciple. He opened his arms again, as if to embrace the whole world, and laughed maniacally. I already have endless power. I want to unify the Lung Kingdom, make Lang Wushwang tremble under my feet, and make all of you submit to me. At this moment, a terrifying aura erupted from within Si Kong Yun. The sky was dark with clouds and lightning. Only Si Kong Yun's body was surrounded by purple light. His skin began to crack, and there was a purple glow seeping out of the cracks. Ah! He let out a scream. There was both agony and ecstasy in that voice. GGG. Purple Nightmare's laughter echoed through the heavens and earth. The power of my father has finally been fully liberated. Rumble. A purple thunderbolt struck down. Si Kong Yun's aura instantly broke through to the Emperor realm. This is an Emperor realm aura? The crowd watched in disbelief. This is way off the mark. In a short period of time, without warning, another Emperor realm powerhouse was produced. Si Kong Yun slowly opened his eyes. His eyes had turned completely dark purple. Jia. Now, the tone of the purple nightmare had completely changed in his voice. He was just about to make a few bold statements. Suddenly, a big hamburger flew from the sky. The golden slices of bread glistened in the sunlight. The hamburger flew to Si Kong Yun's side, and with a click, it split into 2 pieces, opening up like a giant mouth. Before Si Kong Yun could react, snap! With a muffled sound, Si Kong Yun's entire body was caught between 2 slices of bread. Only 1 head and 2 feet were exposed, living like a king's rump. The scene was silent, and everyone was as frozen. Emperor Realm Strongman, just like this was subdued? Caught in 2 buns? Jia what jia? Noisy old man. A lazy voice came from the distance, breaking the silence, only to see Mu Yao carrying a wine gourd in one hand. His face was red and he stumbled over with a hobbling gait. He narrowed his eyes, his tone full of impatience. Old me is weakening the pale blue moon. Why are you making so much noise? It's annoying. Let go of me. Si Kong Yun struggled desperately in the hamburger, his face reddening. However, no matter how much he pushed his spiritual energy, the 2 slices of bread didn't move at all. The crowd looked at each other in dismay, wanting to laugh but not daring to do so, And the scene was once very awkward. Si Kong Yun, who had just spoken with great ambition and vigor, was now like a pinned kingpin. The limbs flopped about helplessly, looking both comical and wretched. Is he here to be funny? What kind of spiritual treasure is this? Someone looked at the burger and couldn't help but mutter in a low voice with a hint of disbelief in it. Slap. I am not awake, right? A cultivator flung a hard slap at himself. The scene in front of me was too absurd. Knight, how did you do it? Lang Xian couldn't help but shiver coldly. He all felt that he had cultivated for nothing in the past 100 years. This emperor was wrong. Lang Wuxuan was paralyzed on the ground, softly muttering to himself with infinite remorse in his eyes. Such a husband, how dare he not know how to cherish? Now, the break is irrevocable. I'll be sure to repay you afterward. Mu Yao glanced at Si Kong Yun, who was caught in a hamburger. Disdainfully, he hummed, with this skill, how dare you be arrogant in front of the old man? What a joke. After he finished, he tilted his head and took another sip of wine, his face full of coziness, as if he had just casually swatted a fly. I was wrong. Peak Master Mu quickly let go of me. At least we are fellow disciples. Si Kong Yun stuck out his head in remorse. He is also aggrieved. Originally he shrunk to the side to watch the drama is quite good. Nothing happened. However, being fooled by that voice and faking it for a second time was kinda short-lived. This time, if he didn't die, he would have to have his hands and feet chopped off by Lang Wuxuan. Seeing this, the purple nightmare did not hesitate to float out from Si Kong Yun, transforming into a wisp of ghostly purple smoke that hovered in midair. She was secretly chagrined to think that she was unlucky enough. It was so hard to find a suitable host body, and I thought I could use this opportunity to rise again, but I didn't expect to be stirred up by this drunken old man in front of me. She glanced coldly at Mu Yao, anger burning in her heart. This old thing, bad for me. If I don't get this revenge, purple nightmare, will not stop. At the moment, she could only float in the air and wait and see what happened. Like a wisp of an invisible ghost, it hovered noiselessly above the heads of the crowd. It's like PPO. At the same time, Si Kong Yun was carried down by a few disciples of the Imperial sect, along with the burger. After all, what he had just done was already a great offense. Si Kong Yun's change of heart, and Mu Yao's tactics, caused Lu Meier to shrink to the side and tremble. Hollow, I will save you, even if it means death. A trace of hatred for Mu Yao flashed in her eyes. Jia, little lady, do you want to become stronger? Do you want endless power? A cold and seductive voice suddenly rang in Lu Meier's ears. Chapter 63, One taste and you'll remember it for life. Who's talking? Lu Meier trembled. Jia, little lady, this father can give you infinite power. Let you rescue your sweetheart. The purple nightmare continued to power the seduction. Lu Meier's eyes flickered as she looked at Si Kong Yun's back as he was carried away. There was a twinge in his heart. You really can? Lu Meier bit her lip. Joke. I am the holy maiden of the demon realm, with infinite power. What in the world is there that I cannot do? There was a hint of arrogance in the purple nightmare's voice, but there was also a hidden sense of embarrassment. She looked at Song Lanyu, who was collapsed on the ground in waves, with Si Kong Yun, who was being carried away. Originally, I thought that with the strength of the Emperor realm, I would be able to roam freely in the spirit world, but she didn't expect to kill a Moon Knight halfway. Her strength was unfathomable. Even she couldn't see through the mystery. Could it be that the highest realm in the spirit world is no longer the Emperor realm? Purple Nightmare pondered in his heart, vaguely feeling a hint of uneasiness. It seemed that her current power alone was not enough, and she needed more demonic chi to increase her strength. Then she turned her words around, compulsion in her tone. But not right now. Just give it time and I will make sure you have strength stronger than the Emperor realm. A hint of faltering flashed in Lu Meier's eyes. Stronger than the Emperor realm? This kind of temptation was hard for any cultivator to resist. What's more, she had to rescue Si Kong Yun. So what do you say? She asked in a small voice. It's simple. The purple nightmare's voice was seductive. Let my father possess you to take in the hearts and souls of those who think they are righteous cultivators. Lu Meier trembled. You mean, to kill someone? Jia. If you say so, don't you want to get stronger? Purple Nightmare laughed. I want to. At this moment, Lu Meier's eyes gradually became gloomy. She eventually compromised and allowed the Purple Nightmare to attach itself to her body, heading in the direction of the demon realm. The scene was chaotic and no one noticed the departing Lu Meier. At the same time, Song Lanyu completely lost her ability to resist and fell limp to the ground in a trance. Fork her over for the old man. Seeing that the time had come, Mu Yi ordered Yen Buren to do his job. Peak Master. Yen Buxi used only one hand, and really forked Song Blue Moon. Moon Knight saw this and touched his nose in some embarrassment. You can put her down if you're tired. Peak Master. I'm not tired. Yen Bufu crossed the Kanglan moon with one hand, and there was even a hint of happiness in his complexion. Fine. Muyo shook his head helplessly, then walked over to Kangling Yu. Crow Wolf Empress, this is not a decent thing for you to do. Suddenly bringing troops to the door, destroying my mountain peaks, injuring my disciples, and even my Empress made you spit out blood and fall to the ground. Tell me, can I, Lang Gua, swallow this breath? Song Lan Yu snorted coldly and looked away. This emperor acts. Why do I need to explain to you? How about this? I'll give you a chance. How about you issue an imperial decree and apologize to my Lung kingdom in front of the entire sacred land, and this matter will be turned over? Muyo looked at Sanglong Yu with a smile, his tone so relaxed that it was like he was chatting about family matters. An imperial decree? And apologize in front of the entire Holy Land? In the Jade capital Holy Land, there are tens of thousands of countries of all sizes, and every country has to be notified. This was simply an endless humiliation for Song Lan Yu. When Song Lan Yu heard this, her face sank and she coldly said, Mu Knight, don't even think about it. Will this emperor bow down to you? Crow Wolf Empress. Then old me will be impolite. Muyo laughed lightly and took out a bottle of Coke from his storage ring. Not bad. It was Coke. The system rewarded him with a case. Drank one bottle and now have 23 more. Coke enters the mouth and the taste is hard to describe. People in the metaphysical realm, how have they ever drank this kind of stuff? Muyo decided to scare Pale Blue Moon with a cola. He shook the bottle and the bubbles gurgled upwards with a fizzing sound. The people present had their eyes wide open as they looked at the bottle of strange liquid. The mind is nothing short of amazed, nothing short of marvelous, nothing short of some little anticipation. There are so many amazing things that happen to Moyo that it's more than a show. Some people simply sat on the ground. Dude, got any melon seeds? At this moment, a hint of vigilance flashed in Song Lan Yu's eyes. Mu Knight, what kind of evil thing are you holding in your hand? Mu Yao smiled in a mysterious manner. This is the soul-devouring magic liquid. It is said that those who drink it will be turned upside down and even lose themselves. Do you want to try it? When Song Lan Yu heard this, her face changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Humph. A mere bottle of black water and you want to scare this emperor? Do you think this emperor is a 3-year-old child? Moyo shook her head inside. AI. In that case, I'll let you see the power of this soul-devouring demon liquid. When he finished, he unscrewed the cap, and a peculiar odor wafted out with a hint of sweetness and excitement. Pale Blue Moon wrinkled her nose, her heart vaguely uneasy. Muyo brought the bottle close to her mouth and smiled. Here, have a taste and you'll remember it for the rest of your life. Pale Blue Moon clenched her teeth and kept her mouth shut, refusing to give in. Seeing this, Muyo waved his hand at Yen Bushue. Yen Buren forked Song Lan Yu with one hand, while the other hand cupped her chin, and with a slight force, made her open her mouth. Mui Knight, how dare you? Well, before Song Lan Yu finished her sentence, Mu Yi had already quickly put the bottle's mouth to her mouth and poured a small mouthful of cola in. Gulp. Pale Blue Moon's eyes widened as she was forced to swallow the mouthful of Coke. All she felt was a chill in her mouth, followed by the odd sensation of bubbles jumping around her tongue with a hint of sweetness and a slight tingle. What is this feeling? Am I poisoned? Pale Blue Moon froze, her face filled with shock and confusion. Moyo looked at her with a smirk. How was it? Isn't it amazing? This soul-devouring magic liquid has already begun to work, and you will soon feel its power. Pale Blue Moon's heart tightened, only to feel the taste in her mouth getting stranger and stranger, as if a force was spreading through her body. It was actually throat irritation from slamming a Coke, and temporary stomach discomfort. What the hell did you do to me? Muyo said in a mock-serious manner. This soul-devouring magic liquid is an ancient evil substance, and those who drink it will gradually lose themselves and end up at the mercy of others. But well, if you compromise now, Lao Fu can give you the antidote. Song Lan Yu clenched her teeth, and although she was a little flustered in her heart, she still forced herself to be calm. You want to lie to this emperor. Mu Knight shrugged. I'm not lying to you. In a few moments, you'll do whatever the old man tells you to do. When he finished, he handed her another Coke to her mouth and poured the whole bottle down. Well, Pale Blue Moon nearly choked to death. At this point she just felt more and more bubbles in her mouth, as if something was churning inside her. She couldn't help but hiccup, and a flush of embarrassment appeared on her face. Seeing this, Mu Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. How is it? Does it feel like your throat is stinging and your stomach is turning over? Pale Blue Moon lowered her head, feeling this feeling that Muyo was talking about. Her heart was in her mouth. It seemed that she was really poisoned. At that point, she burped several more times in a row, so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and bury herself. For a female emperor to be humiliated by an old man like this, it would be better to kill her on the spot. If it's true what Mui Knight said, the poison will be at the mercy of others. So what is the difference between admitting fault at this point and admitting fault after the fact? When that happens, he or she will be in even more trouble. Wait, she finally couldn't help but speak, a tremor in her voice. This emperor promise you still cannot? When Mu Yi heard this, a hint of triumph flashed in his eyes, but his face remained pretentiously serious. Oh? You really recognized the wrong one? Pale Blue Moon gritted her teeth and whispered, yes, this emperor shouldn't have led the troops to attack the Lang Kingdom Imperial sect, and shouldn't have destroyed your mountain peak. This emperor knows that he is wrong. Ding! Target Pale Blue Moon's humiliation value has exploded to 100. The host has accomplished a blitz, gaining a random item. Empyrean Realm Detector can detect the location of all Empyrean Realm powerhouses within a 100-mile radius. Number of times used, 3. Remarks, inviting the Emperor's realm will bring unexpected rewards. Chapter 64, Soul-Eating Devil Liquid. Drinking is water? An Emperor Realm Detector? Muyo looked at the panel and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. This system of rewards is getting more and more interesting. First that unexpected sausage, then that amazing hamburger, and now a detector. He rubbed his chin and thought, this thing, it's quite interesting. System, are you implying that it's time for old man to take the initiative? Ding. This system never hints. It's always explicit. As long as the host uses the Emperor's Realm Detector to detect an Emperor's Realm target, and actively trying to provoke each other, and you'll get an unexpected reward, but there are only 3 chances, so please make good use of them. Understood. Mu Yao secretly laughed in his heart. Finished nagging the system, he turned his head to Pale Blue Moon. Since the Tsung Wolf Empress has already admitted her mistake, he smiled and said, then how about writing an imperial decree and making it known to the world? At this moment, Song Lan Yu's complexion suddenly changed. You're not going to detoxify this emperor first? All she felt was a wave of dizziness as her breath tumbled through her body. If Mu Yao didn't give the antidote again, I was afraid that it would be difficult to even lift the pen. Of course, she was scaring herself with all of this. The aftermath of the previous delicious sausage has not yet subsided. Coupled with the bottle of coke in the hands of Mu Yao, she was on the verge of breaking down under this double psychological assault. There's no harm in it. If you write your repentance first, the old man will naturally detoxify you. Moyo laughed lightly and waved her hand. Unrepentant. Put the Empress down. Yes, Peak Master. Yen Buxi answered and gently placed Son Lan Yu onto the ground, but his eyes were reluctant to part. Seeing this, Muyao couldn't help but cough lightly a few times. Only then did Yen Bushue smile and let go of his hand. This is still pretty. Ha! Pale Blue Moon glared fiercely at him and slowly got up, straightening her clothes. In front of me, a desk table had already been prepared. Pen, ink, paper and inkstone. Muyao made a gesture of invitation and actually picked up the coke out of habit. Give it a sip. When the crowd saw this, they backed away in fear. Pale Blue Moon also froze, her eyes wide. This is an evil thing, and the old man drank it all in one gulp? Muyao finished his drink, and only then did he feel the awkwardness of the atmosphere. Ahem. He coughed lightly twice, pretending to be calm, and could only explain. This, old me, this body is 100 poison invulnerable body. A mere soul-devouring demon liquid. I can drink it as water. With that, he pulled out another bottle. Hiss. The cap opens and bubbles sound. The crowd subconsciously took a few steps back, afraid of splashing this weird liquid on himself. Moyo took another mouthful in front of the crowd. Ah, he burped contentedly. Cool. This strength, absolutely. When the crowd saw this, they took several more steps back. Pale Blue Moon's face went white with fear. She didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, and immediately sat down in front of the desk and put pen to paper. This old man is so scary that he can even drink soul-devouring magic liquid as water. Ding! Fear level of target Pale Blue Moon has reached 100. The system's beep sounded in Muyao's head. Moyo could just smile. This was quite the surprise. The host has accomplished a blitz, gaining a random item. Hate Attractor. This is an amazing device that looks like a miniature horn. With a single click, you can make everyone around you feel such a strong sense of hatred for you that they can't wait to rush up and beat you up. Tap again to undo. Hint, the host can target a single target for use. Muyao couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at this miniature speaker in his hand. He casually clicked on the Hate Attractor. At that moment, the loudspeaker made an ear-splitting drip, drip, drip sound. In the next second, everyone at the scene, in unison, turned their heads, their eyes staring dead at Moon Knight, with a burning rage in their eyes. Moyo froze and pressed again, which didn't cause the crowd to riot. At this moment, Pale Blue Moon took a deep breath and put pen to paper. This emperor, San Lan Yu, Listen to slanderous words due to a moment of confusion. Lead an army to attack the Lengwei imperial sect, destroying its mountain peaks and injuring its disciples. It is indeed a great mistake, and I apologize to Lang today, and promise not to commit such wrongdoing in the future. If you violate this oath, heaven and earth will destroy you. When she finished writing, she slammed the pen down hard. Then he put on the emperor's seal and pinched his hands together. Buzz! A golden light rose up to the sky. The paper turned into bits of starlight and scattered in all directions. At this moment, all the people of the Jade capital Holy Land could see it. Those big golden lines in the sky, as if it were an oracle. It shook the people. The outskirts of the main peak of the Emperor's sect. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators lined up in a neat and tidy manner. They waited for Song Lan Yu's order and prepared to break the Cold Kingdom Imperial sect in one fell swoop. Just now, they had all watched Song Lan Yu's display of Emperor realm strength, as well as Lang Wushuan's undefeated defeat. The people were secretly happy in their hearts. This time, the Lung Kingdom was in the bag. However, at this moment, large words of golden light suddenly appeared in the sky, shocking the entire audience. This sudden imperial book, it made hundreds of thousands of cultivators feel like they were struck by lightning. What's going on here? Someone couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The Crow Wolf Empress is clearly already an Emperor realm powerhouse. How is it possible to write such a humiliating letter of repentance? Could it be? The other muttered. Did she lose? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. They couldn't figure out how they could not figure out why a hallowed Emperor realm powerhouse would suddenly bow his head and admit his mistake, even writing such a humiliating letter of repentance. And at this moment, Song Lan Yu's face was so gloomy that it could almost drip water. Clenched fists, nails embedded deep in the palms, but oblivious to the pain. Her heart was filled with humiliation and anger, but the situation at hand was so aggressive that she could only bow her head for the time being. Mu, Elder Mu, please also give this emperor the antidote, she said in a thin voice. There's no rush. There are still hundreds of thousands of cultivators outside, so you can give them a go as well. Moyo wants to make sure that nothing goes wrong. Pass on this emperor's order for the entire army to retreat. Song Lan Yu sent a message outward. The generals went crazy with joy. Originally, it was thought that the Empress had failed miserably, and that those of them would be captured or killed. This is great, and you can still get out in one piece? Soon, a commotion came from the outskirts of the Imperial sect. Hundreds of thousands of troops, flying, running, a smokework, all gone. At this moment, Lang Wushuan lifted his hand feebly and gently waved it, signaling Lang Xian to come closer. Lang Xian immediately lowered himself closer and respectfully asked, Your Majesty, what are your orders? Although Lang Wushuan's voice was weak, it was permeated with an icy killing intent. If this 100,000 strong army wants to evacuate the Lang Kingdom, it will inevitably pass through the broken burial cliff. Counting the time, the 500,000 troops that this emperor deployed earlier must have already passed through there. She paused, a flash of viciousness in her eyes, and continued, You will send an order for this emperor that 100,000 enemy troops, not one of them will be left behind, and all of them will be buried at the broken burial cliff for this emperor. If you miss one, the whole army will be punished. Do you hear me? When Lang Xian heard this, his heart flinched, but his face remained respectful as usual. Yes, Your Majesty, I'll get on with it. When he finished, he quickly got up and turned to leave, and at this moment, Lang Wushuan slowly closed his eyes as a look of exhaustion appeared on his face. Anyone who offends my Lung Kingdom will be executed even though they are far away. Chapter 65, Name Change, Goer Zone. Since the Tsung Wolf Empress has already admitted her mistake, then old me will give you the antidote, Moyo said with a smirk. He took out a bottle of clear liquid from his sleeve. Yes, it's liquid again. It's psyching out pale blue moon. It can't be some kind of venom again, can it? Actually, it's just filling an empty Coke bottle with plain water. On weekdays, he could easily take it out of his storage ring and take a few sips when he was thirsty. Is this the antidote? Pale Blue Moon asked warily. Of course, you'll naturally solve it when you drink it, Muya coaxed. Having no choice but to take the bottle, Pale Blue Moon could only take it and give it a mouthful to smother. Why is there something familiar about this smell? White water. Well, of course you are familiar with it. Moon Knight with a bad smile on his face. Peak Master Mu is truly true to his word. This is a virtue that we must learn from. Yes, and he has such a kind smile. This kind of bosom is really a model for us. The crowd was in awe, as if every move Muya made was worthy of their emulation. I can't wait to erect a statue of him on a mountain peak and worship him day and night. After drinking the so-called antidote, Song Lan Yu felt refreshed. She thought to herself the odds were that the poison had resolved. Mu Yi secretly burst out laughing. Song Lan Yu was under the psychological effect. The probability was that she thought that her poison was solved. This psychological tactic is simply more effective than the real antidote. Many thanks to Senior Mu, sighing Blue Moon said in a low voice, her face filled with shame. It's like the system says when it releases a mission. Without dignity, she suffers more than death. The second strongest person in the Jade capital Holy Land, a female emperor of a country, came with hundreds of thousands of troops. Before you leave, you're still confident in your faith. Now it was a crushing defeat and being played by an old man. There is not a single example of this absurdity in all of history. To make matters worse, she wrote a so-called letter of repentance. What's even more tragic is that it's also posted for the entire Holy Land to enjoy. This kind of humiliation was undoubtedly more painful than death for her, who had to be strong since she was a child. At this moment, Song Lan Yu's heart was like ashes. She no longer had any face or room to stay in the Jade capital Holy Land. Even more so, she couldn't go back to the Kangwolf kingdom and act as if nothing had happened to be her empress. She made a secret decision to return to her home, or, to be more precise, preparing to leave the house. Of course, she didn't want to stay in the Jade capital Holy Land, and the spirit platform Holy Land was sect-oriented. In the end, the only option left was the Fuso Sanctuary. It was the gathering place of the lineages, and there were even more rare inheritances there. There are also so-called Buddhist Pure Land. With that thought in mind, she arched her hand and bowed, letting go of the last of the Empress's dignity. This emperor has come all this time as a farce. Elder's kindness, disregarding previous suspicions, granting me the antidote and letting me live, is truly rare. Consider it as this emperor's intrusion. This is my farewell. I will see you again in the coming day, and I will be sure to thank you again. After saying that, San Lan Yu turned around and left, with a firm pace and without a single stop. Inside, she was scared to death, afraid that the other party would regret it and kill her if she wasn't careful. Living is the only way to live. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the current mission. Mission, without dignity. She suffers more than death. Congratulations to the host for gaining a remaining life, plus 10,000. Current total life expectancy, 30,910 years. Congratulations to the host for being 10 years younger. Current age, 84. No offense. No offense. Come over and play sometime. Muyi looked at the rewards on the system panel and smiled even more. All torn apart? Why don't you stop by? Still have time to come over and play? The crowd secretly marveled in their hearts. This bosom, this temperament, has transcended the world. The people present all marveled at Muya's magnanimity and nodded their heads in praise. Look, Peak Master Mu seems much younger. One of the disciples noticed Muya's strange appearance and said in a shocked voice. The crowd looked around. The wrinkles on Muya's face were indeed much less and his complexion was much fairer. Could it be some kind of rejuvenation spell? I've never heard of it, but Peak Master Mu is indeed much younger. Peak Master Mu is like a god, like an immortal. How can his changes be penetrated by us? The crowd exploded. Exclamations rising and falling like a tidal wave. Incredulity was written all over everyone's face, as if they were seeing a miracle. Lang Wuxuan was even more stunned. What the hell? This battle just now actually made Muyo so much younger? The face that was originally wrinkled into the shape of a chrysanthemum now looks a little less chrysanthemum. And the back is a little straighter. Even a cultivator with a high level of cultivation couldn't possibly achieve a return to old age, right? At this point, her remorse was even greater. But none of that mattered. Now the Cold Kingdom was saved. Her face was saved. What was even more pleasing was that after this battle, no one dared to invade the Leng Kingdom again. The thousands of other countries pride on Gosher Foam also belonged to the Leng Kingdom. Pass on this emperor's decree to change Gougepeak to Gathering Virtue Sect and make Muya the patriarch. Another 10 million spirit crystals are given to Muya to rebuild the clan. She decreed on the spot to reward Muya. Yen Bushue and the thousands of cultivators disagreed. Your Majesty, why don't we change the name to Goji Zone? Our peak slogan is, go to the extreme is the way. Yes, you've lost our slogan with this change. That's right. I think it's more apt to call it Gouge Clan. This. Lang Wuxuan shifted his gaze to Muya. Muyi heatedly smiled. As the people have said, let's call it Goji Zone. Granted. Lang Wuxuan waved his big hand and a decree rose out of the air. When he waved his hand again, the imperial seal had been stamped. Subsequently, a spirit ticket of 10 million spirit crystals floated down from the air and landed in Muya's hand. This time, it was no longer a box, but a spirit ticket, which was Lang Wuxuan's way of showing goodwill to Muya. The box is so heavy. What's the point of bothering with something that can be solved with a piece of paper? Receiving the spirit ticket, Muyo probed with his nose. Well, it's the smell of money. His personal wealth had come to 45 million spirit crystals. I can't spend it all. I can't spend it all at all. This way. San Lan Yu had just taken a step out of the imperial sect in front of her. and she was tied up by dozens of masked men in the back. That day, Muyo's spirit-eroding wine had not yet restored her cultivation. If it wasn't for borrowing the power of the purple nightmare, how would she have the ability to come to the cold kingdom and act recklessly? At the moment, the purple nightmare was gone, and trying to tie her up was only slightly more difficult than tying up a brownie. Of course, these people were secretly sent by Lang Wushuang. Come and go as you please? It's not that easy. Meanwhile, the hundreds of thousands of troops had been routed by Lang Wushuang's strength of 1 against 5. Lang Xian was counting heads and ordering people to dig. Here, dig bigger on this side and deeper on that side. Patriarch, 100,000 people is too many. Not enough to bury here. A leading general said. This, Lang Xian frowned, then waved his hand. Flatten the cliff on the broken burial cliff for this patriarch. General. Chapter 66, formally stepping into cultivation mode. Gouge's peak was in ruins. Between the wreckage, Mu Yi was leisurely roasting a charcoal fire. Xiaobai was playing with mud on the side, while Mo Qianshui was meditating with her eyes closed. In the sky, thousands of cultivators flew around, busily cleaning up the ruins. Muyo raised his head, poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth, and looked around with interest. Only one man pointed with his hand, and the collapsed house was moved elsewhere. Another dug with his bare hands, his expression so relaxed that it looked as if he were picking his nose. Muyo smacked his lips as he watched. Friar? Immortal? God? Being in such a mysterious world, one was a wastrel who couldn't cultivate? There's something not cool enough about that. Unity-san, is there any hope for me to become a cultivator? He asked casually without hope. Ding. Good question, host. The system's voice suddenly sounded. The system can provide a cultivation mode by upgrading the body. Under the cultivation mode, the host can raise his cultivation level through his remaining life, and ultimately realize the transformation from mortal to cultivator. Holy, so you didn't say so earlier? Mu Yao was instantly excited. Does the host choose cultivation mode? Choose to choose. A fool doesn't choose. Mu Knight stood up violently, frightening Little White who was playing with mud. Could it be that Master has realized another great Tao? Ding! The system is starting to upgrade. An hour later. System upgrade successful. The counterattack system has officially entered training mode. Congratulations to the host for accepting the great challenge of stepping from mortal to the realm of cultivator, immortal, and God. A huge challenge? Muyo had a vague sense of foreboding in his heart. Mode description: if the host is targeted, insulted, or harmed by someone strong enough to be in that emperor realm or above, the system will automatically bind the target. After binding, a fatalistic link of hatred will be formed between the host and him. Every strong person above the emperor realm contains a massive amount of chi luck value within them. The host can fight back by robbing its chances, weakening its strength, and other countermeasures. The hate chain will not disappear until the opponent's luck value has been drained. The seized luck value will be returned to the host in the form of a certain percentage of remaining life. The host can consume a certain amount of remaining life to improve their cultivation. Mu Yao's entire body was confused after hearing this. In other words, from now on, he could only rely on counterattacks against those above the Emperor realm to gain his remaining life. And the system never releases quests anymore. Man, that's not just a big challenge, it's a big hole. System, return to previous version. Muyo shouted again. Host, your pattern is still too small. Don't you want to train to become a god? Live with heaven and earth, have an immortal body, and become an invincible existence in this Xianshur? Isn't such a future worth fighting for? This kind of bold statement directly made Mai's blood boil. Well said. Muya clenched his fists, a determined gleam in his eyes. Xiaobai once again froze as his master talked to himself, supposedly enlightened again. At this moment, Muya opened the attribute panel. Host, Nui Knight, age, 84. Current life expectancy, 30,910 years. Props, storage ring, divine, 9 dragon sword, 3rd rank, 989/15, 000. Total recharge of aged gourds, 100 years. Daily walk, a donkey. Rising from the dead, the art of changing one's life against the will of heaven. Bringing the dead back to life. Empyrean Realm Detector, can detect the location of all Empyrean Realm powerhouses within a 100-mile radius. Can be used 3 times. Hate Attractor, can cause the target to feel a strong sense of hatred towards you. Skills, Eye of Truth. Turtle Shrinking Technique, 1st level. System, did you plan this? Nui Knight looked at the available props. It seemed to imply that he was about to challenge that Emperor Realm. First, use that Emperor's Realm Detector to detect it, and then use the Hate Attractor to attract its hatred. When you run out of detectors, you can still use the Eye of Truth. Then you can use the Turtle Shrinking Technique to save your life. But unfortunately the cooldown takes a day. In case you get killed, There is a back from the dead prop that allows you to be reborn once. After a beat of analysis, he came to a realization. The host is smart, and these props can help the host get started and adapt quickly. The current host can raise the realm. First realm middle stage of spirit refining, 30,000 years of remaining life is required. Does the host consume the remaining life to directly upgrade? Let's keep these remaining lifespans to save our lives, and not raise them for the time being. Moyo is still very meticulously. Sorry, when the remaining life reaches the realm of promotion, the system will be triggered actively to help the host to promote. Oh, then why are you asking? Before Moon Knight could finish his words, he only felt a powerful force surging through his body. He could feel that his body was changing radically. Muscles that had been dried out became firm and skin became red and glowing. But that's about it. He still looks like an old man. Congratulations to the host, he has reached the first realm spirit refining middle stage cultivation level. Consumption of remaining life, 30,000 years. Current remaining life, 910 years. My grass. Muyuki's heart was bleeding. This must be earned back quickly. Otherwise this remaining life is afraid not to last long. Most of the Emperor Realm cultivators acted in a low-key manner and didn't show their sharpness easily. They had only one goal, to cultivate to the peak and wait for the Ascension Thunderbolt to descend and become immortal in one fell swoop. By this point in the realm, no one wants any more surprises. After all, it was only a matter of days and nights before Ascension, and no one wanted to lose their efforts. It's not easy to find. It's really hard to find. System, activate the Emperor Realm detector. Muyi gritted his teeth and decided to try first. This first step has to be taken sooner or later, and it can't be put off any longer. Ding! Emperor's Realm detector activated. Detected a total of 3 Emperor Realm powerhouses within a 100-mile radius. Target 1, Peak Imperial Realm, located 30 miles to the southeast, in seclusion. Target 2, Mid-Imperial Realm, located 50 miles due north, fighting someone. Target 3, Early Imperial Realm, located 80 miles to the southwest, is eating hot pot. Successful detection. Remaining number of uses, 2. The first one was in retreat, still at peak strength. The second one was fighting with someone who appeared to be not to be messed with. And this third person, eating hot pot? And a cultivator who has just entered the Emperor Realm. Let's go with him. Practice first? Broken Burial Cliff. Inside the cave deep inside the cliff wall, an old man was concentrating on shivering the fondue. Suddenly, his brow itched, and he felt a vague sense of unease in his heart. Chapter 67, Are you the one? How dare you disturb my hot pot? The next day, Lang Wushuan started with his disciple in order to show Muyo favor. She gave the important task of digging up the cliff and burying the body to stranger Qianxue. He promised that if Qianxue could complete this mission, he would bring a lot of revenue to Gujifeng. It's called a heavy responsibility, but it's really just an excuse. As an empress, you can't be overtly biased. So they made some kind of name to reward the Goji Zong, or Moyo himself. Moon Knight naturally accepted this generous gift. As the saying goes, take it for nothing. What's more, stranger Qianxue chased after his ass every day, asking after the art of cultivation. This made Moon Knight quite embarrassed as well, as he himself was only at the middle stage of the first realm cultivation. If Stranger Snow had been sent out, his ears would have been much clearer. As for Xiao Bai, the disciple, as long as there was mud to play with, he wouldn't be disturbed on weekdays, with one being expatriated and the other playing in the mud. It's time for Mui Knight to get down to business. Yesterday, through the Emperor Realm detector, he detected an Emperor Realm eating hot pot. Once the detector locks onto a target, it can view its location and behavior in real time, but it only got a general location. Visiting again today. This one is not to be missed. Still eating hot pot. How addictive is that? Gotta track it down while it smells like hot pot to get there. On the broken burial cliff, a gloomy wind gusted and a black crow swept across the sky. Strange Snow stood at a high place, commanding thousands of cultivator soldiers to dig in the earth. She was dressed in men's clothing and still half-masked. It was only because it was so beautiful that I was afraid these soldiers would not have the heart to dig. AI, my hallowed demon emperor actually came here to dig and bury a corpse? She sighed to herself, but the thought of bringing revenue to the Guji clan was a good one. Meanwhile, in a hidden cave in the hinterland of the broken burial cliff, an old man was sitting on his knees. Before him stood a steaming bronze ancient pot. The boiling water in the pot is tossed and turned, and the various colorful ingredients rise and fall, and the aroma is overflowing. This old man was named Jang Tai Bai, and was dressed in rags and sackcloth. He had just broken through the Emperor Realm and was going to eat hot pot for 3 days and nights to celebrate his promotion. On the desk table was a fine spirit wine, jade liquid golden wave, and a few rare spirit beast meats. He was about to raise his glass and drink alone when he felt a sudden itch on his brow. What's going on? This feeling has been going on for 3 days now and it hasn't gotten better. Jang Tai gently stroked his beard, his brows slightly furrowed, and he vaguely felt a hint of uneasiness in his heart. He closed his eyes and concentrated, his divine sense spreading outward like a tidal wave. In a matter of moments, the outside world was in full view, only to see that the cliff was densely packed with cultivators digging and burying corpses. These people's cultivation levels were only 1 to 3 realms. Humph. So it's this group of low-ranked cultivators that make the old man's brows itch, really looking for death. In a fit of rage, Jang Tai swallowed a large chunk of spirit beast meat. He was a casual cultivator with neither backing nor fame. During the day he keeps a low profile and lives only by begging. But now that he has been promoted to the Emperor realm, he is tired of the bitter days of the past, and obviously can't keep a low profile anymore. Just a few days ago, he had used his strength to snatch spirit wine and steal a few domesticated spirit beasts to put together these hot pots. Too damn spoiled. I can't help it. I can't believe I can't help it. I'm a powerful person of the Emperor realm. The digging cultivators outside were like ants in Jang Tai's eyes. Even their breath of life was like the light of a glowing fire in his presence. He put down the wine cup and his figure flashed, disappearing into the cave as a stream of light. In the next instant, he had appeared over the dig site. A terrifying pressure then descended, causing the cultivators present to feel breathless. Some of the ones with low cultivation levels even directly fell to their knees. Mo Qianshua's body shook as she looked up, only to see an old man in tattered clothes standing in the air. Although that old man was dressed in rags, a terrifying Emperor Realm pressure surrounded him. The aura gave her a twinge of unease. Emperor Realm cultivators had always been divine, most of the time in closed-door cultivation, rarely showing their faces outside, and meticulously so. But as soon as it shows up, it's certainly nothing good. It's you? Dare to disturb my hot pot? Jang Tai slowly opened his mouth with a condescending expression. Stranger Qianxua lightly held her forehead. This person is not a lunatic. I'm afraid. If it were normal, she would definitely be fuming as long as Muya wasn't there. But then I thought of the tenet of the Go Zone, go to the extreme is the way. What's more, with her current cultivation level, she really wasn't a match for the Emperor realm. So she suppressed the anger in her heart and curtsied to him, her tone gentle. This senior, I'm afraid there's some kind of misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Jang Tai snorted coldly. Olmi was just having a good time eating hot pot when I suddenly felt that this kid, were particularly annoying, and I couldn't wait to slap you to death. You tell me it's a misunderstanding? What kind of reason is this? Strange Snow froze. It seemed that the other party was just a madman. Olmi needs a reason to look at you and want to slap you to death? We are following orders. Please bear with us if we have offended. Once again suppressing the anger in his heart, Stranger Qianxue saluted and said. Jang Tai narrowed his eyes and condescendingly sized up Stranger Qianxue. By order? Whose orders? Empress. Lang Wushuang. Lang Wushuang? Jang Tai's brows tightened as he seemed to think about it, then said, never heard of it. Saying that, he said as an Emperor Realm halo glowed above his head, is Lang Wushuang as powerful as me? Her master is Muyuki. In the crowd, a cultivator suddenly opened his mouth. Mu Knight? A chill flashed in Jang Tai's eyes. Much less heard of it. After he finished speaking, he gently raised his hand, and an invisible Emperor Realm pressure cut through the sky like a sharp blade. The cultivator didn't even have time to let out a miserable scream before his entire body turned into a cloud of blood mist. Bright red mist drifted through the air, emitting a heavy scent of blood. The cultivators present immediately sucked in a breath of cool air, and some of the timid ones even directly went limp. Ha ha ha, this is the means of an Emperor Realm powerhouse. Turning his hand to the clouds and his hand to the rain, taking someone's life is just a matter of a thought. After collecting his poems, Jang Tai stood with his arms folded and condescendingly scanned the crowd. The corners of his mouth rose slightly in a disdainful smile. It was as if the extermination of a human life just now was as commonplace to him as crushing an ant. The cultivators present were silenced, fearing that they would become the next blood mist. Even his breathing didn't dare to be too heavy, lest he disturb this temperamental Emperor Realm powerhouse. Rather, it was Stranger Snow who remained upright and unafraid. Those cool eyes looked straight at Jang Tai, not seeing the slightest bit of fear. This attitude made Jang Tai's heart burn. He was an Emperor Realm powerhouse, but he was so ignored by a junior? Seek death. Jang Tai was furious, and the Emperor Realm pressure around him suddenly erupted. Turning your hand to the clouds and turning your hand to the rain, taking someone's life is just a matter of a thought? Why don't I believe it? At this moment, a lazy voice came. On the other end of the voice was none other than Muya, who was riding a donkey and holding a jug of wine. Chapter 68, The Snubbing begins. Turning your hand to the clouds and turning your hand to the rain, taking someone's life is just a matter of a thought? Why don't I believe it? A lazy voice suddenly sounded. interrupting Jang Tai-bai's might. The crowd followed the sound and saw that an old man was riding a donkey with a jug of wine swinging in his hand, walking nonchalantly. The donkey miles a day is not only fast, but also has a good nose. It searched for the aroma of the hot pot and actually did bring Muyo here. It just so happened that he saw Jang Tai-bai here pretending to be a pimp to stranger Snow. At this moment, Jang Tai-bai's spiritual awareness swept over Muyao's entire body like a tidal wave, but he didn't feel a single fluctuation of spiritual energy. Although Muyo is already a monk, he relies on his remaining life to cultivate. In the eyes of the onlookers, he didn't have the slightest bit of spiritual energy or aura, and didn't even have the most basic spiritual roots. As for the realm, the system has also helped him to hide it, so that it is convenient for him to attract hatred. Jang Tai-bai stood with his arms folded, not even bothering to look at Muyo. In his eyes, mortals were even worse than those mole crickets, and were not even qualified to speak to him. Seeing Jang Tai-bai ignoring himself, Muyo was ready to snub. The old man pinched his fingers. Muyo pretended to pinch her fingers, and deliberately closed her eyes and shook her head. You were just eating fondue, weren't you? Jang Tai-bai froze and subconsciously touched the drop of red oil still hanging on his beard. Does this old man on a donkey really know how to tell fortunes? Wait and wait. Let the old man pinch another finger. Muyo pinched up his fingers again, this time even twisting his ears in an inscrutable manner. Hiss. This fellow Daoist's cultivation isn't low. It should be at the early emperor realm, right? Jang Tai-bai was truly confused now, his eyes whiter than bronze bells. This old man was clearly immortal. How could he even guess his own cultivation? Right at this moment, stranger Qianxue suddenly spoke. Master, you're here. This master made Jang Tai-bai lose his mind. He used his spiritual sense to scan more Qianxue, only to see that the spiritual energy in his body was surging, and he had already reached the 7th realm of the questioning realm. This kind of cultivation level was already rare among the younger generation. He sized up Muyuki again. Is there something special about this seemingly ordinary old man? But the more he observed, the more confused Jang Tai-bai became. He was certain that the old man in front of him was an ordinary mortal, without even the most basic fluctuations of spiritual energy. How did a mortal teach a 7th realm disciple? That's not funny. Jang Tai-bai sneered and said in his heart, this is never possible. Although he was momentarily startled by Muyao's words, he quickly calmed down. In this world, strength is hard. He was at least an emperor realm powerhouse, and looking at the entire spirit realm, how many people could compare to him? In fact, there are still quite a lot of them, but the emperor realm is hidden from the world. There aren't many that come out and play like he does, even if this old man is a bit eccentric. In the face of absolute strength, all trickery is vanity. The more Jang Tai-bai thought about it, the more confident he became. He looked around, and wherever he looked, there were ant-like existences. Even that so-called 7th realm disciple was just a bigger ant in his eyes. Seeing that Jang Tai-bai was unmoved, Mu Yi laughed in his heart. This old boy, he's quite capable of keeping his composure. Host, please note that the target does not have enough hate value to establish a hate link. Suggested increased stimulus. Yeah. Moon Knight suddenly exclaimed loudly. I've figured it out. This fellow Daoist is not only at the early stage of the Emperor realm, but he's also just broken through not long ago, right? Jang Tai-bai frowned. How did this old man even know about this? But well, Moon Knight continued. A powerful person of the Imperial realm doesn't go looking for an immortal mountain in blessed land, but lives here in the middle of nowhere. He deliberately trailed off, shaking his head. That's too shabby, isn't it? The surrounding cultivators couldn't help but laugh a little when they heard this. However, he was soon scared by Jang Tai-bai's stern gaze and lowered his head. Living in the middle of nowhere and yet you can afford to eat hot pot. You didn't steal these ingredients, did you? Unrelenting, Moyo continued to power up. When these words came out, Jang Tai-bai's face instantly turned ironic. This old man is too good at forgetting, right? He even knows that the ingredients are stolen? Qianxue. Muyi suddenly turned his head to Mo Qianxue and said, let everyone continue digging. Don't worry about this Daoist friend. Strange Snow understood and immediately instructed the crowd to continue working. Jang Tai-bai saw that he was being completely ignored, and his anger increased in his heart. He was in the Imperial realm, and he was actually being belittled so much by a bunch of mole crickets? Oh, right. Muyi pulled out another bunch of spirit crystals from his storage ring and played with them in his hands. Since this fellow Daoist is here, why don't you help digging as well? He casually tossed out thousands of spirit crystals and threw them on the ground. Jang Tai-bai's gaze was instantly attracted to the spirit crystal. So many spirit crystals? He had been begging for a living, and only once in the Emperor's realm did he have the heart to go out and borrow some food. In his entire life, he had never seen a spirit crystal on the ground. At the moment, his eyes were filled with greed. Empyrean realm cultivation digging. That's definitely efficient, Moyo said with a smirk. If a shovel goes down, I'm afraid I can dig out a small lake. As long as you are willing to help, I'll give double the wages. With that, he pulled out another handful of spirit crystals and waved them in front of Jang Tai. Look, all this is yours if you sell it. Jang Tai's eyes went straight. This handful of spirit crystals was enough for him to buy a mansion in a large city. What made his heart flutter even more was the ring on Muyao's hand. The ring is crystalline. There is a hidden flow of Taoist rhythms. At first glance, it is an extraordinary treasure. Could it be a storage ring? He was a casual cultivator, and one who stayed at home in the deep mountains. Naturally, I've never seen what a storage ring looks like. It suddenly occurred to him that although he had broken through the Emperor realm, he had been secluded in this broken burial cliff because he had been living in seclusion. Whenever I have to bring something, I have to carry it in a cloth bag, which is really shabby. A few days ago when stealing hot pot ingredients, but also because the cloth bag torn leakage, almost exposed, and this mortal in front of him, not only did he have a storage ring, seeing as how he could pull out so many spirit crystals with his hands, there must be quite a few good things in this ring. This storage ring, you really don't deserve it. Jang Tai laughed coldly. How about handing it over to my old man for safekeeping? When Muyo heard this, not only did he not get angry, but he laughed even more happily. Oh, a powerful person of the Imperial realm doesn't even have a storage ring and has to rob immortals? The moment these words came out, the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but burst out laughing again. Jang Tai's face turned blue. He stared at the storage ring and spirit crystals in Muyao's hand, his mind already made up. Not only did he want to kill Muya's group, he also wanted to take away Muya's spirit crystals and storage rings. Chapter 69 Dang Emperor Realm. Digging dirt to earn extra money? Hey, what am I wasting my words with you trash here? Jang Tai laughed sarcastically. You all go to hell. It's good to die. The storage rings and spirit crystals won't all be mine if you die. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The hate link with the target Jang Tai has been successfully established. The counterattack has officially begun. Target, Jang Tai. Age, 2018. Identity, beggar. Cultivation, early Imperial realm. Emperor's realm luck value, 1,000, somewhat pitifully low. Q, the burial cliff is his training ground. At that moment, a message came from the system. This made Muyo both happy and scared. The old boy in front of me was a little less than smart looking though, but in the end, it was the Emperor realm. I don't have much life left, and my only skill is the turtle shrinking technique. Top once is still enough, but multiple times. This is a bit of a cliffhanger. Jang Tai sneered and casually waved his hand, a spiritual power palm imprint slapping towards Muyo. In his opinion, against a mortal, casually using a year of cultivation would be enough. Why waste too much spiritual energy? Go to hell. Boom. Ding. Host attack detected. Attack strength, 1 year of training. Successful defense against an attack consumes remaining life, -1 year. Current remaining life, 909 years. The palm imprint landed on Muyo, but he didn't move at all. Not even the corner of his clothes fluttered up. Ha! Jang Tai froze. That's impossible. Muyao's buttocks subconsciously tightened when he felt that pressure. But soon he was happy. As expected, these self-righteous powerhouses all liked to be gullible and wanted to kill themselves without even using their full strength. Oh, well, that's a bargain for the old man. It took only a year of remaining life to top that offense, but the crisis is not over. This is the first step in establishing a hate link. But then, it's time to save your life. What's the best way to stay alive? It's by pretending. This Moyo is familiar with it, and he will. He purposely patted his clothes and laughed. This Emperor realm of yours has too much water. Seek death. Jang Tai was furious and slapped out another palm, this time utilizing 10 years of cultivation. Ding! Host attack detected. Attack strength, 10 years of training. Successful defense against an attack. Consumes remaining life, -10 years. Current life expectancy, 899 years. However, the result remained the same. Muyo stood still and even yawned. This, Jang Tai was completely confused. A mortal who could actually block a blow from his 10 years of cultivation? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Damn it. Jang Tai's eyes were crimson. I'd like to see how much you can block. He gritted his teeth and directly used half of his cultivation. An entire 1,000 years of spiritual energy condensed in his palm. And the sky changed color. Warning. The opponent's attack strength is higher than the host's Yusho. Suggests immediate use of the turtle technique. Muyao's heart was shocked. What he feared had still happened. Use the turtle shrinking technique. Only to see Muyo suddenly shrink his neck, and his entire body crouched down like a shrunken turtle. Jang Tai's earth-shattering palm came down with a roar, and he was about to slap Muyo into a meat cake, but as a result, dang! This palm went down. It felt like hitting on cotton. Soft and no reaction at all. Jang Tai-bai's entire body was dumbfounded there. His eyes widened and his jaw dropped to the floor. What kind of kung fu is this? This is the ancient mastery turtle shrinking technique. Moon Knight stroked his beard and babbled in a serious manner, not forgetting to take out the wine bottle from his pocket. Gulp 2 gulps. He had a look of disdain that said, "How dare you show off your skills, ancient Jedi?" Jang Tai-bai's heart thumped and cold sweat came down. He pondered over the word ancient, and the more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. The old man in front of him looked like he was only 70 years old. How did he know the ancient technique? And look at this complexion. Even younger than himself, a 1,000-year-old monster. Couldn't it be a bit of antique-level ascension? Failed Emperor Realm is teasing himself? That palm of his own just now. But he had actually poured 1,000 years of cultivation into it. Not to mention an ordinary mortal. As long as it was a cultivator below the Emperor Realm, they would all have to be turned into snorting salt on the spot. Not only is the old man fine, but he's still drinking? The more Jang Tai-bai thought about it, the more he panicked. He had managed to cultivate for 1,000 years before breaking through to the Emperor Realm, and if he flipped his car here, he would really have nowhere to cry. He couldn't help but take a few steps back at the thought. This senior, Jang Tai-bai's tone changed. Old me suddenly remembered that I still have some things to take care of, so I'll take my leave first. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Wait! Mu Yao suddenly shouted. Jang Tai-bai trembled and almost didn't stand still. Fellow Daoist, you're idle, so how about helping out with the digging and earning some extra money? Moon Knight said with a smile. He thought in his heart that since this place was his cultivation ground, destroying it would be indirectly taking away his chi. What's more, wouldn't it be better and faster to let him do it himself? Jang Tai-bai's face went white. The Imperial Realm is actually digging for someone? But on second thought, he muttered. The old man in front of him was unfathomable. If he was not as good as he wanted, he might have chopped himself to death with one palm down. If that were true, wouldn't 1,000 years of cultivation be for nothing? He couldn't help but touch his little heart at the thought. Those who make it big don't make it small. Dig in. Don't worry, senior. Jang Tai-bai squeezed out a smile that was worse than a cry. I'll dig. Moon Knight pulled out a handful of spirit crystals and played with them in his hands. Don't worry. Old man won't treat you badly. No need. No need. Jang Tai-bai waved his hands repeatedly. It's my honor to serve, senior. When he finished, he copied a shovel and began digging with vigor. The surrounding cultivators looked dumbfounded. An Emperor Realm powerhouse, actually digging for people, and for no money at all? Seeing that Jang Tai-bai was fooled by himself, Mu Yi was so happy in his heart. However, he still had an inscrutable look on his face, pointing out Jang Tai-bai from time to time. Dig to the left. Yeah, use a little more force. Jang Tai-bai dug the soil with tears in his eyes, and that regret in his heart. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. How delicious to eat hot pot. Right. Mu Yao suddenly slapped his thigh, almost startling Jang Tai-bai. The schedule is tight as hell. With your strength at the Emperor Realm, how long will it take to level this broken burial cliff? The shovel in Jang Tai-bai's hand almost didn't hold it. He was green in the face. This was the dojo he had cultivated for 1,000 years. The cave is still inside. The fondue was in there too. And I didn't even get to finish the soup today. Now not only do you have to destroy your own lair, but you have to do it yourself? The bitterness in Jang Tai-bai's heart was even worse than eating yellow fever. However, looking at Mai's smiling expression, he did not dare to say the word no. He could only break his teeth and swallow his stomach, squeezing out a smile that was worse than crying. Elder is right. Since the work schedule is tight, then I will use my spiritual power to level this broken mountain. He even secretly wiped a tear from his eye when he finished speaking. You've reached that Emperor Realm and you're still being bullied. Is there any justice here? Is there any law left? Chapter 70, Tearing Down One's Own Home. Where to reason? Jang Tai-bai clenched his teeth, activated his spiritual energy, and slapped his palm fiercely towards the burial cliff. Boom! The entire mountain trembled and debris flew. His heart pumped with each slap. Oh my dojo! Oh my cave! Oh my hot pot! His heart was dripping blood. After slapping a few palms, Jang Tai-bai looked at Mai pitifully and asked, Elder, look at this. The broken burial cliff has already lost its face. But Jang Tai-bai still left some room for maneuver. Not enough. Mu Yo shook his head. Use more force. Be thorough. Thoroughly understand. The Emperor's realm is a humanoid excavator. This efficiency Jang Tai-bai nodded. And with tears in his eyes, he slapped again, shaking out his nose. How can you justify tearing down your own home? Just then, his cave collapsed with a bang, and the hot pot that was still steaming fell to the ground with a bang, splashing red oil in all directions. Onlookers might not be able to see it, but he could see it clearly through his spiritual sense. His own residence had been completely blown up. With tears in his eyes and teeth clenched, he continued to work without stopping for a moment. The surrounding cultivators looked dumbfounded. This Emperor Realm old man is really pathetic. Look at the rush. Even the snot is flinging out of his nose. So what if it's the Emperor Realm? In front of our patriarch Mu. It's just scum. The chatter was so loud that everyone was pumped up with laughter. After dozens of palms were blasted, the burial cliff in front of him was completely flattened. Those earth, stones and such were also blasted into white smoke by Jang Tai-bai's spiritual power, saving even the transportation of earth. Senior, this time it's thorough enough. Jang Tai-bai cried and mourned, as if he had died. Not bad, not bad. Moon Knight nodded in satisfaction and casually pulled out a box from his storage ring. This is your reward. The box rested on the floor with a dull thud. This. Jang Tai-bai waved his hand repeatedly. Senior is too polite. How would I dare to accept your spirit crystals? That being said, his eyes were glued to the box, and the knots in his throat kept rolling up and down. Take it. Mu Yao laughed. This is what you deserve. No. Jang Tai-bai continued to push back, but his feet unconsciously moved 2 steps toward the box. The youngest was idle, so he contributed a little as exercise. Forget it then. Mu Yang made a gesture to retrieve the box. Wait. Jang Tai-bai rushed forward with an arrow step and hugged the box. Since senior must give it, I'll be respectful. Mu Yao smiled and made a gesture of invitation. Open it and take a look. Jang Tai-bai opened it and almost didn't take a breath. A whole 10,000 spirit crystals. A great deal. These spirit crystals were enough for him to buy a house in a large town, and enough to eat and drink for decades, maybe even hold a few more beautiful women. Looking at the spirit crystals in his hand, Jang Tai-bai was suddenly enlightened. Why would he be a beggar when he's in the Emperor's realm and has this kind of cultivation? Why steal? At this moment, it was as if he saw a new direction in his life. If he had known he could earn so much with his skills, why was he so tired? He decided that he would leave this place of wrongdoing and venture out into the world. The early stage of the Emperor realm to the peak was 100 years short and 1,000 years long. Instead of cultivating hard in this deep forest, it would be better to go out and earn some spirit crystals to enjoy. Thinking of this, he made a deep bow to Mu Yao. Senior, then I'll take my leave first. If you have a good job in the future, you can call me. After saying that, he hugged the box and ran away, fearing that Mu Yao would back out. Looking at Jang Tai-bai's back as he fled in a sorry state, Mu Yi leisurely sipped his wine. Master. Stranger Qianxue came forward. You're just going to let him go? What? Think Master did wrong? No. Mo Qianxue shook her head. It's just that isn't this 10,000 spirit crystals a bit much? Moon Knight laughed. Silly girl, you think Master would do a losing deal? The Empress promised my master that as long as these corpses were disposed of, she would reward the Guji sect with 1 million spirit crystals. Master spends 10,000 spirit crystals to hire someone to work, but gets paid 1 million. This is not a bad deal, is it? It took a moment for Strange Snow to realize this. Not only is Master's cultivation profound, but his business skills are not bad either. Ding! The host allowed Jang Tai-bai to destroy his dojo. This counterattack has successfully captured the opponent's chi value, 999 points. Remaining opponent's luck value, 1 point, now converting 1:1 luck value to remaining life. Remaining life, plus 999 years. The host obtains a random prop, special old hot pot base. Effect, use this product with caution. Drink 1 sip and regress 10 years. Drink a pot and be reincarnated directly. Current life expectancy, 1898, with the current host's remaining lifespan. The conditions for raising the cultivation level have not been met. Moon Knight looked at the system prompt and couldn't help but secretly spit in his heart. This Tai-bai, the hallowed Emperor realm, actually only had 1,000 points of chi, which was too shabby, and there's a little bit left over from this takeover. This is a good thing, and you can't unbind from it. If you want to bind the next Emperor realm, you still have to completely take away its fortune value, but this special old hot pot base is a good prop. Moon Knight just returned to the clan. The butt is not yet next to the futon. It heard outside swoosh sound. This was the arrival of the spirit crane sent by Lang Wuxuan, with a bulging storage bag in its mouth. Ha! Mu Yi unwrapped it, and good lord, 1 million spirit ticket. After leaving the broken burial cliff, Jang Tai-bai immediately arrived at an inn in the town. This was the first time he had stayed in a high-class inn. He used to sleep in caves, but now he could sleep on a brocade couch. He thought prettily, this is the life of a rich man. Just as he was brewing his spirit tea and enjoying it, the conversation at the next table caught his attention. Have you heard? The Crow Wolf Empress has been imprisoned in the Cold Kingdom. That's right. The Kang Wolf Kingdom has issued a bounty. Whoever can save the Empress. The bounty is 10 million spirit crystals. After Jang Tai-bai heard this, The teacup in his hand almost didn't hold steady. 10 million spirit crystals? He looked down at his 10,000 spirit crystals and suddenly felt unscented. I'm at least an Emperor Realm powerhouse. Jang Tai stroked his chin and pondered. If this Ling Kingdom is any more powerful, can it still be more powerful than me? As for the old man he met at the broken burial cliff, it must have been an accident. Maybe it's some old monster who failed to ascend. I shouldn't be so backed up myself anymore. Humph. Jang Tai snorted coldly. What cold kingdom? In front of my old man. It's nothing more than dirt. He was in the Imperial Realm. If he couldn't even do this little thing, then what was the point of cultivating immortality? At the thought, he tapped the table and stood up. I'm determined to save the Crow Wolf Empress, and I'm also determined to take this 10 million spirit crystals. Chapter 71 Talent Selection Conference. Empyrean Realm as many as dogs. In less than a day, Jang Tai arrived at the Kangwolf Kingdom. The front foot had just stepped into the Kangwolf Kingdom's imperial capital when he saw a crowd of people crowding the street entrance, bustling with activity. The Imperial Palace has started organizing a talent selection conference. I heard it was to rescue the Empress. Great bonuses, and food and lodging are included. Jang Tai immediately pricked up his ears. It's a coincidence. He hurriedly squeezed his way in, and sure enough, he saw a huge notice in the center of town. The Kangwolf Kingdom urgently recruits mighty cultivators to rescue the Empress. Requirements, casual training. Reward, 10 million spirit crystals, plus a spirit vein. Location, Imperial Palace Plaza. Imperial Palace Square. Jang Tai mingled in the crowd and looked at the surrounding cultivators. These people were shabbily dressed and disheveled, and appeared to be poor and desperate. There's an old man in a patched-up Taoist robe, nibbling on a big moldy cake in the corner. There was a middle-aged man in rags, with a broken gourd hanging from his waist, drinking a few sips every now and then, and grinning with a mouth that lacked incisors. There was also an old farmer-looking man carrying a hoe that was rusting through. These people were all casual cultivators, and in addition to that there was one thing they had in common, and that was being poor. If one had some status and background, they would never risk their lives for 10 million spirit crystals or be targeted by the Ling Kingdom. All of them are talented. Jang Tai secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he is a bit more normal than them. At that moment, an official in fancy clothes walked onto the high platform. Gentlemen, the official announced in a loud voice. The selection officially begins. Round 1, Spiritual Power Test. Only a huge spirit measuring stone was placed in the center of the field, emitting an eerie blue light. Please come forward for testing in order, the official said. Only those who have reached the 8th realm can enter the next round. The crowd came forward. The old man chewing on a moldy pie was first up. He casually pointed, and the spirit measuring stone instantly lit up like a blazing sun. Peak of the 8th realm, the official exclaimed. The old man calmly continued to nibble on his whopper as if nothing had just happened. Then the man with the gaping teeth came on. He grinned with his missing incisor and casually pointed at the spirit stone. In an instant, a terrifying spiritual pressure swept across the entire field, and the spirit measuring stone glowed so brightly that it almost exploded. It's the peak of the 8th realm again, the official exclaimed again. The man proudly poured a mouthful of wine and burped. Burp this little strength. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Measurement, measurement, measurement of wool. Old peasant, I can go forward alone. The old farmer carrying the hoe whined as he gently tapped the spirit measuring stone with his rusty hoe and the entire stone cracked. This is also the peak of the 8th realm? The official was already speechless. When it was Jang Tai's turn, he intentionally suppressed his cultivation and only displayed his strength at the peak of the 8th realm. Pass. At the end of the first round of testing, there were surprisingly still more than 200 people left. Round 2, Practical Competition. As soon as the official's words left his mouth, the arena exploded. Only to see the old man who was nibbling on the spirit cake suddenly storm up and slap away a dozen people. It was too unexpected. With the same realm of strength, he was actually able to second these people so easily. The one with the missing incisors was even more violent, as he poured a gulp of wine into his mouth, followed by a jet of water from the gap between his missing teeth, sprayed his opponent right off the field. This is 8 realms against 8 realms? Jang Tai was secretly stumped. The old farmer carrying the hoe muttered under his breath, and with a casual swing of the hoe, an abyss split in the ground, swallowing all of his opponents. Jang Tai looked dumbfounded. It seemed that he wasn't the only one in the Imperial Realm who had been forced out to look for work, at least in his opinion. That old farmer, that big man, and the one chewing on a big cake should be in the same realm as him. Alas, they're all Emperor realms that have been poor for most of their lives. He couldn't help but lament. Who would want to come out and take that risk if they weren't really unable to unravel? Another person said. Someone nearby heard them and couldn't help but pick up the conversation. That's right, my broken cave can't even afford a decent formation. I can only use a few pieces of broken stone to fool around. That's not so bad for you, sighed the other. I don't even have a cave, and I sleep in the wild mountains every day. When Jang Tai heard the word cave, he immediately burst into tears. Hey, none of you are miserable, the old man nibbling on a large pie interjected. I still pick my moldy pie out of the garbage. After a fierce competition, only 100 people were left in the end. At that moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended on the entire field. Only an old man in a golden robe descended from the sky, exuding an emperor realm aura. Not beginner, not intermediate, but peak. This person was the minister of the Tsong Wolf Kingdom, Song Bufan. Very well. Song Bufan looked around at the crowd. None of you need to hide anymore. Those who have managed to stay until now are all strong in the emperor realm. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. Jang Tai was dumbfounded. The 100 people present were all at the emperor realm? What does that make him? Before this, he had thought that he was considered unique in that there was no emperor realm for loose cultivators. This whole time, the emperor realm is as plentiful as a dog. But it's a pity. Song Bufan's words changed. The true peaks of the emperor realm are all in seclusion waiting to ascend. Maybe the thunderbolt came in the time it took to go to the toilet. Someone muttered in a low voice. The crowd laughed at that. Yeah, where would the peak of the emperor realm have time to come out? Even Song Bufan had only been called in to preside over the situation because the Empress had been tied up. So, Song Bufan continued. You scattered emperor realms are exactly the kind of talent we need. Because you have no background and no one will look for trouble if you die. And it's all about the spirit crystals. So there's more incentive to do things. Jang Tai was in a cold sweat as he listened. Is this a compliment or a detraction? Of course. None of the emperor realms present dared to get angry. No matter how much Tsang Bufan was a peak powerhouse. The slightest movement from the other side and they would die a horrible death. Now, would you all please sign this non-disclosure agreement? Song Bufan pulled out a stack of paperwork. Regardless of who among you saved the Empress, you absolutely cannot reveal to the outside world that it was my Tsong Wolf Kingdom that sent you there. This non-disclosure agreement has the spiritual laws of this phase applied to it, and if it comes into effect, those who break the agreement will surely be violently killed on the spot. The field was silent. What? Don't dare to sign? Song Bufan sneered. Then please go back. There are still many loose cultivators waiting outside anyway. Jang Tai gritted his teeth and was the first to rush up and sign. 10 million spirit crystals. Ah, spell it out. Well, the young man's courage is commendable. This prime minister admires it. Song Bufan nodded his head in satisfaction. The others saw this and stepped forward. Soon, 100 confidentiality agreements were neatly placed on the table. Good. Song Bufan nodded in satisfaction. From now on, you will hide your strength and identity. Got it? The crowd nodded, not daring to disobey. Just then, an overcast wind suddenly blew through, so cold that even the air shivered. Even Song Bufan was made to feel a jolt of excitement by the bizarrely gloomy wind. Where the cloudy wind passed, the fallen leaves on the ground danced crazily, surrounding a delicate figure that fell in style. Chapter 72 Rescuing Song Lanyu. This honored one is sufficient. The leaves on the ground danced crazily as the cloudy wind passed by, encircling a delicate figure as it fell in style. The crowd looked up and saw a woman dressed in purple standing in the air. A bizarre purple mist surrounded his body. Her appearance was stunningly beautiful, but there was an indescribable coldness in her eyes. The person who came was Ruyan Lu. Song Bufan frowned. The woman's aura was extremely bizarre, and it actually caused him, the peak of the emperor realm, to feel a trace of palpitations. Who is this woman? Why does she have such a terrifying aura? In fact, the Lu Ruyan at this moment has long been the former Lu Ruyan. Inside her, she hosts the Purple Nightmare. Purple Nightmare looked at the group of ragged Emperor Realm casual cultivators below and sneered in his heart. These mole crickets are worthy of competing with her for the pale blue moon? Ever since she possessed Ruyan Lu, she had used the secret method of the demon realm to raise the cultivation of this host body to the peak of the Emperor Realm. However, Lu Ruyan was ultimately too shallow, with neither power nor wealth to help her revitalize the demon realm. Even if he had an Emperor Realm cultivation, he was just a rootless float. On the contrary, Song Lanyu, that was a grand empress. To rule a country and hold imperial power in your hands is the ideal host body. With such a host body, she would be able to use the empress's reputation to revitalize the demon world. Even better, Lu Ruyan was already deeply in love with Sikong Yun and was bent on rescue. This obsession allows the Purple Nightmare to easily control her consciousness. Moreover, Ruyan Lu was a member of the Lang Kingdom's imperial sect and knew everything about the Lang Kingdom like the back of her hand. This is a godsend. A mere 10 million spirit crystals. This honored one is not yet concerned. Ruyan Lu let out a cold smile. This honored one came here to rescue Tsong Blue Moon. The crowd was in an uproar at these words. Rescuing Tsong Lanyu? This honored one is sufficient. Ruyan Lu looked around at the crowd. Too many people will instead scare the snakes. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Someone in the crowd cursed angrily. You're trying to take the bounty all by yourself, aren't you? That's right. Why should I let you go alone? We've all signed a non-disclosure agreement. As good-looking as you are, there's got to be a first come, first served. As the crowd began to mouth off, a cold light flashed in Ruyan Lu's eyes and she casually waved her hand, only to see those few outspoken cultivators suddenly cover their throats, their faces turning purple. Purple blood oozed out of their 7 orifices, and their bodies dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Strange purple lines emerged on the skin, as if there were countless small insects crawling under the skin. They wanted to scream, but they couldn't make a sound and could only watch their bodies rot a little bit. In the blink of an eye, it was turned into a dry corpse, not even giving any bone crumbs left. The room was silent. This is a tactic that is too vicious. When Song Bufan saw this, he was also shocked. This woman's strength was as terrifying as this. I'm afraid that even if I were to fight against him at the peak of the Emperor realm, I wouldn't be able to get the upper hand. However, none of this mattered. The most important thing was to save the Empress. It shouldn't be hard for her with that kind of strength. Since the girl is certain, Song Bufan pondered for a moment, then this matter will be left to you alone. With that, he turned to the crowd. All of you, please return, and let this matter rest. Wait. Ruyan Lu smiled coldly. None of the people present today can be left behind. This, Song Bufan said anxiously. They all signed a confidentiality agreement. If they dare to leak half a word, they will surely die. Why should the girl bother? The dead are the most reliable. Before the words left her mouth, Ruyan Lu began her killing spree. Her methods were extremely cruel, and each palm could kill a person's form and spirit. Some were corroded into pus by the purple chi, some were torn into pieces by the demonic chi, and some were drained of their essence blood alive. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people were killed. The purple nightmare said in his heart, the hearts and souls of these loose emperor realms are really delicious. The so-called secret method of the demon world is to take in the hearts and souls of cultivators to enhance their own cultivation. At this moment, Lu Ruyan felt a surge of spiritual energy in her body, and her cultivation seemed to have gone up another level. It was actually already above the peak of the Emperor realm. Spiritual cultivation stops at the peak of the Emperor realm, but demonic cultivators were different. They can't ascend, and they can both keep practicing. It won't stop at the top, above the pinnacle, both Pinnacle 1 and Pinnacle 2, with no end in sight beyond. Jang Tai looked shocked, his forehead sweating coldly. These were all powerful people of the Emperor realm, and they were actually being harvested like grass. Seeing that Ruyan Lu's demonic palm was about to fall on his head, he hurriedly shouted, "Wait!" Oh, Ruyan Lu looked at him playfully. "What are your last words?" "I have an acquaintance in the Cold Kingdom." Jang Tai trembled. This person looks ordinary, but he's actually unfathomable. Even the Emperor realm is like an ant in front of him. Most importantly, I also worked for him, and he paid me for my labor. So if you take me with you, you might be able to help a lot. When Ruyan Lu heard this, a trace of color flashed in her eyes. An existence that can make the Emperor realm as if it were an ant? Who else but that old man? But you're talking about Muyuki? Exactly. Jang Tai was like an amnesty. I am like a brother to that old man that grew up wearing the same pants. Purple nightmare, then take this toolman with you. It might actually come in handy. Lu Ruyan nodded. Good. Then I'll take you with me. Perhaps I can even share my worries for this honored one. As for the others, she turned to look at the remaining cultivators. The corner of her mouth hooked into a cruel smile. All go to hell. She raised her jade hand lightly, and a purple aura filled the air. Those Emperor Realm loose cultivators wanted to escape, but realized that the space around them had been imprisoned. Some people tried to break through the space, but they were eroded to the bone by the purple gas. Some people tried to sacrifice their magic treasures, such as hose or something, but they saw them instantly turn into pieces. Help! Have mercy! We won't say anything. Miserable screams rose and fell. These scattered cultivator Emperor realms were like lambs to the slaughter at the moment. Some people were gnawed on by poisonous insects transformed by the purple chi, and their skin was split open and painful. Some people were pierced by sharp blades condensed by demonic chi and died in a miserable state with 1,000 holes. Others were drained alive of their essence and blood and became a human stem. In a short moment, Jang Tai was the only one left in the large square. Numerous bodies were scattered on the ground. The air was filled with a heavy scent of blood and rotting odor, and even Song Bufan, who was accustomed to seeing life and death, couldn't help but frown. After absorbing so many Emperor Realm heart souls, the Purple Nightmare's demonic aura was even greater. If she rescued Song Lanyu, she could immediately make that Empress reach the peak. At this time, Song Bufan asked in a low voice, I wonder what else the girl needs. Can this minister order someone to prepare it? Ha ha ha, there is no need to prepare. When my father goes and comes, the sage only needs to set up a banquet to celebrate for the Empress.